Chapter 23-22. Although Thousand Leaves sect couldn't compare to a true top-level sect, it was still quite impressive thanks to the heritage it had left behind over tens of thousands of years ago. Yang Kai observed the scenery with great interest as he walked. However, Yang Kai could sense that the world energy in Thousand Leaves sect was indeed not very dense. For such a precious place to not have the corresponding amount of world energy lingering around it, it meant that the earth veins in this place were not outstanding. Logically speaking, such a place should not be used as a place to establish a sect, but the ancestral founder of Thousand Leaves sect had chosen to establish a branch here, which was obviously because of the sealed world. Just like how when Zishan chose to establish Azure Sun Temple in the Azure Sun Mountain Range, the existence of the Divine Ascension Mirror was a decisive factor. The mountain path was rugged and the group flew through the air. Clouds and mist swirled around them, creating a beautiful scenery. That small mountain over there, it looks like a demonic beast. Chiyu suddenly seemed to have discovered something as she pointed at a small mountain that was about 50 meters tall. The one next to it is also quite interesting. It looks like a person holding a sword. Gu Zongyun's eyes burned as he looked towards the other mountain with great interest. Everyone turned their heads to look in that direction and soon discovered that these two mountains weren't the only interesting ones. Within Thousand Leaves mountain range, there were at least a dozen small mountains that looked like living creatures. These small mountains weren't very tall, ranging from a few dozen meters to a few hundred meters tall. They were either standing or standing, making them look like living creatures that had been magnified countless times. Yang Kai also found them interesting and couldn't help but take a few more glances. However, his expression soon changed and he released his divine sense, enveloping those strange small mountains. After a short while, his expression couldn't help but change slightly. He asked in shock, "Sect Master Yi, these small mountains aren't as simple as they look, right?" Yi Hen smiled. Young Master Yang's eyes are truly sharp. To be able to see this Yi is impressed. "Is it really what I think it is?" Yang Kai's expression immediately turned solemn. Yi Hen nodded. "Yes, it is indeed what young Master Yang thinks it is." "Father, what are you talking about?" Yi Jinghan looked at her father blankly, not knowing what kind of riddle he was playing with Yang Kai. Chi Yu and the others were also confused, but they didn't dare to ask. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel awe. She praised, "Your sect's ancestors are indeed extraordinary figures. Originally, I thought that Miss Yi was exaggerating about the past glory of Thousand Leaves sect, but now it seems that there is no falsehood at all." Yi Hen sighed. Although the foundation is still there, the inheritance has already declined. This Yi is ashamed. Yi Jinghan said, "This isn't father's fault. If not for that generation's ancestor losing their inheritance, we wouldn't have ended up like this." "Impudent." Yi Hen glared at Yi Jinghan. "The actions of our ancestors are not something you can casually comment on." Yi Jinghan pouted, a look of displeasure appearing on her face. Seeing that Yi Hen wasn't in a good mood, Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions. However, his impression of the Thousand Leaves sect had improved significantly. In 100 years, they might even be able to rise to the level of a top sect. Just those inconspicuous and strange little mountain peaks alone were enough to achieve such a feat. After a short while, the group arrived at the main peak of Thousand Leaves mountain range, Thousand Leaves Peak. Just like the other sects, there were many magnificent pavilions at the top of this peak. It was obvious that this was an extremely important place for Thousand Leaves sect. At the top of this peak, there was an ancient hall that stood tall. The desolate aura of the flowing time great emperor rushed towards them. The group landed in front of the hall. The other members of Thousand Leaves sect seemed to have received the news long ago and had been waiting here. When they saw Yi Hen, Yang Kai, and the others, they all bowed and paid their respects. However, Shi Zongying was nowhere to be seen. Yi Hen introduced Yang Kai to the higher-ups of Thousand Leaves sect one by one. After the two sides exchanged some pleasantries, Yi Hen led Kai Yang and the others into the main hall to hold a welcoming dinner for them. Outside the hall, there were two cultivators wearing black armor and holding long halberds standing on both sides. Not only that, but there were also some monster beasts of various shapes and sizes lying motionless on the ground. When Yang Kai and the others walked past these guards, They didn't move at all, not even blinking their eyes, nor did they show any intention of taking the initiative to salute them. This made Yang Kai feel a little strange. After taking a few more glances at these guards, he suddenly trembled and stopped in his tracks, releasing his divine sense in surprise. Yihen also stopped when he saw this and looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Sect Master Yang, what's wrong? Gu Yun didn't know what Yang Kai had discovered and asked curiously. Yang Kai looked left and right for a moment. Before taking a deep breath and looking at Yihen, he asked, Sect Master Yi, these guards are all puppets? What? Chi Yu and the others widened their eyes in shock as they looked at the guards standing on both sides of the hall in disbelief and released their divine senses to investigate. After a short while, all of them opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Previously, they didn't pay much attention to it and only felt that these guards gave off a strange feeling. But after Yang Kai's reminder, they discovered that these black-armored, weapon-wielding guards were not living creatures, but rather extremely lifelike puppets. They looked no different from real people, and even the skin exposed outside of their armor was that of a normal person's. Chi Yu and the others turned their heads and looked around. They discovered that the various demonic beasts on the ground also seemed to be puppets. This time, they were completely shocked. Yihen smiled. These are one of the few Earth-grade puppets in our sect. We've embarrassed ourselves in front of young Master Yang and everyone. Although he said so, there was a proud look on his face. Obviously, he was quite proud of his sect's heritage. The other elders of Thousand Leaves sect also had proud expressions on their faces. Yang Kai raised his brow. Puppets are also divided into grades? Yihen replied, Of course. In our Thousand Leaves sect, all puppets are divided into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. Each grade is further divided into 3 ranks, and the higher the grade, the stronger the puppet. Then these Earth-grade puppets. Chiyu pointed at the 30 or so puppets around them and asked curiously, How strong can they be? Yihen replied solemnly, The strongest can be in the 3rd-order Dao Source Realm, while the weakest can be in the 1st-order Dao Source Realm. A series of gasps sounded out. Everyone looked at Yihen in disbelief. If what he said was true, then the 30 or so puppets here were equivalent to 30 or so Dao Source Realm masters, and there was no lack of 3rd-order existences among them. What kind of powerful combat strength was this? Furthermore, this was only the strength of the puppets, and it did not take into account the strength of the cultivator who controlled the puppets. If a cultivator in the 1st-order Dao Source Realm could control a puppet from the 3rd-order Dao Source Realm, they should be able to fight even against a peak Dao Source Realm opponent. Guizhu said with a look of shock, Your noble sect's Dao of puppets is so amazing. Yet there are still people who want to seek other secret arts and secret techniques to replace them. They are simply short-sighted and don't know how lucky they are. Yihen said sadly, Our sect no longer has the methods and secret techniques to control these puppets, so they can only be placed here now. The group of Thousand Leaves sect elders also fell silent, their previous arrogance gone, and their mood was downcast. Let's not waste time on idle chatter. Young Master Yang and all our honored guests have come from afar, so our sect has prepared some wine to welcome you all. Please don't refuse, this way please. Yihen quickly changed the topic, obviously not wanting to continue talking about this sad topic. Yang Kai and the others naturally did not refuse. The other party had good intentions, so it would not be good to refuse, so they followed Yihen into the main hall. Although the cultivator in Thousand Leaves sect did not know why the sect master valued Yang Kai and the others so much that he did not hesitate to personally come out of seclusion to welcome them, they did not dare to ask too much. They were very polite during the banquet, frequently toasting each other, and for a time, both guests and hosts were very happy. Yang Kai and Yihen sat together, not seeming to be reserved at all, and were extremely forthright. As long as someone toasted him, he would happily drink, giving others the impression that he was an open-minded person who could be made friends with him. After 3 rounds of wine, the song ended and everyone dispersed. Yang Kai and the others were arranged to rest in one of the main halls on the main peak. The few of them occupied the entire hall, and aside from a few servants and maids, the rest of the Thousand Leaves sect disciples had already left. Chi Yu and the others all went to rest, and Yang Kai was also led to his room by the maid. After instructing the maid not to disturb him without his orders, Yang Kai placed a barrier around his room. Immediately after, he waved his hand, and a young woman with a graceful figure and beautiful face appeared out of thin air in front of him. Hua Qingxi turned her head to take a look and said in dissatisfaction, "I'm at a critical juncture in my cultivation. Why did you call me out?" Currently, the small sealed world was extremely rich in world energy, and aside from the imperfect world principles, the cultivation environment here was even better than the heaven-grade cultivation Holy Land in Star Soul Palace. During this time, Hua Qingxi and Zhang Ruoxi had been cultivating happily inside. This was especially true for Zhang Ruoxi, whose strength was rising steadily and had already broken through to the Origin King realm, which really made Yang Kai have a whole new level of respect for her. After the mysterious bloodline power in her body awakened, it was as if Zhang Ruoxi had become a completely different person. Although Hua Qingxi had not broken through, her source qi had become much purer during this period of time, which could be considered as laying a good foundation for her breakthrough to the Emperor realm in the future. Naturally, she was a little unhappy that Yang Kai had suddenly interrupted her cultivation. "How is Sister Hua's cultivation?" Yang Kai asked with interest. The stronger Hua Qingxi was, the more help she would be to him. So naturally, he hoped that Hua Qingxi could break through to the Emperor realm as soon as possible. If that was the case, then it would be equivalent to having a hired thug from the Emperor realm by his side, and he could beat up whoever he wanted. Hua Qingxi frowned and said, "I'm still a little bit away, just a little bit away. Maybe the opportunity hasn't come yet." Her tone was a little annoyed. After all, Yang Kai had given her a precious extraordinary treasure pill, so it would be unreasonable if she still couldn't break through to the Emperor realm. Chapter 23:23. Cultivating too quickly is not worth the loss. Yang Kai smiled faintly. He could also see Hua Qingxi's eagerness. "How could I not understand this principle? But if you've reached my level, you'll understand how I feel." Hua Qingxi sighed and waved her hand. "Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Where is this place, and why did you call me out?" "This is Thousand Leaves Sect." "Thousand Leaves Sect?" Hua Qingxi raised her eyebrows and pondered for a moment before asking, "Are you talking about the Thousand Leaves Sect famous for their puppet techniques? Does Sister Hua know about this sect?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. Hua Qingxi replied, "Although Thousand Leaves Sect isn't a first-rate sect, it's still quite famous in the Southern Territory, so how could I not have heard of it? I was quite interested in their puppet techniques and studied them for a while, but unfortunately, I heard that their inheritance has been broken and they've declined for many years. Now, they can't even control the puppets left in the sect." "That's true." Yang Kai immediately understood that Hua Qingxi knew a lot about Thousand Leaves Sect. "Why did you come to Thousand Leaves Sect? Are you also coveting their puppet techniques?" Hua Qingxi asked curiously. "I was asked by someone to help you with something." Yang Kai smiled lightly and explained the whole story a little. Hua Qingxi was surprised. Thousand Leaves Sect actually has an independent sealed world? This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. It's no wonder that Thousand Leaves Sect has declined. If the entrance to the sealed world had been sealed, it would be quite possible. With your divine ability, it shouldn't be difficult for you to repair that entrance. "I'll do my best." Yang Kai shrugged. Hua Qingxi suddenly smiled slyly. She said, "Young Master Yang, if you can find Thousand Leaves Sect's inheritance in that sealed world, can you make a copy for me to take a look?" "That's not very good." Yang Kai cast a sidelong glance at her. "After all, it's someone else's inheritance. What's the point of you secretly observing and comprehending it?" Hua Qingxi curled her lips and said, "You make it sound like you're not interested in it at all. I'm going to break through to the Emperor realm soon anyway. I don't have the time to comprehend those things now." Yang Kai grinned and said, "Let me try." Hua Qingxi said, "That's right. I heard that Thousand Leaves Sect's puppets are divided into Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow grades. Currently, the members of Thousand Leaves Sect can only control puppets below the Profound grade. The method to control puppets above the Earth grade has long been lost." "That's right. On this main peak, there are more than 30 Earth-level puppets, but Yi Hen and the others can't control them at all. There also seem to be quite a number of heaven-level puppets. Yang Kai's face was full of emotion as he recalled the many strange little peaks he had seen before. His heart was shaken. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled. Then, do you know that there are spirit-grade puppets above the heaven-grade puppets? Yang Kai's eyes widened and he said in shock, Spirit-grade puppets? Hua Qingxi nodded and said, I don't know if these puppets really exist. I've only read about them from some ancient books in Star Soul Palace. The records aren't comprehensive. You also know that Star Soul Palace is a big organization, so they have done some research on the secret techniques of the Southern Territory and even the entire star boundary. Tell me about it. Yang Kai immediately became interested. Hua Qingxi said solemnly, Each of Thousand Leaves Sect's heaven-grade puppets can display the strength of a master in the Emperor realm. If it's a peak heaven-grade puppet, it won't be inferior to a third-order Emperor realm master. This is the reason why they were able to become one of the top sects in the Southern Territory. As for the spirit-grade puppets, they seem to have gained sentience. They can think independently and have their own consciousness. They can also cultivate various secret arts and secret techniques. They can constantly improve their strength just like that big rock of yours. What she was referring to was naturally the embodiment. Yang Kai was shocked and he stared at Hua Qingxi in shock. The reason why puppets were called puppets was because they had no consciousness and could only act under someone's command. If they could think independently and have their own consciousness, they could even improve their strength through cultivation. How could they still be called puppets? That was clearly a right that only living beings had. Hua Qingxi chuckled. I don't know if it's true or not, but that's what I read in the ancient books. It's just that although Thousand Leaves Sect was famous for their puppet techniques back then, they didn't have many spirit-grade puppets, and no one knows where these spirit-grade puppets went. Yang Kai remained silent for a long time. Puppets gaining sentience sounded a little unbelievable at first, but it wasn't completely impossible upon careful consideration. This world was vast and filled with countless strange things. Even Lu Yen was an artifact spirit, so why couldn't puppets gain sentience? It was just that too many opportunities were required to achieve this. By the way, why did you call me out? If there's nothing else, I'm going back to cultivate. Hua Qingxi couldn't help but ask after seeing Yang Kai in a daze for a long time. Yang Kai came back to his senses and said, Sister Hua, don't go back for now. I need you to help me with something. What is it? I found a few old friends on my way to Thousand Leaves Sect. But the vice sect master of Thousand Leaves Sect doesn't seem to have a good impression of us. I'm afraid that if I'm not here, that old man will do something to them. He needed to repair Thousand Leaves Sect's space array, and if he had the chance, he wanted to enter the sealed world to take a look and see if he could find any opportunities. Naturally, he couldn't accompany Qi Yu and the others at all times. Qi Yu and the others were only in the first-order Dao Source Realm, while Shirtsong Ying was in the third-order Dao Source Realm. So the difference between their cultivations wasn't small. If Shirtsong Ying secretly attacked them while he was away, Qi Yu and the others definitely wouldn't be able to resist. The reason he called Hua Qingxi out was to protect Qi Yu and the others in secret. After explaining his thoughts to Hua Qingxi, she immediately agreed, That's not a problem. Young Master Yang, you should just mind your own business. It's just a third-order Dao Source Realm. If he really wants to seek his own death, I don't mind sending him on his way. As she spoke, a cold glint flashed across her eyes. She was obviously annoyed that her cultivation had been delayed because of Shi Tsongying. Although Hua Qingxi and Shi Tsongying's cultivations were the same, their backgrounds were different. Shi Tsongying was only the vice sect master of Thousand Leaves Sect. So how could his secret arts and secret techniques be compared to Hua Qingxi's from Star Soul Palace? If the two of them really fought to the death, Shi Tsongying had no chance of winning. Then I'll have to trouble elder sister Hua. Yang Kai grinned. Hua Qingxi glared at Yang Kai and said faintly, Ever since I handed the soul brand to you, elder sister Hua has already accepted her fate. I only hope that you can treat elder sister Hua better in the future. Elder sister Hua will be content as long as you don't scold or beat me. Speaking of which, She even reached out to wipe the corners of her eyes, looking like she was going to follow her husband wherever he went. Yang Kai's face was covered in cold sweat as he wiped his forehead. "Elder Sister Hua, you must not speak to me like that in front of that Yao race woman, otherwise I'll be dead for sure." Hua Qingxi's face was filled with resentment as she pursed her red lips. "Young Master Yang, you already have Elder Sister Hua and Lu Yan, but you're still not satisfied? You actually want to provoke other women? What part of us sisters can't compare to them?" Cold sweat poured down Yang Kai's forehead like a waterfall as he said in embarrassment, "Stop playing around, or else I'll cut you." Hua Qingxi giggled, and with a twist of her body, she scuttled to the door and turned around. "Since young Master Yang is so afraid of that Yao race woman, it seems that she has something on you. What are you going to do?" Yang Kai turned pale with fright. "Don't tell me you're going to look for her." Hua Qingxi replied, "Don't worry. I'll protect them in secret. There are so many rooms here. I'm going to find a room to meditate." Saying so, she opened the door and with a nimble slide, disappeared. Yang Kai's face was filled with apprehension as he released his divine sense. After confirming that Hua Qingxi had really just found a room to cultivate, he finally relaxed. The next day, Yi Jinghan came to look for Yang Kai, but contrary to Yang Kai's expectations, Yi Jinghan did not mention anything about repairing the space array and instead brought over some herbs. These herbs were the ones Yang Kai had previously instructed her to find and refine for Chai Hu's antidote. Although these herbs weren't too hard to find, they weren't easy to find either. Yang Kai never expected that Thousand Leaves sect would be able to gather them for him in just a single day. Since he had already gathered all the herbs, Yang Kai naturally planned to refine the common condensation pill for the antidote before anything else. After thanking Yi Jinghan and sending her off, Yang Kai immediately opened his furnace and started refining. In less than half a day, he had successfully refined a furnace of common condensation pills. Qiyu and the others rushed over after hearing the news from Chai Hu's room, all of them nervously looking at him. At this moment, Chai Hu was holding a jade bottle in his hand, with 6 rolling spirit pills within it. Sitting on the ground, he looked somewhat absent-minded as he held onto the jade bottle. "Yang Kai, are these the common condensation pills you mentioned?" Qiyu turned her head to look at Yang Kai and asked. "Yes." Yang Kai nodded and said with a serious look on his face, "Senior Chai can take one now. Please help him refine its medicinal efficacies. After 3 days, he can take another one. After half a month, the monster poison will be neutralized." Hearing this, Chai Hu's body shook. Raising his head to look at Yang Kai, he gulped down a mouthful of saliva and said, "After neutralizing the monster poison, my cultivation, you'll still be a third-order origin king." Yang Kai gave a faint smile. Hearing his words, Chai Hu's face couldn't help but turn gloomy, while the hearts of the others also turned heavy. All of them believed that Chai Hu would remain at this level for the rest of his life, without the slightest possibility of improving. Yang Kai continued, "However, as long as you continue to cultivate, you'll quickly recover." Chai Hu's eyes abruptly lit up as he stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. "Young Master Yang means to say that I can still recover to my previous state?" Yang Kai replied, "Naturally. Senior Chai's cultivation has only been suppressed due to the monster poison. It hasn't been that long, so your foundation hasn't been damaged. As long as you continue to cultivate diligently, you'll definitely recover." Gui Zhu asked nervously, "Are you sure, Sect Master?" With a smile, Yang Kai replied, "Why would I joke about such a matter? That's great." Qiyu instantly relaxed, as though a large stone had been lifted from her heart. If Chai Hu's cultivation really stopped progressing, everyone, including her, would definitely feel uneasy for the rest of their lives. After all, Chai Hu had only stayed behind to defend against the danger for the sake of buying time for them. However, now that Yang Kai had said that Chai Hu's cultivation wouldn't be hindered in the future, they were naturally happy. Chapter 23-24. After receiving an affirmative reply from Yang Kai, Chai Hu no longer hesitated and immediately swallowed a common condensation pill. Qiyu and the others stood to the side to help him neutralize the effects of the pill, all of them feeling extremely nervous. Thousand Leaves Sect. On another mountain peak approximately 150 kilometers away from the main peak, there was a majestic hall. In a wing of the hall, Shirt Songying stood with his hands behind his back, a dark expression on his face, as he listened to the report of a disciple behind him. After a short while, he spoke. "You're saying that those outsiders have entered the main hall?" The disciple respectfully replied. "Reporting to Vice Sect Master, that is indeed the case. Have there been any signs of them going out in the past 2 days?" "No, but young Sect Master has made a trip there. Have you managed to find out why they're here?" Shirt Songying asked again. The disciple replied. "This disciple is incompetent and has yet to find any clues. However what? However, I've heard that that guy called Yang Kai is proficient in alchemy and is the one who refined the extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm. He's a Dao Source Grade Alchemy Grandmaster. This disciple guesses that their trip this time should be related to alchemy." Alchemy! A glint flashed across Shirt Songying's eyes as he nodded lightly. "That's possible. Yihen is already so old, but his cultivation hasn't improved. Perhaps he's thinking of ways to refine pills. If it's just alchemy, why would Yihen value that little brat so much, to the point of disregarding this old master's face?" The disciple asked. "Is it possible that little brat surnamed Yang still has extraordinary treasure pills on him?" He was just casually making a guess. But those words caused Shirt Songying's entire body to tremble. A glint flashed across his eyes. Thinking about it from a different perspective, Yihen currently had a cultivation in the Third Order Dao Source realm and was in need of extraordinary treasure pills. If Yang Kai truly had such a heaven-defying pill on him, everything would make sense. There wasn't a single cultivator in the Third Order Dao Source realm who didn't covet such a spirit pill. It was a peerless spirit pill that could help a cultivator break through to the Emperor realm. Yihen definitely knew something, which was why he was so polite to that little brat, to the point that he didn't even care about Shirt Songying himself. Thinking about it, Shirt Songying's heart immediately began to burn. He was also a cultivator in the Third Order Dao Source realm and was still far from reaching the Emperor realm. If he could obtain an extraordinary treasure pill, he might be able to pry into the Grand Dao in a very short time and reach the top of the world in a single bound. "Vice Sect Master, there is another matter." The disciple spoke up again after seeing Shirt Songying remain silent for a long time. "What is it?" Shirt Songying asked. "I've heard that Sky Illumination Palace and Sky Peak Temple have made some moves, and it seems like they're going to harm our Thousand Leaves Sect." Shirt Songying's body shook. He turned his head to look at the disciple and asked, "Is this news true?" The disciple replied, "It's just some rumors. I'm not too sure about the details." "Go and investigate. Investigate the authenticity of this news at all costs. If there's even the slightest sign of trouble, report it immediately." Shirt Songying said somewhat anxiously. If Sky Peak Temple and Sky Illumination Palace really wanted to shed all pretenses of cordiality with Thousand Leaves Sect would not be able to resist them with their current strength. Neither of these two sects were inferior to Thousand Leaves Sect. This was especially true for Sky Illumination Palace. It was said that Sky Illumination Palace's palace master, Chiozei, had been trying to break through to the Emperor realm for the past few years, but he had never been able to do so. If he was allowed to ascend to the Emperor realm, the division of forces within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers would be reshuffled, and all sects would have to depend on Sky Illumination Palace for their survival. Hearing that these two sects were going to harm Thousand Leaves Sect, Shirt Songying immediately panicked. After the disciple left, he continued to pace anxiously in his room. After a long time, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. A cold light flickered in his eyes as he gritted his teeth. "Yihen, oh Yihen, you've really gone senile. Since you're willing to lead a wolf into the house and refuse to listen to this old master's advice, then don't blame this old master for ignoring our many years of friendship. This old master also needs to plan for the future of Thousand Leaves Sect. The foundation of our ancestors cannot be destroyed by your hands. Otherwise, how will we face our sect ancestors in the underworld?" As he spoke, He seemed to have made up his mind, and his eyes became resolute. After a short while, with a slight movement of his divine sense, he summoned a few of his trusted disciples and secretly gave them some instructions. These disciples quickly left after receiving their orders. On the third day after Yang Kai and the others moved into Thousand Leaves sect, Chai, whose situation had improved significantly. After taking the condensed pill, although the monster poison in his body had not been completely removed, it was no longer constantly corroding his dantian and meridians. As long as he continued to take the condensed pill according to Yang Kai's instructions, the poison in his body would be completely removed in half a month's time. Chai, who was naturally extremely grateful to Yang Kai. On the other hand, Chi Yu and the others did not say anything. Everyone had come from the same star territory, so they had long been inseparable from each other. Chai, who was their sworn brother, which made him Yang Kai's senior, so it was only natural for him to lend a helping hand. Yang Kai was also very happy that Chi Yu and the others were able to befriend Chai Hu in the star boundary. According to what they had told him, if not for Chai Hu's constant help during the past 2 years, their lives in the star boundary would definitely not have been so smooth. For the sake of rescuing Chi Yu, Chai Hu had not hesitated to put himself in danger. Despite knowing that the chances of success were not high, he had still snuck into the city lord's mansion without any hesitation, without the slightest bit of apprehension about the various dangers he would encounter. Facts had also proven that if not for Yang Kai's coincidental presence, Chai Hu would definitely have died without a burial place. He was clearly a person who placed great importance on relationships. There was no need to have too many of such friends and brothers in one's life. One was enough. Yang Kai was truly happy for Chi Yu and the others. On the third day, while Yang Kai was meditating, light footsteps rang out from outside his door. The footsteps quickly stopped at the door. Without waiting for anyone to knock on the door, Yang Kai waved his hand and opened the door, only to see Yi Jinghan standing outside. As their eyes met, Yi Jinghan softly called out, "Young Master Yang, come in and talk." Yang Kai invited her in. Yi Jinghan nodded her head and walked in. After entering the room, Yi Jinghan found a chair and sat down, before asking, "Has young Master Yang been well these past few days?" Yang Kai gave a faint smile and replied, "Miss Yi, you didn't come here to ask about this, right?" Seeing that Yang Kai seemed to have already guessed her intentions for coming here, Yi Jinghan could not help but blush, not knowing how to reply. Yang Kai said, "Please lead the way, Miss Yi." Hearing this, Yi Jinghan rejoiced and asked, "Does young Master Yang have any other matters to attend to?" Yang Kai replied, "What other matters do you have? I've come here for that sealed world. Could it be that Thousand Leaves sect hasn't finished their preparations?" No. Yi Jinghan hurriedly waved her hands. "Thousand Leaves sect is ready at any time. My father has been waiting for you. Please follow me, young Master Yang." As she spoke, she immediately led the way in front. Following Yi Jinghan, Yang Kai flew through the Thousand Leaves mountain range. Not long after, they arrived in front of a mountain valley. The scenery in this mountain valley was extraordinary and beautiful, with birds chirping and flowers blooming everywhere. After arriving here, Yang Kai could not help but raise his brow as he stared at the scenery in the mountain valley, a strange glint flashing across his eyes. He instinctively felt that there was something wrong with this mountain valley, but he was unable to pinpoint exactly what it was. Yi Jinghan took the initiative to explain, "There's an illusory array here that was set up by an ancestor of my Thousand Leaves sect. Please wait a moment, young Master Yang. I'll send a message to my father and have him remove the restriction." So it was an illusory array. Only now did Yang Kai understand why he felt that something was amiss. His current strength was not bad, and his divine sense was incomparably powerful. However, he was still unable to see through the mysteries of this illusory array with a single glance. From this, it could be seen how profound this array was. The person who set up this illusory array was undoubtedly a powerhouse from the Emperor Realm. Only a powerhouse from the Emperor Realm would be able to do something like this. After understanding this point, Yang Kai's interest was immediately piqued. His divine sense continued to shuttle back and forth within the mountain valley in an attempt to pry into its mysteries. However, no matter how hard he tried, he was still unable to pry into anything. The illusory array in this mountain valley seemed to be formed naturally, with not a single flaw to be found. This caused Yang Kai to sigh in amazement. Thousand Leaves sect had been in decline for many years, so this illusory array should have been around for countless years as well. However, even after experiencing so many changes, this illusory array was still standing here. From this, one could see that not only did the person who set up this array have an extraordinary cultivation, their comprehension of the Tao of arrays was also not something that others could compare to. On the other side, Yi Jinghan carefully released her divine sense to scan the surroundings. After confirming that there was no one in the vicinity, she took out her communication artifact and poured her divine sense into it. Clearly, she was sending a message to Yi Hen. After a short while, a layer of ripples suddenly appeared in the air in front of her, as though a pebble had been thrown into a calm lake. Seeing this, Yi Jinghan hurriedly said with a solemn expression, "Young Master Yang, please follow me closely. Don't take a single wrong step, or you'll trigger the killing array in this mountain valley." "I understand." Yang Kai nodded his head. Yi Jinghan took a step forward, and her entire body seemed to melt into the wall of air, quickly disappearing from sight. Yang Kai followed her and took a step forward. In the next instant, the scenery before his eyes changed. This place was still a mountain valley, but it was different from the beautiful scenery he had seen before. This place was extremely desolate, with not even a single blade of grass growing. It was a completely barren land. Yi Jinghan stood in front of him and waited quietly. Seeing Yang Kai enter the array, she nodded her head lightly towards him, before leading the way in front with light steps. Clearly, she had entered this place countless times, so she knew the safe routes in this array like the back of her hand. Step by step, she walked forward in an extremely orderly and efficient manner. Originally, she was worried that Yang Kai might not be able to keep up, so she had slowed down her pace. However, after walking forward for a while, she discovered that Yang Kai appeared to be in an extremely relaxed state. Immediately, she knew that her worries were unnecessary, causing her speed to increase by quite a bit. Yang Kai continued to follow closely behind Yi Jinghan, not leaving her by even a single step, like a shadow following her. The two of them walked for an entire incense stick's worth of time within the illusion array, before the area before them suddenly opened up, revealing a gigantic platform. This platform was clearly man-made, as there were traces of carvings on it. However, it gave off an ancient aura, clearly having been passed down for a long time. At this very moment, the sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, Yi Hen, was standing beside this platform, with a lonely and ashamed expression on his face. Hearing a sound, Yi Hen turned his head and looked over. Seeing that his daughter had brought Yang Kai here, he hurriedly cupped his fists and greeted, "Young Master Yang." Chapter 23-25. Sect Master Yi. After returning the greeting, Yang Kai's attention was immediately attracted by the gigantic platform in front of him. His eyes stared intently at the platform as he carefully observed it, his eyes overflowing with light. "Young Master Yang." Just as Yi Jinghan was about to say something, Yi Hen suddenly raised his hand and stopped her, before gesturing for her to remain silent. Yi Jinghan also knew that she was being a little too abrupt. Sticking out her tongue playfully, she stood beside her father and waited anxiously. In front of the platform, the trio remained silent for a long time. Yi Hen and his daughter had been paying attention to the changes in Yang Kai's expression, while Yang Kai's attention was completely focused on the platform in front of him. The platform in front of him was clearly a gigantic array base. Yang Kai did not have much understanding of the Tao of spirit arrays. The only spirit array he was proficient in was space arrays, and that was all thanks to Yang Inflammation. Back then, in order to set up space arrays in the territory of Shadowed Star and even the Homeward Star, he had put in a lot of effort. Yang Inflammation had even imparted the method of setting up space arrays to him. Therefore, Yang Kai's understanding of space arrays was extremely thorough. Using his divine sense, he immediately sensed that there were countless mysterious array diagrams engraved on the platform, all of which were connected to one another, forming a hub that connected the star boundary and the sealed world. Those array diagrams were incomparably mysterious. Although there were many differences between them and the ones Yang Kai had grasped, Yang Kai only needed to study them for a short while to understand them thoroughly. Not only that, he had also comprehended some other things from those array diagrams, causing him to fall into deep thought. The knowledge of spirit arrays imparted to him by Yang Inflammation was undoubtedly the best of the best, and was definitely superior to the array-based platform in front of him. However, he could use the stones of other mountains to polish jade. The array diagrams engraved on the array-based platform still allowed Yang Kai to gain some insights. Half a day later, only then did Yang Kai take a deep breath and retract his divine sense, his eyes shining brightly. Young Master Yang. Seeing that he had finally regained his senses, Yi Jinghan called out nervously. Yi Hen also asked nervously, "Young Master Yang, did you find anything?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Your noble sex ancestors are really talented. The person who arranged this spirit array is definitely an array grandmaster. Let's put it this way, the array base here is completely fine, it's just that its energy has been depleted. It only needs to be replenished with some energy, and it will be able to operate again." Hearing this, Yi Hen's eyes lit up as he whispered, "Young Master Yang, are you sure?" After a short pause, he awkwardly said, "It's not that this Yi doesn't trust young Master Yang, but this matter concerns my Thousand Leaves sect." Yang Kai smiled faintly and said, "I understand. Sect Master Yi doesn't need to explain, but I can tell you with certainty that there is no damage to the array foundation here. Furthermore, even if it's damaged, as long as I have the materials, I can refine another one." Yi Hen's body trembled as he looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. Only now did he realize that he had underestimated Yang Kai's attainments in the space divine technique. He had originally thought that Yang Kai had some understanding of the Tao of space. With his age, his cultivation definitely wouldn't be too deep. However, after hearing his words, he knew that he was wrong. Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of space could be counted on one's fingers in the entire star boundary. If not for this, he definitely wouldn't have been able to refine an array-based platform with such confidence. Yi Jinghan asked, "If there is no problem with the array base here, why is the entrance to the sealed world closed?" Yang Kai replied, "Space arrays are bidirectional. Just because there is no problem with one side doesn't mean that there is no problem with the other side. It might be that the array base on the other side is damaged, which is why it can't be used." "The other side?" Yi Hen furrowed his brows and said in shock, "Young Master Yang means to say that the array base in the sealed world is damaged? That's about it. What should we do?" Yi Jinghan's face turned pale. "If the array base on the other side is damaged, we won't be able to teleport to the other side at all. Even if we have the means to repair it, we won't be able to use it." Yi Hen looked towards Yang Kai and asked, "Young Master Yang, do you have any ideas?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "For an ordinary person, if the array base on the other side is damaged, they will naturally be unable to teleport. However, if one possesses the Tao of space, it is not impossible to follow the connection between the two array bases and open a passage to the other side. Therefore, I should be able to give it a try." He didn't speak too confidently. Even if he had 80% confidence before the matter was over, giving too much hope would only make it easier for him to be disappointed. He had always been a cautious person. Hearing this, Yi Hen couldn't help but become excited, cupping his fists and saying, "If young Master Yang is truly able to repair this array, you will be the benefactor of my Thousand Leaves sect. If young Master Yang has any orders in the future, my Thousand Leaves sect will definitely obey, even if it costs us our lives." Yang Kai replied indifferently, "Sect Master Yi is too serious. It's just that I won't be able to do it even if I give it a try, but it might take some time. My friends are still in Thousand Leaves sect, so I will have to trouble Sect Master Yi to take care of them." Of course, Yi Hen nodded. As if he knew what Yang Kai was worried about, he immediately said, "This Yi will definitely take good care of them. If they are harmed in the slightest, young Master Yang can hold me accountable." "That's good." Yang Kai nodded, then continued, "Does Sect Master Yi have a map of the sealed world? If I really am teleported there, I might need to repair the array base on the other side, so I will need to find some materials inside the sealed world. Yang Kai still had some materials to arrange space arrays, all of which were leftovers from the territory of Homeworld Star. Although they weren't of high quality, they would definitely be able to repair the array base. When he was studying the array diagrams on the array base, he had also memorized them all. The reason why he said this was naturally because Yang Kai was also very interested in the sealed world. This sealed world was Thousand Leaves Sect's absolute secret, and only a few people in each generation knew about it. There should be some good stuff inside such a sealed world, so Yang Kai naturally wanted to explore it and see if there were any opportunities. Furthermore, Yi Jinghan had mentioned before that there was a place called the Emperor Heaven Valley in this sealed world, an excellent place to comprehend the Heavenly Ways Emperor intent. If a Tao Source Realm cultivator could comprehend it, it would greatly benefit them when they broke through to the Emperor Realm in the future. How could Yang Kai miss out on such a good place? Looking for materials was just an excuse. Yi Hen was obviously well aware of this, but he didn't refuse in the slightest. Instead, he straightforwardly took out a yellowed animal skin map and handed it to Yang Kai. Even if young Master Yang didn't ask, he was prepared to give this map to you. Yang Kai took it and gave it a quick glance. He knew that this map was genuine, so he immediately kept it in his space ring. I'll leave everything to you, young Master Yang. Yi Hen cupped his fists solemnly. Yi Jinghan also said from the side, Young Master Yang, be careful. It'll naturally be good if you succeed, but if not, there's no need to force it. Yang Kai replied, I'll do my best. Saying so, his figure flickered, and he appeared on the platform of the array base, before sitting down in a cross-legged position. In the next instant, space principles suddenly surged out, lingering around his body. In an instant, the space in a radius of 100 feet suddenly collapsed, as tiny pitch-black spatial cracks appeared, swimming around him like fish. The faces of Yi Hen and his daughter changed drastically as they sensed the danger brought about by the spatial cracks. They quickly retreated, looking ahead in shock and uncertainty. This is space principles? Yi Jinghan's beautiful eyes widened as she cried out in shock, trying to sense exactly what was going on with space principles. However, no matter how hard she tried, she was unable to sense anything. She could only feel that the principles lingering around Yang Kai were incomparably mysterious, something that she couldn't comprehend at all. Yi Hen sighed. A cultivator who has grasped the Tao of space is publicly acknowledged as the most difficult cultivator to deal with within the star's territory. I never thought that young Master Yang's grasp of space principles would have reached such a level. In the future, you might be able to achieve a grand Tao through space principles. Yi Jinghan's tender body trembled as she looked at her father in disbelief. She never thought that her master would give Yang Kai such a high evaluation. However, after thinking about it again before meeting Yang Kai, when had she ever seen such an outstanding Tao Source Realm cultivator? She was also in the Tao Source Realm, so she naturally knew how strong a Tao Source Realm cultivator should be. However, Yang Kai's strength was far from what she could estimate. Ordinary Tao Source Realm cultivators were as weak and laughable as babies in front of him. Even those from the Third Order Tao Source Realm weren't Yang Kai's match, and were easily crushed by him. It was rumored that every single one of those Master Realm cultivators were astonishingly talented when they were young. Wasn't Yang Kai one of them? Perhaps. In the future, he might really achieve what her master had said, and achieve a grand Tao that would shake the entire star's territory. Thinking up to this point, Yi Jinghan couldn't help but tremble in excitement. She was able to get to know Yang Kai when he was young, and had the opportunity to witness the growth and rise of a master. Even though her relationship with Yang Kai wasn't that close, she still felt proud. Wang. Just as Yi Jinghan's thoughts were running wild, a strange sound suddenly rang out from the void. After the sound rang out, Yi Jinghan's beautiful face instantly turned pale, as she discovered that the space around her had completely frozen in an instant. It was as if she was wrapped in a block of ice. Not only was it difficult for her to breathe, even the circulation of the source qi in her body had started to become intermittent. Turning her head to look, Yi Jinghan discovered that her father seemed to be in the same situation, with a difficult expression on his face, as he resisted the suppression of the Tao of space. Just as her mind was in a state of panic, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. With a solemn expression on his face, he extended his hands into the void before him. Under Yi Jinghan's gaze, the two hands strangely disappeared, as if they had been isolated into another space. Yang Kai put on an extremely difficult expression as he spread his hands apart, while letting out a loud roar. Chi 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 chi. Following Yang Kai's actions, a jet-black crack suddenly appeared in front of him. An aura that caused one's heart to palpitate and panic spread out from the crack, as if it could even devour one's vision. A void crack! Yi Hen cried out in alarm, his gaze fixed on the jet-black crack as he felt incomparably shocked in his heart. This was the first time he had seen such a gigantic void crack, and he could clearly sense how dangerous it was, causing him to stare blankly at it. Under Yang Kai's continuous efforts, the crack continued to expand, quickly turning into a passageway large enough for one person to pass through. The passageway was filled with chaos and nothingness, seemingly extending to the end of the world. Chapter 23-26. This is the void corridor? Yi Jinghan covered her red lips with her hand and exclaimed softly. Although she had used space arrays to travel between two places and knew that there were void corridors connecting space arrays, she had never seen one with her own eyes. This was her first time seeing one. Although Yi Hen was also extremely shocked, he stared at the void corridor without blinking, seemingly trying to comprehend something from it. There weren't many opportunities to see a void corridor, especially one that had been opened by someone, leaving obvious traces. If he could really gain something from it, he would definitely benefit immensely. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to grasp the traces of Space Force, causing him to feel extremely vexed. As for Yang Kai, he had already stood up. With a flash, he entered the void corridor. At the same time his figure disappeared, the void corridor seemed to have lost its support and closed up in an instant. Yi Hen and his daughter had worried looks on their faces. They did not know if Yang Kai's trip would be smooth, or if he would get lost in the void corridor and never find his way back. Within the void corridor, Yang Kai walked forward leisurely. The surrounding void turbulence rushed towards him, but was pulled aside by a mysterious force from his body, causing him to be completely unharmed. Yang Kai was no longer the ignorant person he used to be in terms of Space Force. The Space Force had already penetrated deep into his bones. Therefore, the mere void turbulence could not hinder him at all. At this moment, the only thing that made it difficult for him was how to find the exit of the sealed world. Although there were two array bases that were connected, the one in the sealed world had been damaged for countless years. Yang Kai could only vaguely grasp the connection coming from the other side. However, he was not completely sure. In this void corridor, he could only follow the direction of the weak connection and move forward quickly. Fortunately, as time passed, the subtle connection became clearer and clearer, allowing Yang Kai to be certain that he was not going in the wrong direction. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly stopped at a certain place and released his divine sense to investigate. After releasing his divine sense, he muttered to himself, "It should be here." Saying so, Yang Kai used his Space Force again and slowly stretched out his hands towards the turbulent void in front of him. Wherever his hands passed, ripples spread out and the turbulent void was smoothed out like a crumpled piece of paper. As Yang Kai opened his hands, a ray of light suddenly appeared in front of him. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, knowing that his senses were right. He increased his strength. After a short while, Yang Kai once again tore open a crack in the tunnel. From the inside of the crack, Yang Kai vaguely saw some unique scenery. He was overjoyed and no longer hesitated. He directly jumped out of the crack. There was a slight feeling of weightlessness. Kai Yang quickly stabilized his body, and when his vision was restored, he found that he had arrived in another world. The world energy here was extremely rich, no worse than his own sealed world bead. The stagnant world energy even showed signs of turning into mist, a breathtaking sight. With such rich world energy, the vegetation here was also growing extremely well with dense grasses. The place he was standing on just happened to be an array-based platform. This array-based platform was exactly the same as the one Yang Kai saw in the Thousand Leaves Sect's illusion array mountain valley. It was obvious that they were all made by the same person, and they were the other part of the formation-based platform that was connected to each other. However, probably because it had not been used for many years, this array-based platform was covered in grass, making it look a little damaged. Upon seeing this array-based platform, Yang Kai knew that he had not found the wrong place. This should be the Thousand Leaves Sect's sealed world, the foundation of Thousand Leaves Sect's prosperity back then, as well as the reason why Thousand Leaves Sect had declined. Yang Kai waved his hand and a scorching power spread out, instantly burning the grass to ashes and revealing the complete platform. Yang Kai swept it with his divine sense, wanting to know what was wrong with this array-based platform that caused the two places to be unable to connect. Soon, he discovered something and could not help but let out a soft cry of surprise. Although things were similar to what he had expected, there were still some discrepancies. There was indeed a problem with this array-based platform, but it was not a natural problem but a man-made one. Yang Kai discovered that there was a sword mark on one of the array diagrams that ran through the entire platform. It was the destruction of these diagrams that caused this array-based platform to become defective and unusable. How could this be? Yang Kai could not help but feel a little suspicious. According to Yi Jinghan, the reason why Thousand Leaves Sect had gradually declined was because the entrance to the sealed world had suddenly closed. If that was the case, Thousand Leaves Sect would not have declined so thoroughly. The key point was that when the entrance to the sealed world closed, the Thousand Leaves Sect's sect master was still inside. That generation's sect master had brought in most of the sect's secret arts and secret techniques, causing Thousand Leaves Sect's inheritance to be severed, causing it to gradually decline. Now, Thousand Leaves Sect could not even control those Earth-grade puppets and could only let them be exposed to the elements on the square in front of the main hall. He had originally thought that all of this was just a coincidence and had lamented the bad luck of that generation's Thousand Leaves Sect's sect master. It just so happened that the entrance to the sealed world had closed when he entered. However, he never imagined that the truth of the matter would be very different from what he had guessed. The array-based platform here had been destroyed by someone, and judging from the strength and smoothness of the sword mark, the person who destroyed the array base was undoubtedly very clear-headed at that time. He had not wantonly destroyed the array-based platform and had only cut a crack in it, causing the connection between the two arrays to be severed. Combined with Yi Jinghan's words, this sword mark was undoubtedly made by the Thousand Leaves Sect's sect master. He was not trapped here because the array base was suddenly damaged, but because he wanted to stay here. In order not to be disturbed, he did not hesitate to destroy this world-crossing space array. What was he doing here with so many Thousand Leaves Sect's secret arts and secret techniques? Could it be that he wanted to comprehend some secret technique and did not want to be disturbed? A blank look appeared on Yang Kai's face. If that was the case, then it did make sense. The sword mark on the array base was not deep, and was just enough to obstruct the transfer between the two arrays. If one had the right materials, a slightly stronger person should be able to repair it. The sect master of that generation of Thousand Leaves Sect was at least a cultivator from the Emperor Realm, possibly even a third-order Emperor Realm master. Since he had damaged the array base, he should not have to worry about being unable to repair it. However, what kind of secret technique did he want to cultivate that he had to come to this place? Yang Kai could not figure it out even after thinking about it for a long time, so he could only shake his head and sigh. He was not in a hurry to repair the crack in the array base. Instead, he took out the map Yi Hen had given him and gave it a quick look. This map was not complicated, as this sealed world was not big, only about the size of his sealed world bead. However, the world energy here was extremely outstanding, clearly indicating the existence of an excellent earth vein. If he could repair the array base of the two arrays, he would be able to connect Thousand Leaves Sect and this sealed world bead. At that time, the world energy here would also be available to Thousand Leaves Sect, greatly improving the cultivation environment of Thousand Leaves Sect's disciples. The map was clearly marked, so Yang Kai quickly found the location of the Emperor Heaven Valley. After a short while, he put away the map, summoned his wooden boat, and flew in that direction. Along the way, Yang Kai was unable to contain his joy, stopping from time to fly down. That was because there were many precious herbs in this sealed world. No one had set foot in this sealed world of Thousand Leaves sect for tens of thousands of years, so the world energy here was extremely rich. Naturally, it was an excellent place for spirit grasses and spirit medicines to grow. Many precious spirit grasses grew in large patches, giving off a rich medicinal fragrance. Yang Kai did not need to specifically search for them to find them, as he only needed to fly down and collect them. Furthermore, the spirit grasses and spirit medicines here were all very old. The herbs Yang Kai collected were at least a few thousand years old, and there were even some that were more than 10,000 years old. Every single one of these spirit grasses and spirit medicines had rich medicinal properties, making them the best ingredients for alchemy. Yang Kai was extremely happy to collect them. Yi Hen probably did not expect that there would be so many precious herbs in her own sealed world. If she had known earlier, she would have definitely entered together with Yang Kai and definitely would not have let him off so easily. Just these herbs alone were enough to double the financial resources of Thousand Leaves sect. Along the way, all the herbs were collected by Yang Kai. This was only the tip of the iceberg of this sealed world. If he explored the entire place, Yang Kai estimated that he would no longer need to worry about alchemy materials in the future. In just 2 days, the medicine garden in Yang Kai's sealed world bead was filled to the brim. He had no choice but to collect some of the cheaper herbs and store them in his space ring for safekeeping. Thousand Leaves sect was sitting on a mountain of treasures, but they did not have access to them. Otherwise, they would not have been so weak just by relying on these herbs. Even if they could not compare to the top sects in the Southern Territory, at the very least, there were many masters from the Emperor realm in the sect, so they would not be bullied by a few second-rate forces. Thousand Leaves sect's biggest weakness now was that they did not have the Emperor realm to oversee them, which was also the biggest dilemma faced by most second-rate forces in the Star Boundary. After all, there were not many people in the Emperor realm. After another day, a huge mountain valley suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. The scenery in this mountain valley was beautiful, and a strange fragrance filled the air. Before he even got close, Yang Kai could already smell the fragrance of many herbs. After comparing the mountain valley with the Emperor Heaven Valley on the map, a look of joy appeared on Yang Kai's face. Knowing that he had found the place, he immediately increased his speed. After a short while, Yang Kai landed and stood at a certain spot in the middle of the Emperor Heaven Valley. After carefully sensing the surroundings for a moment, a strange expression appeared on his face. "You lied to me? How can there be any Emperor intent here?" The reason why he had agreed to come to Thousand Leaves sect to repair the Transworld Space Array was because this Emperor Heaven Valley was somewhat attractive to him. He wanted to lay the foundation for his future breakthrough to the Emperor realm. After all, Yi Jinghan had said that this Emperor Heaven Valley was filled with Emperor pressure and Emperor intent, making it the best place to comprehend the Heavenly Way and Martial Tao. It was also the most important place in Thousand Leaves sect's sealed world. Yang Kai had originally planned to enter seclusion here for a while to comprehend the Heavenly Way, but when he arrived, he discovered that there was no Emperor intent here other than the rich medicinal fragrance. Chapter 23-27. This Emperor Heaven Valley did not live up to its name and was of no use to Yang Kai. It was impossible for Yi Jinghan to lie to him. This was something that Yang Kai was confident of. Ever since he met Yi Jinghan, she had always been extremely careful and respectful towards him. How could she lie to him about such a matter? The only explanation was that the Emperor Heaven Valley did indeed possess Emperor intent, but for some unknown reason, it had disappeared. Tens of thousands of years had passed, and the sea had changed into mulberry fields. Anything could happen. Yang Kai stood in place and felt vexed for a while. However, when he recalled that he had collected so many spirit grasses and spirit medicines, it was not a complete waste. On the contrary, he had gained quite a lot, so he no longer felt conflicted. This valley was filled with a strange fragrance, clearly showing that there were quite a few spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Since he had already arrived at this place, Yang Kai did not plan to give up and started to search within the valley. Not long after, Yang Kai's harvest was huge. After he collected a dark red fruit from a fruit tree that was half the height of a person, He was about to stuff it into his space ring. All of a sudden, he seemed to have discovered something and released his divine sense to investigate the fruit. After a while, he could not help but exclaim in surprise. He recognized this fruit. It was a Tao Source-grade high-rank spirit fruit, the vermilion bird fruit, the main ingredient for refining the vein cleansing pill. After consuming it, it could help cleanse the meridians of a cultivator, causing their cultivation to become purer. It would have been fine if that was all, but the key point was that Yang Kai could clearly detect a trace of principal strength from the vermilion bird fruit. No matter how high the grade of a Tao Source-grade spirit fruit was, it was impossible for it to give birth to principal strength. This made him extremely shocked. After a while, he sensed it carefully. Yang Kai discovered that the principal strength nurtured within the vermilion bird fruit had already taken shape. There was a faint feeling of emperor intent. All of a sudden, Yang Kai raised his brow and his eyes lit up as he muttered, "Could it be?" As though he had thought of something, he hurriedly took out the spirit grasses and spirit medicines that he had collected from his space ring and carefully examined them. After a stick of incense worth of time, a look of understanding appeared on Yang Kai's face as he understood what was going on. This was the Emperor Heaven Valley. A long time ago, there was indeed a rich emperor's will, which could allow the cultivator to comprehend and cultivate within, laying the foundation for advancing to the emperor realm. However, this emperor intent had been completely absorbed by the spirit grasses and spirit herbs in the past tens of thousands of years. Now, the emperor intent had completely merged with the spirit grasses and spirit herbs, and could no longer be separated. Almost all of the spirit herbs he had collected in this mountain valley contained emperor intent like the vermilion bird fruit. On the contrary, some of the medicinal herbs he had collected before coming here did not have such characteristics. It was clear at a glance. After understanding this, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel excited. He had never even heard of a spirit grass or spirit medicine that contained emperor intent, let alone seeing such a thing. If they were refined into elixirs, there would definitely be remnants of the emperor's will in the elixir, which would then be consumed by the cultivator. It would definitely allow the cultivator to clearly comprehend the rule power within. This method, it was much more effective than comprehending the emperor intent in the Emperor Heaven Valley. This was because the comprehension in the Emperor Heaven Valley was only external comprehension. However, if one consumed an elixir that contained emperor intent, they would comprehend it from within the body. Every piece of flesh, every inch of meridians would be involved. It would obviously allow the cultivator to comprehend it more clearly. Only a special place like the Emperor Heaven Valley could produce such unique spirit grasses and spirit herbs. Yang Kai could imagine that once the elixir refined from these herbs entered the astral boundary, it would definitely cause the cultivator in the third-order Tao Source realm to break their heads. The medicinal effects and effects of the elixir itself were already secondary. For those who were stuck at the peak of the third-order Tao Source realm, for the cultivator who had been unable to advance, the emperor intent and rule power contained within were the most important. He was overjoyed and secretly felt that his greatest gain from this trip might be the herbs in the Emperor Heaven Valley. Without any hesitation, he immediately began a thorough search. He decided not to let any of the spirit herbs go. As long as they were mature, he had to collect them all. The valley wasn't big. However, no one had cared about it for tens of thousands of years. Under the nourishment of the rich spiritual influence of heaven and earth, many spirit herbs were nurtured. Yang Kai searched inch by inch. After busying himself for an entire day, he finally finished searching the entire valley. All the spirit herbs were kept by him. In order to distinguish them from the ones that he had collected previously, Yang Kai purposely placed these spirit herbs in a separate place. He was prepared to refine them into elixirs as soon as possible after this trip. The emperor intent contained within. Now that the spirit herbs had been collected, Yang Kai was worried that the emperor intent would gradually dissipate if he didn't refine them as soon as possible. Sister Hua should be very interested in those elixirs. With the help of those elixirs, her progress in advancing to the emperor realm would definitely be much faster. One day later, Yang Kai stood in front of a cave with a grave expression. Previously, when he was searching for spirit herbs in the Emperor Heaven Valley, he had discovered this cave. However, he didn't have the time to carefully explore it. Only after all the spirit herbs had been collected did he have the time to investigate it. This cave seemed to be naturally formed, but Yang Kai keenly discovered that it had been artificially modified. However, the person who had modified it was very skilled. Coupled with the fact that it had been here for a long time, it wasn't easy to notice. He didn't know if it had been modified by the Thousand Leaves sect's disciples who came here to cultivate tens of thousands of years ago, but in any case, Yang Kai felt a dangerous aura from this cave. He instinctively felt that there was something incredible hidden in this cave. However, on his way here, he hadn't even seen a single monster beast, so he wasn't too worried. This sealed world wasn't very big. Since it was a place where Thousand Leaves sect's disciples cultivated tens of thousands of years ago, there shouldn't be any life-threatening dangers here. Therefore, he only hesitated for a moment before walking into the cave. The cave was dimly lit. The walls of the cave were originally inlaid with strange stones used for illumination, but after so many years, those stones had lost their effectiveness. The air wasn't turbid, and it was even very dry. Yang Kai hadn't walked for long when his nose suddenly twitched a few times. He smelled a strange smell coming from the front. This smell was unpleasant and even a little stinky, like the smell of a dead fish. This caused him to furrow his brow. Logically speaking, with the world chi in this sealed world being so dense, all living things should be growing well, so it was impossible for such a stinky smell to appear. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, Yang Kai suddenly felt that something was wrong. In that instant, his vision blurred and his footsteps became a little weak. He couldn't help but stagger. Poison! Yang Kai was shocked and hurriedly pushed his source chi to protect himself. At the same time, he hurriedly took out a fruit from his space ring and stuffed it into his mouth, swallowing it whole. This fruit was an emperor-grade spirit pill and was extremely valuable. It was also something he had collected in this sealed world. However, at this moment, Yang Kai couldn't care less. He was very interested in this cave, so if he wanted to explore it further, he could only eat this spirit fruit to resist the poison. After swallowing the spirit fruit and circulating his source chi, Yang Kai felt much better and continued forward. The further in he went, the more obvious the stench became. Not only that, but the poison in the air also seemed to become more and more intense. Yang Kai felt that he wouldn't be able to last much longer. He didn't know what kind of poison this was, but even he was powerless to resist it. If this poison was already so strong, wouldn't he die if he came into contact with the source of the poison? As such, he secretly decided that if he didn't find anything after a while, he would immediately retreat. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, he saw a ray of light not far in front of him. This caused his expression to brighten and he couldn't help but quicken his pace. After a short while, he suddenly arrived at an even larger cave. Inside this cave, a strange shining stone was embedded in the cave wall. Even after so many years, it still exuded a bright light, illuminating everything in this cave. Yang Kai's gaze swept around and soon fixed on a certain spot, and he couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air. He found a shriveled corpse sitting on the spot. It was obvious that this corpse had been dead for many years. There was not the slightest bit of vitality in its body. Even its flesh was withered beyond recognition. It was only skin and bones. Its eyes were sunken, and its hair was messy and lusterless, like withered grass. However, the clothes he was wearing were somewhat familiar. Yang Kai looked at him for a while, and immediately remembered that Yi Hen's clothes were somewhat similar to his. This caused him to raise his brow as he suddenly understood the identity of this dead person in front of him. This guy was obviously the last Thousand Leaves sect master to enter the sealed world. It was him who had brought the countless secret arts and secret techniques of Thousand Leaves sect into this place, causing the inheritance of Thousand Leaves sect to be severed. It was definitely him who had destroyed the array-based platform of the sealed world, causing the entrance to close. This person was definitely the main culprit behind the decline of Thousand Leaves sect. Yang Kai didn't know why he had done this, but since he was already dead, there was no point in pursuing this matter. What's more, Yang Kai wasn't a member of Thousand Leaves sect, so he didn't need to care about this. He had only entered this sealed world to repair the array base platform, so discovering the corpse of this Thousand Leaves sect master from tens of thousands of years ago was just an accident. Thinking of this, Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "I have mistakenly entered Senior's resting place and didn't mean to disturb. Please forgive me, Senior." He muttered to himself for a while before stepping forward. Yang Kai didn't know what this Thousand Leaves sect senior was doing before he died, but he discovered a huge spirit array pattern under his buttocks that was extremely mysterious. Beside his corpse, there was also a pile of ores and other strange artifact refining materials. These materials were of extremely high grade, at least Dao source grade, and there was no lack of Emperor grade materials. If an artifact refiner was here, he would definitely be overjoyed. Yang Kai didn't have much of a reaction, because no matter how precious these materials were, they would be refined and devoured by his embodiment once they reached his hands. To him, it was only a matter of quantity. Without any hesitation, Yang Kai walked forward and quickly collected the materials scattered on the ground, throwing them all into the sealed world bead and shoving them to his embodiment, allowing it to deal with them on its own. Next, Yang Kai's gaze was attracted by the space ring on the corpse's finger. This person was definitely a master from the Emperor realm before he died, most likely a third-order Emperor realm master. Furthermore, he was the sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, so how could there not be anything good in this space ring? If Yang Kai's guess was right, the lost secret arts and secret techniques of Thousand Leaves sect were definitely in this ring. Chapter 23-28. Yang Kai was quite interested in the many secret arts and secret techniques of Thousand Leaves sect. After all, they were all related to the Tao of puppetry, a part of the territory that he had never come into contact with before. Now that these secret arts and secret techniques were in front of him, Yang Kai was naturally tempted. However, he also secretly made up his mind that he would only study them for a while before returning them to Yihen. He had no intention of taking them for himself. Thinking so, Yang Kai held his breath and reached out to grab the ring on the corpse's finger. But at this moment, his heart suddenly skipped a beat, and an extremely uneasy feeling spread throughout his body, causing all the hairs on his body to stand on end. Instinctively, he tapped his foot and floated backwards, putting some distance between him and the corpse. In the next moment, his eyes narrowed as he saw a scene that made his soul fly out of his body. The spirit array under the corpses but suddenly hummed and bloomed with a dazzling light, as if it had been activated for some unknown reason. Immediately after, circles of runes appeared on the surface of the corpse's body, outlining a mysterious spirit array. The dried-up corpse's surface suddenly glowed with a metallic luster. Kong. The spirit array inexplicably activated, and a series of crackling sounds rang out from the corpse's body. A pair of eyes that had been closed for who knows how many years suddenly opened. The pair of eyes glowed with a dark green color, like two flickering the wisps, causing one to feel intimidated just by looking at them. The powerful aura of the Emperor realm suddenly spread out from the corpse and hit Yang Kai like a tangible object. Yang Kai felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his chest, causing him to feel extremely stifled. He knew that the situation was bad. The corpse in front of him, which had been dead for who knows how many years, had most likely developed its own sentience. It had become a corpse spirit. Back on Shadowed Star, Yang Kai had encountered this type of monster. At that time, the corpse spirit clan had appeared out of nowhere and wreaked havoc on Shadowed Star. Countless cultivator were infected by corpse poison and transformed into one of them. In the end, it was Yang Kai who turned the tide and killed this disaster. But at that time, the most powerful corpse spirit clan member was only a 1,000-year corpse general. Their cultivation was only at the origin returning realm, which was completely incomparable to this corpse spirit. The one in front of him was a true 10,000 years corpse king. Moreover, it was the 10,000-year-old undead king of the Emperor realm. The Emperor's will that enveloped him was definitely not fake. Thinking so, Yang Kai's entire body was soaked in sweat. Knowing that the situation was not optimistic, he didn't dare hesitate, space principles swirling around his body as he tried to escape from the cave. In an instant, his figure blurred. However, before he could escape from the cave, The corpse king that had been sitting cross-legged on the ground suddenly opened its mouth and let out an extremely sharp and ruthless howl. It was unknown what kind of strange power was contained in that howl, but it rushed out in all directions and transformed into an invisible cage that suppressed this part of the world. Yang Kai's body stiffened. The blurry figure reappeared. His expression changed drastically. Knowing that his space divine technique had been easily broken by the other party, how could he dare to be careless? In a hurry, he could only rush out. The corpse king's ghostly eyes emitted a cold light as it stared at him. It opened its mouth and spat out a dark green aura. Corpse poison! Yang Kai cried out in shock, finally understanding what the stench he had smelled when he entered the cave was. That stench was obviously the corpse king's corpse poison. Only a trace of it had diffused from its body, but just a trace was enough to cause him to show signs of being poisoned and dizzy. If he accidentally inhaled a mouthful of it, he was afraid he would immediately die. Trembling in fear, Yang Kai didn't dare to breathe, fully urging his source chi to form a protective barrier around his body as he retreated like an arrow released from a bow. He was fast, but the corpse poison was not slow in the slightest, following closely behind him like a shadow. In the blink of an eye, it had caught up with him and slammed into his protective source chi. With a series of crackling sounds, the source chi on the surface of Yang Kai's body was like a snowflake under the scorching sun, melting a large hole in it. It was completely unable to resist. The corpse poison followed the gap in his defense and entangled him. How could it have such a powerful corrosive power? Yang Kai couldn't believe his eyes. At this critical moment, his eyes widened as he stretched out his hand, pushing his space force to the limit as he shouted, "Exile!" Under the effect of principle, a black hole suddenly appeared in front of him, swallowing all the corpse poison. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he rushed out of the cave and returned to the mountain valley. Without waiting for him to catch his breath, a beast-like roar came from the cave. The violent and cruel aura belonging to the corpse king quickly approached, and the inside of the cave also shook, and the gravel pattered down. What kind of enmity is this? Yang Kai wore a bitter expression, knowing that he had made a fool of himself. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have gone to the cave to take a look and ended up provoking such a monster. There was no need to fight as Yang Kai knew that he was no match for the corpse king. The only thing he could do now was to escape to the array-based platform of the sealed world as soon as possible, repair it, and then teleport out. But repairing it would take time. No matter how deep his attainments in the Tao of space were, he still needed to smelt some materials to repair the sword mark. This time would be enough for the corpse king to kill him 100 times over. This was a corpse king transformed from the corpse of a third-order emperor realm master. In the end, Kai Yang didn't know how strong he was. Hong. With a loud bang, the corpse king's figure rushed out of the cave, the spirit array on its body constantly circulating, exuding a strange light. As soon as it appeared in front of Yang Kai, its pair of fangs exuding a cold light as it ruthlessly punched towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face turned pale. He could feel the terrifying power contained in this simple punch, but it was too late to dodge. In a hurry, he could only summon his myriad sword and pour his source chi into it as he shouted, "Myriad sword, one man holds the pass." This sword was the most powerful defensive sword of the myriad sword. Yang Kai had used it several times before, so he naturally knew how powerful it was. The sword curtains spread out, leaving behind afterimages, forming a solid barrier in front of Yang Kai. The countless sword chi was like an impregnable fortress, blocking any storm that came at Yang Kai. Hong. The corpse king's fist smashed down, and the sword curtain that Yang Kai had used all his strength to create was like a piece of paper, unable to withstand a single blow. It was directly smashed to pieces by the fist. An indescribable power came from the front, making Yang Kai feel as if a mountain was crushing down on him. In front of this power, his second-order Tao source realm cultivation was as insignificant as an ant. "I'll die." This inexplicable thought appeared in Yang Kai's mind. No matter how strong his physique was, no matter how powerful his source chi was, if he really took this punch, he would die without a doubt. This was an unreasonable intuition, but Kai Yang believed in it without a doubt. At this moment of life and death, Yang Kai forced himself to circulate his space principles, allowing himself to teleport back slightly, avoiding the center of this punch's power. It wasn't that he didn't want to teleport away and completely avoid this punch, but under the suppression of his opponent's emperor intent, he was powerless. This was his limit. A loud explosion rang out, as if even space itself had been shattered. Two cracking sounds rang out from Yang Kai's body as two of his ribs were broken. He was sent flying backwards like a ragged sack, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His aura had also withered by quite a bit. With a thud, Yang Kai landed on the ground, but quickly got up, clutching his chest with his hand as a look of difficulty appeared on his face. After just one exchange of blows, Yang Kai knew that this corpse king was ridiculously strong. If his opponent were to follow up with another attack at this time, it would definitely make his situation even worse. However, what made Yang Kai feel a little relieved was that after the corpse king sent him flying, it actually stood in place and didn't move again. Its pair of ghastly eyes continued to flicker and its dull expression began to change, becoming more and more terrifying. What is he doing? Although Yang Kai was puzzled, this was what he wanted to see. So he hurriedly took out some healing pills from his space ring, threw them into his mouth, and took this opportunity to adjust his condition. He didn't dare to act rashly, lest his actions agitate the corpse king and cause him to miss a good opportunity to rest. While adjusting his condition, Yang Kai also paid close attention to the corpse king's movements. He found that after the corpse king left the cave, the corpse poison in its body began to spread around. The vegetation in the mountain valley, which had survived for tens of thousands of years, turned yellow and withered in the blink of an eye as soon as it came into contact with the corpse poison, showing just how potent the corpse poison was. However, Yang Kai also noticed something strange. That was, this 10,000-year corpse king didn't seem to have any consciousness. This made Yang Kai puzzled. The corpse spirits he encountered on Shadowed Star were able to think independently after just 1,000 years. So why couldn't this corpse king who had lived for tens of thousands of years? Moreover, the array diagrams on the surface of his body were also very eye-catching. The metallic luster on his withered body was extremely strange, as if his body was really made of metal and not withered flesh and blood. Observing this, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly bulged as a creepy thought involuntarily popped up in his mind, causing him to blurt out, "A corpse puppet?" Although Yang Kai hadn't studied the Tao of puppetry much, after cultivating for so many years, he had heard some things about it. Ordinary puppets were naturally refined using various precious treasures and special techniques. The puppets in Thousand Leaves sect, as well as the ones Yang Kai encountered in the Flowing Time Temple, were all of this type. However, there was another type of puppet that wasn't refined using precious treasures, but rather the body of a cultivator. A powerful cultivator's body was the best material for refining puppets. Their compact body structure, powerful cultivation, and willpower before death were not things that could be replaced by simple precious treasures. There were some evil cultivators who were extremely keen on refining the corpses of powerhouses into puppets and controlling these puppets to kill enemies for them. Moreover, after being refined into puppets, these cultivators could still retain a large portion of their cultivation and divine abilities from when they were alive, allowing them to display extremely powerful combat strength. Chapter 23-29. This kind of evil cultivator had a strong fondness for digging up the graves of masters, because every master's corpse could be used as a source of strength in their hands. It was also because of this that this kind of cultivator was hated by everyone, no matter where they went. The technique of refining corpse puppets was definitely a forbidden technique among forbidden techniques, an existence that was not allowed to be touched. But even so, this kind of situation was unavoidable. No matter when and where, there would always be people who were willing to risk universal condemnation and go against the law. Yang Kai never imagined that a sect like Thousand Leaves sect would actually have someone who dabbled in the technique of refining corpse puppets. The fact that the corpse king in front of him had no consciousness was one thing, but more importantly, the spirit array patterns and spirit array patterns on the surface of its body, coupled with its obviously metallic body, made it obvious that this person had been refined into a corpse puppet. Furthermore, it was a corpse puppet of the Emperor Realms level. Who could actually refine such a powerful cultivator into a corpse puppet without any consciousness? Yang Kai was extremely shocked in his heart. However, he quickly realized that something was amiss. According to Yi Hen and Yi Jinghan, the Thousand Leaves sect master of that generation had entered this sealed world by himself. After that, the entrance to the sealed world had been closed. In other words, there was no one else other than the Thousand Leaves sect master of that generation who had entered this place over the past tens of thousands of years. Yang Kai also did not find any traces of the existence of a second person. What's more, the Thousand Leaves sect master of that generation was a third-order Emperor Realm master, so who had the ability to refine him into a corpse puppet? Could it be that he had refined himself into a corpse puppet? Thinking of this, Kai Yang suddenly jumped in fright. If that was really the case, it could only mean that the Thousand Leaves sect master of that generation's attainments in the Tao of puppetry were unparalleled. Furthermore, he had an unswerving determination and willpower that surpassed ordinary people. After all, just the thought of refining himself into a corpse puppet was horrifying. How much unbearable pain must he have endured during the entire process? But for some unknown reason, the Thousand Leaves sect master of that generation seemed to have failed, causing him to fall here, and his corpse gradually became like the one in front of Yang Kai's eyes. This was only Yang Kai's conjecture, but he felt that it was not far from the truth. Just as his mind was racing, the struggling zombie suddenly turned its head and looked in the direction of Yang Kai, its ghastly eyes bursting with cold light. Yang Kai knew that something was wrong. The other party seemed to have broken free from some kind of restriction and was about to kill him. Before Yang Kai could finish his thoughts, the corpse puppet had already appeared in front of him in a flash. Once again, it swung its terrifying fist at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was scared out of his wits, even though this corpse puppet had no intelligence. His fighting style was very monotonous, and there were no changes. He only knew how to hit people with his fists. However, as the saying goes, a strong man can defeat 10 skilled men. With just one punch from him, Yang Kai was already unable to resist. That fist intent was ferocious. It was a perfect example of the strength of the Emperor Realm. The vortex of energy was almost visible to the naked eye, as if it wanted to shatter the sky and turn the universe upside down. Yang Kai's scalp went numb as he shouted, "Dragon transformation!" The next moment, a high-pitched dragon roar rang out as a golden dragon phantom appeared behind him. The golden dragon shook its head and swung its tail as it rushed into his body. With a cracking sound, Yang Kai's 2 arms suddenly transformed into dragon claws. His exposed skin was covered with sturdy dragon scales. Not only that, but his spine also suddenly emitted an explosive sound. Pure dragon aura spread out, and his spine was like a huge dragon that wanted to soar into the sky. Yang Kai had displayed his dragon transformation secret technique to the extreme. He had refined the dragon scale, dragon bone, and dragon bead, 3 secret artifacts of the dragon body. Coupled with his incomparably powerful physique, his strength rose sharply. But this was not the end. At the same time as he displayed his dragon transformation, Yang Kai also urged his 5 elements indestructible sword chi. In an instant, a 5-colored light bloomed around his body as the power of the 5 elements surged out. His hands crossed in front of him as he assumed a defensive posture. He didn't dare to attack. In front of his opponent's powerful strength, Kai Yang felt like he was a small boat in a storm, swaying unsteadily. The violent winds and waves could capsize him at any time. Kong. The corpse puppet's fist smashed down, causing Yang Kai to feel as if he had been struck by lightning. His entire body trembled as a cracking sound rang out from his arms. Both of his dragon claws were broken and twisted beyond recognition. At the same time, his body was sent flying by a powerful force, making his already unhealed injuries even worse. This was the result of him activating his dragon transformation secret technique to defend himself. If he had been caught off guard, Yang Kai estimated that he would have been reduced to dust in an instant. He thoroughly experienced the strength of this corpse puppet in front of him. Flying in the air, Yang Kai endured the piercing pain, gritted his teeth, and shouted, "Come out!" As soon as his words fell, a huge figure descended from the sky and landed on the ground with a rumbling sound, shaking the earth. The embodiment appeared. As soon as he appeared, before he could figure out where he was and what danger Yang Kai had encountered, his whole body stiffened. He could feel the violent aura emanating from the corpse puppet, which was so powerful that it almost made him lose his will to fight. However, every time he appeared, it was when Yang Kai was facing a strong enemy, so he recovered from the shock in an instant. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Yang Kai, who was flying through the air, in the palm of his hand. Cough, cough. Yang Kai knelt on the palm of the embodiment, constantly coughing up blood, his face pale. Master. Lu Yen also appeared with the embodiment. At first sight of Yang Kai's miserable appearance, her beautiful face turned pale, and she immediately came to Yang Kai's side and helped him up with concern. What the hell is this? The embodiment's eyes widened as he stared in horror at the source of the corpse puppet, who was as small as an ant but whom he didn't dare to underestimate. His voice trembled slightly. Corpse puppet. Yang Kai stood up and explained, "A third-order Emperor Realm corpse puppet." What? The embodiment and Lu Yen both paled, their souls fluctuating violently. After a long while, the embodiment said bitterly, "How did you provoke this monster?" "It's a long story." Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he shook his wrist. With two crisp, cracking sounds, his dislocated wrist was reconnected. Looking down, the flesh on his wrist was torn apart, and the white bones could be clearly seen. It was obvious how much damage the corpse puppet's punch had caused him. Fortunately, he had the Dragon Transformation secret technique and 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, and with the help of his strong physique and golden blood, such injuries were not enough to affect him. "It's coming!" the embodiment suddenly shouted. As he spoke, the corpse puppet leaped up from where he stood, rushed in front of the embodiment, and threw a punch at him. The difference between the corpse puppet and the embodiment was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was as insignificant as a blade of grass in front of a big tree. But the punch made the embodiment take it seriously. He didn't dare to underestimate it in the slightest. At this critical moment, he also threw a punch forward. The huge fist collided with the small figure, producing an earth-shattering sound. The force of the explosion swept out and created a violent wind. The body of the embodiment flew back like a mountain. It danced in the air for a while, looking very clumsy. After taking a direct hit from the embodiment, the corpse puppet was obviously not unscathed. It crashed into the mountain wall behind it at a speed faster than the embodiment and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After a short while, there was a loud bang and a human-shaped hole was smashed into the mountain wall. The corpse puppet was embedded in it. With the corpse puppet as the center, countless cracks like a spider web appeared around the mountain wall, and gravel fell down. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air, unable to believe his eyes. He was well aware of just how powerful the avatar was. The avatar was born by fusing with an entire floating continent. Even though the floating continent wasn't very large, it still possessed the power of a world and its own essence. In other words, every blow of the embodiment was the power of a world. With his current strength, he could easily kill the Emperor Realm if he were hit head-on. But the corpse puppet didn't suffer much damage after taking a blow, and was only knocked into the mountain wall. How tough was the corpse puppet's body? Not only that, his blow actually sent the embodiment flying. This kind of power was enough to destroy the world. "Lu Yen!" Yang Kai shouted. Lu Yen already knew what to do without his instructions. Her delicate body swayed and turned into the form of a fire bird. She spread her wings and pounced in front of the corpse puppet. After a crisp cry, she opened her mouth and spat out raging flames toward the corpse puppet. Lu Yan's flames were extremely complicated. There was her own earth core fire, heavenly thunder fire, blue ice fire, real sun fire, and many other strange flames. There was also the Holy Spirit Luanfeng's world extinguishing black flame mixed in. Her flames were extremely dangerous. With a single mouthful, the mountain wall melted, turning into red magma. Steam rose from it as it slid downwards. The embodiment's world force punch couldn't do anything to the corpse puppet, but Lu Yan's flames seemed to have caused a lot of damage to it. Soon, a series of low growls and roars came from the raging flames, as if it was in great pain. Immediately afterward, an angry roar rang out, and a dark green light emerged from the flames, pushing forward against the flames. Yang Kai was shocked. He found that the corpse puppet was spitting out corpse poison, which was on par with Lu Yan's flames. Not only that, it seemed to be even stronger. For a moment, the green corpse poison and the red flames collided in midair and were in a stalemate. But Yang Kai knew that this was just a temporary illusion. Once the corpse puppet broke free, Lu Yan would be no match for it. Although she followed him and had many adventures, she was still too weak. Even if a third-order Emperor Realm corpse puppet had lost its consciousness, it wasn't something she could deal with. Yang Kai secretly rejoiced that this corpse puppet had lost its mind. Otherwise, with its cultivation and the divine technique it had mastered before its death, even if the three of them attacked it together, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. Chapter 2330. No! Yang Kai suddenly realized something, and his expression changed slightly. A real corpse puppet should have some divine technique or secret technique from when it was alive, but Yang Kai hadn't seen the corpse puppet in front of him use any powerful techniques. All of its attacks were straightforward, and it only used its fists to attack. If it was forced into a corner, it would only spit out corpse poison. It didn't seem to have the powerful characteristics of a corpse puppet. This corpse puppet is flawed. Yang Kai suddenly understood. In other words, this corpse puppet was only a half-finished product, a failed product that hadn't been refined to its peak. Thinking about it, no matter how powerful a cultivator was, even if they were a third-order Emperor Realm Master, the pain and torture they would have to endure while refining themselves into a corpse puppet would be unbearable. The slightest mistake would result in the failure of the refinement. Yang Kai guessed that the Thousand Leaves sect master back then hadn't perfected the refinement process, resulting in him becoming a failed product. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's spirits rose. If it was a real third-order Emperor Realm corpse puppet, he wouldn't have any chance of winning, but if it was just a failed product, a flawed one, then he might have a chance of winning. All he needed to do was find the corpse puppet's weakness and attack it. Thinking of this, Yang Kai hurriedly shouted, "You guys pin him down and buy me some time." After saying this, Yang Kai immediately activated his demon eye of annihilation and carefully observed the corpse puppet. A golden light blossomed from his left eye, as if it could see through the surface of an object, into its depths, and into its structure. Although Lu Yan and the embodiment didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do, they were able to glean some information from his tone. At that moment, Lu Yan spared no effort in urging his special flame to burn the corpse puppet. It was in a stalemate with the corpse poison he spat out. The embodiment, who had been sent flying, turned around again. This time, he didn't dare to rush towards the corpse puppet. Instead, he clenched his hand downwards, and in an instant, the principles of earth spread out. The soil under his feet seemed to have turned into a liquid, slowly flowing and rotating. It was pulled up by him. In the blink of an eye, a towering earth spear appeared in his hand. Although the earth spear was purely made of the soil here, it was not inferior to a Tao source-grade artifact due to the world principles entwined around it. The embodiment held the earth spear and threw it forward with all his might. Boom! A vacuum visible to the naked eye appeared in the void, and it hit the corpse puppet directly. Accompanied by the dull sound of metal colliding, sparks flew from the corpse puppet's body. But this kind of attack, surprisingly, it only left a small dent on the corpse puppet's body. It didn't penetrate him completely. So hard, the embodiment turned pale with fright. He knew how powerful his attack was. It was definitely a move that could severely injure the Emperor Realm, but it didn't do anything to Shirgui. It showed how tough Shirgui's body was. This corpse puppet's physical body was even better than an Emperor-grade defensive artifact. If even such an attack couldn't hurt him, How were they going to fight this battle? The Avatar could not help but have a headache. It seemed that the attack had ignited the Sure Puppet's anger. When the earth spear smashed into his body and disintegrated, the corpse puppet let out a furious roar and spat out even more corpse poison. The stalemate between the corpse puppet and Lu Yen was broken in an instant. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the dark green corpse poison was suppressing Lu Yen at an extremely fast speed. Lu Yan's flames were unable to resist at all. Seeing this, the embodiment's expression changed greatly. He gritted his teeth and reached out to the void. In the next moment, a huge battle axe suddenly appeared in his hand. A thick and dark evil aura lingered on it, as if it could arouse the evil and negative emotions in the deepest part of one's heart. It made one shudder. The demonic battle axe. This was the ancient great demon's demon Dao battle weapon. It was filled with dense demon chi and had already developed its own sentience. After being dragged into the sealed world bead by Yang Kai, it had been placed under the care of the embodiment. At some point, the embodiment had actually refined it. However, it seemed that the embodiment had not fully refined it yet. As soon as the demonic battle axe appeared, the embodiment's two eyes trembled violently and turned blood red. They were full of cruelty and violence. Obviously, he was affected by the ancient demonic chi. The dark aura wrapped around the embodiment's thick arm like a living creature and continued to spread to other parts of his body, gradually turning him black. With the battle axe in hand, the embodiment's aura suddenly swelled. At this moment, he seemed to have incarnated into the ancient great demon, standing proudly and looking down on the world. The world energy in the entire sealed world hummed and vibrated, and the world laws became chaotic. This turn of events left Kai Yang dumbfounded. He had no idea when the embodiment began to refine the battle axe. However, looking at the embodiment's appearance, he knew that he had to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, once the demonic chi completely turned the embodiment black, the embodiment would become a puppet controlled by the battle axe. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai did not dare to be distracted and focus more on observing the corpse puppet's weakness. On the other side, the embodiment had raised the battle axe high and aimed it at the corpse puppet. The corpse puppet seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. It struggled and roared on the mountain wall, trying to escape. Before it could do anything, the embodiment had already chopped down with the axe. The axe was like an antelope hanging its horn, leaving no trace behind. However, this axe seemed to have traveled from ancient times, shattering space and time, causing the world to change color and the universe to become chaotic. The huge axe shadow chopped straight at the corpse puppet. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk the mountain wall was directly split apart, and a huge crack that was like a heavenly chasm appeared. Everywhere the axe shadow passed, a violent power raged, and the earth was plowed open. Gullies crisscrossed, and the space was in chaos. Lu Yen had already escaped far away, but the chaotic and powerful vortex of power behind her was still pulling her in, as if it was going to swallow her. In a hurry, Lu Yen had to transform into her human form again and shake her delicate body to get out. After this blow, the embodiment's towering momentum suddenly withered, and it stood on the spot on the verge of collapse. It could be seen that this blow had consumed an incomparable amount of his strength. Not only that, the black chi wrapped around its arm suddenly spread to its body at an extremely fast speed. I miscalculated. The embodiment did not expect that using the demonic battle axe would consume so much of his strength. If he had known this, he would not have used the demonic weapon at this time. The price of underestimating the demonic battle axe was that the ancient demonic chi would take advantage of it. At the critical moment, Yang Kai flashed and arrived in front of the embodiment. Looking at each other, there was no need for communication. They knew what each other was thinking. In the next moment, Yang Kai's divine sense surged and put the embodiment and the battle axe into the small sealed world, next to the medicine garden. At this moment, the embodiment needed to use the golden and silver sealing power of the Tsang tree to suppress the demonic chi. There was no other way. Lu Yan's delicate body shook and came to Yang Kai's side. Her beautiful eyes stared into the distance and she said worriedly, "Master." Without the support of the embodiment, she was unable to restrain the powerful corpse puppet alone, so she could not help but feel a little worried. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Don't worry, I have found its weakness." Hearing this, Lu Yen relaxed a little. In front of them, in the huge gully, the corpse puppet fell on its back. Although the shocking blow drained the embodiment's strength, the corpse puppet naturally could not be left unscathed after paying such a huge price. After he stood up with difficulty, Lu Yen found a huge wound on the corpse puppet's body. The wound directly extended from the shoulder blade down to the thigh. The flesh and blood of the wound were overturned and the corpse poison was spreading. There was no blood, but the white bones inside could be seen. And in a certain position, there seemed to be an extremely dense spirit array, flashing with a bright light. Lu Yen immediately understood that this was the center of all the spirit arrays in the corpse puppet's body. If this place could be destroyed, the corpse puppet would no longer be able to move. Previously, because of the corpse puppet's strong body, she could not see the situation inside its body, but the embodiment's blow directly exposed this weakness. It could be said that the embodiment's blow was the greatest. Step back a little. As Yang Kai spoke, he had already rushed straight towards the corpse puppet. Although the corpse puppet seemed to be seriously injured, Yang Kai still did not dare to be careless. The corpse puppet was a lifeless puppet, so no matter how serious its injury was, as long as its weakness was not destroyed, it would not affect its combat strength. If Yang Kai made a slight mistake, he would be doomed eternally. Halfway through, his hand moved slightly, and a light blue bead the size of a pigeon egg appeared between his two fingers. The bead looked unremarkable, but there was a thin, hair-like electric arc pulsating slightly inside it. Annihilation Thunder Bead, one of the two Emperor artifacts left behind by Yang Yen. Since coming to the star boundary, Yang Kai had not used the Annihilation Thunder Bead. Firstly, it was because he did not dare to casually expose it, and secondly, it was because there were no strong enemies that required him to use this Emperor artifact. But the corpse puppet was definitely qualified. So, he was prepared to directly use this trump card to cripple the corpse puppet. Along the way, Yang Kai waited solemnly, but the corpse puppet seemed to have been stunned by the embodiment's blow and was unable to get up for a long time. By the time he sat up shakily, Yang Kai had already arrived at a suitable place and did not hesitate to pour his source chi into the Annihilation Thunder Bead. The Annihilation Thunder Bead was different from other Emperor artifacts. Yang Kai could use it when he was still an origin-returning realm cultivator, but the power of this Emperor artifact was directly linked to the user's cultivation. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the power of this Emperor artifact. When he was an origin-returning realm cultivator, Yang Kai could destroy an origin king with all his strength, but now that he was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, the power he could display was no longer the same. As soon as he pushed his source chi, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He felt that the Annihilation Thunder Bead in his hand had suddenly turned into a bottomless pit. An extremely strong suction force came from it, as if it was finally nourished after countless years of starvation, greedily swallowing Yang Kai's source chi. Yang Kai was shocked, but he did not dare to interrupt and could only grit his teeth and endure. Chapter 23:31. His source chi was rapidly draining away at a speed beyond Yang Kai's imagination. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai felt himself completely exhausted. "I knew it would be like this." Yang Kai's face was bitter. Every time he used the Annihilation Thunder Bead before, he would exhaust himself. This was also the biggest reason why Yang Kai did not use it so easily. Using the Annihilation Thunder Bead was a one-time deal. It was either success or death. It was his final trump card. Perhaps when his cultivation increased and he could freely use the power of the Annihilation Thunder Bead, this situation would improve. But right now, he could not. After draining Yang Kai of his source chi, the lightning arcs bouncing on the surface of the lightning bead became more agile, as if they had their own spirituality. It was extremely mysterious, and from the seemingly weak lightning arcs, a bone-chilling might could be felt. "Let's see if you die now." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted. His divine sense surged as he summoned the annihilation thunder bead. Chi. A soft crackling sound rang out as a thin arc of lightning suddenly appeared and struck the corpse puppet. Kacha. Deafening sounds rang out continuously. The corpse puppet was visibly convulsing from being electrocuted. The surface of his body was filled with lightning, and in the blink of an eye, a huge pool of lightning was formed where he was standing. Countless arcs of lightning shuttled back and forth on his body, destroying it. An extremely unpleasant smell spread out, making people feel nauseous. After a short while, the lightning dissipated and the corpse puppet fell on his back, a cloud of smoke rising from his body. Seeing this, Yang Kai breathed a long sigh of relief. His body swayed and he almost fell. A soft body leaned over from behind and supported him. It was Lu Yen. "I'm fine. I just used too much energy and need to recover." Yang Kai did not wait for Lu Yen to speak before he sat down shakily. His body was sore and weak. If someone attacked him at this time, let alone a Dao Source Realm cultivator, even an Origin returning realm cultivator would not be able to fight back. "Then I'll stand guard for Master," Lu Yen said. His body suddenly stiffened. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai noticed something was wrong and quickly asked. But before Lu Yen could answer, his eyes widened in horror. This was because he saw that the corpse puppet that had fallen to the ground suddenly stood up straight. It kept roaring, and its violent aura became more and more vigorous. "He's not dead yet?" Yang Kai's face changed. He couldn't believe his eyes. The annihilation lightning bead was definitely the strongest attack he could unleash, but even that couldn't kill this corpse puppet. From this, one could see how powerful it was. Although Yang Kai still had other tricks up his sleeve, how could he use them now that he was so weak? As far as the eye could see, the surface of the corpse puppet's body was incomparably tattered. Its withered flesh was charred, and the various array diagrams inscribed on its brand had dimmed considerably. The weakness that Yang Kai found before was also completely destroyed. This should be the core of the corpse puppet's formation diagram. After it was destroyed, the corpse puppet should no longer be able to move, but why was it still able to stand up? In his panic, Yang Kai suddenly saw a strange spot on the corpse puppet's chest. His eyes trembled as he smiled bitterly, because there was still a core array diagram emitting light. It was because of this backup core array diagram that the corpse puppet had not lost its ability to fight. "Master!" Lu Yen was also frightened. Facing such a powerful enemy, without the help of Yang Kai and the embodiment, she couldn't contend with him with her strength alone. But she soon calmed down and said with a determined expression, "Master, you go first. I'll delay him for a while." She felt that as long as she gave Yang Kai some time, Yang Kai should be able to repair the array base platform and leave this sealed world. As she spoke, she flashed in front of Yang Kai, looking like she was going to protect Yang Kai even if she had to die. Yang Kai reached out and tugged at her. Lu Yen turned back and smiled sadly. "This servant has been treated sincerely by Master for so many years. It's not a waste for this servant to come to this world. Please take care of yourself in the future. Don't be so sad." Yang Kai's nose twitched, but he still smiled and said, "It's not certain who will live and who will die." Lu Yan's beautiful eyes lit up. "Does Master still have a trick up his sleeve?" Yang Kai didn't speak. Instead, he reached out and took out something that looked like a spirit pill. He stuffed it into Lu Yan's hand and said, "Activate its power. If you can't, we'll hide in the sealed world bead and conserve our strength." "This is..." Lu Yan looked at the spirit pill in her hand and her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up as she whispered, "An Emperor Authority bead?" "Yes, this is an Emperor Authority bead that seals the power of the Flowing Time Great Emperor's attack. Although I don't know when the Great Emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor refined it, it should be quite powerful. Give it a try." This Emperor Authority bead was something Yang Kai had exchanged for an extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm. It definitely contained the full power of the Great Emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, but Yang Kai didn't know how powerful this attack was. An Emperor Authority bead was different from an Emperor artifact like the Annihilation Thunder bead. It was a one-time use item. Yang Kai hadn't been willing to use it until now, But in this situation, he had no choice but to use it. With the Emperor Authority bead in hand, Lu Yen calmed down all of a sudden. Taking a light breath, she held the Emperor Authority bead in her hand and poured all her strength into it. On the other side, the corpse puppet seemed to be a little stiff after standing up again. It was obvious that the attack from the Annihilation Thunder bead had affected it greatly. As if it had sensed something, the corpse puppet let out a low roar and rushed towards Lu Yen like an arrow. Before it even got close, the strong stench of a corpse had already filled the air and a cold murderous intent wrapped around Lu Yen. Lu Yan's tender body trembled slightly, but she remained unmoved. She continued to pour her strength into the Emperor Authority bead. The distance between the two rapidly closed, and even Yang Kai was sweating profusely. He held the sealed world bead in his hand, ready to take Lu Yen to hide in it at any time. Seeing the corpse puppet leaping towards Lu Yen finally made her move. She flicked the Emperor Authority bead in her hand, and it immediately turned into a stream of light that flew towards the corpse puppet. The corpse puppet threw a punch, shattering the Emperor Authority bead with a power that could shatter space. However, a mysterious power suddenly emerged from the shattered Emperor Authority bead, transforming into principal strength that instantly wrapped around the corpse puppet. Under the influence of this power, the corpse puppet seemed to have been hit by a body immobilization spell, fell straight down from the sky and plunged into the ground. Kong. The mysterious principal strength suddenly spread out in all directions. In the valley, all the plants that had withered due to the corpse poison seemed to have been replenished with vitality at this moment and came back to life. In an instant, the valley was filled with lush greenery. Not only that, but this mysterious power also spread far into the distance. Wherever it passed, all the trees swayed and sent out a message of joy. Yang Kai and Lu Yen were also enveloped by this power. That kind of power flowed through his limbs and bones and into his body, causing the weak Kai Yang to feel as if he had been injected with vitality. In an instant, he became full of vigor, and even the injuries he had suffered from the corpse puppet had recovered in a very short period of time. This is... Lu Yan's beautiful eyes widened and she cried out. The law of spring. Yang Kai was also shocked to the extreme. His eyes lit up as he understood the source of this law. He did not dare to neglect and quickly began to comprehend it. This was the principal strength comprehended by the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor. It was incomparably profound. Once the Emperor Authority bead appeared, it was equivalent to the flowing time Great Emperor personally striking a blow. If Yang Kai could use this opportunity to comprehend it, he would be able to gain a lot. At this moment, Yang Kai did not even care about what would happen to the corpse puppet as he immersed himself in the mysterious principal strength. The law of spring spread out, returning the valley to a lush green. But in the blink of an eye, an unbearably hot aura enveloped the valley. It was as if one had suddenly entered the dog days of summer, and the faint sound of cicadas could be heard. Under the scorching sun, the scorching heat was unbearable. The law of summer. Yang Kai understood and felt more and more that this was an opportunity that he could not miss. Inside the valley, a bleak autumn wind suddenly blew. The maple leaves were dyed red, and the ground was covered in fallen leaves. The fragrance of melons and fruits were ripe, and the pleasant smell of harvest rushed out. The law of autumn. The cold wind suddenly whistled, and the surroundings suddenly became bitterly cold. As far as the eye could see, it seemed to be covered in white snow, wrapped in silver. In the biting cold of winter, even the most cold-resistant ferocious beasts shrank in their caves, not daring to go out easily. The law of winter. The four principles resonated with each other and were closely connected. Year after year, the cycle continued, forming an extremely special power that lingered in the valley, causing one to lose track of time. It felt as if it was only an instant, but also as if it was tens of thousands of years. Yang Kai was completely immersed in it, unable to extricate himself for a long time. Under the influence of the four seasons, he constantly witnessed the intersection of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, completely forgetting where he was and what he was doing. He only knew that if he missed this opportunity, it would definitely be his loss. After an indeterminate amount of time, Yang Kai's body shook with a crisp cracking sound. The meridians and dantian in his body suddenly expanded, and source qi gushed out like a surging river, rapidly flowing through his meridians. An extremely powerful aura spread out in all directions with him as the center. He had advanced. He had actually advanced to the third-order Tao source realm. The commotion caused by his advancement caused Yang Kai to snap back to reality. He immediately saw the corpse puppet sitting cross-legged not far away, and everything he had experienced earlier suddenly appeared in his mind. His expression changed drastically as he stood up and stared warily at the motionless corpse puppet. "Master!" Lu Yen hurriedly called out when he saw Yang Kai's expression change. "How long has it been?" Yang Kai frowned and asked in surprise. "What do you mean, how long has it been?" Lu Yen looked confused. "How long has it been since you struck out the Emperor Authority bead?" Lu Yen was puzzled. "Just now, after I struck out the Emperor Authority bead, Master sat down, and then you suddenly broke through. Just now?" Yang Kai's mouth fell open. He clearly felt like a long time had passed, but why did Lu Yen mean that it had only been a short while? He was shocked and immediately realized that he had been affected by the power of the four seasons and was hallucinating. Chapter 23:32. The Four Seasons Force was a divine technique comprehended by the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor. Once the divine technique was used, the four seasons would overlap and the sea would change into mulberry fields. This was a kind of time principle strength that was completely different from the space principle Yang Kai comprehended. However, the time principle was the same as the space principle in that it was extremely obscure and difficult to comprehend. Any martial artist who could have some attainments in this kind of power would have great achievements. Yang Kai originally thought that the flowing time Great Emperor of the Great Emperors had only comprehended the four seasons divine technique, but now it seemed that he was wrong. The Great Emperors had comprehended the true essence of the time principle, which had long surpassed the concept of the four seasons. The Emperor Authority bead was a treasure refined by the Great Emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor when he was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. A single blow from the Emperor Authority bead was equivalent to a blow from the flowing time Great Emperor of the third-order Emperor Realm. Even a real third-order Emperor Realm Master would have no chance of surviving such a blow. The time principle strength could allow one to experience the passage of an extremely long period of time in an instant. If it hit a living person, wouldn't it cause the principles of time to age instantly? For example, Yang Kai felt like he had experienced several years of cultivation just now, breaking through from the second-order Tao source realm to the third-order Tao source realm. This was the accumulation of time. Although it was only a blink of an eye in reality, several years had passed in his consciousness. Yang Kai couldn't imagine how powerful the flowing time Great Emperor of the Great Emperors were at their peak. As he thought about it, he suddenly became excited, because he had obtained 3 beads in the Four Seasons realm, the bead of spring, the bead of summer, and the bead of autumn. Based on his guess, there should be another bead of winter. But the Four Seasons realm experience ended too quickly, so he didn't know where the bead of winter was, let alone where to find it. Now, it seemed that the 3 beads all contained a trace of the principles of time. If he collected all the Four Seasons beads, he might be able to reproduce the divine technique of the flowing time Great Emperor and obtain the inheritance of the Great Emperors of the Great Emperors. The inheritance of the Great Emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor was different from the heaven-devouring Great Emperor of the Great Emperors of the world. As for the heaven-devouring battle law, Yang Kai didn't dare to cultivate it at all. After obtaining it, he handed it over to the embodiment to handle. Facts proved that this decision was correct. According to the embodiment, the heaven-devouring battle law was indeed powerful, but the side effects of cultivating it were not small. If not for the embodiment's special body that could refine all kinds of impurities and wash away the negative effects, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to cultivate it. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique had already restrained him. But if he could obtain the inheritance of the Great Emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor, the benefits to Yang Kai would not be small. Understanding the principles of time and controlling the Four Seasons force, Yang Kai would be able to reach a higher realm in a shorter time. Because under the principles of time, 1 year of cultivation for him might be equivalent to 10 or even 100 years of cultivation for others. Yang Kai's heart was burning with passion. But when he thought of the missing bead of winter, it was like a bucket of cold water was poured over Yang Kai's heart. He didn't know when the Four Seasons realm would open again. Even if it opened again, he would definitely not be a Dao Source realm cultivator. It would be impossible for him to enter again. In other words, he probably had no hope of finding the bead of winter, gathering the Four Seasons force, and reproducing the divine technique of the flowing time Great Emperor of the Great Emperors. Master, that guy isn't dead yet. Lu Yan's exclamation suddenly rang in Yang Kai's ears. Impossible! Yang Kai was startled awake. He had used the Annihilation Thunder bead in this battle. He had used the Emperor Authority bead, 2 of his trump cards, and the embodiment had even used the Demonic Armament battle axe. Even if there was a third-order Emperor Realm Master here, there would be nothing left of him. No matter how powerful a corpse puppet was, it was impossible for it to still be alive. So when he heard Lu Yan's words, he didn't believe it at all. But when he looked over, Yang Kai was stunned. Not far in front of him, the battered corpse puppet had sat down cross-legged at some point. Probably under the influence of the principles of time, the corpse puppet's body, which was already dry and devoid of water, had now become extremely pale like flour. When Yang Kai looked over, pieces of flesh were still falling from its body, turning into ashes before they could even touch the ground. In a short while, the corpse puppet had turned into a half-skeleton state, revealing its white bones. The principles of time were indeed powerful. Previously, he had used all his methods, but only the Annihilation Thunder bead could injure the corpse puppet. But when the Emperor Authority bead was used, the corpse puppet's body was damaged to such a state. This was definitely not a result of pure strength, but the influence of the principles. The principles of time flowed silently in the corpse puppet's body, allowing it to experience the passage of tens of thousands of years. No matter how strong its body was, it would still be destroyed if it wasn't nourished. Yang Kai could clearly see that the various spirit arrays in the corpse puppet's body had all dimmed and could no longer operate. However, Lu Yan was right. This guy wasn't dead yet, because its pair of green, ghostly fire-like eyes were constantly twitching, as if it was in a struggle. From time to time, it would growl in a low voice. Yang Kai's hair stood on end and he secretly became vigilant, afraid that the corpse puppet would suddenly attack at the last moment. He could see that even if the corpse puppet wasn't dead, it was an arrow at the end of its flight. As long as he delayed for a while, the corpse puppet would definitely die. So Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to leave. Now that he had suddenly advanced to the third-order Dao Source realm, his source chi had been restored, and his injuries had healed. Even if the corpse puppet tried to do something, he was confident that he could avoid it. Yang Kai didn't move, and Lu Yan also stood beside him without saying a word, a vigilant light flashing in her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, the corpse puppet's eyes twitched violently for a while, and it let out a fierce roar from its throat, as if it was fighting against something. Soon, the green eyes stabilized and the corpse puppet's ferocious and terrifying expression gradually eased. The ghostly fire-like eyes flickered with a spiritual light, and it looked around blankly. When it saw Yang Kai, it fixed its gaze on him. "Master!" Lu Yan called out in a low voice and put on a fighting posture, ready to fight at any time. Kai Yang furrowed his brows as he locked gazes with the corpse puppet. Suddenly, a thought that he couldn't believe emerged from the depths of his heart. Immediately, he cupped his fists and shouted, "Junior Kai Yang greets Senior. Master, you're—" Lu Yan looked at Yang Kai in surprise, not knowing what he was going to do. At first glance, this corpse puppet had no spiritual intelligence. It only knew how to fight fiercely under the control of the spirit array in its body and had no self-awareness at all. What was the point of Yang Kai doing this? But what she didn't expect was that after Yang Kai finished speaking, the corpse puppet sitting cross-legged on the ground actually opened and closed its mouth a few times, making a few difficult sounds with difficulty. It was just that because the corpse puppet's body was badly damaged. Lu Yen couldn't understand what it was saying at all. Even so, Lu Yen was completely stunned, because the corpse puppet actually responded to Yang Kai. Didn't this mean that the corpse puppet had its own spiritual intelligence? If that was the case, why hadn't there been any signs before? On the other side, the corpse puppet was still trying to make a sound. After a long time, it finally succeeded, but the sound was hoarse and unpleasant to the ears. "Are you a disciple of Thousand Leaves sect?" It was just a simple sentence, but it almost exhausted all of the corpse puppet's strength. After speaking, he actually gasped for breath. Lu Yen didn't know what use breathing would be in his current state. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, feeling more and more certain that his guess was correct. He quickly replied, "This junior is not." The corpse puppet asked, "If you're not, then why are you here?" Perhaps because of that one sentence, the corpse puppet's expression became smoother and clearer. Yang Kai said, "This junior was entrusted by the current Thousand Leaves sect master to repair the space transmission array here." Hearing this, the corpse puppet tried hard to recall for a long time before he sadly said, "Yes, the array-based platform was destroyed by this king." He paused and asked in surprise, "You can repair it? Are you proficient in the Tao of space?" "I know a little," Yang Kai replied implicitly. However, the corpse puppet knew that Yang Kai was being modest. Being able to enter the sealed world when the array-based platform here was destroyed was not something that could be done with just a little knowledge. It was clear that Yang Kai had extremely high attainments in the Tao of space. The corpse puppet didn't intend to pursue the matter. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Could Senior be the last Thousand Leaves sect master to enter this place? Yang Kai had already guessed this when he saw the spirituality in the corpse puppet's eyes. When he heard the corpse puppet admit that he was the one who destroyed the array-based platform, Yang Kai was immediately certain. The corpse puppet in front of him was definitely that generation's Thousand Leaves sect master. The corpse puppet gently nodded, the bones in his neck cracking. Yang Kai trembled in fear, afraid that the corpse puppet's head would fall off just like that. The corpse puppet said, "This king is Yi Chong. Senior is still alive." Although he had already guessed this, Yang Kai was still extremely shocked. Yi Chong was the last Thousand Leaves sect master to enter the sealed world, a third-order emperor realm master. Yi Chong said, "It's just a remnant soul. This king used his own body to refine a puppet and failed to enter the Tao, so this king died. Only a remnant soul was left in this body, waiting for the descendants of Thousand Leaves sect to come here." Yang Kai nodded. Just as he was about to ask something, Yi Chong said, "I don't have much time left. The reason why I was able to wake up was because you destroyed this body. Although I'm not sure how you managed to do this with your strength, I don't have time to ask. This king needs your help. Please speak, Senior. Since this generation's descendant of the Yi family has invited you here to repair the space array, it shows that you are a trustworthy person. I want you to bring this space ring to this generation's Thousand Leaves sect master." As Yi Chong spoke, he trembled as he took off the space ring on his finger. With a light flick, he shot it towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai reached out and caught it, immediately feeling a desolate and ancient aura lingering on his hand. This was a space ring from tens of thousands of years ago. Yang Kai could faintly guess what good things were inside. The various secret arts and secret techniques of Thousand Leaves sect that Yi Hen and his daughter had mentioned were definitely inside this space ring. Yi Chong said, "This king has engraved his brand on this space ring. Only a member of my Yi family can refine it with the power of their bloodline and open it. Any violent method of opening it will damage this space ring." Chapter 23:33. Yang Kai immediately knew that Yi Chong didn't completely trust him and was afraid that he would covet the treasures in the ring, which was why he had placed a bloodline seal on the ring. Of course, Yi Chong wasn't targeting him. This seal must have been placed tens of thousands of years ago. Even though he understood, Yang Kai still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Yi Chong had clearly come to ask for his help in handing over something, yet he was acting like he was guarding against a thief. Who would feel comfortable? However, Yang Kai didn't show it and simply took the ring. Rest assured, Senior. I will definitely hand it over to Sect Master Yi. Very good, very good. Yi Chong breathed a sigh of relief, as if a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. Of course, this king won't let you help for free. Hearing this, Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help but light up. He knew that Yi Chong was going to give him some benefits, so he immediately looked forward to it. Yi Chong didn't immediately say what benefits he would give Yang Kai. He just stared thoughtfully at Lu Yen beside him, his green eyes flashing with a complicated light. Even though Lu Yen was just an artifact spirit, he still felt a little scared by Yi Chong's stare and couldn't help but hide behind Yang Kai. Yi Chong was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Even if he was an arrow at the end of its flight, who knew what he could do? After a long time, Yi Chong seemed to have made up his mind and said, "You can enter the cave that this king was in before. Perhaps you can find an opportunity there." Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Please tell me, Senior." Yi Chong said, "When the opportunity arrives, you will know. If it doesn't, it's useless to ask." Yang Kai's face darkened. Yi Chong's words were the same as not saying anything. Since Yi Chong wanted to give him some benefits, Yi Chong didn't generously point it out and instead kept it to himself, which made him seem too petty. However, Yi Chong was still an old senior from tens of thousands of years ago, so Yang Kai couldn't be bothered to squabble with him, nor was he interested in thanking him. For Yang Kai, this trip was only to help Thousand Leaves Sect repair the space array. It was only a coincidence that he was able to talk to Yi Chong. Yang Kai didn't intend to take the ring for himself. Of course, if Yi Chong hadn't placed a bloodline restriction on the ring, he would have studied it before returning it to Yi Hen. He was also very interested in the Tao of puppetry. But now, with the restriction of his bloodline, Yang Kai naturally couldn't check what was inside the ring. If he did, he might suffer some kind of backlash. Yi Chong was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so who knew what kind of dangerous traps he might have left behind in the bloodline seal. Just as Yang Kai was silently cursing, Yi Chong suddenly asked, "How long has it been?" Yang Kai frowned and said, "I don't know the exact age, but it should be tens of thousands of years." Tens of thousands of years. Yi Chong was stunned for a moment before he smiled bitterly. Then, how is Thousand Leaves Sect doing now? How many experts are there in the sect? Yang Kai said, "If Senior is a Tao querying source realm expert, there are indeed quite a few. As for the Emperor realm, not a single one." Yi Chong sighed. This king has wronged the sect. His tone was filled with deep self-blame and regret. Back then, if he hadn't been so headstrong and self-opinionated, bringing all the secret arts and secret techniques into the sealed world in order to comprehend and refine himself into a puppet, Thousand Leaves Sect wouldn't have become what it was today. In the end, he failed. The moment he failed, he knew that he was wrong. He had underestimated the authority of the heavenly way, thinking that he would definitely succeed. He had predicted the decline of Thousand Leaves Sect, so he did his best to leave a remnant soul in the corpse puppet. Tens of thousands of years later, Yang Kai arrived. Seeing him like this, Yang Kai didn't know what to say. After Yi Chong sighed, his head suddenly drooped in front of his chest, and the green light in his eyes gradually dimmed until it disappeared. Immediately after, a wisp of black aura flew out of the corpse puppet's head and turned into nothingness. Yang Kai knew that this Thousand Leaves Sect's sect master from tens of thousands of years ago had completely fallen, and now not even a remnant soul was left. After losing the last of its remnant soul, the corpse puppet's body suddenly fell apart with a crash, turning into a pile of white bones. Yang Kai sighed. Even the most powerful cultivator would eventually turn into dust. Yi Chong had used his body to prove the heavenly way, so how could he not want to possess an immortal body? Unfortunately, even if he was a genius, he still couldn't overcome the constraints of the world principles. If even a third-order Emperor Realm Master was like this, how difficult would it be to achieve immortality? I wonder if the 10 great emperors could achieve this. Thinking of this, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. The 10 great emperors definitely couldn't achieve this. Otherwise, people like the heaven-devouring great emperor, the great emperors, and the flowing time great emperor wouldn't have fallen. Yang Kai had some hope, But of course, the prerequisite was that he had to refine the immortal tree. It was said that after refining the immortal tree, one could obtain an immortal and indestructible body, but he didn't know if this was true or not. After sighing for a while, Yang Kai's mood fluctuated. Then, together with Lu Yen, he buried Yi Cheng's body on the spot. He didn't bury it too carefully, because after the transmission array here was repaired, Yi Hen would definitely come over. This kind of thing was better left to Yi Hen. In any case, Yi Hen was his ancestor, so he should hold a grand funeral. After dealing with Yi Cheng's body, Yang Kai led Lu Yen to the cave where they met Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng said that there was an opportunity in the cave, but Yang Kai was suspicious. When he entered the cave before, he didn't have time to examine it carefully, but he didn't find anything special. Lu Yen was also puzzled. Following Yang Kai, she asked, "Master, when Senior Yi said that there was an opportunity, why was he staring at me?" "You're beautiful," Yang Kai answered casually. "Nonsense." Lu Yen glared at Yang Kai. Although she didn't think that her human form was ugly, how could Yi Cheng stare at her because of that? He was the sect master of a top sect, so what kind of woman hadn't he seen before? Yang Kai chuckled. "He must have seen your true form, so he took a second look. There's nothing strange about it." "I think that's the reason." Lu Yen nodded in agreement. The two chatted for a while before returning to the cave. Because Yi Cheng said that there was an opportunity here, Yang Kai released his divine sense to its fullest extent this time, searching the cave as they advanced. He was very careful, but he didn't find anything until he reached the innermost part. He didn't find anything suspicious. Could it be a lie? Yang Kai was a little depressed. Yi Cheng had been guarding against him like he was a thief, even placing a bloodline seal on his ring. It could be said that it wasn't aimed at him, but if the opportunity he had obtained was also a lie, then it was too much. He didn't expect to get any benefits from Yi Cheng. Since Yi Cheng took the initiative to mention it, it was also a lie. Then it wasn't a matter of morality. Yang Kai didn't believe it, so he searched the bottom several times. He even penetrated the stone wall with his divine sense, but he still found nothing. Lu Yen, on the other hand, suddenly stared at an oval-shaped stone. "What's wrong with it?" Yang Kai asked. Lu Yen said, "Master, this stone doesn't seem to be an ordinary stone." Yang Kai heard this and raised his brow, immediately releasing his divine sense to scan the stone. He had also investigated this stone before. He didn't pay much attention to it because this stone didn't even have any world energy fluctuations, so it was obviously not a precious treasure. But now, when he examined it again, Yang Kai found something unusual. This stone could actually swallow his probing divine sense, causing his knowledge C to hurt slightly. "Huh!" Yang Kai was surprised. The opportunity Yi Cheng mentioned, could it be this stone? There was nothing else suspicious in the entire cave. Only this oval-shaped stone was a little strange. If there really was an opportunity, it must be this. But what could a stone do? Could it be a top artifact refining material? Yang Kai was puzzled. He didn't need artifact refining materials. He already had several emperor artifacts, so he didn't need to refine anymore. Lu Yen was also at a loss, reaching out to touch the stone, wanting to see what was so strange about it. "Don't!" Yang Kai hurriedly stopped her. Although he didn't know what was so strange about the stone, it was obviously not good to touch it rashly before investigating its true nature. What's more, this was a strange stone that could even swallow his divine sense. But his words were still a little too late. Lu Yen had already touched the strange stone, but when she heard Yang Kai's shout, she instinctively wanted to withdraw her hand. But at that moment, a strong suction force suddenly came from the strange stone. This suction force was so fierce that Lu Yen couldn't resist at all. She only had time to cry out in alarm before she was directly sucked in, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai's face suddenly changed. Although Lu Yen could transform into a human form, making her look like a living beauty, in the end, she still didn't have a body. She couldn't be considered a living creature. Her body was only composed of pure energy, and it was only when this energy reached a certain density that she could resemble a real person. What the hell is this strange stone? It actually sucked Lu Yen in. How can this be? Yang Kai didn't hesitate at all, pushing his source chi and slapping the strange stone with his palm. With a loud bang, Yang Kai's palm left a clear imprint on the strange stone. But strangely, it didn't shatter. Instead, after Yang Kai withdrew his hand, it slowly recovered. In less than 10 breaths, the strange stone returned to its original state, and there was no trace of it being attacked by Yang Kai at all. Molten memory gold? Yang Kai's face changed slightly, but he soon realized that something was wrong. Molten memory gold was a top-grade artifact refining material, and any artifact would have a miraculous self-repair function if it was added to it. No matter how big the damage, it would gradually repair itself, but the molten memory gold he knew was definitely not like this. Yang Kai wanted to smash the strange stone to save Lu Yen, but after one strike, he knew that it was impossible. This strange stone wasn't hard, but it was extremely tough and couldn't be smashed. After Lu Yen was sucked into the strange stone, Yang Kai felt that the inexplicable connection between himself and Lu Yen had been severed for a long time. Lu Yen was an artifact spirit, and when Yang Kai refined her body, the artifact refining furnace, there had always been an invisible connection between the two that hadn't been broken for so many years, but now it was gone. Yang Kai's face turned pale, thinking that Lu Yen had died, because this was the only way to explain why the connection between the two had been severed. Yang Kai instantly felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart, his mood extremely heavy. Chapter 23:34. Lu Yen had been with him for many years, and they had always looked out for each other over the years. She had helped Yang Kai a lot, so if she died because of this strange rock in front of him, Yang Kai would never be able to accept it. If that was the case, he would dig up Yichang's body and grind his bones to ashes to vent his hatred. But after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was unlikely. Yichang had asked him for help and would never leave a strange stone here to harm him. But when he said that there was an opportunity in this cave, why did he keep staring at Lu Yen? Yang Kai's mind was in a mess. At this moment, a familiar aura suddenly came out of the strange stone. After perceiving this aura, Yang Kai's expression brightened and he hurriedly shouted, "Lu Yen!" That aura definitely belonged to Lu Yen, but it was very weak. If he hadn't been familiar with Lu Yen over the years, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to detect it. If there was a residual aura, it meant that Lu Yen hadn't died and was just sealed in the strange stone. Realizing this, Yang Kai didn't dare to attack the strange stone rashly, for fear of hurting Lu Yen. But in the face of his call, Lu Yen never responded. Not only that, in Yang Kai's perception, the aura emitted by Lu Yen was extremely stable. Although the fluctuation was extremely weak, there was no trace of injury. Some of it seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. What was going on? Yang Kai couldn't figure it out. He carefully released his divine sense to investigate again, but just like before, as soon as his divine sense entered the strange stone, it was as if it was bitten off by an invisible mouth. Not only did his investigation fail, but his divine sense was also affected. It also made his knowledge see hurt slightly. He didn't know what the hell the strange stone was, but it could swallow divine sense. It was obviously of extraordinary quality. Wisps of dark red color, almost invisible to the naked eye, diffused from the inside of the strange rock and seeped into the surface of the strange rock. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He couldn't be more familiar with this dark red aura. It was clearly the extremely complex flame power that Lu Yen possessed, mixed with the power of various strange flames. But they were perfectly blended together. In the whole world, there was no other one except for Lu Yen. Could it be that Lu Yen was attacking the seal from the inside? Thinking of this, Yang Kai couldn't help but relax a lot. He forced himself to calm down and observe carefully. He wanted to know how he could help Lu Yen. After the dark red color spread out, the strange stone suddenly buzzed, and then it emitted an extremely strong suction force. He frantically absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. All of a sudden, a gust of wind howled in the cave. The extremely rich spiritual energy in the secret realm surged into the strange rocks, but it disappeared like a stone sinking into the sea. On the contrary, with the disappearance of the spiritual energy, the dark red color on the surface of the strange rock became more and more exuberant. Lu Yan's aura became clearer and clearer. Spiritual energy? Yang Kai's heart moved, and he no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, tens of millions of source crystals scattered around the strange rock, almost filling the entire cave. These source crystals were all mid-grade and high-grade. There were no low-grade source crystals at all. All of them had been stripped from the source crystal load. Yang Kai punched out again, shattering these source crystals into dust, which transformed into a sea of spiritual energy that wrapped around the strange rock. At a visible rate, the strange rock continued to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. It seemed to be endless. At the same time that Lu Yan was in danger, outside Thousand Leaves sect, the wind howled and the cranes screamed. Over 1,000 cultivator arrived in front of Thousand Leaves sect's mountain defending array, glaring at the sect. These 1,000 people belonged to different forces, but they all seemed to be led by a blue-haired middle-aged man. It was unknown what kind of mysterious technique this middle-aged man cultivated, but his long blue hair draped over his shoulders in an unruly manner. His figure was heroic, and his expression was dignified. He sat on a roofless palanquin carried by 16 people. The palanquin was spacious and gave off strong spiritual energy fluctuations. It was obviously an extraordinary artifact. At this moment, the blue-haired man was leisurely sipping his tea, as if he had come here for a leisurely trip. Around him, many powerhouses had gathered. Sky Crane City's city lord Luo Jin, whom Yang Kai had once taught a lesson to, was among them. In just a short time, Luo Jin had taken some kind of pills and his injuries had completely healed. There were no longer any traces of the injuries he had suffered at the hands of Yang Kai. He was now full of energy and his complexion was rosy. The two old men who had been in charge of protecting Sky Illumination Palace's young palace master, Qiuyu, were also standing to the side with their heads lowered. They seemed to be extremely respectful to the blue-haired man. There was also a man who attracted everyone's attention. His cultivation was not inferior to anyone here. He had a stocky build and looked extremely rough. The aura he gave off was also extremely violent, and he seemed to be in his 40s or 50s. This man stood to the side and glanced at the blue-haired middle-aged man from time to time. He sneered, as if he looked down on the blue-haired man's actions. These people were all masters of the nearby sects, and their status and strength were similar. However, this blue-haired middle-aged man was acting all high and mighty, making him stand out from the crowd, which naturally made others unhappy. If this scene was seen by someone who did not know the situation, they would probably think that the blue-haired middle-aged man was the leader of all the cultivators here. Over 1,000 cultivators belonging to 5 or 6 sects had gathered here, but they did not say a single word, as if they were silently waiting for something. Luo Jin's face was filled with resentment and hatred as he stared straight ahead and clenched his fists tightly. A few days ago, he was holding a concubine wedding ceremony in the city lord's mansion, but it was interrupted midway. Not only was the bride snatched away in front of everyone's eyes, even he himself was seriously injured. If it wasn't for luck, he would have died long ago. Although it had only been a few days, this matter had already spread throughout the surrounding territory, and all the cultivators in Sky Crane City knew about it. His prestige in Sky Crane City had plummeted, and he could feel people pointing at him behind his back wherever he went. Not only that, there were even voices of dissatisfaction in the city, calling for him to step down. How could Luo Jin allow such a thing to happen? He had painstakingly managed Sky Crane City for so many years, and it was just about to rise up and be on equal footing with the surrounding sects. How could he be willing to fall short at the last moment? And the culprit behind all of this was that brat called Yang Kai. As long as he could kill Yang Kai and wash away his humiliation, Luo Jin believed that he would be able to stabilize Sky Crane City once again. At that time, no one would dare to say anything to him. Luo Jin hated Yang Kai, so he naturally didn't have a good impression of the Thousand Leaves sect that was shielding Yang Kai. He secretly swore in his heart that if He Hen was tactful, things would be fine. But if he didn't, Luo Jin would let him know the consequences. Asterisk hu. Asterisk right at that moment, a stream of light shot over from the front. As the light fell, the figures of many of Thousand Leaves sect's higher-ups appeared, with Yi Hen at the head, and the vice sect masters and elders beside him. Although they had received the news in advance, Yi Hen and the others could not help but change their expressions when they saw so many masters gathered in front of their sect's mountain defending array. The forces gathered here were the forces of 5 or 6 great forces, and there were more than 200 Dao Source Realm masters. There were even more than a dozen from the Third Order Dao Source Realm, and the rest were all Origin King Realm cultivators. How could the current Thousand Leaves sect resist such a force? Yi Hen calmed himself down and cupped his fists. Friends, your presence brings light to my humble sect. May I ask why you have come unannounced? He also knew that the other party did not come with good intentions, so there was no way for them to settle this peacefully. However, he was not too afraid of the mountain defending array. If it was an ordinary sect's mountain defending array, it would definitely not be able to withstand the attacks of so many masters. However, Thousand Leaves sect's mountain defending array had been passed down for a long time, and its grade was extremely high. It was not something that ordinary sects could compare to. If it were not for Thousand Leaves sect's current strength being insufficient, the mountain defending array's defensive grade could be increased by several levels. Once it was activated, even a dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm might not be able to break through it. Even so, this mountain defending array should be more than enough to withstand the attacks of these people. This was also the fundamental reason why Thousand Leaves sect was able to remain standing despite its decline. If they could not break through the mountain defending array, no one would dare to completely fall out with Thousand Leaves sect. Just as Yi Hen finished speaking, Luo Jin was the first to jump out and roar, "Yi! Don't play dumb. Don't tell me you don't know why we're here? If you know what's good for you, then obediently hand over that brat Yang Kai and the others. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." Hearing this, Yi Hen frowned. "City Lord Luo, what enmity do you have with young Master Yang for you to be so angry?" Luo Jin felt as if his lungs were about to explode from anger when he heard Yi Hen asking the obvious. With an ashen face, he said, "Yi Hen, are you mocking this Luo? Don't tell me you don't know what happened in my city lord's mansion a few days ago? Or are you trying to humiliate me on purpose?" Yi Hen replied indifferently, "I know a thing or two, but I don't know the details." Luo Jin said angrily, "That brat caused a ruckus in my city lord's mansion, snatched this king's concubine, and killed and injured guests. How can this king let this matter rest?" Yi Hen said, "Why is this matter different from what this Yi has heard? This Yi heard that City Lord Luo used your strength to bully the weak, oppressing men and women, imprisoning a few of young Master Yang's friends, and forcing young Master Yang's mother-in-law to marry him. Young Master Yang was forced to fight City Lord Luo, and although he won at the last moment, he still mercifully spared your life. City Lord Luo, it's fine if you're not grateful, but why are you repaying kindness with enmity after just a few days?" Luo Jin's face alternated between green and red as he roared, "Bullshit!" Yi Hen said coldly, "There were countless guests that day, and everyone was watching. I believe that everyone knows whether this Yi is spouting nonsense or if City Lord Luo is being ungrateful." Luo Jin's blood boiled in his heart, and he almost blurted it out. This matter was the greatest humiliation of his life, and now that Yi Hen mentioned it in front of everyone, he was naturally burning with rage. If not for the mountain protecting array in front of him, he would have already fought it out with Yi Hen with bloodshot eyes. Yi Hen cupped his fists and looked around. "Everyone should know about this matter, so why don't you tell City Lord Luo in detail, lest he misunderstands something and does something that angers the gods?" None of the cultivator present had any intention of speaking up when they heard this. They had not come here to argue with Yi Hen, so what if what Yi Hen said was the truth? Yang Kai had indeed killed people, and he had killed the elites of their sects. Now that they knew that Yang Kai was in Thousand Leaves sect, how could they sit back and do nothing? Chapter 23:35. Seeing that no one responded, Yi Hen said indifferently, Luo Jin's actions are shameful. Friends, do you want to join forces with such a person? In his anger, he no longer bothered to be polite with Luo Jin and directly called him by his name. Hearing this, the burly man coldly snorted and said, "Forget about City Lord Luo's matter. This king would like to ask that little brat surnamed Yang, what kind of enmity did my Sky Peak Temple's Vice Temple Master Kution have with him for him to actually kill him in the City Lord's mansion?" From his tone, it was obvious that he was the Temple Master of Sky Peak Temple, Ruanhongbo. Like Yi Hen, Ruanhongbo was a cultivator from the Third Order Dao Source Realm. Now that his Vice Temple Master had been killed by Yang Kai, he naturally wouldn't let the matter rest. Therefore, despite his disdain for Luo Jin's character, he still followed him here to seek justice. As soon as Ruanhongbo finished speaking, someone immediately followed up, "That's right, that bastard even killed my son, Mu Zheng. I, Mu Guan, am absolutely irreconcilable with him." Yi Hen turned his head and saw that the person who spoke was the Tower Master of White Cloud Tower, Mu Guan. Yi Hen had also asked Yi Jinghan about what had happened in the City Lord's mansion that day, and knew that Mu Zheng was indeed killed by Yang Kai. Furthermore, Yang Kai had even used Mu Zheng's flesh and blood to write a large death character on the wall to intimidate all the guests present. However, Mu Zheng was the one who had sought his own death. He didn't have the ability, yet he chose to stand out. Who could he blame for being killed by Yang Kai as an example to others? However, White Cloud Tower obviously wouldn't let this matter rest. "That brat injured my heart-seeking pavilion's disciple. This pavilion master is here to ask for a reasonable explanation." The pavilion master of Heart-Seeking Pavilion also stood up. "My soul-seizing sword sect is the same, Sect Master Yi. Hand him over. Otherwise, everyone will lose face." As the Third Order Dao Source Realm Masters stood up one after another, the expressions of the Thousand Leaves sect's upper echelons gradually changed. However, Yi Hen remained calm and indifferent. He turned his head and asked the blue-haired man sitting on the palanquin, "Palace Master Chiu also has the same intention?" He wasn't too afraid of the people present, but he was most afraid of this blue-haired man. This person was Sky Illumination Palace's Palace Master, Chiu Zhe, whose strength had reached the peak of the Dao Source Realm. It was rumored that he had been in retreat for the past 10 years to comprehend the mysteries of the Emperor Realm, hoping to break through the shackles and ascend to the Emperor Realm. Over the past dozen years, there had not been any news of him leaving the sect, but who would have thought that this person would actually come to Thousand Leaves sect's doorstep today? Yi Hen did not dare to take this person lightly because he had a very high chance of ascending to the Emperor Realm. Once he ascended to the Emperor Realm, no one within a radius of 1,000,000 miles would be a match for him. Chiu Zhe heard this. He smiled slightly and said, "My son, Chiu Yu, is not skilled enough and suffered a great loss at the hands of that young brat. This seat came here to invite him to my Sky Illumination Palace as a guest for a few days and teach Chiu Yu how to cultivate while he's at it. They were all young people. We should be able to find some common topics, so please don't refuse, Sect Master Yi." His words sounded nice, but everyone knew that it was just an excuse. It was true that Chiu Yu had been severely injured by Yang Kai in the City Lord's mansion that day. But if that was all, why would Chiu Zhe come out personally? The enmity between Sky Illumination Palace and Thousand Leaves sect had been building up for a long time. One was a newly risen sect that had the potential to rule over this territory, while the other was an old and declining sect. If the former wanted to establish their might, it was naturally best to start with the latter. As long as he could eliminate Thousand Leaves sect, the prestige of the Sky Illumination Palace would be unparalleled, and he, Chiu Zhe, would be the overlord of this land. "Hand him over! Sect Master Yi, we have no enmity with Thousand Leaves sect, so we are not willing to make things difficult for you. However, that bastard surnamed Yang cannot be forgiven so easily, so we ask that Sect Master Yi not to shield him." The sect masters of the various great sects began to clamor, each of them trying to pressure the Thousand Leaves sect. Yi Hen furrowed his brows, while the expressions of the Thousand Leaves sect's upper echelons who had come with him changed drastically, their hearts filled with unease. Although the sect defending array was blocking them, and these people should not be able to do anything to them, the disciples of Thousand Leaves sect had to go out sooner or later. They could not hide in the array forever. If they offended so many great forces here, how could Thousand Leaves sect survive in the future? With this thought in mind, the Thousand Leaves sect's upper echelons all looked towards Yihen. They did not know what the relationship between Yang Kai and Yihen was, or why he wanted to hide in Thousand Leaves sect after causing such a huge mess, causing trouble for the sect. Moreover, why did Yihen accept him despite knowing all this? This was obviously not a wise move. Sect Master, a second-order Dao Source Realm old man called out softly. Although he did not say anything, his meaning was obvious. Yang Kai had nothing to do with Thousand Leaves sect, so there was no harm in showing weakness here and handing him over in exchange for safety. It was better than having someone blocking their door. Yihen glanced at the old man and said indifferently, "I know what I'm doing." Hearing this, the old man sighed heavily and did not try to persuade him anymore. He was from the older generation of Thousand Leaves sect and had watched Yihen grow up, so he understood Yihen's temper very well. He knew that he would not act recklessly, so even though he was worried, he still chose to believe that Yihen would not harm the sect. Sect Master. Thousand Leaves sect's vice sect master Shirtsong Ing suddenly stepped forward and cupped his fists, quickly saying, "This sure thinks that the words of these friends are reasonable. That little brat surnamed Yang has no respect for his seniors and dared to act recklessly in the city lord's mansion. This is simply outrageous. Even someone as respected as Master Kutian was killed. He is clearly a bloodthirsty person. No matter what his purpose was before, he definitely did not come to our Thousand Leaves sect with good intentions. This sure asks sect master to hand that little brat over to these friends to deal with, so that people won't say that our Thousand Leaves sect is colluding with him and tarnishing our reputation." Chiu Zhe smiled. Vice sect master Sure is indeed sensible. Very good, very good. Shirtsong Ing smiled. Heaven is watching what people do. This Sure is simply following heaven's will. Palace Master Chiu is too kind. Yihen coldly said, "Brother Sure, this ye said before that young Master Yang is an honored guest of our Thousand Leaves sect and that no one is allowed to have any ideas about him. If you still treat me as a sect master, then don't say such things again." Shirtsong Ying's expression changed slightly. "Sect master, are you going to disregard the tens of thousands of years of our ancestors' foundation?" Yihen replied, "It is precisely because of this foundation that we cannot hand young Master Yang over to anyone." Besides Shirtsong Ing, only Yi Jinghan knew that Yang Kai had gone to repair the entrance to the sealed world. He had not mentioned this to anyone else, so Shirtsong Ing did not know why Yihen wanted to protect Yang Kai. Seeing Yihen's resolute expression, as if he would fall out with Shirtsong Ing if Shirtsong Ing dared to say anything more, Shirtsong Ying's heart skipped a beat. In his memories, Yihen was not such an overbearing existence. Yihen was old and his cultivation had stagnated, so he had always been very polite to Shirtsong Ing over the years. Logically speaking, Yihen should have carefully weighed everything Shirtsong Ing said. Even if he opposed Shirtsong Ing, he would not have spoken so harshly. So why was Yihen so resolute when it came to that brat surnamed Yang? Shirtsong Ing instinctively felt that this matter was not simple, but he did not have the time to think about it carefully. His face sank as he said, "Sect Master, you are so stubborn. Do you really want to plunge the sect into an abyss of suffering? Have you thought about the feelings and future of the sect's 3,000 disciples? A single wrong decision from you can doom the sect to eternal damnation. As the vice sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, this sure has the responsibility and obligation to think for the sect and its disciples." Yihen coldly replied, "Are you thinking for yourself or for the sect?" Without waiting for Shirtsong Ing to say anything, Yihen sternly shouted, "I've already made up my mind. Stand down." Shirtsong Ing was stunned when he heard this, and his body subconsciously trembled. It was as if he had just remembered that the other party was the sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, while he was just a vice sect master. Outside the mountain defending array, a group of masters coldly watched as they sneered in their hearts. It was rumored that the Thousand Leaves sect was unstable internally, and that there was a rift between Yihen and Shirtsong Ing. From the looks of it, this was indeed the case. These two were the pillars of Thousand Leaves sect, yet they were actually fighting amongst themselves at such a time. From this, one could see how rotten the Thousand Leaves sect was. A sect like this would not be able to hold on for much longer. Thinking of this, everyone sneered in their hearts, as if they could already see the scene of Thousand Leaves sect's destruction. Being shouted at by Yi Hen in front of everyone's eyes, Shi Tsong naturally felt a little embarrassed and flew into a rage out of humiliation. Fine. Since sect master doesn't listen to my advice and is headstrong and doesn't care about the safety of the sect, then don't blame this Shi for not treating you as the sect master. Yi Hen was slightly startled and coldly shouted, "What are you planning to do?" Shi Tsong smiled. That brat surnamed Yang has provoked so many sects, yet he wants to hide in Thousand Leaves sect and bring disaster to our sect. This Shi is thinking for the sake of the sect's disciples, so I naturally have to hand him over. Rest assured, sect master, this matter has nothing to do with you. Even if someone blames me in the future, this Shi will bear the responsibility and will not ruin your good name. His righteous attitude, not hesitating to consider the sect's interests even if his reputation was tarnished, immediately attracted the goodwill of many of the Thousand Leaves sect's higher-ups, who felt that Yi Hen was indeed a little arbitrary. Yi Hen seemed to have suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, "You dare to send people to capture them?" Only at this moment did Yi Hen notice that the three trusted elders who had always been by Shi Tsong side had disappeared. Those three elders were all second-order Dao Source Realm cultivators. With such strength, Yang Kai's friends would not be able to resist at all. The people that Yang Kai had brought with him were only first-order Dao Source Realm cultivators. Although there were barriers in their rooms, those elders knew them like the back of their hands, so breaking them was a piece of cake. Thinking of this, Yi Hen turned pale with fright, wishing that he could slap Shi Tsong to death. His daughter had painstakingly invited Yang Kai to Thousand Leaves sect to repair the entrance to the sealed world. Yet his own vice-sect master wanted to take action against Yang Kai's friends. If Yang Kai found out about this, how would he explain himself? He had already made up his mind. Even if he had to offend so many sects this time, as long as Yang Kai could repair the entrance and allow Thousand Leaves sect's secret arts and secret techniques to return, it would be worth it. At worst, Thousand Leaves sect would seal itself off for a few years and allow the sect's experts to comprehend the secret arts and secret techniques. As long as they could mobilize the 30 or so Dao Source grade puppets in the square, Thousand Leaves sect would no longer need to fear any other sect and would be able to take a breather. As time passed, would they still have to worry about not being able to control those heaven grade puppets? Chapter 2336. Once they could control the heaven grade puppet, Thousand Leaves sect would be able to rise to the ranks of first-rate sects. What was there to fear from a small sky illumination palace? When that time came, all the sects and families within 1,000,000 kilometers would have to depend on Thousand Leaves sect for their survival. However, he never imagined that Shi Tsong would be so despicable and vicious, sending his trusted subordinates to capture those people while he and Yang Kai were away. Once those people were handed over, how could Yang Kai let the matter rest? Thousand Leaves sect's lost secret arts and secret techniques would also be lost. At that time, Thousand Leaves sect would truly be finished. Thinking of this, Yi Hen became anxious and angry, shouting, "Shi Tsong, if you really care about the sect, quickly call those people back." Shi Tsong coldly snorted, "It's already too late." When he heard that many masters had arrived outside the sect, Shi Tsong had already guessed what they were here for and had secretly instructed the elders to lie in ambush and wait for his orders. Previously, when he saw that Yi Hen was still unwilling to hand over those people, he had secretly given the order, but it was obviously too late to say anything now. "You!" A mouthful of blood rushed up Yi Hen's throat and he almost spat it out in anger. He pointed at Shi Tsong and gritted his teeth. "Do you know what kind of mistake you've made? If even a single hair on those people's heads is lost, this sect master will hold you responsible." Shi Tsong's face sank. This Shi has the heart of the sect. The heavens and earth can be my witness. The sun and moon can be my witness. Even if our ancestors were standing here, they would feel that this Shi's actions were not wrong. Seeing that Shi Tsongying was still so unrepentant, Yihen finally spat out a mouthful of blood. Shi Tsongying looked at him coldly and said indifferently, "Sect Master, you're old and no longer suitable to lead Thousand Leaves sect. Your rotten and stubborn thinking will only stop Thousand Leaves sect from moving forward." As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed greatly. Realizing that Shi Tsongying was taking this opportunity to seize power and seize the throne, the group of elders all wore terrified expressions, not knowing what to do. Du Xian angrily shouted, "Old thief Shi, since you dare to act so disgracefully, I will clean up the sect on behalf of Master today." He had been standing behind Yihen the whole time, so he had seen everything clearly, although he didn't know why Yihen valued Kai Yang so much. However, Yihen was still his master. His master had been angered to the point of vomiting blood by Shi Tsongying, so how could he remain indifferent? Just as he finished speaking, a long sword glowing with a cold light suddenly appeared in his hand. A curtain of swords rose up and pierced towards Shi Tsongying. Shi Tsongying stood in place with a look of disdain on his face. He extended his hand forward and slammed it down. He said, "As a disciple of the sect, you dare to offend your superiors and attack me. Yihen has indeed taught a good disciple." As he spoke, the origin energy in his large hand surged and collided with the sword screen. With a rumble, the sword screen shattered. The palm print blasted onto Du Xian. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. This unforeseen event happened in the blink of an eye. Although the sect defending array was blocking it, Qiu Zhe and the others were still able to see it clearly, causing them to reveal mocking smiles. They had joined forces to attack Thousand Leaves sect today, thinking that it would be a tough battle, but they never expected that before they could even make a move, Thousand Leaves sect would begin to fall apart internally. The sect master and vice sect master were quarreling incessantly, while the disrespectful disciples took the initiative to attack. However, they were forced to retreat with injuries. From the looks of it, they did not need to do anything to take down Thousand Leaves sect. All they needed to do was stand here and watch the show. Thinking of this, each of them revealed confident expressions. Sect Master Shi's loyalty is truly admirable. Qiu Zhe smiled at Shi Tsongying and cupped his fists. He had already addressed Shi Tsongying as Sect Master, obviously feeling that Yihen was unable to make a comeback. Hearing this, Shi Tsongying returned the gesture. "Palace Master Qiu is too kind. This Shi is only thinking for the sake of the sect, unlike some people who are blinded by a single leaf and are willing to risk universal condemnation and only bring disaster to the sect." Qiu Zhe said, "This king feels that Thousand Leaves sect will definitely have a bright future under Sect Master Shi's leadership in the future." Shi Tsongying smiled faintly and lowered his posture. "Then I will have to ask Palace Master Qiu to take care of me in the future." With these words, he was clearly indicating that he would interact more with Sky Illumination Palace in the future, and that he would follow their lead. Yihen spat out another mouthful of blood when he heard this. "Shi Tsongying, you will regret this. Our sect ancestors' tens of thousands of years of foundation has been lost at your hands. If you die in the future, how will you have the face to meet our ancestors?" Shi Tsongying sneered. "I wonder who is the one who doesn't have the face to meet our ancestors? This Shi has a clear conscience. Even if my soul returns to the underworld, the sect ancestors will not blame me." Yihen's face was pale, and his aura looked extremely weak, but he gritted his teeth and did not say a word. He only glared hatefully at Shi Tsongying, as if he wanted to eat him alive. On the other side, Qiu Zhe nodded in satisfaction. "Sect Master Shi, you should hand them over first. We have been waiting here for quite some time." Of course, Shi Tsongying smiled faintly. Looking at the time, they should be here soon. Saying so, he turned his head to look in a certain direction and smiled. "Look, they're here." Hearing his words, everyone raised their heads to look in that direction. Yihen was even more anxious, secretly circulating his source qi, waiting for the moment Shi Tsongying's mind relaxed before launching an attack. No matter what, he could not allow Yang Kai's friends to be handed over. However, When he glanced in that direction, Yihen's expression turned cold as he furrowed his brow. Shi Songying also seemed to have noticed something wrong, and a strange expression appeared on his face. On the other side, a streak of light flew towards them. After a short while, the streak of light landed in front of everyone, revealing a figure. This person appeared to be a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, and was about 50 years old. He was one of the elders who had always followed Shi Songying, and was also one of the pillars of Thousand Leaves sect's new faction. However, at this moment, this elder was covered in blood and was in a sorry state. Not only that, his aura was extremely weak, and it was obvious that he was seriously injured. Seeing this person, Yihen could not help but look puzzled. Shi Songying's expression changed greatly as he hurried forward to support the elder, shouting in a low voice, "What happened? Who injured you? Didn't you go to capture them? Where are the others?" Hearing this, the elder replied in horror, "There is a master among them from the third-order Dao Source Realm. We were no match for him, so 7th Elder and 9th Elder were captured." "What?" Shi Songying turned pale with fright. He was detained? He could not believe his ears. He looked at the injured elder with an expression that said, "Are you kidding me?" He naturally understood the cultivation levels of the people Kai Yang had brought with him. All of them were from the first-order Dao Source Realm, and there was even an Origin King Realm cultivator among them. How could such cultivators be a match for his 3 trusted elders? However, the current situation was that 2 of his trusted aides had been captured, while the last one had fled back here with serious injuries. If not for the elder in front of him being so loyal, Shi Songying would have thought that he was lying to disturb his mind. "Who captured them?" Shi Songying asked in shock. "A woman." "A woman?" Shi Songying had a stunned expression on his face. Seemingly recalling something, he grit his teeth and said, "Are they pretending to be pigs to eat tigers?" He probably felt that Qi Yu was hiding her true cultivation. Therefore, his 3 trusted aides were not strong enough to capture her. However, the elder shook his head and said, "No, I have never seen that woman before. I don't know when she came to the sect." "You haven't seen her before?" Shi Songying was even more confused before he angrily said, "Even if she is from the third-order Dao Source Realm, the 3 of you shouldn't have been defeated so miserably." He had a look of disappointment on his face, and he was just short of calling this elder a useless piece of trash. That elder said bleakly, "She is definitely at the peak of the Dao Source Realm, and her attacks have traces of Emperor intent. If not for that, we would not have been able to defeat her. If not, we wouldn't have been defeated by her in a single move." Emperor intent? Shi Songying was truly shocked this time. What did it mean to have Emperor intent in her attacks? It meant that she had comprehended a trace of the Emperor Realm's mysteries. In other words, as long as that woman was given enough time, she would be able to break through to the Emperor Realm. A master from the Emperor Realm was someone that Thousand Leaves sect could not afford to offend. Shi Songying's heart was in chaos. He glanced at Yihen thoughtfully. He thought that the woman must have been arranged by Yihen to protect those people, but he knew that he was wrong at a glance, because Yihen also had a blank look on his face. Obviously, he didn't know when a woman at the peak of the Dao Source Realm had appeared. No one would believe that the sect master and vice sect master were completely unaware of such a master's arrival in Thousand Leaves sect. Shi Songying could not help but break out in a cold sweat, feeling a little frightened. Qiu Zhe suddenly sneered, "Sect Master Shi, your subordinates aren't very reliable. They can't even take down a few petty thieves." Shi Songying was already feeling annoyed. Now that he heard Qiu Zhe ridicule him like this, he immediately became annoyed. "Palace Master Qiu, you can just watch over our sect's matters. There's no need to say anything." Qiu Zhe snorted and slowly stood up from the palanquin. He then walked step by step towards the Great Mountain Barrier Formation, saying, "Originally, this Qiu didn't want to get involved in your esteemed sect's matters. However, this matter concerns the surrounding great sections. As the overlord of this region, how can this seat sit idly by?" Just as he finished speaking, an unimaginable aura suddenly burst out from his body. In an instant, the surrounding space seemed to solidify, and the world principles were shaken. Everyone who was enveloped by this aura felt as if they were being pressed down by a mountain. Breathing became difficult, and the circulation of energy in their bodies became sluggish. Even the Thousand Leaves sect's mountain protecting array began to ripple visibly under the impact of this power. At this moment, Qiuzhe seemed to have become the master of this world. Everyone's life and death were at his mercy, and no one could resist. Emperor, realm. Mu Guan of White Cloud Tower trembled and almost knelt down. His eyes trembled violently as he looked at Qiuzhe in disbelief. Everyone else was also shocked, their faces pale. Especially Ruan Hongbo of Sky Peak Temple, his face was pale. Previously, he didn't take Qiuzhe seriously. After all, they were all from the Third Order Dao Source Realm. Although it was rumored that Qiuzhe had been in seclusion for more than a decade to comprehend the mysteries of the Emperor Realm, he hadn't succeeded. As long as he didn't succeed, everyone would be on equal footing. Ruan Hongbo was very unhappy when he saw Qiuzhe acting all high and mighty. He felt that this guy was taking himself too seriously. If he was already like this before breaking through to the Emperor Realm, what would happen if he broke through? But now, he knew why Qiuzhe didn't even spare him a glance. It turned out that Qiuzhe had already broken through his shackles and ascended to the Emperor Realm. Chapter 23:37. Thinking of this, large beads of sweat rolled down Ruan Hongbo's forehead. He realized that Sky Peak Temple's days in the future would not be easy. Originally, Sky Peak Temple and Sky Illumination Palace were evenly matched in strength. But now that the latter had an emperor, Sky Peak Temple could only express its loyalty if it wanted to survive. Qiuzhe was now a true overlord. No wonder he was so arrogant and proud of his success this time. Inside the mountain defending array, Yihen and the others were also pale with despair. The sect was already in turmoil because of Shi Tsongying, causing it to split into two factions. Now, Qiuzhe had actually advanced to the Emperor Realm and was standing right outside the mountain defending array. How were they going to survive? Shi Tsongying was also shocked and no longer dared to be presumptuous in front of Qiuzhe. He said in fear, "So Palace Lord Qiu has already advanced to the Emperor Realm. This sure congratulates Palace Lord Qiu." Ruan Hongba, Mu Zhang, and the others also said in unison, "Congratulations to Palace Lord Qiu for advancing to the Emperor Realm." Qiuzhe laughed loudly, his laughter rolling like thunder, sending chills down everyone's spine. Inside the cave, Yang Kai stared at the strange rock, not daring to miss the slightest change. Ever since he shattered the tens of millions of mid-rank and high-rank source crystals and turned them into a sea of spirit chi, an even more powerful devouring force came from the strange rock, constantly devouring the surrounding world energy. As time passed, the crimson glow on the surface of the strange rock became more and more vigorous, and Lu Yan's aura became clearer and clearer. A few days later, Yang Kai gradually realized that things were not as he thought. Lu Yan was not in any danger. Although she had been swallowed by the strange rock, Yang Kai could still feel it. Lu Yan was currently in a deep sleep. She was extremely peaceful, and the aura she unconsciously released was even mixed with a trace of excitement and joy. It was as if this encounter was not a bad thing for her, but an extremely good thing. Could it be that Yi Chang's words were true and there really was an opportunity here? But this opportunity was useful to Lu Yan. Recalling how Yi Chong kept staring at Lu Yan when he talked about the opportunity, Yang Kai felt that this might be the case. However, Yang Kai still couldn't figure out what this opportunity was. The only thing he could do now was to stay by Lu Yan's side and wait for any changes. A day later, the spirit fog in the cave had become extremely thin. Although the spirit energy in the secret realm was extremely rich, the strange rock did not seem to have reached the point of saturation. Yang Kai tossed out tens of millions of source crystals again and did the same thing, allowing the strange rock to devour them. At this moment, the entire strange rock was completely red, as if it had just been scooped out of hot magma. The inside of the cave was also incomparably hot, and the walls of the cave had already melted. Lu Yan's aura became clearer and clearer, But to Yang Kai's surprise and joy, Lu Yan's aura seemed to be much stronger than before, and there was also another kind of charm. A kind of charm that couldn't be described clearly. As he watched, Yang Kai suddenly had an idea. Isn't this just an egg? Previously, he had been prejudiced. He didn't pay much attention to it, but now that he observed it carefully, he found that the oval-shaped strange rock was like an egg. Thinking of this, Yang Kai remembered that Xiao Xiao and his embodiment had broken out of the dark rock in the past, which was a special way of birth for the stone mongoose. Could it be that Lu Yan would also break out of this strange rock? This strange rock was different from the two strange stones he had obtained in the past, so it was not a product of the stone mongoose clan. Yang Kai didn't know what this strange rock was, but after having this guess, Yang Kai couldn't help but look forward to it. If his guess was correct, Lu Yan would eventually break out of the shell, but he didn't know what it would look like. This was really an opportunity for Lu Yan. Time flew by and another 2 days passed. The speed at which the strange rock devoured the surrounding spiritual qi had obviously slowed down a lot, and it was getting slower and slower. Yang Kai knew that the strange rock should be saturated, and Lu Yan's fate would be revealed soon. So he stared at the strange rock without blinking, his heart in turmoil. Half a day later, just as Yang Kai was feeling uneasy, a crisp sound suddenly came from the strange rock. Yang Kai was shocked when he heard the sound, and quickly looked at the strange rock, only to find that there was a small crack in the middle of the strange rock. Gotcha! When the crack appeared, it seemed to have caused a chain reaction, and a continuous sound was heard. One crack after another appeared, covering the entire strange rock, as dense as a spider web. Yang Kai's face became serious, and he paid more attention to it, ready to help Lu Yan at any time. Crash, after a loud sound, the entire strange rock suddenly fell apart, turning into countless small fragments and falling to the ground. Yang Kai was shocked, thinking that something had happened to Lu Yan, but when he saw a red light appear where the strange rock was, he relaxed. Lu Yan's aura was clearly transmitted from the light, indicating that Lu Yan was fine. The light was fierce, and the entire cave was illuminated red. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and stared, but he couldn't find any clues. He released his divine sense, but it was also blurred. It seemed that the light had inherited the strange rock's ability to devour divine sense, so he couldn't investigate it clearly. After a full incense stick's worth of time, the red light suddenly disappeared, and the cave returned to darkness. Only then did Yang Kai see the scene in front of him clearly. The next moment, his eyes suddenly widened, his mouth opened wide, and his face was full of shock and amazement, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Because he saw that in the place where the strange rock was originally located, there was actually the figure of a little girl. The little girl looked about 7 or 8 years old, lying on her side on the ground, her small body curled up there, her hands folded under her face, sleeping very peacefully. Yang Kai could clearly hear her breathing. If that was all, it would be fine, but what made Yang Kai feel incredulous was that he actually felt Lu Yan's aura from the little girl. Was this Lu Yan? Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out. Since Lu Yan could transform, she had appeared in front of Yang Kai in the form of a gorgeous woman, wearing revealing clothes, full breasts and beautiful buttocks. She could arouse one's imagination. But after this sudden change, she had suddenly turned into such a wretched person. Yang Kai simply couldn't accept it. But it didn't make sense to say that she wasn't Lu Yan, because this little girl did have Lu Yan's aura. Not only that, but her fiery red hair was also perfectly inherited, and the soft red hair draped over her body, tightly covering her small body. Yang Kai only noticed now. This little girl was completely naked, but because of the red hair, he obviously didn't notice it. Just as Yang Kai was at a loss, the long eyelashes of the little girl in front of him trembled, and then she slowly opened her eyes. She seemed to be a little confused about the current situation, raised her eyelids and looked at the stunned face in front of her, and then slowly sat up straight. When she sat up, her long hair suddenly spread out, revealing her white body, but she was obviously still very confused, with a sluggish face. Yang Kai quickly turned his head, rummaged through his ring, and directly took out a piece of clothing and threw it at her. In a split second, the large clothes covered her tightly. "Master, what are you doing?" The little girl murmured with some dissatisfaction. She reached out and pulled the clothing off her head. But as soon as the words came out of her mouth, she was also stunned, and her beautiful eyes trembled violently. Then she put her hands in front of her eyes and looked at them in a daze. A moment later, a tragic scream came out of the cave. Half an hour later, Yang Kai and the little girl gradually recovered their emotions. The two of them sat face to face, one with a strange expression, the other with tears in her eyes, and her mouth into a thin line. The little girl was indeed Lu Yen, without a doubt. But they didn't know why she had become like this. At this moment, Lu Yen had already put on Yang Kai's clothes, but the clothes were too loose for her current body size, and coupled with her extremely aggrieved expression, it was enough to melt anyone's heart, and make people couldn't help but hold her in the palm of their hands to protect her. Judging from her appearance, she still bore some resemblance to Lu Yen, but she was a young version of Lu Yen. Her small face was like carved jade, delicate like a porcelain doll, and her skin was fair and rosy. There was still a bit of baby fat on her cheeks, making people want to pinch her cheeks and feel them. "Have you seen enough?" Lu Yen glared at Yang Kai with a face full of dissatisfaction. Yang Kai shrugged and calmly said, "Do you know that your appearance is not threatening at all?" Lu Yan's teeth creaked as she gritted her teeth. After becoming like this, even her voice was like a child's voice, crisp and pleasant, no longer charming like before. All right. Yang Kai comforted her and said with a serious expression, "Let me ask you, is there anything wrong with becoming like this?" "No, it's just that I'm not used to it," Lu Yen replied in a low voice. "Can't you change back to your original appearance?" Yang Kai asked. Lu Yen said, "Maybe you haven't noticed, but I already have my own body." "What?" Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this and hurriedly released his divine thought to investigate. But his divine thought was swallowed up as soon as it fell on Lu Yan's body, so he couldn't detect anything at all. It was the same before, so Yang Kai didn't know much about Lu Yan's changes. Now that he heard her say this, Yang Kai wanted to take a closer look, but he couldn't detect anything with his divine thought, so he could only use his hands. Thinking of this, Yang Kai immediately stretched out a hand to pinch Lu Yan's little face. After a little contact, Yang Kai knew that Lu Yen was telling the truth. She did indeed have her own body, because the feeling coming from her fingers was not pure energy, but a real object. Not only that, Lu Yan's little face was no different from a real person's. It was very elastic and wonderful to the touch. Yang Kai believed that there were few people in the world who could compare with her. Yang Kai couldn't help but pinch her face for a while. Lu Yen slapped his hand away in disgust and said, "It hurts." As she said this, she rubbed her cheeks. "How can it be?" Yang Kai frowned. Lu Yen was a tool spirit in human form, so it was not impossible for her to have her own body. As far as he knew, there was a kind of elixir called the incarnation elixir, which could let a cultivator who had lost his physical body rebuild his body. However, refining the incarnation elixir required the incarnation fruit, which was extinct. Chapter 2338. Lu Yen had only been swallowed by the strange stone, but after breaking out of the shell, he actually possessed his own body. No matter how he thought about it, this was simply inconceivable. Didn't this mean that the strange stone had the same effect as the flesh incarnation fruit? Just how heaven-defying was this? Lu Yen frowned slightly and whispered, "I think I understand a little about this situation. I can't say why, but I feel like this body of mine is a puppet." "Puppet?" Yang Kai raised his brow. Lu Yen gently nodded. "And there are many spirit arrays and mysterious traces of refinement in my body. But these traces are natural and ancient. They should have been refined by an almighty master many years ago." Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, as if he had suddenly thought of something, whispering, "A spirit-grade puppet?" He had previously heard from Hua Qingxi that Thousand Leaves sex puppets were divided into several grades. In addition to the Earth grade and Heaven grade puppets he had seen before, there was an even higher grade Spirit grade puppet. Moreover, it was rumored that Spirit grade puppets already possessed their own sentience. Not only could they think independently, but they could also gradually grow stronger through cultivation. However, even at their peak, Thousand Leaves sect only had a few Spirit grade puppets, and with the decline of Thousand Leaves sect, no one knew where these Spirit grade puppets had gone. Yang Kai didn't believe it at first, but now, Lu Yan's situation could only be explained by a Spirit grade puppet. That strange stone wasn't something naturally formed, but rather something refined by a certain master of Thousand Leaves sect. It should be the prototype of a Spirit grade puppet, and after Lu Yan's soul entered it, it broke out of its shell and took its current form. It had completed its final form. In other words, this so-called Spirit grade puppet didn't seem to be born with sentience, but rather formed by fusing the soul of a living being with the puppet's body. Thinking of this, Yang Kai suddenly felt enlightened, feeling more and more certain that his guess was correct. No wonder Yi Chong kept staring at Lu Yan when he talked about the opportunity. With his extraordinary eyesight, he could naturally see at a glance that Lu Yan did not have a physical body and was just an artifact spirit. There was a prototype of a spirit-level puppet in the cave which was undoubtedly the best choice for Lu Yan. In that case, if he hadn't seen Lu Yan at that time, perhaps he wouldn't have mentioned this opportunity. It was because he saw Lu Yan that he gave him some pointers. However, he didn't point it out too clearly. It was likely that he was a little reluctant to part with it in his heart. That strange stone was probably the last prototype of a spirit-grade puppet in this world. Perhaps no one would be able to refine it in the future. He naturally wanted to leave such a treasure for the descendants of Thousand Leaves sect. This guy was a little wishy-washy and sloppy. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. But soon he cast this thought aside. No matter what, it was true that Lu Yan now had his own body, although this body looked a little strange. However, compared to her previous incarnation, it was undoubtedly much better. Having a body and not having one. They were definitely two different things. Lu Yan seemed to gradually become happy, forgetting all the inconveniences that this small body would bring to her in the future. Placing her two hands in front of her eyes, she turned them over and over again with a smile on her face. How is your soul fusing with this body? Are there any signs of instability? Yang Kai asked worriedly. After all, this spirit-level puppet's body was not something that Lu Yan was born with, so if the fusion between her soul and the body was not perfect, it was very likely that it would bring about very serious consequences. For example, the reason why possession was difficult and the success rate was very low was because of the degree of fusion between the external soul and the body being possessed. If a powerful soul wanted to possess a cultivator, it would need to find a body with the highest degree of compatibility with its own soul. Even so, it was not certain that the possession would succeed, and the slightest mistake would result in failure. Hearing this, Lu Yan shook her head and said, "There's no problem at all. I feel like I've just been born, as if this body was tailor-made for me." Wasn't she just born? Yang Kai had seen her break out of the strange stone with his own eyes, which was equivalent to being reborn. However, Lu Yan's words made him feel much more relieved. He was afraid that this body would not fuse smoothly with Lu Yan's soul, but now it seemed that the Thousand Leaves sex powerhouses had perfectly considered these problems when refining the strange stone and solved them through some special means. Otherwise, they could have refined a humanoid puppet and then forcibly stuffed a living creature's soul into it. It was precisely because of the experience of breaking out of the shell that Lu Yan's soul was able to perfectly fuse with her current body. Yang Kai was secretly impressed. Hee, I also have a childhood. Lu Yan's small face smiled like a blooming flower. Be careful that you don't grow up, or you'll be like this for the rest of your life. Yang Kai poured cold water on her. Lu Yan's face suddenly darkened, and after being stunned for a while, she said in a carefree manner, "Then I'll accept it." Oh. After a day of experimentation, Yang Kai finally witnessed the power of a spirit-grade puppet's body. The current Lu Yan could actually increase her strength through cultivation, something that would have been impossible in the past. Previously, Lu Yan was only in human form, so she could only devour fire attribute treasures to increase her strength. The sun's true essence that Yang Kai had obtained in his early years had been constantly used by Lu Yen, and almost half of its energy had been consumed. But now, Lu Yen could actually absorb world energy for her own use. Not only that, but Lu Yen also possessed a powerful cultivation in the third-order Dao source realm. This meant that as long as she was given a suitable secret art, she could cultivate like an ordinary person and become stronger. One day, she would be able to break through to the Emperor realm. Now, she was a completely independent individual. The moment she was swallowed by the strange stone, the connection between her and Yang Kai was severed. Lu Yen had truly obtained a new life. Yang Kai was happy for her from the bottom of his heart. He had planned to wait until he was strong enough to find the flesh incarnation fruit and refine the flesh incarnation pill for Lu Yen, but he had not expected that happiness would come so quickly. The spirit-grade puppet's body perfectly solved this problem. Yang Kai gave Lu Yen a space ring which contained a lot of source crystals, various healing pills, cultivation pills, and a few high-grade artifacts that he had no use for. Even the Annihilation Thunder Bead and Emperor artifact was given to her to use. This was because the Annihilation Thunder Bead did not need to be refined and could be used as long as one poured their energy into it. This was the most suitable artifact for Lu Yen. This was the first time Lu Yen had her own space ring, and there were so many things that belonged to her. She was overjoyed and kept fiddling with the space ring. A day later, the two of them returned to the array base platform. Yang Kai did not plan to continue exploring this sealed world. He had obtained a lot of benefits from this trip, so he decided to stop while he was ahead. There was no enmity between him and Thousand Leaves sect, and this sealed world belonged to them after all. Yang Kai could not just take away all the good things inside. It would be too unkind of him to do so. Repairing the array base platform was not a difficult task for Yang Kai. In just 4 hours, the sword marks on the platform had disappeared and the entire platform looked brand new. Yang Kai took out a few source crystals and placed them in the grooves of the platform before circulating his source chi. After a flash of light, there was no one left on the platform. Thousand Leaves sect, in a nameless valley. The chirping of birds and fragrant flowers from before had completely disappeared. This place was a complete mess, with traces of a great battle everywhere. Many cultivator corpses were strewn about the valley, and the ground was dyed red with blood. The stench of blood that filled the air was nauseating. At the array base platform, Yi Jinghan's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Her delicate body was covered in blood, and there was a deep wound that extended from her shoulder to her entire arm. It was a ghastly sight. Beside her, Hua Qingxi, Qiyu, Guizhu, Aio, Gu Zongyun, and the others all looked exhausted. There were more or less injuries on their bodies, with Hua Qingxi having the most serious injuries. She seemed to have suffered internal injuries as her face was completely pale. At this moment, Thousand Leaves sect was facing its greatest crisis in history. Vice Sect Master Shirtsong had betrayed them and collaborated with Sky Illumination Palace's Palace Master Chiozei to break through Thousand Leaves sect's mountain defending array in one fell swoop, killing over 1,000 disciples. Yi Hen led several elders to face the enemy head-on, but they were outnumbered. Some died while others were injured. The sect's disciples who could escape also escaped, while those who couldn't were killed or captured. In just half a day, the entire sect had become a ghost town. Traces of battle could be seen everywhere in Thousand Leaves Mountain, and countless bones were buried. Even Hua Qingxi and the others were involved. Although Hua Qingxi had touched upon Emperor intent, there was still a large gap between her and Chiozei. After a great battle, Hua Qingxi was lucky enough to survive. With Yi Jinghan's help, she brought Qiyu and the others to hide in this nameless valley. This place had become Thousand Leaves sect's last fortress. Outside the valley, with Chiozei at the head, the masters of the various sects had gathered and were glaring at the valley. "Is this your esteemed sect's forbidden area?" Chiozei stood outside the valley with his hands behind his back, coldly looking ahead as he asked. His complexion was not as ruddy as before. Although he had the absolute advantage in the battle with Hua Qingxi, he never expected that a mere third-order Dao source realm would almost injure him. That woman was no ordinary cultivator. She most likely came from a top sect, or else she wouldn't have such a powerful background. If there was anyone Qiuzhe was most afraid of right now, it would undoubtedly be Hua Qingxi. He was afraid of provoking someone he shouldn't, but in this situation, he had no choice but to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Otherwise, once news of this spread and the sect behind that woman found out, Sky Illumination Palace would be powerless to stop them. So, he led his people to this place but was blocked by the many mysterious spirit arrays in the valley. After trying to attack a few times, he was shocked to find that the spirit arrays in this valley were not something he could break. So, he could only ask the side. Hearing this, Shirtsong-ing put on a flattering smile and bowed. Reporting to Palace Lord Qiu, "This is indeed our sect's forbidden area. For generations, no one other than the sect master has been able to set foot here." "Not even you?" Qiuzhe glanced at Shirtsong-ing indifferently. Shirtsong-ing said embarrassedly, "I've never entered." Chapter 2339. "From now on, you can come and go as you please," Qiuzhe said indifferently. Shirtsong-ing was overjoyed when he heard this, knowing that Qiuzhe was truly treating him as Thousand Leaves Sect's sect master. Of course, this was under the premise that he bowed down. If he dared to have any other thoughts, Shirtsong-ing would definitely die a miserable death. Qiuzhe's promotion to the Emperor realm wasn't good news for any sect, but for Shirtsong-ing, preserving his life was the most important thing. The masters from Sky Peak Temple and the other sects were also standing behind Qiuzhe. Seeing how arrogant he was, they couldn't help but feel envious and jealous. This was the authority of the Emperor realm. Just by standing here, he could make others not even dare to breathe loudly. These masters were all secretly resentful. Why wasn't it them who had been promoted to the Emperor realm? Why did it have to be Qiuzhe? At that moment, an old man suddenly rushed over and cupped his fists behind Qiuzhe. "Palace Lord, Yihen is unwilling to reveal the method to enter the mountain valley." Before Qiuzhe could speak, Ruan Hongbo of Sky Peak Temple had already started cursing. "That old man Yihen doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. Palace Lord Qiu is kind enough to not take his life, yet he's still so stubborn." Mu Guan of White Cloud's Tower also said, "Indeed, Yihen refuses a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Palace Lord Qiu, there's no need to be polite with him. Let's all attack together. I don't believe we can't break this mountain valley's spirit array." As he spoke, he put on a posture of eagerness to give it a try. Qiuzhe said indifferently, "Do you know that Thousand Leaves sect has existed for tens of thousands of years? Even some of the top sects in the Southern Territory may not have existed as long as Thousand Leaves sect. This mountain valley spirit array was created by someone personally. It was personally set up by a powerful figure tens of thousands of years ago. Even I have no confidence in breaking it. Do you think you can do it with just the few of you?" He had a mocking expression on his face, but Mu Guan and the others didn't dare to refute him. They could only laugh awkwardly. "What does Sect Master Shi think?" Qiuzhe turned to Shirtsong-ing and asked. Shirtsong-ing pondered for a moment before replying in a deep voice. "Yihen is a tough nut to crack. This Shi has worked with him for many years. I have a good understanding of his temperament and character. Not to mention torturing him, even if we killed him, he would never reveal the method to break the formation." "Oh? Sect Master Shi has such a high evaluation of Yihen?" Qiuzhe looked at Shirtsong-ing with some surprise. Shirtsong-ing said sternly, "He's just a stubborn old man. If not for that, my Thousand Leaves sect wouldn't have declined to this point." "That's enough. This king has no interest in your Thousand Leaves sect's matters. Just tell me how to break the array." Qiuzhe interrupted him impatiently. Shirtsong-ing said, "Since we can't do anything about Yihen, we might as well try to find a breakthrough from someone else." He smiled slyly and said, "Yihen and his daughter have depended on each other for so many years. Their relationship is not ordinary." Hearing this, Qiuzhe turned to look at him. His eyes were deep and profound. Shirtsong-ing's heart skipped a beat, thinking that he had said something wrong. He broke out in a cold sweat from being stared at. Just as he was feeling uneasy, Qiuzhe suddenly smiled and said, "Sect Master Shi, you seem to have watched Yi Jinghan grow up. Don't you have any compassion for her?" Shi Songying's expression turned solemn. This little girl doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Since she dared to stand in Palace Master Qiu's path to unification, she naturally has to pay a price. It is precisely because this Shi is her senior that I want her to grow up quickly. This is also a test of her temperament. So you're saying that you're doing this for her own good? Qiuzhe's lips curled into a mocking smile. Shi Songying said sternly, "This Shi hopes that she can understand this Shi's painstaking efforts." Ruan Hongbo and the others listened from the side and broke out in cold sweat. They all glanced at Shi Songying, as if they had only just realized Shi Songying's true colors at this moment. At the same time, they felt sad that Yi Hen had raised such a monster by his side. However, after thinking about it, they were currently enemies with Thousand Leaves sect, so they had no reason to sympathize with him. "Very well, I'll leave this matter to you. I hope Sect Master Shi won't disappoint this king." Qiuzhe smiled faintly. "This Shi will do his best." Shi Songying cupped his fists and said in a deep voice. Immediately after, he waved his hand and shouted, "Bring them here!" In the blink of an eye, Yi Hen and a few of the sect's upper echelons that had been following him were brought out of the mountain valley. Once they arrived, they naturally spat out insults at Shi Songying. Their eyes turned red as they wished they could bite Shi Songying to death. However, Shi Songying's expression didn't change and his heart didn't skip a beat. It was as if he hadn't heard anything at all. Calmly standing in his original spot, he shouted from within the mountain valley, "Nephew Yi, open your eyes and take a good look at who these people beside me are." His voice was loud and clear, spreading far and wide. It had obviously reached the depths of the valley. Not long after his voice fell, the scenery in the valley suddenly changed. In the blink of an eye, the illusion array that had been maintained for tens of thousands of years was lifted and the true valley appeared before everyone's eyes. Looking over, the figures of Yi Jinghan, Qiyu, and the others could be clearly seen. They were only a few thousand meters away from Shi Songying and the others, and there was even an array-based platform beside them. Qiuzhe narrowed his eyes and stared at the platform. In the next moment, he exclaimed in a low voice, "A space array?" With his eyesight, he could naturally see that the platform was a space array. Furthermore, it was ancient and desolate, as if it had been there for a long time. However, he couldn't understand why there was such a thing in this valley. Where was this array connected to? Qiuzhe couldn't help but look at Shi Songying suspiciously. Shi Songying was also at a loss. Although he had always known that this valley was Thousand Leaves sect's forbidden area, and that only the sect master could step foot into it, he didn't know what was inside this forbidden area. He had always thought that this forbidden area was the burial ground of Thousand Leaves sect's past sect masters, which was why outsiders were not allowed to enter. However, it seemed that he was wrong. This forbidden area seemed to be connected to another place. Sensing Qiuzhe's gaze, Shi Songying smiled awkwardly. This is also the first time this Shi has seen this. I wonder what mysteries are hidden within. Qiuzhe coldly snorted, obviously extremely dissatisfied, but he still said indifferently, "That space array should be damaged, otherwise these people would have already escaped." Shi Songying hurriedly said, "Palace Lord Qiu's eyes are truly sharp. To think that you actually thought of this." While the two were talking, Yi Jinghan had already seen Yi Hen, who was forced to kneel on the ground outside the valley. At this moment, Yi Hen was covered in blood and his aura was extremely weak. Furthermore, it seemed that his cultivation had been sealed and he had no strength to resist at all. Yi Hen was already very old, and now that he was being tortured like this, it was one disaster after another. He was constantly coughing up blood, making it hard for anyone to look at him. "Father!" Yi Jinghan cried out in a trembling voice, two streams of tears flowing down her cheeks. The pain in her heart was so great that she could barely breathe. When Hua Qingxi and the others saw this scene, Their expressions turned ugly and their hearts filled with sympathy. After Yi Jinghan finished shouting, she glared angrily at Shi Tsongying. "Let go of my father!" Shi Tsongying grinned. "Martial niece, you're a big girl now, so martial uncle won't talk nonsense with you. It's not impossible for me to let your father go, but you should know what you have to do." At this point, his expression sank and he shouted in a low voice, "Remove the spirit array in this valley and martial uncle will spare their lives." Before Yi Jinghan could say anything, Yi Hen shouted, "Jinghan, you can't remove the spirit array no matter what." Shi Tsongying's face sank and he reached out to slap Yi Hen, completely imprisoning him so that he couldn't even speak. Seeing this, Yi Jinghan immediately cried out, "Don't hurt my father. Martial Uncle Shi, you're also a member of Thousand Leaves Sect and the Vice Sect Master of Thousand Leaves Sect. Why do you have to do such a thing? When has father ever mistreated you? Please let him go, I beg you." She begged with all her might, making the scene extremely miserable. However, Shi Tsongying remained unmoved and just shook his head regretfully. "Martial Uncle also wants to save your father's life, but Martial Uncle has no choice right now. I hope you can understand." As he spoke, he took a step forward and arrived behind a second-order Dao Source Realm Elder. Placing his hand on the elder's head, he looked towards Yi Jinghan and said in a neither fast nor slow manner, "Martial niece, look carefully. Before you open that spirit array, Martial Uncle will kill one person every 10 breaths." As he spoke, he pushed the source chi in his palm, causing the Thousand Leaves Sect Elder's head to explode before he could even make a sound. His body fell to the ground stiffly. His sudden killing move not only caused Yi Jinghan's face to turn pale and despair to appear in her eyes. Even Wan Hongbo and the others were shocked and secretly horrified. After all, the person Shi Tsongying was killing was a Thousand Leaves Sect Elder, a fellow disciple he had known for countless years and had always worked together with. Yet, Shi Tsongying didn't even bat an eyelid when he killed him. From this, one could see just how vicious and merciless Shi Tsongying was. Only Qiu Zhe revealed a satisfied smile. "Martial Uncle doesn't have much time. Think it over carefully." After Shi Tsongying killed one of them, he arrived behind another elder and similarly placed his hand on that elder's head. Afterwards, he did not say a single word as he silently stared at Yi Jinghan. Yi Jinghan bit her red lips so hard that they were bleeding. She stared at Yi Hen, only to see Yi Hen continuously shaking her head at her. She knew that her father didn't want her to remove the spirit array. Yi Jinghan was tormented. Although she knew that removing the spirit array wouldn't lead to a good ending and wouldn't improve her father's current situation, she still felt uneasy and guilty when she thought about the elder who had just been killed. She had a feeling that the elder had died because of her, that she had killed him. That elder had watched her grow up and doted on her. He would often play with her when she was young and teach her cultivation when she grew up. But now he had died right in front of her eyes. She could only watch helplessly, unable to lend a helping hand. Seeing that time was slowly ticking away and Shi Tsongying was about to kill again, Yi Jinghan was instantly at a loss for what to do. Right at this moment, a strange smile suddenly appeared on Shi Tsongying's face as he moved his hand away from the second elder's head and placed it on the head of the person beside him. Yi Jinghan's face instantly turned pale as her delicate body trembled violently. Chapter 2340. Shi Tsongying's blood-stained hand was currently placed on top of Du Xian's head. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were childhood sweethearts. They had grown up together and cultivated together. Their feelings for each other were very deep, and they had long considered each other as their other halves. However, they had yet to reach the Grand Tao, so it was not yet time for them to get married. The two of them had also secretly agreed that when they both advanced to the Emperor realm, Du Xian would ask Yi Hen for her hand in marriage and get her to agree to this marriage. They believed that Yi Hen would definitely agree to it when that time came. However, Yi Jinghan never expected that before that day came. Her lover would be killed right in front of her eyes. "No, Martial Uncle Shi. Please don't." Yi Jinghan's body went limp as she knelt on the ground and begged bitterly. Shi Zongying's face remained cold and resolute. He remained unmoved as he said indifferently, "Undo this spirit array and we'll talk about it." Yi Jinghan was at a loss for what to do. Undoing the spirit array was equivalent to exposing Thousand Leaves Sect's greatest secret to the enemy, allowing them to explore freely. However, if she did not undo it, Du Xian would immediately die from Shi Zongying's vicious methods. She simply did not know what to do. "Easy, ignore him. This old dog has already gone crazy." Du Xian suddenly shouted, "Even if you undo the spirit array, they won't let us go. Big Brother will take his leave first. You must be well, and I will definitely not let you down in my next life." As he spoke, the source qi in his body surged violently, reaching a level that he could not control in an instant. "Humph!" Shi Zongying snorted coldly as he extended his hand and slapped Du Xian's shoulder heavily. The violent source qi was instantly silenced. Peace returned. Du Xian was dumbfounded. He could not even self-destruct in the current situation and had completely become a fish on the chopping board. On the other side, Yi Jinghan was also given a fright. She was naturally very clear about what Du Xian was trying to do just now. When she saw Shi Zongying seal Du Xian's cultivation, she actually felt some gratitude towards the traitor Shi Zongying. Du Xian would definitely self-destruct right under her nose, and Yi Jinghan was certain that she would not be able to accept such an outcome. This unforeseen event had completely crushed Yi Jinghan's psychological defenses. Even though she knew that breaking the spirit array would not end well for her, she still held onto a trace of hope in her heart. Looking at Shi Zongying with teary eyes, she said, "Martial uncle, I can break the spirit array, but you have to let them go. They're not from my Thousand Leaves sect, so this matter has nothing to do with them." What she was referring to. Naturally, it was Qi Yu and the others. Hearing her words, Yi Hen slowly closed her eyes. She knew that there was truly nothing she could do to reverse the situation. If Yi Jinghan continued to stand guard there, she might still have a sliver of hope. However, if she were to release the spirit array, her fate would definitely be extremely miserable. However, he was unable to move. He couldn't even speak. They were powerless to stop it. Du Xian was also desperately shaking his head at Yi Jinghan. However, it was to no avail. Shi Zongying coldly replied, "Martial uncle cannot make a decision on this matter." As soon as he finished speaking, Qiu Zhe said magnanimously, "All right, I'll agree to your request. You just have to obediently undo this formation." "As if I'd believe you," Hua Qingxi muttered softly. How could she not know that Qiu Zhe was just spouting nonsense? In fact, he had no intention of letting them go at all. In the mountain valley, Yi Jinghan wiped her tears and looked at Qi Yu and the others. "It's my Thousand Leaves sect that has implicated you. I'll open the spirit array and immediately rush out. I'll think of a way to delay you for a while." Hua Qingxi furrowed her brows and replied, "Miss Yi, please come with us." She also knew that Yi Jinghan was being forced into a corner. The lives of her father and her lover were in the hands of others, so she naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. As such, Hua Qingxi didn't have any intention of blaming Yi Jinghan. However, Qiu Zhe was still here, so she wasn't confident that she could escape with Qi Yu and the others. If she was alone, she might have had a 70 to 80% chance of success. She might not be able to defeat Qiu Zhe, but she still had a chance of escaping. However, Qi Yu and the others were only from the first-order Dao Source realm, while Chai, who was only a third-order Origin King. Escaping in front of so many masters was undoubtedly a pipe dream. Hua Qingxi secretly decided that no matter what, she would ensure the safety of Qi Yu and the others until Yang Kai came out. In the face of Hua Qingxi's invitation, Yi Jinghan could only smile bitterly and slowly shake her head. Hua Qingxi knew that she had already made up her mind, so she could only sigh and stop trying to persuade her. "Why aren't you doing anything?" Shi Zongying urged impatiently. The source qi on the giant hand above Du Xian's head was fluctuating, as if it would take Du Xian's life at any moment. Yi Jinghan's tender body trembled. Not daring to delay any longer, she quickly formed a series of seals with her hands. As the seals flew out, the various trapping arrays, illusion arrays, and killing arrays in the mountain valley were dispelled layer by layer. Qiuzhe released his divine sense and paid close attention. When he sensed that all the spirit arrays in the mountain valley had been dispelled, he could not help but chuckle. Niece Yi, you're much wiser than your father. After the spirit arrays were dispelled, Yi Jinghan felt weak all over, as if she had completely collapsed. She could only shout softly, "Let's go!" As soon as her voice fell, Hua Qingxi and the others exchanged glances and immediately tried to escape. However, before they could do anything, the array base platform buzzed and a clear and discernible space force fluctuation spread out. Immediately after, the array base platform emitted a dazzling light. What? Shi Zongying, who had already rushed towards Yi Jinghan and the others, froze in place as he stared at the array base platform in a daze. It seemed that he never expected the platform to operate at this moment. Furthermore, from the looks of it, someone was teleporting over. Qiuzhe's eyes also lit up as he stared at the platform without blinking. When he saw the array base platform earlier, he thought that it had been damaged. If not, why would Yi Jinghan and the others still be trapped in the mountain valley instead of escaping? However, what he saw in front of him now was not what he had imagined. Someone was teleporting over from somewhere else. Didn't that mean that the platform was working? Who was this person and where was the platform connected to? Unlike Shi Zongying, Qiuzhe, and the others who were at a loss, Yi Hen, who had a defeated expression, suddenly widened his eyes when he saw the light and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. The entrance to the sealed world had been repaired. The entrance to the sealed world that had been sealed for tens of thousands of years had actually been repaired today. Every generation of Thousand Leaves sect masters had taken it upon themselves to repair the entrance to the sealed world. They had exhausted all their efforts and energy, but none of them had succeeded. However, he had just witnessed the moment the entrance to the sealed world was repaired with his own eyes. In an instant, Yi Hen could not help but feel that even if he died, he would have no regrets. He could not help but laugh foolishly. As long as the entrance to the sealed world was repaired, Thousand Leaves sect's inheritance would not be severed and they would have a chance to bring glory to the sect. However, when he thought of the current situation of Thousand Leaves sect and himself, Yi Hen's heart sank again. He naturally knew who had repaired the entrance to the sealed world. After all, Yang Kai was the only one who had entered during this period of time. Who else could it be but him? While he lamented that his daughter's vision was right, he also secretly regretted that the heavens did not give Thousand Leaves sect a few more days. If they had a few more days, Yi Hen was confident that he could obtain the lost secret arts and secret techniques in the sealed world. That way, he would be able to control the Earth-grade puppets on the main Peaks Plaza. With the help of those Earth-grade puppets, Thousand Leaves sect would not have fallen to their current state. Even if they were not a match for Qiuzhe and the others, they would still be able to fight until both sides suffered heavy losses. However, the entrance had been repaired at this time. Now, not only was Thousand Leaves sect finished, their inheritance of tens of thousands of years would also be destroyed and fall into the hands of others. He felt that with just Yang Kai, he would not be able to stop Qiuzhe from the Emperor realm. Just as he was letting his imagination run wild, two figures gradually appeared on the platform. One of them was Yang Kai, while the other was a little girl who looked to be around 7 or 8 years old. This little girl's fiery red hair almost reached her ankles, flowing like a waterfall and extremely eye-catching. Not only that, she was also wearing master's clothes, which were loose and nondescript. At a glance, it was obvious that the clothes belonged to Yang Kai. However, this kind of decoration did not ruin her beauty, and instead added a hint of playfulness and cuteness to her, making people reluctant to look away. This was especially true for her pink cheeks, which gave people the urge to pinch them. When the two of them appeared, they clearly did not understand the situation before them. It was only when they smelled the faint scent of blood that Yang Kai's expression sank, and he released his divine sense. In an instant, his expression turned ugly. He saw that Qi Yu and the others were all injured and were hiding on the platform. He saw that Yi Hen and Du Xian were imprisoned in place, their auras weak. He saw that Shi Zongying's expression was flickering as she hesitated to move forward. He saw that Luo Jin was glaring at him with eyes filled with hatred and resentment. He even sensed the aura of a master from the Emperor realm. Young Master Yang. When Hua Qingxi saw Yang Kai appear, she knew that her savior had arrived. She could not help but breathe a sigh of relief as she smiled bitterly. If you had appeared 1 hour later, we would have been finished. I'm sorry, young Master Yang. Yi Jinghan looked at Yang Kai with an apprehensive expression. My Thousand Leaves sect has implicated you. After pausing for a moment, she anxiously said, Take them and run. Although she had seen Yang Kai fight before and knew that Yang Kai's strength was extraordinary, there was a master from the Emperor realm here. She did not believe that Yang Kai's strength could compare to that of the Emperor realm. Hearing her words, Yang Kai retracted his gaze from Qiu Zhe and the corners of his mouth rose. This situation is a little complicated. Although he still did not understand how all of this had happened, it was clear at a glance who was friend and foe. Was it that guy who injured you? When Yang Kai asked this, he glanced at Qiu Zhe. Hua Qingxi was already at the peak of the Dao Source realm, so there was no one else present who could injure her besides Qiu Zhe. Yes. Hua Qingxi gently nodded. He seems to be the palace master of Sky Illumination Palace. He just advanced to the Emperor realm not long ago, so his cultivation has not stabilized yet. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to see Sister Hua. Very good. Since he dared to injure my people, he's dead meat. Yang Kai sneered. When he said this, everyone looked at him as if they were looking at an idiot. Chapter 2341. A Dao Source Realm cultivator actually dared to boast so shamelessly, saying that he was dead for sure in front of the Emperor realm. Had he lost his mind? Shi Zongying, Yi Hen, and the others all had strange expressions on their faces. Only Hua Qingxi knew that Yang Kai wasn't joking. Although Yang Kai wasn't from the Emperor realm, he definitely had the strength to fight the Emperor realm. Just his embodiment alone was enough to give Qiu Zhe a headache. If she and Yang Kai fought together, they might be able to fight evenly with Qiu Zhe. So, after Yang Kai appeared, Hua Qingxi's heart calmed down. Although Yang Kai's cultivation was a minor realm lower than hers, Hua Qingxi knew that she was definitely not his opponent. She had never seen a man as dazzling as Yang Kai. No. Hua Qingxi suddenly realized that Yang Kai's cultivation didn't seem to be lower than hers by a minor realm, but rather the same level as hers. When did he break through to the third order Dao Source realm? Hua Qingxi was shocked. It hadn't been that long since he broke through to the second order Dao Source realm, yet he had broken through again in such a short time. How could this guy cultivate as easily as eating and drinking? Although she was shocked, she was even more delighted. Yang Kai's strength had increased, which meant that the current situation was even more advantageous to them. Ha ha! Qiu Zhe suddenly chuckled. Although Yang Kai's voice wasn't loud, he heard it clearly. A playful smile appeared on his face as he looked at Yang Kai and said, Little brat, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You actually want to take this king's life? Luo Jin gritted his teeth and shouted, Palace Master Qiu, this guy is the one who injured your son. He's Yang Kai. Qiu Zhe's face sank. Even Mu Zhang of White Cloud Tower, Ruan Hongbo of Sky Peak Temple, and the others looked at Yang Kai angrily. Mu Guan from White Cloud Tower and Ku Tian from Heavenly Temple were both killed by Yang Kai. These two had come to the Thousand Leaves sect to cause trouble because of Yang Kai. Now that their enemy was right in front of them, they were naturally enraged. That's right. It's him. Luo Jin replied hatefully. Luo Jin's experience that day in the City Lord's mansion was the greatest humiliation of his life, something that he would never be able to forget for the rest of his life. Although Yang Kai had spared his life at the critical juncture, Luo Jin was still unable to forget it. He didn't kill him, but this enmity was like a fishbone stuck in his throat, and he wouldn't be happy if he didn't take revenge. Even in his dreams, he wanted to kill Yang Kai to wash away his shame. After learning of Yang Kai's identity, The experts from various sects were filled with murderous intent. They looked at Yang Kai as if he was a dead man. However, since Qiu Zhe didn't move, they didn't dare to act rashly. "Are you really Yang Kai?" Qiu Zhe shouted at Yang Kai as if he wanted to confirm it. Yang Kai had a disdainful expression as he sneered. "Who do you think you are? How dare you ask for this young master's name?" His expression was extremely savage, as if he didn't put Qiu Zhe in his eyes at all. However, Qiu Zhe's expression was calm and he didn't get angry. Instead, he gently nodded and said, "Very good. This king heard that you refined a furnace of extraordinary treasure pills in the Four Seasons realm?" Yang Kai raised his brow. Pensively, he said, "So you have an ulterior motive. You want the extraordinary treasure pills?" "Sorry, I don't have any left." Qiu Zhe said, "It doesn't matter. This king didn't expect to get the extraordinary treasure pills from you. But this king heard that you had taken one. After I capture you and boil you, you should have a trace of the extraordinary treasure pills' medicinal effects." As soon as he said this, even Ruan Hongbo and the others who were standing on the same side as Qiu Zhe changed their expressions. They all looked at him as if they couldn't believe that he would say such a thing. Boiling someone who had taken the extraordinary treasure pill and obtaining a trace of the extraordinary treasure pill's medicinal effects was something they had never thought of before. It was fortunate that Qiu Zhe could come up with such an idea. But when they thought about it carefully, it made sense. The extraordinary treasure pill had a powerful medicinal effect. After taking it, most of its medicinal effects would be immersed in one's physique and meridians and would be slowly refined by the cultivator over time, so the sooner one took the extraordinary treasure pill, the better. The woman from the octagonal door had taken the extraordinary treasure pill when she was only in the First Order Dao Source realm. Although she was forced to take it by Luo Yuan, she was able to perfectly display the effects of the extraordinary treasure pill. As long as her aptitude wasn't too bad and she worked hard in her cultivation in the future, her chances of reaching the Emperor realm would definitely be much higher than others. Qiu Zhe was already in the Emperor realm, so he obviously didn't need the extraordinary treasure pill. He was probably preparing it for Qiu Yu. But when they remembered that, in order to obtain the medicinal effects of the extraordinary treasure pill, they had to drink a pot of human meat soup first, Ruan Hongbo and the others suddenly turned pale as their stomachs churned. They began to sympathize with Qiu Yu, wondering how Qiu Yu would react if he learned the truth in the future. "You want to boil this young master?" Yang Kai laughed and retorted, "You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, do you? Boy, you're quite arrogant." A cold light flashed in Qiu Zhe's eyes as he coldly snorted. "But if you don't have the corresponding strength, your arrogance is just childish and laughable." Saying so, he suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped towards Yang Kai. Wind and clouds suddenly surged in the sky, and a huge hand made of energy slammed down, covering a large area. Qiu Zhe obviously didn't care about the life or death of others, nor did he care about Yang Kai's life or death. To him, it didn't matter whether Yang Kai lived or died. He just needed to take him back and boil him. When the ultimate move appeared, the sky darkened in an instant. Yi Hen, Du Xian, and the others stared at Qiu Zhe, trembling uneasily, but they could only watch helplessly, unable to help. A fiery red light suddenly burst out and a hot aura instantly filled the air. A delicate and small figure soared into the sky, heading straight for the giant energy hand. The two collided in the blink of an eye, and Lu Yen let out a cry as her entire body was slapped down. However, the giant energy hand also dissipated under her impact, and the gloomy sky suddenly regained its clarity. Asterisk show show. Asterisk at the same time, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. A figure flickered, and before anyone could see what was going on, that figure had returned to the array base platform. It was Yang Kai who had taken advantage of Lu Yan's attack to flash to Yi Hen, Du Xian, and the others and bring them back. He was proficient in the Tao of space and caught Qiu Zhe off guard. By the time Qiu Zhe reacted, it was too late to stop him. Looking over, all the hostages and captives had been rescued by Yang Kai. Qiu Zhe's face suddenly turned gloomy. He frowned as he looked at Yang Kai and the little girl he had slapped to the ground. Yang Kai's cultivation in the third-order Dao source realm might be fast, but Qiu Zhe didn't put him in his eyes. However, the little girl in the nondescript clothes actually took his attack head-on. Qiu Zhe couldn't believe his eyes. Before, he couldn't sense Lu Yan's cultivation, but at that moment, he clearly perceived that Lu Yan was at the peak of the Dao source realm. Not only was Qiu Zhe in disbelief, everyone present was stunned. They didn't expect that the one who took Qiu Zhe's attack wasn't Yang Kai, but a 7 or 8-year-old girl. How could this little girl survive the attack of a master from the Emperor realm? Didn't she see that she had been slapped into the ground by Qiu Zhe? There was a small human-shaped crater in the ground. She was probably already smashed to pieces. In an instant, everyone cast looks of disdain at Yang Kai. Even an enemy like Ruanhong Bo disdained Yang Kai's actions. He felt that this guy had a human face but a beast's heart. He actually sent such a little girl to her death. It hurts so much. A clear child's voice mixed with monstrous anger came from the human-shaped crater. In the next moment, a small head popped out. Lu Yan's face was livid. She jumped out of the crater and patted the dirt off her body. She didn't die? Luo Jin was dumbfounded. He didn't expect this little thing to survive Qiu Zhe's attack. Not only did she not die, but she also didn't seem to have any injuries on her body. What kind of monster was this? Yi Jinghan, Hua Qingxi, and the others were also dumbfounded as they stared at Lu Yan in a daze. Suddenly, Hua Qingxi's expression changed and she asked hesitantly, "Little sister Lu Yan?" When Lu Yan attacked just now, Hua Qingxi had sensed her aura. The two of them had been cultivating in the sealed world bead with Zhang Ruoxi, so they were naturally very familiar with her. Furthermore, this little girl's demeanor and appearance were clearly 70 to 80% similar to Lu Yan's. The only difference was that she was much younger. Hua Qingxi hadn't paid much attention to this little girl before. After all, it was a matter of life and death, so she didn't have time to spare. However, after realizing that this little thing might be Lu Yan, Hua Qingxi could no longer suppress the shock in her heart. But how is this possible? Lu Yan turned around and smiled sweetly at Hua Qingxi, calling out crisply, "Sister Hua, it's Lu Yan. It's definitely Lu Yan." Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes widened in an instant as she stuttered, "You? How did you become like this?" Lu Yan replied timidly. "Master said that he likes little girls the most. The younger they are, the more he likes them, so I—" "Huh?" Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes narrowed as she glared at Yang Kai. Cold sweat poured down Yang Kai's forehead like a waterfall as he reached out to wipe it. "Don't listen to her nonsense. It's complete nonsense." This time, even Qi Yu and Yi Jinghan cast threatening gazes towards Yang Kai. "Beast! Shameless! Scum!" The three women each scolded him, each word piercing his heart, causing Yang Kai's face to turn green. Hua Qingxi coldly snorted, "You have to stay by my side in the future. Don't be alone with him. Sister Hua will protect you." "Thank you, Sister Hua." Lu Yan smiled innocently. "Are you all right? Were you injured just now?" Although she felt that Lu Yan's condition was fine, Hua Qingxi couldn't help but ask. She had fought with Qiu Zhe before and knew how powerful he was. Even she was no match for him. Naturally, she was worried that Lu Yan had been hit. "I'm very well." Lu Yan smiled faintly, but there was no smile in his eyes. There was only a bone-chilling coldness. He glanced coldly at Qiu Zhe as he spoke. When he met her gaze, Qiu Zhe's heart skipped a beat for no reason. An extremely uneasy feeling suddenly lingered in his heart. He made a prompt decision and took a step forward, shouting in a low voice, "Everyone, although the scene is touching, let's end it here. This king doesn't want to start a massacre, so I'll only give you 8 words." At this point, his voice turned cold and his killing intent surged like a tide. His voice was like the north wind from hell, causing people to shudder. "Those who obey me will prosper. Those who oppose me will perish." Chapter 2342. Yang Kai's expression was solemn as he took a step forward, withstanding the strong emperor pressure, and said in a deep voice, "Lu Yen, take them into the sealed world. I'll deal with this old man." Qiu Zhe was just an emperor who had just broken through and hadn't stabilized his realm yet, so Yang Kai wasn't afraid of him. Previously, in the Thousand Leaves sect sealed world, he had even encountered a third-order emperor realm corpse puppet and had even fought it. Even though he had used all his trump cards and had the help of his embodiment, he still had some experience. How could he be afraid of a mere first-order emperor realm master? He now had the cultivation of the third-order Dao source realm, so he could test his strength on Qiu Zhe. The monstrous emperor pressure was almost tangible as it swept over them, making them feel as if they were drowning in water. They couldn't even breathe properly. Yi Hen and the others weren't in good condition to begin with. If Yang Kai wasn't standing in front of them, they would have fainted on the spot. "Master, if you don't mind, why don't you stall for a while and leave the rest to me?" Lu Yen suddenly whispered from behind. Yang Kai was startled. He didn't know where Lu Yen got her confidence from. Although she was unscathed after taking Qiu Zhe's blow head-on, and the toughness of a spirit puppet's body was clear at a glance, there were still so many masters here, not to mention Qiu Zhe from the Emperor realm. How could they be so easy to deal with? Yang Kai wasn't confident that he could defeat all of them. He planned to capture the leader of the bandits. It would be best if he could kill Qiu Zhe, or at least severely injure him. As long as he defeated Qiu Zhe, the rest of them would be in a state of disunity. However, Lu Yan's calm and confident tone made Yang Kai very curious. He didn't know what kind of trump card Lu Yan, who had a spirit puppet's body, had that gave her the courage to not put so many masters in her eyes. However, now was obviously not the time to ask. Yang Kai just asked indifferently, "How confident are you?" Lu Yan smiled coldly. 100%. Yang Kai turned to look at her in surprise. Seeing that she wasn't joking at all, he nodded and said, "All right, then I'll wait and see." 10 minutes. As Lu Yan spoke, he suddenly sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. None of them knew what she was going to do, and Yi Hen was even more anxious. She kept winking at Yang Kai, telling him to escape. Seeing this, Hua Qingxi pondered for a while before comforting her. "Sect Master Yi, don't worry. Young Master Yang has his own arrangements. He won't let anything happen to you." Yang Kai was proficient in the power of space, and this was where the array base platform was located. Even if they were defeated in the end, they could use this array formation to teleport to the secret realm, so there was nothing to be afraid of. She was curious about Lu Yan's behavior. He didn't know what she wanted to do. Hearing her say this, Yi Hen could only helplessly compromise, secretly hoping for a miracle. "Sister Hua, keep an eye on them. If you can't handle it, just activate this space array and enter the secret territory," Yang Kai said. Then his aura suddenly soared. Wisps of clear and discernible power of laws lingered around his body. It ignored Qiu Zhe's emperor pressure as if it was nothing and cut through it like a sharp sword, instantly breaking it. "You do have some skill. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant." Qiu Zhe's expression turned cold as he exclaimed in surprise. He had already advanced to the Emperor realm, so he naturally knew the huge gap between the Emperor realm and the Dao Source realm. After his advancement, his strength had increased by more than 10 times. He was confident that he could defeat any Dao Source realm cultivator in 3 moves. He originally thought that under the suppression of his Emperor pressure, no one could move freely here, and he could do anything to anyone. But as soon as Yang Kai moved, he knew that he was wrong. There was actually a Dao Source realm cultivator in this world who could break through his Emperor pressure. The principal strength lingering around the other party was also pure and mysterious, making it difficult to grasp. Qiu Zhe instantly realized that Yang Kai was definitely not an ordinary Dao Source realm cultivator. Combined with Hua Qingxi's previous performance, he was even more convinced that these two were definitely from some great sect and had a foundation that others did not have. As he spoke, Qiu Zhe flew into a rage out of humiliation. He quickly formed a seal with both hands, and his emperor pressure suddenly increased by a level. With his status as a master of the Emperor realm, it would be a joke if he allowed a Dao Source realm cultivator like Yang Kai to rush in front of him. So, Qiu Zhe spared no effort in this attack. In fact, it worked very quickly. As soon as he formed the seal, Yang Kai's figure suddenly froze. His calm expression turned to one of difficulty, and his movements slowed down like a ghost in an instant. At that moment, a figure suddenly rushed into the sky. Luo Jin's expression was ferocious as he held the jade scepter-like artifact in his hand. He poured source qi into it with all his might as he shouted, "Die, you brat!" As he spoke, he viciously struck Yang Kai. He came here with Qiu Zhe to take revenge on Yang Kai. He also knew that with his ability, his chances of killing Yang Kai were slim. Back in the City Lord's mansion, Yang Kai was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Yet he could not fight back. Now that Yang Kai had broken through to the third order, the gap between them had widened. It was even more impossible for Luo Jin to be his opponent. If he wanted to take revenge, he could only rely on Qiu Zhe's power. Now was undoubtedly the best opportunity. Yang Kai was suppressed by Qiu Zhe's emperor pressure and could not display any of his strength. Once he was struck by Qiu Zhe's artifact, he would definitely die. In any case, Qiu Zhe did not care whether Yang Kai lived or died. As long as he took his corpse back and boiled it into a medicinal soup, Luo Jin felt that his actions would not offend him. At that moment, Luo Jin made his move without hesitation. All the shame and humiliation he had suffered at Yang Kai's hands erupted. With one strike, the void collapsed. The jade scepter seemed to contain a power that could destroy the heavens and earth, and a destructive aura rushed towards Yang Kai. The smile on Luo Jin's face grew even more ferocious. His pair of red eyes faintly showed the thrill of revenge, as if he could already see Yang Kai being killed by him in one strike. Even Qiu Zhe cooperated with Luo Jin's actions at that moment. He secretly condensed his emperor pressure and turned it into a binding force to imprison Yang Kai's movements. Kong. The jade scepter smashed down, and a black hole appeared where Yang Kai was, leaving nothing behind in a 10-meter radius. Luo Jin landed on the ground and looked at the black hole in front of him that seemed to be the mouth of a beast. He could not help but laugh out loud. "Not good," Qiu Zhe shouted in a low voice as his expression changed abruptly. He had been using his emperor pressure to bind Yang Kai the entire time. The moment Luo Jin's jade scepter smashed down, he felt Yang Kai mysteriously disappear. He had no idea how Yang Kai disappeared, as if he could not grasp any trace of Yang Kai due to a moment of carelessness. There was a path to heaven, but you refused to take it. There was no door to hell, but you chose to throw yourself into it. The sinister voice was like a soul-stirring voice that suddenly rang out behind Luo Jin, causing his hair to stand on end and his blood to flow backward. Even the soles of his feet were cramping up. "City Lord Luo, be careful. Behind you!" Ruan Hongba, Mu Zhang, and the others shouted in unison as they looked behind Luo Jin in horror, as if they had seen something inconceivable. A strand of cold sweat trickled down Luo Jin's forehead. In that instant, Luo Jin's perception was magnified infinitely, and he could clearly feel the cold and murderous intent behind him. Without any hesitation, he was about to escape, but before he could do anything, he felt a slight pain in his chest. His entire body froze on the spot, and the blood and origin qi that were surging through his body completely froze at this moment. His eyes widened in horror as he lowered his head to look at his chest, only to see the tip of a large sword piercing through his chest. The bright red blood on the blade was extremely dazzling. "I spared your life before, but unfortunately, City Lord Luo didn't cherish it. Since that's the case, you can die early and reincarnate early." Yang Kai snorted coldly as he stirred the myriad's sword in his hand, activating his source qi. Luo Jin did not even have the chance to scream before he exploded into a bloody mist that scattered all over the ground. Luo Jin was an ungrateful person. Previously, Yang Kai spared his life because of his relationship with Luo Bing, but not only did he not restrain himself, he even repaid kindness with enmity by following Qiu Zhe and the others to attack Thousand Leaves sect. Naturally, Yang Kai would not be lenient. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed Luo Jin's ring and Jade's scepter-like artifact before stuffing them into the sealed world bead. A cool breeze blew as Yang Kai held the myriad's sword in his hand, his clothes fluttering in the wind as his murderous intent soared, as if there was no one else present. A series of gasps rang out as Mu Zhang, Ruan Hongba, and the others involuntarily took a few steps back, their faces filled with shock as they were completely dumbfounded. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that Luo Jin would die just like that. Luo Jin was a master of the Third Order Dao Source Realm, and his strength was on par with theirs. None of them had the confidence to defeat him in a one-on-one fight, but now he had been killed by Yang Kai in a single exchange. And this was under the premise that Qiu Zhe was suppressing him. If Qiu Zhe had not been suppressing him, wouldn't he have died even faster? Who was this little brat? Could it be that he was a master of the Emperor Realm who had concealed his cultivation to toy with them? Mu Zhang and the others had ugly expressions on their faces as they faintly felt that following Qiu Zhe to Thousand Leaves sect to cause trouble was probably not a wise move. Yang Kai was only in the Third Order Dao Source Realm, yet he was already able to do this. If he had advanced to the Emperor Realm, how could they possibly survive? For a moment, the masters of the few great sects were filled with worry and anxiety. On the other side, Yi Hen's face was also filled with shock, but he was even more excited. Although he had long heard of Yang Kai's strength from Yi Jinghan, hearing about it was one thing, and seeing it with his own eyes was another. Thousand Leaves sect might still be saved. A sliver of light reignited within Yi Hen's originally dim eyes. Gently patting Yi Jinghan's hand, he said in a weak voice, "Jinghan, you've got a good eye. If we're able to escape from this calamity, in the future, you must definitely interact more with young Master Yang." If it weren't for the fact that Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were childhood sweethearts and had long since fallen in love with each other, he would have betrothed his daughter to Yang Kai. If such a young man with such a bright future could join Thousand Leaves sect, it would naturally be a great thing for the sect. "Yes, father." Yi Jinghan's beautiful eyes also lit up, her heart filled with joy. A few days ago, Yang Kai had created a miracle in the city lord's mansion, suppressing so many masters with his own strength that they were unable to catch their breath, and swaggering out of the city gates with his new bride. Today, in Thousand Leaves sect, with a master of the Emperor Realm present, could he still create a miracle? Chapter 2343. How dare you kill someone in front of this king? How dare you, brat? Qiu Zhe was enraged as he gnashed his teeth in anger. He had personally suppressed Yang Kai, yet the latter had still killed Luo Jin. If news of this were to spread, everyone would think of him as a paper tiger. This was his first battle after advancing to the Emperor Realm. He had come here to establish his might, but he had not expected things to go against his wishes. Yang Kai killing Luo Jin was tantamount to slapping his face. How could Qiu Zhe endure such humiliation? As soon as he finished speaking, Qiu Zhe flicked his wrist and a blood-red spear appeared in his hand. The spear was covered in dense energy fluctuations and was covered in layers of barriers. It was obviously a Dao Source-grade high-rank artifact. Furthermore, it was connected to Qiu Zhe's mind and had been sacrificed by him. Qiu Zhe had just advanced to the Emperor Realm and did not have an Emperor artifact on hand. However, if he was given some time to refine and nurture this spear, he might be able to upgrade it to an Emperor artifact. Unfortunately, he did not have the time to do so. He was forced to use an artifact to deal with a Dao Source Realm cultivator. Although it was a little disgraceful, Qiu Zhe could not care less right now. With the spear in hand, Qiu Zhe's aura rose again. The blood-red spear was closely connected to his own aura, as if the two had completely merged into one. Qiu Zhe roared and took the initiative to attack, hoping to kill Yang Kai in a single blow and save face. Asterisk chi chi. Asterisk countless blood-red spear phantoms shot out, bombarding Yang Kai like a swarm of locusts. The entire sky suddenly turned blood-red as a thick murderous intent and violent power filled the air, causing everyone's faces to fill with shock. Yang Kai's myriad sword was waiting for an opportunity. His sword intent fluctuated. Sword waves appeared as he shouted, "Myriads of swords, one man holds the pass." At this moment, he was standing between Qiyu and Qiu Zhe, so there was no way for him to dodge Qiu Zhe's attack. If he dodged, Qiyu and the others would definitely be enveloped by the spear waves. Qiu Zhe's attack was not only a sneak attack, but also a clever use of Yang Kai's concern for Qiyu and the others. It was truly despicable. If it had been an ordinary third-order Dao source realm, they wouldn't have been able to withstand this attack at all. They would have been blasted to smithereens by this attack. However, Yang Kai wielded an Emperor artifact and used a defensive move to neutralize Qiu Zhe's power. Boom, boom, boom. The spear and sword radiance collided in mid-air, and the energy tide surged uneasily. The void trembled, and heaven and earth collapsed. Qiu Zhe's expression changed abruptly. He took a step back and brandished his spear. It turned a hidden crescent blade that came along with the sword ray into powder. On the opposite side, although Yang Kai didn't move at all, blood splattered all over his body with a few sizzling sounds. He seemed to have suffered a small loss in this exchange. Qiu Zhe was the Emperor realm after all. The fact that Yang Kai was able to exchange a blow with him was already a reflection of his strength. If he was really unscathed, it would be too terrifying. "Brat, you dare to plot against me? Despicable." Qiu Zhe was shocked, but he didn't show it on his face. He had attacked too quickly just now, so he didn't see the true appearance of the crescent blade. He only knew that the attack was very mysterious. Yang Kai curled his lips and said, "Old man, don't you feel embarrassed saying that?" Qiu Zhe naturally knew what he meant, but he had no intention of arguing with him. He pulled his spear and unleashed another move. It shattered the sky and headed straight for Yang Kai's face. Yang Kai was furious. This old man knew that he couldn't dodge at will, so every move was ruthless, forcing him to fight head-on. If Qiyu and the others weren't behind him, Yang Kai wouldn't have been so passive. However, he couldn't ignore the safety of Qiyu and the others. Yang Kai wasn't the only one who knew this. Everyone else saw it clearly. Ruan Hongba and the others all looked embarrassed, secretly thinking that Qiu Zhe didn't have the demeanor of a master from the Emperor realm at all. He was simply a hooligan. But now that everyone was tied to the same rope, they didn't dare to say anything even if they felt threatened in their hearts. "You're opening a dye house just because I gave you some face? Old dog, you're so shameless." Yang Kai roared angrily. He channeled his source energy into the myriad sword and met the attack head-on. The tip of the sword cut through all the spear lights, instantly falling apart. Qiu Zhe's expression changed drastically. His opponent, a third-order Dao source realm cultivator, was actually on par with him. If he didn't have his companions behind him, wouldn't Qiu Zhe be no match for him at all? After breaking through Qiu Zhe's attack, Yang Kai didn't stop at all. With a flick of his fingers, a dozen crescent blades whistled through the air. Qiu Zhe's eyes narrowed. This time, he could clearly feel that the crescent blade-like, pitch-black energy attacks contained rich spatial power. They fluctuated and changed, making it impossible for him to grasp the trajectory of the crescent blades. "Spatial law!" Qiu Zhe exclaimed. His body trembled as his emperor intent spread out, forming an emperor territory that spanned 100 feet around him. When the emperor territory appeared, he finally figured out the direction of the crescent blades. His spear kept flicking, breaking the crescent blades one after another. In an instant, Qiu Zhe was drenched in cold sweat, his expression horrified. When Yang Kai displayed extraordinary combat strength, he didn't panic too much. Even when they were evenly matched, he only felt that Yang Kai was a promising talent. But when he realized that Yang Kai was proficient in spatial law, he had a bad feeling. Spatial law was so strange and unorthodox. Ordinary people couldn't even comprehend it, much less learn it. This had nothing to do with one's cultivation level. There were many powerhouses in the Emperor realm in the astral plane, but how many of them truly understood spatial law? But this young man in front of him could use spatial law against his enemies, casually flicking out space blades. What did this mean? It meant that his attainments in the Tao of space had already reached the pinnacle. Such a person would definitely have a bright future and would become a great talent in the future. Wouldn't Qiu Zhe be dead for sure once he succeeded in his cultivation? With this thought in mind, how could Qiu Zhe still care about showing off? Only the words "cut the weeds and dig up the roots" kept flashing through his mind. He shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Why aren't you attacking?" With this shout, everyone suddenly came to their senses. They had come here to cause trouble for Thousand Leaves sect, not to watch a show. Furthermore, they had killed so many of Thousand Leaves sect's disciples before, so if they didn't take advantage of this opportunity to exterminate them, once they gave Thousand Leaves sect a chance to breathe, they might just rise from the ashes and rise again. "Palace Lord Qiu, I'll help you." A loud shout rang out as a figure rushed out. To everyone's surprise, the first to respond to Qiu Zhe's call was not Ruan Hongbo or Mu Zhang, but Thousand Leaves sect's Shi Zhongying. He looked like he had a deep grudge against Thousand Leaves sect, as if he couldn't wait to kill Yang Kai and the others right now. As he spoke, he summoned his artifact and sent a surge of source qi towards Yang Kai. Since Shi Zhongying had already moved, how could Mu Zhang, Ruan Hongbo, and the others just stand there and do nothing? After a brief moment of hesitation, they all gritted their teeth and acted. In an instant, more than a dozen rays of light from artifacts and secret techniques belonging to the Third Order Dao Source Realm enveloped Yang Kai, bombarding him with attacks. Although Yang Kai was powerful and his strength had skyrocketed after his advancement, allowing him to fight evenly against Qiu Zhe, it was naturally difficult for him to fight against so many people at once. He was instantly trapped in the middle, unable to advance or retreat. In just 3 breaths of time, he was covered in blood and cut a sorry figure. After Yang Kai was trapped, the other cultivator from Sky Illumination Palace, White Cloud Tower, and Sky Peak Temple circled around the battlefield and rushed towards Qi Yu's group. Hua Qingxi's face immediately turned cold when she saw this and said in a deep voice, "Miss Yi, take them back into the sealed world." Yi Jinghan asked, "What about you?" Hua Qingxi glanced at Lu Yen, who was still sitting cross-legged on the ground, and said, "I have to stay here." Who knew what Lu Yen was up to, but he hadn't moved since he sat down. Hua Qingxi naturally couldn't ignore him. What Hua Qingxi didn't expect was for Yi Jinghan to nod her head in response to her persuasion. "This is a matter of life and death for my Thousand Leaves sect. How can we run away?" Yi Hen also nodded. "That's right. Even as an outsider, young Master Yang was able to solve this problem for my Thousand Leaves sect. This Yi is the sect master of Thousand Leaves sect. How can I shrink back here? Even if I have to bleed 5 steps, this old master will never leave." After he said this, the others also nodded, looking as if they had no regard for life or death. "You guys are really..." Hua Qingxi stamped her feet anxiously, but when she saw the resolute expressions on the faces of Yi Hen and the others, she knew that her persuasion was useless, so she could only turn her head to look at Qi Yu and the others. Qi Yu pursed her lips and smiled. "One more person means one more strength. Elder sister, please don't try to persuade us. It wasn't easy for us to reunite with little brat Yang. If we separate again, I'm afraid we won't be able to see each other again." "AI!" Hua Qingxi sighed. Knowing that it was useless to say anything, she could only say, "Then, everyone be careful." As they spoke, they were already surrounded by countless cultivators. However, it was unknown what these cultivators were afraid of, but they didn't immediately attack them, instead choosing to observe them vigilantly. Right at this moment, a roar suddenly rang out from Yang Kai's side. It seemed that Yang Kai was truly enraged. In the next moment, a dazzling light flashed out, devouring Yang Kai in an instant. How could Yang Kai withstand the joint attack of more than 20 cultivators from the Third Order Dao Source Realm and 1 from the Emperor Realm? At this critical juncture, he could only teleport out and appear in front of Hua Qingxi and the others in an instant. His sudden appearance gave the cultivator from the various large sects a fright, and they all retreated. Yang Kai was someone who could exchange blows with Qiu Zhe and kill Luo Jin in a single blow. How could they not be afraid? In an instant, a large space was emptied out around the array base platform. The rumors are indeed true. It's a good thing to be proficient in the power of space. Qiu Zhe's slightly envious tone came from the periphery. Then the crowd took the initiative to part. With Qiu Zhe in the lead, more than 10 cultivators from the Third Order Dao Source Realm strolled over and stood a few dozen feet in front of Yang Kai and the others. Yang Kai pursed his lips with an arrogant look on his face. Although he was no match for so many powerhouses, it was impossible for these people to kill him. Furthermore, he had retreated to the array base platform so he could advance and retreat as he pleased. There was no fear at all. At most, he could just activate the space array and bring Qi Yu and the others back to the mystic realm. Furthermore, he hadn't even used his trump card yet. Previously, he was restrained because he was afraid of harming the innocent. Now that he was here, he had no more worries. Chapter 2344. Kid, you're proficient in the power of space. I really don't have the confidence to keep you here. Qiu Zhe looked at Yang Kai with a gloomy expression. He had sensed from their previous exchange that Yang Kai's strength was not inferior to his at all. Could even be said that Yang Kai was slightly stronger than him. In addition, Yang Kai was proficient in the power of space. Qiu Zhe really did not have the confidence to keep him here. In other words, Yang Kai could leave at any time if he wanted to. Even if Qiu Zhe was not convinced, he could only watch. In reality, Yang Kai did not leave because he still had many friends here. It was impossible for him to escape alone. Thus, Qiu Zhe did not panic. He only smiled sinisterly. If you want to leave, I won't stop you. But these people, humph. He did not say much, but the threat in his words was obvious. Old dog Qiu Zhe, you're really shameless. Yi Hen roared. Qiu Zhe was indifferent. He only looked at Yang Kai and said, Kid, think about it carefully. Are you going to escape on your own or stay here to share the joys and sorrows of these people? Although he said that, he was really afraid that Yang Kai would not care about these people's lives and escape alone. If that was the case, he would have to live in fear for the rest of his life. Yang Kai was already so powerful in the Third Order Dao Source Realm. Once he ascended to the Emperor level, how could Sky Illumination Palace stop him? Such an enemy was either not provoked or eliminated by the roots. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble in the future. Qiu Zhe was gambling. He was gambling that Yang Kai would not leave these people alone. He was very confident that Yang Kai would not escape alone. As long as he did not escape, everything would be fine. He had so many powerhouses under him. Why would he be afraid that he could not kill him? He would have to pay a price today. He would have to kill Yang Kai here. Ruan Hongba and the others were obviously thinking the same thing as Qiu Zhe. Thus, although their expressions were ugly, they did not retreat. They looked at Yang Kai with murderous intent. Yang Kai stood on the formation base platform and looked around. It was as if he wanted to remember each and every one of the people who made things difficult for him. Any cultivator who met his gaze was shocked. They all averted their gazes, terrified to the extreme. Very well, you forced me to do this. I hope you won't regret it. Yang Kai grinned and a bracelet-like artifact suddenly appeared in his hand. Rich energy fluctuations pulsed from this bracelet. If that was all, it wouldn't be a big deal, but the key point was that a clear trace of Emperor aura and Emperor intent spread out from the bracelet the moment it appeared. An Emperor artifact. Qiu Zhe's eyes narrowed with a burning light. The others also had an expression of disbelief. All of them widened their eyes. The myriad sword in Yang Kai's hand was definitely an Emperor artifact, something they had already experienced deeply. It was already shocking enough for a Dao Source Realm cultivator to possess an Emperor artifact, but he actually had another. Where did this brat come from? How could he have so many Emperor artifacts? While Qiu Zhe was terrified, his eyes were bloodshot. He had finally advanced to the Emperor realm, but he had no Emperor artifact to use. Yang Kai, a Dao Source Realm cultivator, actually took out 2 Emperor artifacts at once. How could Qiu Zhe not be envious? At this moment, Qiu Zhe didn't even bother to guess what great force was behind Yang Kai. He only wanted to quickly destroy Yang Kai and snatch these 2 Emperor artifacts. With his current cultivation, if he had these 2 Emperor artifacts, his strength would definitely skyrocket. Attack! Qiu Zhe shouted angrily and was the first to rush towards Yang Kai. When the others saw this, they didn't dare to hesitate and followed suit. The faces of Yi Hen and the others changed drastically. Their faces were ashen, feeling that they were doomed this time. Even Hua Qingxi's pretty face was solemn. However, Yang Kai didn't let them retreat into the sealed world. Hua Qingxi knew that Yang Kai must have his own plans, so she looked at him with her beautiful eyes. She wanted to see what other trump cards Yang Kai had that could withstand the attacks of so many masters. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and patted the bracelet. Immediately after, a large black mass suddenly flew out from the bracelet. A continuous buzzing sound rang out, as if an invisible hole had been opened in the bracelet. Countless black objects were released. In the blink of an eye, the array base platform was shrouded in black, leaving no room for escape. Insects! Hua Qingxi let out a delicate cry as she was finally able to clearly see what these black things were. Surprisingly, they were black insects about the size of a grain of rice. There were countless of them, and they had gathered together to form a cloud of insects, forming a protective barrier around them. Hua Qingxi could clearly sense an aura from these insects that made her feel uncomfortable. This aura was very similar to the aura of the ancient giant demon outside Maplewood City. This discovery gave Hua Qingxi a fright. How could she not know that these insects were a little strange? No matter what they were, if they had the aura of the ancient demonic qi, they definitely weren't to be trifled with. The cloud of insects appeared and buzzed, forming an impenetrable defense around the array-based platform. Qiu Zhe and the others attacked together, using all kinds of secret techniques and secret treasures to bombard the cloud of insects. Countless black insects were knocked dizzy and fell to the ground. Qiu Zhe's solemn expression suddenly changed. He was still on guard against Yang Kai, fearing that Yang Kai would use some kind of trick, but when he saw that these strange insects couldn't even withstand a single blow, he immediately relaxed. He felt that Yang Kai had run out of tricks up his sleeve. Qiu Zhe was overjoyed. Just as he was about to use his ultimate move to break through the insect cloud's defense, he instinctively felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly lowered his head to look at the insects on the ground. He saw that the black insects that had been swept to the ground were all unharmed. They only lightly shook their wings and became lively again. Not only that, but as if they had been attacked, these black insects all exuded a violent and ruthless aura as they pounced on the nearby martial artists. What the hell was this? Qiu Zhe's heart skipped a beat, but before he could figure it out, a pitch-black insect had already pounced on him. Then, Qiu Zhe suddenly felt a slight pain in his sea of consciousness, as if something had pricked him. With that, he was shocked to discover that a corner of his consciousness was missing. These black insects could actually devour his divine sense? Qiu Zhe was scared out of his wits and broke out in a cold sweat. He clearly saw that the insect had pounced on his arm through several layers of clothes. Even if he was bitten, it could only have bitten his arm. But why didn't his arm hurt? Instead, a corner of his divine sense was missing. Just as he was hesitating, he felt another slight pain in his knowledge sea. His divine sense was missing again. These black insects were strange. Qiu Zhe didn't dare to be careless. At this rate, if he didn't do anything, wouldn't his divine sense be completely devoured by these black insects? If that happened, he would definitely die. In his shock, he activated his source energy and the Imperial territory exploded, sending the insect flying. What he couldn't believe was that, even so, the black insect didn't die. Instead, it persevered and pounced on him. However, it was blocked by the Imperial territory and couldn't get close to him at all. Ah! A scream pierced through the air, followed by countless screams. Those screams were extremely mournful, as if they were enduring the cruelest torture in the world. Qiu Zhe turned his head and looked. It was as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water on his heart. He saw that the cultivator of several great sects, including his own sky illumination palace, were all surrounded by these black insects. The cultivator of the Third Order Dao Source Realm and the Second Order Dao Source Realm were better off. Although they were in a sorry state, their lives weren't in danger. However, the cultivator of the First Order Dao Source Realm and the Origin King Realm were in a miserable state. They couldn't avoid the black insects at all. Many of them were covered by the black insects and could no longer be seen. In the blink of an eye, the cultivator surrounded by the black insects fell silent. When the black insects dispersed, all of them were lying motionless on the ground. Their bodies weren't damaged at all, but their scattered and frightened eyes showed that they had encountered something extremely frightening before they died. How could Qiuzhe not know that these cultivators' divine sense had been devoured by these black insects? He himself had suffered such an attack. If he wasn't strong enough, he would have been lying on the ground by now. Swathes of cultivator fell, struggling and wriggling, but no one could escape the fate of death. In just 5 breaths, more than half of the cultivator of several great sects had died. This was simply a massacre, a one-sided massacre that was devoid of humanity. Not to mention Ruan Hongbo and the others, even the initiator Yang Kai showed a look of horror after seeing this scene. This was the first time he had used the soul-devouring insects against an enemy since he had completely subdued them. Although he knew that the soul-devouring insects could play a big role, he didn't expect them to be so powerful when their numbers reached a certain level. The situation in front of him stunned him. Soul-devouring insects continued to fly out of the insect enslavement bracelet. When the last soul-devouring insect flew out of the insect enslavement bracelet, there were more than 1 million soul-devouring insects in the valley. Dark clouds of insects gathered around the cultivator who was still suffering in pain, waiting for an opportunity to take a bite out of them. No matter what kind of defensive artifact these cultivators summoned, they couldn't stop the soul-devouring insects from devouring them. Even the source qi in the cultivator's body was now considered delicious food by the insects. More and more cultivator fell dead on the ground. The Origin King Realm cultivator of the First Order Dao Source Realm had long since died. Under the siege of the soul-devouring insects, these weaker cultivators had no power to fight back. Gradually, the Second Order Dao Source Realm cultivator couldn't hold on any longer. Their source qi and divine sense were devoured by the soul-devouring insects. Although their bodies weren't damaged at all, they still couldn't escape the fate of death. However, even with all their strength, they couldn't kill even one soul-devouring insect. The vitality of the evolved soul-devouring insects seemed to be extremely tenacious. Even if they were occasionally knocked unconscious by the cultivator, they would soon wake up and rejoin the battle. Yi Hen and the others were stunned. Hua Qingxi and the others were also stunned. Each and every one of them stood on the platform of the array base, looking at this inhumane slaughter. Their feelings were extremely complicated. These people were still flaunting their prowess earlier, but they didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, they would become cold corpses. How could the impermanence of the heavenly Tao be enough to describe this? Chapter 2345. Ever since Yang Kai summoned the insect enslavement bracelet and released the soul-devouring insects, 70% of the cultivator who came to cause trouble had died in less than 30 breaths of time. Even several third-order Dao Source Realm cultivators couldn't escape this calamity. The soul-devouring insects' powerful combat strength was something Yang Kai hadn't expected. It was easy to imagine that even someone like Qiuzhe from the Emperor Realm would be killed by them if given more time. Ruan Hongbo and the others were scared out of their wits. They had come with Qiuzhe to avenge the deaths of Kutian and the others, but not only did they fail to do so, but they also suffered heavy losses. This had already damaged the foundation of Sky Peak Temple, and the people he brought were all elites of Sky Peak Temple. The same was true for the other sects, each of them suffering heavy losses. At this point, he already regretted coming to Thousand Leaves sect. If he hadn't come, how could this have happened? He could have hugged his 2 beautiful female disciples, drinking and singing. Ruan Hongbo couldn't hold on any longer as Qiuzhe was unable to turn the tide. Seeing all the familiar and unfamiliar cultivators fall dead around him, Ruan Hongbo couldn't hold on any longer. If he stayed in this situation, only death would await him. He tried his best to circulate his source qi, shaking off the soul-devouring insects that had gathered around him as he roared, "Go!" As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and rushed out of the valley. The others didn't dare delay, and they all used their movement skills to fly out. "You want to leave now? It's too late. All of you stay here." A crisp voice suddenly rang out. On the platform of the array base, Lu Yen, who had been motionless with her beautiful eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Her clear gem-like eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. Ever since the battle began, Lu Yen had been sitting there cross-legged, motionless. No one knew what she was doing, not even Yang Kai. At this moment, seeing her suddenly move, he naturally couldn't help but look at her curiously. Lu Yen suddenly formed a seal with her two small hands and shouted, "Azure Dragon!" After forming the seal, she directly blasted towards a nearby mountain peak. This mountain peak had an extremely strange shape. It looked as if a real dragon was crouching there. As the imprint entered, the mountain suddenly buzzed. Then, a powerful aura suddenly spread out from the inside of the mountain. At the same time, the mountain that had been silent for tens of thousands of years seemed to have been given life. The vegetation on the mountain swayed and the rocks cracked. On the dragon head of the mountain, two huge eyes suddenly opened. Contained supreme dragon might. Rumble. The mountain peak suddenly soared into the sky. Along with the falling rubble, a colossus that was hundreds of meters long suddenly appeared in the sky. This colossus shook its head and wagged its tail, exuding a magnificent aura. Everyone froze on the spot, under the pressure of the dragon's might. Everyone felt a sense of insignificance, as if they were insignificant ants in front of the Azure Dragon. True dragon. Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes narrowed as she stared at the scene in front of her in disbelief. She simply couldn't believe that such a true dragon was actually hiding under a mountain peak in Thousand Leaves Sect. However, she soon realized that something was wrong. This true dragon did not have the slightest hint of life. Although its dense dragon might was extremely clear, it was definitely not a living creature. A heaven puppet. Yihen was completely dumbfounded. His eyes widened as he stared blankly at the Azure Dragon in the sky. In an instant, tears streamed down his face as he stretched out his hand, seemingly wanting to hold the Azure Dragon in his hand. He choked with sobs and cried out involuntarily, "That's a heaven puppet! Father, you're saying that this is our Thousand Leaves Sect's heaven-grade puppet?" Yi Jinghan immediately understood what Yihen meant, causing her to feel extremely shocked. Many of Thousand Leaves Sect's secret arts and secret techniques had been lost for tens of thousands of years, causing their Tao of puppetry to plummet. Not to mention the heaven-grade puppets, even the earth-grade puppets in the square were not something that anyone in Thousand Leaves Sect could control. As for the heaven puppet, even Yi Jinghan did not know where it was hidden. Yihen had never mentioned this to her before. It turned out that the heaven puppet had always been right under her nose. Yi Jinghan raised her eyes to look around, looking at the oddly shaped mountain peaks of various sizes in the distance. It turned out that these mountains were where the heaven puppets were hidden. After tens of thousands of years of being exposed to the elements and covered in dust, they had all been hidden under these mountains, quietly sleeping. Today, after tens of thousands of years, a heaven puppet had finally been awakened, flying into the sky and revealing its magnificent figure. This was an inconceivable matter. Furthermore, the one who had awakened and controlled this heaven-grade puppet was not a member of Thousand Leaves Sect, but a little girl of 7 or 8 years of age who had never been seen before. Yihen looked at the Azure Dragon in the sky, then back at Lu Yen, his old eyes burning with passion. He did not know why this little girl was able to control the heaven puppet, but he knew that she was with Yang Kai. In other words, Yang Kai should have found the lost secret arts and secret techniques of Thousand Leaves Sect. Thousand Leaves Sect was truly saved. Yang Kai raised his brow. After thinking about it for a moment, he vaguely understood why Lu Yen was able to control the heaven-grade puppet. This was most likely related to her current soul puppet body. Perhaps her soul puppet body possessed the ability to control the heaven puppets. No wonder she had asked him to delay for a while and left the rest to her. So this was the reason. Since Lu Yen could even control the heaven-grade puppet, it was indeed enough to sweep through this place. Even though this heaven-grade puppet had been sleeping for countless years, Yang Kai could still feel that it definitely possessed the strength of the Emperor realm. Moreover, it was not an ordinary one from the Emperor realm. The tyrannical aura radiating from the Azure Dragon heaven-grade puppet was in no way inferior to the corpse puppets in Thousand Leaves Sect's sealed world. Within the Thousand Leaves sect, the disciples who were either hiding or injured suddenly let out shouts and cries. Their shouts and cries rang out in all directions. Even though no one had told them, they could still sense that this was the sect's heaven-grade puppet. The disciples were proud of the sect, and the sect was proud of the disciples. The heaven-grade puppet's reappearance after tens of thousands of years was a sign of Thousand Leaves sect's prosperity. Every Thousand Leaves sect disciple's heart surged with excitement, unable to control themselves. On the other side, Shi Tsong-ing, who was fleeing in panic, was dumbfounded. A wave of regret surged from the depths of his heart, almost causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He was the leader of Thousand Leaves sect's new faction, and had always felt that the sect should not be so rigid in adhering to the Tao of puppetry left behind by their ancestors. Instead, they should learn other secret arts and secret techniques to increase the strength of Thousand Leaves sect. As such, his relationship with Yi Hen had never been very harmonious. This time, when Qiu Zhe brought people to Thousand Leaves sect to cause trouble and revealed a bit of the Emperor realm's cultivation, Shi Tsong-ing immediately betrayed them. Not only did he launch a sneak attack and injure Yi Hen, he even activated the sect defending array. Otherwise, Thousand Leaves sect would not have suffered so many casualties. Thousand Leaves sect's sect defending array was not that easy to break. Shi Tsong-ing originally thought that after today's matter, he would be able to become Thousand Leaves sect's sect master and wield the authority of the sect, carrying out his ideals. However, to his disappointment, just a single Yang Kai was enough to render them powerless. And now, even a heaven puppet had reappeared in the world. Shi Tsong-ing's intestines turned green with regret. If he had known that a heaven puppet would be awakened one day, why would he have needed to scheme so insidiously? Wouldn't it have been better to just obediently be his vice sect master? He might even have been able to get a heaven puppet to play with. At that time, even Qiu Zhe would have to act according to his wishes. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. A scene that caused Shi Tsong-ing to feel even more despair appeared. After awakening the Azure Dragon heaven puppet, Lu Yen formed a seal with both hands and slapped it towards another mountain range. That mountain range also looked like a monster beast, and it was a bird-type monster beast at that. However, no one knew what it looked like. Vermilion bird. The mountain range rumbled, accompanied by the crisp cry of a bird. The celestial puppet Vermilion bird, whose entire body was covered in red flames, soared into the sky. The grass, trees, and stones that had covered its body for tens of thousands of years fell down with a crash. Its beautiful and powerful figure was clearly visible. White tiger! Lu Yen formed a seal again. A tiger's roar resounded through the forest as the third mountain peak collapsed. A huge, snow-white tiger leapt out, its fangs flickering with a cold light that caused one to shudder. Black tortoise! The fourth mountain peak shattered, and the gigantic black tortoise heavenly puppet slowly crawled out. Its sturdy and spacious shell could even carry an entire city. Yi Hen's entire body was shaking as his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets in excitement. He stared at the scene in front of him in disbelief. He never thought that he would be able to see a heaven puppet reappear in this world in his lifetime. Not only that, for heaven puppets had been awakened at once. Yi Hen felt hot blood boiling in his heart. He felt that even if he died now, he would have no regrets. How dare you hit me? I'll make sure you die without a burial ground. Lu Yen glared at Qiu Zhe hatefully, her small face filled with killing intent. It was obvious that she still held a grudge against Qiu Zhe for slapping her into the ground. As soon as she finished speaking, she clapped her hands together, and an almost imperceptible will suddenly gushed out. The next moment, the four heaven puppets suddenly moved, each occupying a corner and sealing off the area. "For heaven puppets kill!" Lu Yen cried out. An invisible connection connected the 4 heaven puppets. A fierce power gushed out from the heaven puppets and poured into the sealed area, forming a murderous aura that seemed to be able to destroy the world. Qiu Zhe was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar as he trembled uneasily. In front of this complex power, he felt that he, who had just broken through to the Emperor realm, was as vulnerable as a piece of paper. Chi. The invisible power cut Qiu Zhe's body like sharp blades. In the blink of an eye, he was covered in blood and his bones were exposed. He screamed in agony. The scene was extremely tragic. He begged for mercy loudly, but Lu Yen was unmoved. She activated the seal even more fiercely, and the murderous aura of the 4 heaven puppets became even more ferocious. In less than 10 breaths of time, Qiu Zhe's flesh and blood were completely gone. All that was left was a skeleton that collapsed with a loud crash. Before Qiu Zhe died, the cultivator of the major sects had already been scattered by the murderous aura of the 4 heaven puppets' kill. This 4 heaven puppets' kill seemed to be a formation set up with the 4 heaven puppets as the foundation. Even Qiu Zhe couldn't withstand it for 10 breaths of time, so how could the others? Ruan Hongba and the others exploded into a bloody mist, not even their bones remaining. Chapter 2346. The stench of blood soared into the sky. The sealed space had almost turned into a living hell. Shi Zhongying had used some kind of trump card to not die immediately. Instead, he burned his blood essence madly as he struggled at death's door. But as the aura of death approached, he could only cry and plead, "Sect Master, I was wrong. Sect Master, please spare my life. I will definitely repent." At this moment, he finally understood that he had chosen the wrong side. If he had known that the heavenly puppets left behind by his ancestor were so powerful, how could he have betrayed them? He would have been even more enthusiastic than Yi Hen in studying the secret technique to control the heavenly puppets. But what was the point of thinking about this now? These 4 heavenly puppets hadn't even made a move when they appeared. All they had done was form a killing array, yet it was enough to wipe out the entire land of invasion. How could he live alone? He could only plead with Yi Hen, hoping that Yi Hen would spare his life for the sake of their friendship over the years. Lu Yen turned to look at Yi Hen and asked for his opinion. Yi Hen's expression was calm as he said indifferently, "The moment you attacked me and opened the sect's mountain defending array, you were no longer a member of Thousand Leaves sect." Shi Zhongying was shocked and shouted, "Master, this sure has been loyal to the sect all these years. Even if I didn't make any contributions, I still worked hard. Please spare my life, sect master." Yi Hen slowly shook his head and said to Lu Yen, "Young lady, please do it. I don't want to hear him speak again." If it was said that Shi Zhongying had always been at odds with him due to their conflicting ideals, Yi Hen would not have killed him. After all, no matter what, Shi Zhongying was still considering the future of the sect and finding a way out for the sect. Even if he had some selfish motives, it was only natural. Once upon a time, Yi Hen had also doubted whether it was right for him to adhere to the Tao of puppetry. However, he should never have taken the initiative to open the mountain defending array and allowed the sect's disciples to be slaughtered. If he let Shi Zhongying go today, how could the thousands of disciples who had died rest in peace? Therefore, Shi Zhongying had to die. Lu Yen gently nodded when she heard this. With a single move of her divine sense, the killing force of the 4 divine beasts blasted towards Shi Zhongying. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Shi Zhongying's body suddenly swelled up like a balloon. In an instant, it swelled up and exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Not even its bones remained. At this point, not a single cultivator who had invaded the Thousand Leaves sect remained. All of them had died in this valley. Lu Yen formed a seal with both hands, and the 4 symbols heavenly puppets slowly retracted their killing aura. They once again prostrated themselves on the ground, motionless. The smell of blood was extremely strong. The valley was silent. Yi Hen turned his head and looked around. Although he was gratified, he still looked sad. Thousand Leaves sect's losses were not small this time, and if not for Yang Kai's appearance at the last moment to delay them, even their foundation might have been destroyed. The only thing that made Yi Hen feel fortunate was that Yang Kai returned safely from the secret realm and even brought back the secret technique to control the heavenly centipedes. "Father!" Yi Jinghan called out softly as she supported her aged father. Seeing his doddering appearance, her eyes could not help but turn red. Yi Hen waved his hand and cupped his fists towards Yang Kai. "Yi Hen and the entire Thousand Leaves sect will never forget young Master Yang's kindness?" Yang Kai smiled faintly. "There's no need to be so polite, Sect Master Yi. I didn't put in much effort." "It's all thanks to your esteemed sect's heavenly centipede that we were able to defeat the enemy in one fell swoop." While they were talking, he glanced at the four symbols heavenly centipede and thought about how good it would be if he could bring it along with him. He had personally witnessed the might of the four symbols heavenly centipede. Although using it to kill Chiozei and the others was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, Yang Kai was sure that the four symbols heavenly centipede had not even used 1/100th of its might in the battle just now. If the full might of this heavenly centipede was unleashed, who knew what kind of scene it would be? After a short pause, he spoke again. "I'm sure Sect Master Yi has a lot of things to deal with after the battle, so we won't disturb you any further. We'll talk about it in detail after Sect Master Yi is done with the sect's matters." Yi Hen naturally knew what he was referring to, and also knew that this wasn't a good time to talk, so he immediately nodded. All right, Jing Han, bring young Master Yang and his friends to rest. I'll pay them a visit after I'm done with the sect's matters." Yi Jinghan led Yang Kai and the others back to the main hall of the main peak before turning around and leaving. There were currently many things to be done in Thousand Leaves sect. Not only did the sect's grand array need to be repaired, there were also many injured disciples that needed to be taken care of. Naturally, Yi Jinghan couldn't remain here. After she left, Chi Yu and the others suddenly turned their gazes towards Yang Kai with questioning looks on their faces. Today's events had happened too suddenly, and there were many things that they didn't understand. Yang Kai said, "Let's talk in my room." A moment later, everyone arrived at Yang Kai's room. Yang Kai smiled faintly and introduced Hua Qingxi to everyone. Although he had previously instructed Hua Qingxi to protect Chi Yu and the others, Hua Qingxi had never shown her face in front of them. It was only when Shi Zhongying sent people to capture them that Hua Qingxi suddenly attacked and injured them. However, she had never introduced herself, only telling Chi Yu and the others that she was Yang Kai's friend. Now that they heard Yang Kai's explanation, they finally understood that Hua Qingxi's actions had been secretly ordered by Yang Kai. Then, who is this little sister? Chi Yu looked at Lu Yen blankly. She couldn't shake the feeling that Lu Yen was a little strange. This strangeness didn't mean that he was dangerous, but rather that she felt that Lu Yan's aura was very different from others. What's more, a little girl who appeared to be 7 or 8 years old actually had the strength of the Third Order Dao Source realm. This was somewhat inconceivable. Compared to Lu Yen, Chi Yu and the others felt that they were simply too weak. Yang Kai didn't know how to explain his relationship with Lu Yen, but Lu Yen directly stood up and bowed. "Master's servant, Lu Yen greets Master." "Master? Servant?" Chi Yu looked at Yang Kai strangely and coldly snorted. "I didn't know that you had such a hobby." Aio also looked at Yang Kai with a sarcastic expression and said, "Do Shuiyu and the others know about this?" Of these two, one was his mother-in-law, and the other was his father-in-law. Although they weren't family, they were still Yang Kai's elders. When they considered things, they would think from Shan Qingluo's and Shuiyu's perspectives. They were afraid that Yang Kai would change his mind after coming to the Flower astral boundary and forget about his companions in the territory of the Homeland Star. So their tone was harsh and threatening. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, "Lu Yen, the mental connection between us has been broken. From now on, you are free to do whatever you want. There's no need to call me that anymore." Lu Yen wrinkled her little nose and said, "Master doesn't want me anymore?" Yang Kai said, "Of course not. What I mean is that since you are free now, you can do whatever you want in the future. If you are willing to follow me, that would be great. But if you want to act alone, that's up to you. After Lu Yan obtained the soul puppet, the mental connection between her and Yang Kai was broken. So Lu Yan was indeed free now. She had her own thoughts and body. It could be said that she was now a living person, just that the structure of her body was different from that of an ordinary person. Hearing this, Lu Yan thought seriously for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, "In that case, I choose to follow Master. Master, please don't drive me away." Hua Qingxi glared at her and snorted, "How dare you? When did I drive her away?" Yang Kai looked wronged. After thinking for a moment, he quickly changed the subject. "By the way, Lu Yan, that soul puppet." As if knowing what Yang Kai was thinking, before he could finish, Lu Yan sternly said, "Controlling the heavenly puppets consumes too much energy. It's not just me, but the heavenly puppets themselves. Just now, I estimate that it consumed at least 1,000,000 source crystals." Source crystals? 1,000,000? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Lu Yan nodded and said, "Yes, there are a lot of source crystals stored in the heavenly puppets' bodies, so I can control them, and they must be high-rank source crystals." Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. The 4-beast heavenly puppets had only taken action for less than 30 breaths of time, and they had only formed the all-4-beast slaughtering array. Even so, they had consumed 1,000,000 high-rank source crystals, which was equivalent to 100,000,000 low-rank source crystals. What kind of concept was that? Although the heavenly puppets are powerful, they still need to have enough capital to use them, Lu Yan added. If that's the case, aren't those heavenly puppets just decorations in Thousand Leaves sect? Yang Kai estimated that Thousand Leaves sect definitely didn't have enough source crystals to make the heavenly puppets move again. So even if he gave them their secret arts and secret techniques, they wouldn't be able to increase their strength. Of course not. Lu Yan shook his head and explained, "The heavenly puppets of Thousand Leaves sect have 2 sources of energy. One is the source crystals stored in their bodies, and the other is the earth veins of Thousand Leaves sect." Yang Kai's expression changed. "You mean the earth veins in the sealed world?" Lu Yan said, "That's right. Previously, you only repaired the sealed world's spirit array and didn't completely open the entrance, so you couldn't use the power of the earth veins. However, if the entrance is completely opened, the heavenly puppets will be able to use the power of the earth veins to move. At that time, the amount of source crystals consumed will be greatly reduced, so Thousand Leaves sect should be able to afford it." After a pause, she continued, "But if Master wants to get 1 or 2 heavenly puppets to play with, you can only use source crystals to make them move." "Understood." Yang Kai gently nodded. If he took the heavenly puppets with him, he definitely wouldn't be able to use the power of the earth veins, but he had the earth vein orb, which was right below the medicine garden, and he also had a lot of source crystals. So, even if he knew that the consumption was huge, Yang Kai still wanted to get 1 or 2 heavenly puppets with him. These things could display the strength of the Emperor realm, so they were definitely good things. After an hour, everyone left Yang Kai's residence and returned to their rooms to meditate and cultivate. Today's battle had made Qi Yu and the others realize that their cultivation was insufficient. In the territory of Homeland Star, each of them was an overlord, and the cultivation star they were on would tremble with a stomp of their feet. However, in the star boundary, they were just insignificant characters. They desperately wanted to increase their strength. Chapter 2347. In his room, Yang Kai sent his divine sense into the insect enslavement bracelet to check on the condition of the soul-devouring insects. He was extremely satisfied with the performance of the soul-devouring insects in today's battle. Could even be said that they had exceeded his expectations. These insects were definitely a powerful weapon in group battles. Even the masters of the Third Order Dao Source Realm were unable to resist their siege. If they were nurtured for a while longer and evolved again, perhaps even the Emperor realm would have to retreat. However, the time required to nurture the soul-devouring insects was too long and the consumption was definitely not small. Yang Kai needed to buy a large amount of spirit grasses and throw them into the insect enslavement bracelet, so that this emperor artifact could transform the medicinal efficacies of these spirit grasses into nutrients suitable for the growth of the soul-devouring insects. This kind of thing could not be rushed. The soul-devouring insects were ranked very high in the exotic insect book and were ranked 11th on the heaven list. Yang Kai also had many other exotic insects in his insect enslavement bracelet. Although they were not ranked as high as the soul-devouring insects, they should still be able to play a significant role. Yang Kai felt that if he had the time in the future, he should find an opportunity to study the exotic insects sealed in the insect enslavement bracelet. Who knows, he might be able to use them at some point in time. In today's battle, the soul-devouring insects had devoured a lot of the cultivator's soul and source chi and seemed to have grown a little, but it was not obvious. However, Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised that the soul-devouring insects could now even devour source chi. In the past, the soul-devouring insects could only devour spiritual energy. From the looks of it, they had indeed grown a lot. 3 days later, Yihen came to visit. Yang Kai naturally received him warmly. The situation in Thousand Leaves sect had been settled, and the dead and injured disciples had all been properly taken care of. Although Thousand Leaves sect had suffered heavy losses this time, this was not necessarily a bad thing. The new faction led by Shi Tsong-ing had been completely annihilated, leaving only the disciples and elders who were loyal to the sect. Now that the entire Thousand Leaves sect was of one mind and they had Tian Ho under their command, it was only a matter of time before they would be able to restore their former glory. Yihen had yet to recover from his injuries. The battle a few days ago had cost him a lot. When Yang Kai saw him, his face was still pale and his aura was unstable. Yi Jinghan had been by his side the entire time. Yang Kai also knew why Yi Chong was looking for him, so he didn't say anything after taking a seat. He directly handed over the ring that Yi Chong had given him. Yihen took it with trembling hands and looked at Yang Kai expectantly, hoping that he would give her the answer she wanted to hear. Yang Kai smiled and said, "This is the ring that Senior Yi Chong gave me. There should be many cultivation techniques and secret arts of your sect in it." Yihen heard this. His body trembled as tears streamed down his face. The wish of his ancestors for tens of thousands of years had finally been realized in his generation. However, he quickly realized that something was amiss and said in surprise, "Young Master Yang, you said earlier that it was Ancestor Yi Chong who gave you this ring? Could it be?" Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Senior Yi Chong is already dead. I only communicated with a strand of his divine sense that he left behind. He instructed me to bring this ring to you." After listening to Yang Kai's description of what happened in the sealed world, Yihen's face was filled with shock as he muttered, "Ancestor Yi Chong actually dabbled in the corpse puppet Dao. This, if not for Yang Kai's words, he wouldn't have dared to believe it. The corpse puppet technique was a forbidden technique in Thousand Leaves sect, so why would Yi Chong research it? Furthermore, he had actually refined Yihen into a corpse puppet. However, Yang Kai clearly had no reason to lie to him. The fact that he brought Yi Chong's ring out and gave it to Yihen was enough to explain everything. After being in a daze for a long time, Yihen stood up and bowed. "Young Master Yang has shown great kindness to Thousand Leaves sect. This Yihen will never forget this. Please accept this bow from this Yihen." Yi Jinghan also hurriedly bowed in greeting. Yang Kai helped him up and said, "Sect Master Yi is being too serious. It was just a small matter." Yihen knew that this wasn't a small matter. Yang Kai had entered the sealed world and encountered Yi Chong's corpse puppet, so he must have experienced an earth-shattering battle. However, Yang Kai didn't explain the details of the battle, so Yihen didn't know how dangerous it was. Young Master Yang will be a friend of Thousand Leaves sect in the future. If you have any requests, Thousand Leaves sect will definitely not refuse," Yihen said seriously. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Sect Master Yi, you should first take a look at the things in this ring and see if they are what you think they are. Alright?" Yihen was also somewhat impatient to find out if the sect's lost secret arts and secret techniques were in this ring. So he immediately began to break the restrictions on the ring without any intention of avoiding arousing suspicion. Yi Jinghan stood to the side, watching with both anticipation and apprehension. This ring could only be opened with the power of one's bloodline, so the restrictions weren't very hard to break. However, if one didn't have the power of one's bloodline to forcefully break the restrictions, the ring would immediately be destroyed. In less than 10 breaths of time, a streak of light flashed across the simple and unadorned space ring, and Yang Kai immediately knew that the restrictions had been broken. Yi Hen's divine sense surged, and he began to investigate the contents of the ring, his expression fluctuating endlessly. After a long while, Yi Hen retracted his divine sense and sighed heavily. "Father!" Yi Jinghan's heart skipped a beat when she saw his expression, thinking that the things in the ring had disappointed him, causing her face to instantly change. Yi Hen waved his hand and said, "The lost items are all here. Then why is father sighing like that?" Yi Jinghan looked at Yi Hen with a puzzled expression. It was a good thing that they had found the lost secret arts and secret techniques. This meant that Thousand Leaves sect had the capital to gradually grow stronger, and they would no longer be bullied and powerless in the future. Yi Hen smiled bitterly. "It's nothing. Jinghan, you can leave first. I have some things to discuss with young Master Yang." Yi Jinghan hesitated for a moment, but still nodded, "Yes." After saying that, she nodded towards Yang Kai before slowly retreating. After Yi Jinghan left, Yi Hen looked at Yang Kai with a troubled expression, as though he found it difficult to speak. "Sect Master Yi, you can speak frankly," Yang Kai said with a faint smile. Yi Hen said, "Then this Yi will offend you. May I ask what young Master Yang thinks of my daughter, Jinghan?" Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately felt that something was amiss. However, he still replied truthfully, "Miss Yi has a firm and kind heart. Not bad." Having interacted with Yi Jinghan for a period of time, Yang Kai still had a good impression of her despite not having a deep relationship with her. "How much does my daughter's appearance rate in young Master Yang's eyes?" Yi Hen asked again. Yang Kai thought to himself, is this old man for real? After pondering for a moment, he said, "Those who love her will naturally think that she is as beautiful as a fairy. I'm afraid that Sect Master Yi won't be able to ask me about this. Why don't you ask Brother Duxian?" Hearing Yang Kai's words, Yi Hen couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush. Cupping his fists, he said, "Young Master Yang, this Yi earnestly requests that you take my daughter as your wife and take over Thousand Leaves sect. This Yi heard that young Master Yang doesn't belong to a sect. This Yi is willing to—" Before he could finish speaking, Yang Kai raised his hand and said indifferently, "Sect Master Yi, I can't break up an affectionate couple. Furthermore, I have no intention of joining Thousand Leaves sect." Yi Hen smiled bitterly. Young Master Yang must think that this old master is a snobbish person who would sacrifice his daughter's future happiness for his own selfish desires. However, this old master doesn't have much time left. There is no one in Thousand Leaves sect who is qualified for the position of sect master. If this old master passes away, where will the sect go? Yang Kai frowned. Du Xian is a good successor. Yi Hen sighed. Du Xian is indeed a good child, but his cultivation is still not enough. Yang Kai smiled. Du Xian is a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. May I ask how high Sect Master Ye's cultivation was when he took over as Sect Master? Yi Hen was stunned. Thinking back to when he took over as Sect Master, he was only in the first-order Dao Source Realm. Du Xian was a minor realm higher than him at that time. Yang Kai continued, "What's more, your noble sect's heavenly puppets can be controlled again. There are no masters within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers, so what is Sect Master Yi afraid of?" Yi Hen's eyes gradually brightened as he nodded. Young Master Yang is right. Since the heavenly puppets can be controlled again, what is this old master afraid of? It's just that this old master doesn't have much time left. If this old master had 10 more years, this old master would definitely be able to break through to the Emperor realm. At that time, Thousand Leaves sect would truly have nothing to fear. Yang Kai's expression changed as he asked, "Does Sect Master Yi think that 10 years is enough for you to break through to the Emperor realm?" Yi Hen smiled. This old master's secret art is flawed. Now that I have obtained the things left behind by old ancestor Yi Chong, if I can't break through to the Emperor realm in 10 years, wouldn't this old master have lived in vain? Being able to break through to the third-order Dao source realm despite cultivating a flawed secret art, Yang Kai understood that Yi Hen's aptitude was definitely top-notch. It was just that he was born into a poor family. Now that he had obtained the lost secret art, it was enough to make up for that flaw. 10 years might really be enough for him to break through to the Emperor realm. It's a pity. This old master doesn't have that much time. Yi Hen sighed heavily, feeling sad for his troubled fate. It was precisely because he didn't have much time that he came up with such a terrible idea. He wanted to let Yang Kai marry Yi Jinghan as his wife. However, after being enlightened by Yang Kai, his mind became clear and he no longer bothered about this matter. After speaking, Yi Hen stood up and said, "I've disturbed young Master Yang today. This old master wants to take a look at that sealed world, so I'll take my leave first." Yang Kai said, "Since that's the case, please take care, Sect Master Yi." After a pause, he seemed to have thought of something and said, "Sect Master Yi, I might have something to trouble you with in a few days' time." Yi Hen smiled. "It's this old master's and Thousand Leaves sect's honor that young Master Yang needs this old master's help. When the time comes, just ask. Then I'll thank Sect Master Yi in advance." Yi Hen had made this trip for 2 reasons. Firstly, he wanted to ask Kai Yang if he had obtained the lost secret art and secret technique. He was already satisfied with this, and secondly, he wanted to propose a marriage for Yi Jinghan. Unfortunately, he was rejected by Kai Yang. However, after being rejected, not only was he not disappointed, he even breathed a sigh of relief. He had always been aware of the matter between Yi Jinghan and Du Xian, and knew that the two of them were in love with each other. If Yang Kai had really agreed to marry Yi Jinghan, Yi Hen was afraid that he would no longer have the face to face his daughter and disciple. The two of them would definitely hate him for the rest of their lives. However, for the sake of the sect, he had no choice but to make such a proposal. Now that he thought about it, he had been a little desperate. From the beginning to the end, he did not ask about Lu Yen, as if he did not see Lu Yen controlling Tianhou. He also did not ask about Lu Yan's origins or why he had come out of the sealed world with Yang Kai. Chapter 2348. After sending Yi Hen off, Yang Kai greeted Qi Yu and the others before entering secluded cultivation. The cultivation of Qi Yu and the others was still too low. If they wanted to cultivate, they needed pills, so Yang Kai entered secluded cultivation to refine some pills for them. During this time, he had obtained a lot of spirit grasses and spirit medicines, enough to refine enough pills for Qi Yu and the others to cultivate to the Emperor realm. This was especially true for source condensing pills, which were extremely important to Qi Yu and the others. Inside Yang Kai's room, the only sound that could be heard was the crackling of the furnace. Yang Kai was completely immersed in his alchemy. His level of alchemy had always been on par with his cultivation, so he rarely needed to buy pills since he started cultivating. He could refine the pills he needed and was self-sufficient. After advancing to the third-order Dao source realm in the Thousand Leaves sect's sealed world, Yang Kai felt that his alchemy skills were becoming more and more proficient. He could usually refine 7 or 8 source condensing pills in a single furnace, and if he was lucky, he could even refine 9 source condensing pills. One had to know that even if an emperor-grade alchemist personally refined source condensing pills, they could only refine 9 source condensing pills in a single furnace. 9 was the limit, and it was also the maximum number of source condensing pills in a single furnace. Not only that, but the quality of the source condensing pills he refined was also extremely good. Almost 1/10 of the total number of source condensing pills had formed pill veins. This was the case for source condensing pills, and it was the same for other spirit pills. During the first month of his secluded cultivation, Yang Kai still had to pay attention to the control of the flames, the carving of the spirit arrays, and the timing of the herbs when he was refining. As time went by, refining Dao source-grade spirit pills became as simple as eating and drinking for him. It was a completely subconscious action, and he didn't need to think too much about it. In his spare time while refining pills, he even had time to cultivate. Furnace after furnace of spirit pills were refined, and Yang Kai's alchemy skills rose sharply. At the same time, his newly promoted third-order Tao source realm cultivation also slowly stabilized. He was no longer as superficial as before. After the second month, Yang Kai had consumed all the Tao source-grade spirit grasses and spirit medicines he had on him and refined them into pills. By the third month, he had already started using emperor-grade medicinal ingredients to refine pills. After experimenting with more than a dozen batches of herbs, he finally managed to refine a furnace of emperor-grade low-rank spirit pills. The appearance of this furnace of emperor-grade low-rank spirit pills meant that Yang Kai's alchemy level had truly entered the realm of an emperor-grade alchemist. It was just that he was still not very skilled at the level of an emperor-level alchemist. He needed a large amount of spirit herbs to practice. But even so, an emperor-grade alchemist was extremely rare in the entire star boundary. As long as Yang Kai leaked this news, there wouldn't be a single sect that wouldn't rush to recruit him. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't reveal the secret that he was an emperor-grade alchemist. From beginning to end, he had only studied alchemy for the sake of his own cultivation. He had never thought about how far he would go on the path of alchemy. Being able to grow to this extent could only be said to be a coincidence. If he was really roped in by a large sect, then he wouldn't have time to cultivate in the future. He would have to deal with herbs all day long and then refine pills for those large sects. Now that he thought about it, the heavenly alchemy tone he had triggered on Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's main star, Water Moon Star, was the fundamental reason why he could become an emperor-grade alchemist. Without that heavenly alchemy tone, he would never have been able to grow to this extent. The heavenly voice of the Tao of alchemy had been taught to him by the heavenly Tao. It had taught him many of the ultimate mysteries of the Tao of alchemy that had been born since the beginning of the world. His current pill condensing technique, the Nine Heavens Profound Pill Method, was precisely because of that opportunity that he had comprehended. After being promoted to an emperor-grade alchemist, Yang Kai began to use a batch of special spirit herbs to refine pills. This batch of special spirit herbs was the one he had obtained from Thousand Leaves Sect's sealed world. It was a batch of spirit herbs obtained from Emperor Heaven Valley. Because they grew in Emperor Heaven Valley all year round, each of them had absorbed the Emperor Intent and Emperor Aura of Emperor Heaven Valley. Spirit pills refined from this batch of spirit herbs and spirit fruits would definitely perfectly inherit the Emperor Intent and Emperor Aura. In other words, if one took these spirit pills, they would be able to thoroughly comprehend the mysteries of Emperor Intent and Emperor Aura from the inside out. It could help a cultivator in the third-order Tao Source realm comprehend the Emperor Realm's realm. The effects of the spirit pills themselves were secondary. Whether it was himself or Hua Qingxi, they were both cultivators in the third-order Tao Source realm, so they were extremely thirsty for these special spirit pills. Yang Kai spent half a month refining this batch of spirit herbs and spirit fruits into spirit pills. He divided them into several portions, taking one portion for himself and leaving the other portions for Hua Qingxi and the others. This was the first time Yang Kai had gone into seclusion for nearly 4 months to refine spirit pills. In the past, he had always gone into seclusion to cultivate. Even if he occasionally went into seclusion to refine spirit pills, it would not be for such a long time. After coming out of seclusion, Yang Kai released his divine sense and found that Hua Qingxi and the others were nowhere to be seen. He did not know where they had gone. However, the rich world energy that filled the air made him excited. Compared to 4 months ago, the density of world energy in Thousand Leaves Sect had undoubtedly risen by several levels. Although it could not compare to his sealed world bead or the world energy inside the sealed world, it had indeed improved by a lot. Yang Kai guessed that this was because the entrance to the sealed world had been completely opened. Yi Jinghan had told him before that the sealed world was the source of Thousand Leaves Sect's world energy. Because the entrance to the sealed world was sealed, the world energy in Thousand Leaves Sect was insufficient, causing the disciples' cultivation speed to be subpar. Now that Yang Kai had repaired the world-crossing space array, Yi Hen had naturally opened the entrance immediately, allowing the world energy in the sealed world to flow into the sect. This was only the change of a few months. If Thousand Leaves sect was given more time, perhaps the world energy would become even denser. At that time, the disciples would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort in their cultivation. Thousand Leaves sect's heritage was indeed quite good. If not for the tens of thousands of years of seclusion, they would definitely be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Azure Sun Temple and the other great sects. Right at that moment, a streak of light suddenly entered Yang Kai's eyes, flying towards him from afar. This streak of light was extremely fast, and by the time Yang Kai had noticed it, it had already appeared in front of him. When the streak of light disappeared, revealing a figure hidden in the light, Yang Kai could not help but open his eyes wide as he looked in front of him in astonishment. This stream of light was impressively a snow-white tiger. This tiger was tall and mighty, awe-inspiring and insufferably arrogant. The ferocious aura it exuded caused Kai Yang to tremble in fear. Pouncing forward, the white tiger let out a soft roar as a fishy wind blew towards him. A heavenly hoe? Yang Kai raised his brow. If he had not seen Thousand Leaves sect's heavenly hoe before, Yang Kai would have thought that it was a 13th order monster beast. But at this moment, he knew that this white tiger was not a living creature, but a heavenly hoe. Lu Yan's little head poked out from the white tiger's broad back, her eyes wide with surprise as she asked, "Master, you've come out of seclusion?" Yang Kai glanced at her and said with a straight face, "Why did you bring someone else's white tiger over?" Lu Yan pursed her lips. "Little White is mine, so I can ride it wherever I want." "Yours?" Yang Kai's eyes widened, but he quickly realized what Lu Yan meant and immediately beamed with joy. "Well done." He had been thinking about how to ask Yi Hen about getting 1 or 2 heavenly puppets from Thousand Leaves sect to play with, but he did not expect Yi Hen to be so considerate and give one to Lu Yan before he even asked. What was Lu Yan's, wasn't it his? But this name, why is it Little White again? Yang Kai suddenly thought of Mo Xiaoqi. This little girl had a bunch of pet beasts, Xiao Bai, Xiao Hei, Xiao Hong, Xiao Lan, Xiao Huang. She had never given any of them proper names, so he couldn't help but wonder what those pet beasts were thinking. Are all girls like this? Lu Yan jumped down from the white tiger's back and landed lightly on the ground. Seeing Yang Kai staring at her pet with shining eyes, she immediately poured cold water on him. "This isn't that white tiger. This is another one." "Huh?" Yang Kai was disappointed when he heard this. "Why don't you want that white tiger?" Although he did not know what grade the white tiger he saw last time was, Yang Kai estimated that it was definitely a top-grade puppet. Although the one in front of him was similar in shape, it was definitely not as good as that one. Lu Yan said, "The 4 symbols heavenly puppets are the sect guarding heavenly puppets of Thousand Leaves sect. They can't be taken away." Yang Kai asked, "Then how strong can this little white be?" "A first-order Emperor Realm Master, if I push myself to the limit," Lu Yan answered without hesitation. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. "Isn't there anything more powerful?" Lu Yan thought for a while, then said, "There is." After a pause, she continued matter-of-factly, "But none of them are as good-looking as this one. The others all look strange. I don't like them." What's the use of being good-looking? Yang Kai was about to die of anger. "Strength is king." Lu Yan's face sank and she snorted. "If I had a face full of pockmarks and disgusted you in front of you every day, how would you feel?" Yang Kai was stunned for a moment. After thinking for a long time, he was speechless. He suddenly felt that Lu Yan's words made a lot of sense. Forget it. If it's a first-order Emperor Realm Master, then so be it. It's better than nothing. Yang Kai sighed, feeling that such a great opportunity had been missed by Lu Yan. It was obviously unrealistic to ask Yi Hen to exchange for another one now, and Yang Kai couldn't bring himself to do so. It was already very generous of Yi Hen to give Lu Yan one. Lu Yan said, "Don't underestimate it. Little White runs very fast. Who knows? It might be able to save your life." Yang Kai chuckled. "I'd like to know why Yi Hen gave this to you." "Because I taught him how to control puppets." Lu Yan smiled faintly. Her soul puppet body was innately capable of controlling all the puppets in Thousand Leaves sect, so she was more than qualified to be Yihen's teacher in this regard, saving Yihen many years of fumbling around. Yihen was grateful, so he naturally gave her one. What about the others? They'll be back soon. They've been helping Thousand Leaves sect rebuild. As they spoke, Yang Kai saw Qiyu and the others flying over. After a short while, everyone landed one by one. After seeing Yang Kai, they were naturally overjoyed and came up to him to ask about his seclusion. Yang Kai answered them one by one. He found that Chai, whose cultivation had completely recovered, rising from the Origin King realm to the Dao Source realm. It seemed that the poison in his body had been completely removed. Chapter 2349. Inside the room, Yang Kai, Qiyu, and the others sat in a circle, listening to them talk about what had happened in the past few months. Actually, there wasn't much to say. Ever since the day Qiu Zhe brought people to Thousand Leaves sect to cause trouble but was completely wiped out, this shocking news spread like wildfire. The sects who had suffered great losses and lost their elites were all terrified. A few days later, these sects sent people over to beg for peace, pushing all the blame onto those who died and saying that they knew nothing about what had happened. Of course, this was nonsense. Even a fool wouldn't believe these excuses. However, these sects had all brought a lot of resources, saying that they wanted to make up for Thousand Leaves sect's losses in that battle. Moreover, they wanted to rely on Thousand Leaves sect so Yihen didn't kill them all. If it were before, Thousand Leaves sect definitely wouldn't have had the strength and confidence to subdue these sects, but now that Tianhou had appeared, the sect had many people from the Emperor realm guarding it. Who would dare to provoke them within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers? Yihen made the decision to agree to their request to join Thousand Leaves sect and let them go. In other words, Thousand Leaves sect was now the only overlord within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. One could imagine that after occupying such a large territory, Thousand Leaves sect's development would definitely flourish. Someone from Sky Illumination Palace came as well? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. Qiyu replied, "They came. Sky Illumination Palace's third elder came personally and brought a lot of things. He's afraid that Sect Master Yi will eliminate them completely." Yang Kai smiled. "Then Qiu Yu is willing? Qiu Zhe is his father. Qiu Yu probably won't let him die in Thousand Leaves sect, right?" Guizhu replied. "So what if he's not willing? Sky Illumination Palace wants to curry favor with Thousand Leaves sect. They've already expelled Qiu Yu. They even crippled his cultivation. Now, he's no longer the young palace master of Sky Illumination Palace. He's just a person waiting for death." Yang Kai sneered. "Sky Illumination Palace's third elder is truly vicious and merciless." Yang Kai didn't know who this third elder was, but he guessed that he was afraid that Qiu Yu would seek revenge in the future. So he crippled Qiu Yu's cultivation and expelled him from Sky Illumination Palace. There was nothing wrong with what he did. If they wanted to protect Sky Illumination Palace, they could only show weakness to Thousand Leaves sect. Qiu Yu was Qiu Zhe's only son, and since his father had died in Thousand Leaves sect, he naturally had to avenge Qiu Zhe. Thinking back to a few months ago, Qiu Yu was still flushed with success, but after a few months he had actually become a stray dog. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. On the path of cultivation, a single misstep could lead to eternal damnation. If it weren't for Qiu Zhe and the others being too overbearing, how could those sects have fallen to such a state? "Young boy, we have something we want to discuss with you," Aio suddenly said. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai looked at them in confusion. Qiyu and the others glanced at each other before Gu Songyun said, "Big brother, please speak." Guizhu nodded and said, "It's like this. The few of us had a simple discussion. I wonder what sect master thinks about joining Thousand Leaves sect?" "You want to join the Thousand Leaves sect?" Yang Kai raised his brows. Guizhu said, "That's right. Sect Master Yi had also mentioned this to us before, but we didn't agree because you hadn't come out of seclusion yet, so we wanted to ask for your opinion." Yang Kai turned to look at them and asked, "Do you really want to join?" Qiyu smiled bitterly and said, "Ever since we entered the star boundary, We've been suffering from the cold and warmth of the world. We've thought about joining a sect before, but we lacked strength and connections. Now that Sect Master Yi has personally invited us, we don't want to miss out on this opportunity. Gu Yun said, Sect Master Yang? You haven't joined a sect yet, so you should know the difficulties of cultivating alone. I understand. Yang Kai nodded. Although his path had been smooth, he didn't have the convenience of being a sect disciple. So it was understandable that Chi Yu and the others wanted to join Thousand Leaves sect. After pondering for a moment, he said, This is a good thing. Sect Master Yi has personally invited you, which shows his sincerity. Since you're all interested, it's fine for you to stay. Previously, he was still thinking about how to settle Guizhou and the others in the future. Originally, he was wondering if he should bring them to Azure Sun Temple. But he wasn't a very important person in Azure Sun Temple, so it would be inappropriate to rashly ask Wen Zishan to take them in. Even though Yang Kai knew that Wen Zishan would definitely not refuse if he asked, joining Azure Sun Temple through the back door would definitely be looked down upon. Azure Sun Temple was not a small sect. However, Yi Hen's invitation surprised him a little. Thousand Leaves sect could be considered to have many things to do now, and it was in need of people. Moreover, the future was bright, so it was not a bad idea for Chi Yu and the others to stay here. Just by restoring the entrance to the sealed world and bringing back the lost secret arts and secret techniques to Thousand Leaves sect, Yi Hen would definitely not mistreat his friends in the future. Do you agree? Chi Yu asked. Yang Kai smiled and said, This is a matter between the seniors. Why would I disagree? What about you? Where are you going? Aio looked at him and asked. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, I want to look for Xiao Xiao. Of his companions who came from the territory of Homeland Star, except for the fallen Wu Dao, the others had been found. Only Xiao Zhao's whereabouts were unknown. Yang Kai was very worried. Every day that he couldn't find Xiao Xiao was a day that Yang Kai couldn't rest easy. How are you going to find him? Chi Yu frowned slightly. I don't know. I may have to go to Netherworld sect and look for Yin Lusheng. Maybe he knows something. When they came out of the Starlight Corridor, Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun, who came from the territory of Great Desolate Star, landed near Blue Feather Sect and were then forced to join Blue Feather Sect together. Chi Yu and the others landed near Sky Crane City. According to this, Xiao Xiao might be with Yin Lusheng, who also came from Great Desolate Star. If he could find Yin Lusheng, he might be able to find some clues about Xiao Xiao. He still remembered that Yin Lusheng said that he was a disciple of Netherworld sect. There was a Netherworld sect in the territory of Great Desolate Star, and there was also a Netherworld sect in the Star Boundary. It was just that he didn't know where the Netherworld sect in the Star Boundary was, so he needed to make some inquiries. You must be careful. Qing Luo and the others are still waiting for you, Chi Yu warned with a solemn expression. They had met Yin Lusheng before and knew that Netherworld sect should be a big sect in the Star Boundary. Yang Kai and Yin Lusheng had a grudge against each other in the Starlight Corridor, so if they met again, the other party would definitely not let it go. What's more, Yin Lusheng also knew that Yang Kai was a Star Master and wanted to snatch his Star Source. Star Source was a rare thing in the Star Boundary. It could help a cultivator gain insight into principal strength, so anyone would be jealous. I understand. Yang Kai smiled slightly. For them, I will never put myself in danger. Afterward, Yang Kai took out the spirit pills he had refined during this period of time and handed them to Chi Yu and the others, leaving behind a large number of source crystals for them. These were all things that Chi Yu and the others urgently lacked. Although they knew that Yang Kai might be doing well, seeing him take out so many spirit pills and source crystals still surprised everyone. Thinking back to a year ago, in order to buy source condensing pills, they had entered and exited all kinds of dangerous places, killing monster beasts in exchange for source crystals, and then using source crystals to buy source condensing pills, but even so, they could only buy a few dozen at a time. These dozens of source condensing pills had to be divided equally among several people, so each person would receive less than 10 pills, which would be consumed in a few days. After that, they would have to go out again to hunt monster beast, repeating the cycle over and over again. But now, Yang Kai had taken out more than a few thousand source condensing pills. Such a large number of spirit pills was enough for them to convert all their strength into source qi. There were also a variety of other cultivation pills, many of which had formed pill veins. Chai, who was especially shocked, only now realizing that Yang Kai's alchemy level was actually so high. An hour later, Yang Kai went to pay a visit to Yi Hen. Yi Hen seemed to be in seclusion, but when he heard that Yang Kai had come, he happily came out to welcome him. After the two took a seat, Yi Hen hurriedly said, "This Yi should have been the one to pay a visit to young Master Yang." But young Master Yang unexpectedly came by himself. "This Yi has been impolite." Yang Kai smiled faintly. "Sect Master Yi is too polite." After ordering for tea to be served, Yi Hen asked, "I wonder what instructions young Master Yang has for coming to find this Yi this time?" Although Thousand Leaves sect had become the overlord of this area, and Yi Hen's status had also risen, he still did not get carried away and maintained his humble attitude in front of Yang Kai. Seeing him like this, Yang Kai knew that Yi Hen was definitely not an ungrateful person. So he was completely relieved that Chiyu and the others had chosen to stay here. "I don't dare give you any instructions, but my seniors have told me that they wish to stay in Thousand Leaves sect. I've come here to ask Sect Master Yi to take care of us in the future," Yang Kai said warmly. Yi Hen laughed heartily. "Young Master Yang is treating me like an outsider. The reason why Thousand Leaves sect was able to rise from the brink of death was all because of young Master Yang's efforts. Not to mention taking care of them, even if young Master Yang wanted the position of sect master, this Yi would not even frown. This old man still wants me to marry into his family?" Yang Kai cursed in his heart before waving his hand. "I won't be staying. I still have things to do." Hearing this, Yi Hen didn't show much of a reaction. Perhaps what he said just now was just a final test, so he simply laughed heartily. "Then this Yi won't say anything else. I only hope that young Master Yang can visit Thousand Leaves sect more often in the future. Thousand Leaves sect will definitely welcome you." Since Chiyu and the others were staying here, Yang Kai would definitely come. Yang Kai had great potential, so there was no mistake in building a good relationship with him. Although Yi Hen was old, his eyesight was very sharp, so he naturally understood this. Naturally. Yang Kai smiled slightly before changing the topic. "Last time, I heard Sect Master Yi say that if you were given 10 years, you would definitely be able to break through to the Emperor realm." Hearing this, Yi Hen's expression turned solemn. "Last time, this Yi misspoke." "HM?" Yang Kai was stunned. Yi Hen proudly declared, "If this Yi had 5 more years, this Yi would be able to break through to the Emperor realm. The secret arts and secret techniques left behind by old ancestor Yi Chong are extremely useful to this Yi, and the more this Yi comprehended them, the more I felt that I gained. If I could completely comprehend them, I might not even need 5 years. Unfortunately," at this point he sighed, "I don't know if this old master can last that long with his current body." Chapter 2350. Yi Hen was already at the end of his life, and the last battle had worsened his physical condition, so what he said was not a lie. If he could break through the shackles and break through to the Emperor realm before his death, there would naturally be no need to worry about his lifespan. At that time, his lifespan would also increase, but if he could not break through, then he could only return to the earth. Right now, he only hated that time did not wait for him. However, he couldn't blame others for this and could only sigh at his own bad luck. If he had met Yang Kai a few years earlier, perhaps he would have been an emperor of the Emperor realm by now. Yang Kai flipped his palm and took out a jade box, slowly pushing it in front of Yi Hen. "This spirit pill should be of some help to Sect Master Yi." "This is..." Yi Hen looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, not knowing why he had suddenly taken out a spirit pill for him. But he obviously knew that Yang Kai was an alchemist, so he didn't dare neglect and quickly took it and opened the jade box. Inside the jade box, there was a Longan-sized spirit pill with an inexplicable halo flowing around it. A delicate fragrance lingered at the tip of Yi Hen's nose. Smelling this pill fragrance, Yi Hen's expression froze as she inexplicably felt that she had become much younger. He cried out involuntarily, "Young Master Yang!" What kind of pill is this? Although he had never seen this kind of spirit pill before, just the pill fragrance alone was enough to make him feel this way, so this spirit pill was definitely extraordinary. Moreover, Yang Kai could even refine a heaven-defying treasure like the extraordinary treasure pill, so how could his skills be bad? I wonder if Sect Master Yi has heard of the Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill? Yang Kai asked unhurriedly. The Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill? Yi Hen raised his brow, his body trembling as he exclaimed, "This is the Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill?" Yang Kai looked at his reaction. Obviously, he knew about the Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill. Inside the star boundary, there were many treasures that could prolong one's life, but all of them were legendary and extinct. Not to mention Yi Hen, who was in the Third Order Dao Source Realm, even those in the Emperor Realm couldn't obtain them. Yi Hen knew that he was nearing the end of his life and had thought of looking for these life-prolonging pills. However, there were no clues about these things. Even if there were clues, it would not be up to Yi Hen to look for them. Many from the Emperor Realm had already gone to fight for it. Therefore, Yi Hen had resigned himself to his fate. During this period of time, he had been in seclusion to comprehend the secret arts and secret techniques that he had lost and recovered, hoping to break through his shackles and become an emperor before he died of old age. Even if he didn't manage to break through, he wanted to leave behind some insights for Yi Jinghan so that she wouldn't have to take any detours. But at this moment, there was a Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill in front of Yi Hen. He had a detailed understanding of what kind of pills could prolong one's life in the astral boundary, so he naturally knew the effects of the Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill. Strictly speaking, the Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill did not have the effect of prolonging one's life, as it was unable to increase a person's lifespan. Its main effect was to cause the body of the person who consumed it to regress by a few decades. In other words, after consuming this Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill, Yi Hen's body would regress by a few decades. This could be considered as a form of life prolonging in disguise. Of course, there was a huge limitation to this regress. It was impossible for it to completely remove the injuries of the person who consumed it. If it could cause injuries to regress by a few decades before being removed, then the effects of the Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill would be too heaven-defying. As for the Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill that Yang Kai had taken out, it had the effect of at least 50 years. Yi Hen simply could not believe that he would encounter such a good thing. Just as he was complaining about how time did not wait for him and how he did not have enough time to fulfill his ambitions, Yang Kai gave him a Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill. For a moment, he was so excited that he could not control himself. He did not suspect Yang Kai at all. This was because he knew that Yang Kai had gone to the Four Seasons Realm and the Flowing Time Temple. The main ingredient of the Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill, the Flowing Time Great Emperor Fruit, came from the Flowing Time Temple. Yang Kai had obviously obtained the Flowing Time Great Emperor Fruit before, which was why he was able to refine the Spirit Pill. Although the effects of this Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill only lasted for a few decades, for the current Yi Hen, the Spirit Pill was the best Spirit Pill in the world. Even if he had to give up everything he had, he would be willing to buy it. Yet, Yang Kai had directly given it to him. Wasn't this the so-called timely help? With this Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill, what did he need to worry about? He only needed to enter seclusion for a few years and then break through to the Emperor Realm. Moreover, he was 90% sure that he would succeed. A beautiful future was slowly unfolding in front of him, and he could almost see the moment when he led Thousand Leaves sect to its former glory. After being excited for a while, Yi Hen slowly calmed down. After standing up, he bowed deeply to Yang Kai. Yi Hen has repeatedly received great kindness from young Master Yang and is unable to repay it. Yi Hen hereby swears that Yi Hen and Thousand Leaves sect will treat young Master Yang as our best friend. If you have any requests in the future, Yi Hen will not refuse. If I violate this oath, Yi Hen and the descendants of the Yi family will be haunted by heart demons and burned to death. Yi Hen made this oath very quickly and resolutely, without the slightest hesitation. Before Yang Kai could react, Yi Hen had already finished swearing the oath. In the next moment, an invisible force seemed to pour into Yi Hen's body, branding his knowledge sea. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Sect Master Yi, There's no need to do this. He clearly knew what Yi Hen's oath was about. It was a great heart demon oath, and Yi Hen swore it with his own Tao foundation. There was no possibility of him going back on it in the future, and if he violated it, he would really be haunted by heart demons and burned to death. Moreover, this great heart demon oath was not only related to him, but also Yi Jinghan and the future descendants of the Yi family. The reason why Yang Kai took out the Flowing Time Great Emperor pill and gave it to Yi Hen was mainly because Qi Yu and the others were here. Although Thousand Leaves Sect's Tian Ho could now be used, Thousand Leaves Sect's greatest weakness was that they did not have the Emperor realm to oversee them, so it was inevitable that others would underestimate them. From Qi Yu and the others' point of view, Yang Kai also hoped that Yi Hen would be able to break through to the Emperor realm and protect them. Therefore, Yang Kai had refined the Flowing Time Great Emperor fruit into a Flowing Time Great Emperor pill a few days ago and made up his mind to give one to Yi Hen. How could he have imagined that Yi Hen would actually reciprocate in such a way? Yi Hen slowly shook his head. Young Master Yang has given my Yi family and Thousand Leaves sect a new lease of life, so what harm is there in making a simple oath? Rest assured, young Master Yang, this old master will take good care of Qi Yu and the others. I won't let them lose a single hair. Then I'll thank Sect Master Yi in advance. With Yi Hen's great heart demon oath, Yang Kai was completely relieved. He knew that unless Thousand Leaves Sect was destroyed, Qi Yu and the others would definitely not be in any danger. With Thousand Leaves Sect's current foundation, unless the top sects personally took action, no one would be able to destroy them. By the way, Sect Master Yi, I would like to ask you about something. Yang Kai suddenly changed the topic. Yi Hen replied, Young Master Yang, feel free to speak your mind. May I ask how much Sect Master Yi knows about a sect called the Netherworld Sect? 3 days later, Yang Kai set off from Thousand Leaves Sect. After Yi Hen obtained the Flowing Time Great Emperor fruit, he immediately went into seclusion. It was likely that he could not wait to refine the medicinal efficacies before continuing to comprehend the secret arts and secret techniques. Yi Jinghan, Qi Yu and the others sent Yang Kai off, sending him off 1,000 kilometers away. Qi Yu and the others were naturally reluctant to part with Yang Kai. After all, they had finally reunited in the star boundary, yet Yang Kai was about to leave again. However, everyone knew that Yang Kai was concerned about Xiao Xiao, so they did not stop him, only reminding him to be careful. Yang Kai naturally kept this advice in mind. In the wilderness, Yang Kai came to a stop, glanced at the crowd and said, Everyone, go back. I'll come to see you another day. Guizhu grinned meaningfully. Sect Master, you have to be well. We're all waiting for you to establish another sect in the star boundary. When that time comes, we'll all go and help you. Yang Kai nodded. That day will come. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Chai Hu, a complicated look on his face. Senior Chai Hu, do you want to do it, or should I? His question seemed to come out of nowhere. However, no one showed any astonishment on their faces, as though they knew what he meant. Chai Hu gave a faint sigh before replying, Let me do it. Have a safe journey, Sect Master Yang. Then, I'll bid you farewell here. We'll definitely meet again in the future. Yang Kai cupped his fists, before summoning his wooden boat and flying off into the distance. Right at this moment, a stream of light suddenly shot out from behind a small mound nearby. Wrapped in this stream of light was a delicate figure. At a glance, one could tell that it was a woman. As soon as this person came out, she waved a long sword in her hand and stabbed it towards Yang Kai while shouting, I'll kill you! Yang Kai shot an indifferent glance at her, sighing softly in his heart. He had no intention of taking action against her. The person who had ambushed him here and wanted to kill him by surprise was Luo Bing. After not seeing her for a few months, Luo Bing no longer had her former beauty and innocence. Now, she looked exhausted. Her beautiful eyes were dim, and her aura was unstable. Her clothes were no longer bright, and her face was covered in dust. It was obvious that she hadn't had a good time in the past few months. She was Luo Jin's daughter, and Luo Jin had done many bad things when he was in charge of Sky Crane City. Now that Luo Jin was dead, the people who had been bullied in Sky Crane City naturally wanted to take revenge. Now that Luo Jin was dead, they naturally wanted to find Luo Bing. Fortunately, Luo Bing was a good person, and some of the city lord's mansion's guards were loyal to her, so they protected her as she escaped from Sky Crane City. However, she had been hiding all this time and hadn't had a single day of peace. She had always been Sky Crane City's little princess, and she was used to living like a prince. Now that her life had suddenly fallen from heaven to hell, she was at a loss. Luo Bing didn't know where she had heard the news that her father had died at the hands of Yang Kai, so she had set up an ambush here to kill Yang Kai and avenge Luo Jin. However, her cultivation was only at the First Order Origin King Realm, while Yang Kai and his companions were all Dao Source Realm cultivators, so they could sense her aura as soon as they arrived here. The reason why no one pointed it out was because they all knew her identity. The sword light was bright, but Luo Bing's sword didn't carry the slightest murderous intent. Her beautiful eyes were gloomy. Obviously, she knew that it was unrealistic for her to kill Yang Kai with her current strength. She had set up an ambush here just to seek death, and she was hoping that Yang Kai would kill her out of anger. However, she hadn't expected that Yang Kai would just take a glance at her and ignore her. Chapter 2351. The ice-cold long sword pierced through the sky and pressed forward, just like Luo Bing's ice-cold and resolute heart. Her sword was destined to pierce nothing, as the disparity in strength between Luo Bing and Yang Kai was too great. While she was still halfway there, Yang Kai had already disappeared on the wooden boat. However, her sword didn't pierce nothing. A tall and sturdy figure suddenly appeared in front of Luo Bing, looking at her with a compassionate and complicated gaze. Luo Bing wasn't able to retract her sword in time, and it pierced through the chest of the tall and sturdy figure. The sword went 3 inches into his chest, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Luo Bing was instantly stunned, and she stared blankly at the tall and sturdy figure. She cried out involuntarily, "Brother Chai!" The person who had suddenly blocked her path and let the long sword pierce through his chest was actually Chai Hu. With Chai Hu's cultivation in the First Order Dao Source Realm, it would have been easy for him to dodge the sword. Even if he didn't want to dodge, he could have easily blocked it by circulating his source energy. However, he didn't do so, and instead allowed Luo Bing to vent her anger. Luo Bing, who was determined to die, finally panicked. She had come here to ambush and launch a sneak attack, not intending to return alive. Even if she couldn't kill Yang Kai, she would still die at Yang Kai's hands and reunite with her father in the netherworld. She had come here with the determination to die, but she had injured Chai Hu in the process. Chai Hu's chest was quickly dyed red, causing Luo Bing's pupils to dilate. The redness seemed to have covered all the light in front of her, filling her entire world with a terrifying blood-red light. The huge mental impact caused Luo Bing's delicate body to soften, and she almost fell to the ground. Chai Hu stretched out his hand to support her. Not only that, but he also grabbed her arms. Then he slowly dragged her towards him. Luo Bing was powerless to resist. It didn't matter if she was dragged by Chai Hu, but the sharp sword in her hand was still stuck in Chai Hu's chest. Now that she moved, the sharp sword was stuck even deeper into his chest. Chi-chi-chi. The sound of metal rubbing against flesh was ear-piercing, and the long sword pierced through his chest in the blink of an eye. Luo Bing's pretty face instantly turned pale. She shouted in panic, "Brother Chai, what are you doing? Quickly stop." However, no matter how much she shouted, Chai Hu didn't move. The expressions of Chi Yu and the others changed drastically, as they never expected that Chai Hu would actually do such a thing. By the time they came to their senses, Chai Hu had already pulled Luo Bing to his chest and whispered in her ear, "Young Master Yang killed your father, so I'll pay him back for him. You don't attack him. Stop it. Stop it. I don't want to take revenge anymore. I don't want to take revenge on him anymore. Let go of me, Brother Chai." Luo Bing burst into tears as she felt the warmth in her chest. How could he not know that it was Chai Hu's blood, of Luo Bing? His heart was filled with self-reproach, as he felt that if he had not overestimated himself and caused a ruckus here, Chai Hu would definitely not have acted in such a manner. She hadn't known Chai Hu for a long time, and they weren't familiar with each other. However, when she was in her most difficult and dangerous situation, Chai Hu had descended from the heavens and saved her from the abyss of suffering. Even though Chai Hu had his own selfish motives for saving her, Luo Bing still couldn't forget the tall and imposing figure that had suddenly appeared. Her feelings were touched at that moment. A figure was branded in the softest part of her heart. She had been wandering around for the past few months, and she missed the feeling of safety. Her feelings were like old wine, fermenting in her heart. The figure buried in her heart became clearer and clearer, and she couldn't get rid of it. However, when she saw him again, her sword had pierced into his chest and came out of his body, taking away half of his life. She had lived a carefree life for more than 10 years. Was it all for this heart-wrenching pain? If that was the case, she would rather live a simple life than let him be safe and sound. Get lost! Qiyu was furious, and she waved her hand, sending Luo Bing flying. Gui Zhu and the others also hurried forward to check Chai Hu's injuries. After Luo Bing landed, she didn't care about her own condition, and instead rushed towards Chai Hu. Her pretty face was covered in tears, and her face was filled with self-blame and remorse. After a short while, Gui Zhu let out a sigh of relief and said, "Fortunately, his heart wasn't injured. It's not too serious." As he spoke, he took out a pill and stuffed it into Chai Hu's mouth. His source chi shook, sending the sword flying. He then poured his source chi into Chai Hu's body to dissolve the pill's effects and heal his injuries. "I'll take him back to treat his injuries first," Gui Zhu said, before he carried Chai Hu and flew in the direction of Thousand Leaves sect. Before leaving, Chai Hu coughed softly and said, "Don't make things difficult for her. She has her own difficulties." Qiyu sighed. "What's the matter?" Today's incident was inexplicable, but Qiyu could faintly see that there was something going on between her fourth brother and Sky Crane City's little princess. After a short while, everyone had left, and only Qiyu remained standing in her original place with a frown on her face. As for Luo Bing, she was half kneeling on the ground, looking in the direction Chai Hu had left in. She wept bitterly and muttered, "I won't take revenge. Big brother Chai, don't die." She kept repeating this sentence, while her tears fell like pearls from a broken necklace. However, she forgot that Chai Hu was already far away and couldn't hear her. Seeing her like this, Qiyu couldn't help but sympathize with her, and she said in a deep voice, "He won't die. Your sword didn't injure him seriously." Upon hearing this, Luo Bing suddenly raised her head and looked at Qiyu. She wept as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. "Thank you, thank you." As she spoke, she put her palms together and faced the sky. She closed her beautiful eyes and allowed her tears to flow down her cheeks. "You're on your own now," Qiyu said, before her figure flickered and she followed the crowd. Luo Bing was left alone, praying piously, while a sad yet beautiful feeling filled the wilderness. A month later, Yang Kai arrived at a city called Marsh City. This city was located at the border of the Southern Territory and wasn't far from the Eastern Territory. The reason why he came here was because he wanted to go to the Netherworld sect and find Yin Lushang to inquire about Xiao Xiao. According to his guess, after Xiao Xiao came out of the Starlight Corridor, there was a high possibility that she would end up with Yin Lushang. As for how to inquire about her, Yang Kai could only act according to the situation. He couldn't find Yin Lushang directly. After all, there was still enmity between the two of them, and the other party knew that he had Star's source. The Netherworld sect was a powerful force in the Eastern Territory and was definitely a sect that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Azure Sun Temple. This information was given to him by Yi Hen. Yi Hen also told him that in the entire star boundary, the Southern Territory had the least cultivation materials and the world energy there was relatively thin. Therefore, the overall level of the cultivator was relatively low. However, in the other three territories, the overall level of the cultivator was much higher than that of the Southern Territory. In the Eastern Territory, there were definitely no less than 10 powerful sects like the Netherworld sect, but there were only 4 in the Southern Territory, which showed the gap. The Eastern Territory also had an overlord-level sect. The 10 Great Emperors, the Great Emperors of the Serene Soul, founded by the Serene Soul Palace, was in the Eastern Territory. There was even a rumor that the famous Spirit Beast Island and Dragon Island were both located in the East Sea. However, no one could verify whether this was true or not. After all, these 2 mythical islands were too elusive for ordinary martial artists. It seemed that under the influence of the Great Emperors of the Serene Soul, many sects and cultivator in the Eastern Territory practiced some evil secret arts. For example, the Netherworld sect was one of them. Therefore, the cultivation atmosphere in the entire Eastern Territory was completely different from that of the Southern Territory. When walking in the Eastern Territory, one had to be careful everywhere. There was no telling when one would encounter evil people who wanted to take one's life. During this month, Yang Kai passed by many cities and used space arrays in those cities. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to reach Marsh City at the border of the Southern Territory in a month. With Yang Kai's current speed and cultivation, he might not be able to reach here even if he flew for several decades. The vastness of the astral boundary was beyond his imagination. After arriving at Marsh City, Yang Kai was not in a hurry to enter the Eastern Territory. Instead, he first found an inn to stay in. Because this was the border between the Eastern Territory and the Southern Territory, not only could one see cultivator from the Southern Territory, but also many cultivator from the Eastern Territory. He stayed here to inquire about the general situation of the Eastern Territory, especially the situation of the Netherworld sect. This was to prevent him from entering the Eastern Territory rashly. On the streets of Marsh City, many of the cultivator walking along the stream exuded an unyielding, evil, and ruthless aura. Even their appearance was ferocious and terrifying. At a glance, one could tell that they were from some sects in the Eastern Territory. Moreover, the law and order in Marsh City was extremely chaotic. Although there was a city lord's mansion and experts overseeing it, Yang Kai had seen several fights in less than a day since he arrived, and even a few people had died. This was absolutely unimaginable in Maplewood City. Not to mention Maplewood City, even some of the other cities in the Southern Territory would not have such a thing happen. When those fights broke out, Yang Kai could clearly sense the auras of many experts hidden in the surroundings, but no one stopped them. It was only when the fights were over that those hidden experts suddenly appeared and captured all the combatants. They stripped the dead cultivator's space rings and left the corpses on the streets without any care. These experts were obviously from the city lord's mansion. Looking at their behavior, it seemed that they were eager for the cultivator to fight in the city. This way, they would have an excuse to capture them and then make some extra money for themselves. Yang Kai had no intention of causing trouble. He wanted to find a tea house or restaurant to stay for a few days. Because these places were filled with all kinds of people, he could eavesdrop on some of the information he wanted. After asking around, Yang Kai headed for the largest tea house in Marsh City, the Pleasant Pavilion Tea House. Not long after, Yang Kai arrived in front of the tea house. Looking around, this tea house was built in an imposing manner. It was 5 stories high. In this chaotic place where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, the owner of this tea house must have a powerful background, most likely related to the city lord's mansion. As soon as Kai Yang stepped inside, he was immediately greeted by a waiter who enthusiastically greeted him. Chapter 2352. Yang Kai found a seat on the 3rd floor, ordered a pot of good spirit tea, and sat there quietly, listening to the conversations of the tea house guests. The cultivation of the cultivator who came here to drink tea was uneven, but the information they inadvertently revealed while chatting was what Yang Kai needed. After sitting in the tea house for most of the day, the tea house guests changed batch after batch, but Yang Kai did not move. He really did find out a lot of useful information. Unfortunately, no one talked about the Netherworld sect, which made him a little disappointed. He secretly felt that if he wanted to inquire about the Netherworld sect, He probably needed to enter the Eastern Territory first. Just as Yang Kai was about to leave, not far from the opposite street, a strong energy fluctuation suddenly surged out, seeming to be traces of a fight. Yang Kai was already used to this. Marsh City's public security was chaotic, and fights broke out from time to time. For him, it was fine as long as they did not provoke him. The energy fluctuation came and went quickly. The gap in strength between the two sides of the fight was not small. Immediately afterward, a graceful figure flew out of a medicine shop on the opposite side. This figure spat out a mouthful of blood in midair and immediately fell heavily to the ground, unable to get up for a while. It seemed that the injury was not light. A bald man rushed out of the medicine shop and shouted ferociously, "Bitch, you dare to cause trouble in my endless treasures pavilion? This is just a warning. If there's a next time, I'll take your life. Scram." After drinking, the big man looked at the woman who fell to the ground with disdain and walked back into the shop. The cultivators on the street saw this scene and seemed to be accustomed to it. No one sympathized with the injured woman. They just felt that this woman's luck was really bad, daring to cause trouble in Endless Treasures Pavilion. She simply did not know how to write the word death. Yang Kai did not intend to meddle in other people's business, but when he casually glanced over and saw the woman's appearance clearly, he could not help but be startled. Xian Yun. This woman turned out to be Lu Xian Yun. Lu Xian Yun, who came from the territory of Great Desolate Star like Yin Lusheng. Back then, he and Lu Xian Yun were forced to join Blue Feather Sect. It could be said that they had gone through thick and thin together, but after Wu Mengshan escaped, he went on a killing spree, and his temperament became cruel and violent. Yang Kai was afraid that he would implicate Lu Xian Yun, so he parted ways with her after escaping from Blue Feather Sect. After a few years, he didn't expect to meet them again at the border of the Southern Territory. However, it seemed that Lu Xian Yun was not in a good situation. She was only at the First Order Dao Source Realm, and her aura was unstable. It was obvious that he had just advanced not too long ago. Just like Qi Yu and the others, the source Qi in his body had not been completely converted. In addition, he had been injured by the bald man earlier, so he was in a very sorry state. His pure white clothes were dyed red with blood. His chest area was eye-catching. During his time in Blue Feather Sect, he and Lu Xian Yun also supported each other and formed a friendship. Now that he saw her being bullied, Yang Kai naturally couldn't sit back and do nothing. With a thought, Yang Kai jumped down from the third floor and landed lightly beside Lu Xian Yun, reaching out to pull her. As if sensing that someone was attacking her, Lu Xian Yun's face couldn't help but change. She waved her hand and sent a palm strike towards Yang Kai. "Xian Yun, it's me!" Yang Kai shouted in a deep voice. Lu Xian Yun's palm paused mid-air. Her tender body trembled as she looked at Yang Kai in amazement. After seeing Yang Kai's face, her beautiful eyes bloomed with surprise and joy as she cried out, "Brother Yang!" The two of them entered Blue Feather Sect at the same time. Although they were forced to do so, they were indeed brother and junior sister. Yang Kai smiled at her and said, "It's a small world. Brother Yang, why are you here too?" After seeing Yang Kai, Lu Xian Yun seemed to have forgotten that she had just been bullied and was overjoyed, her face glowing with amazing brilliance. It could be seen that her joy came from the bottom of her heart, without the slightest bit of pretense. When she was in Blue Feather Sect, Yang Kai took care of her in every possible way. He even gave her a lot of source crystals he earned from refining pills for others. Unfortunately, since she separated from Yang Kai, she had never met someone who treated her so well again. For Lu Xian Yun, the best days in the Star Boundary were undoubtedly her time in Blue Feather Sect. "I just happened to pass by. Let's catch up later." "What's wrong with you?" Yang Kai asked. Lu Xian Yun's beautiful eyes flickered for a moment before she forced a smile and said, "It's nothing, brother. Let's find a place to sit down and talk." Yang Kai said lightly, "How can you be fine after being beaten like this?" "It's really nothing. It's just a small misunderstanding. Brother, you don't have to pay attention to it." Lu Xian Yun insisted. She was obviously afraid that her matter would implicate Yang Kai. so she wanted to keep the peace and didn't want to make a big deal out of it. She had been in Marsh City for quite some time now, so she naturally understood the chaos here. She also knew who was behind this endless treasures pavilion. Yang Kai was also a third-order origin king when she parted ways with him. No matter how good Yang Kai's aptitude was, it was impossible for him to break through so quickly. Now, he was at most the same cultivation as her, so causing trouble here was tantamount to courting death. While speaking, she grabbed Yang Kai's arm, wanting to take him away from this troublesome place. Yang Kai was unmoved and stood there firmly. If you still remember this, brother, tell me what's going on. A trivial, endless treasures pavilion is nothing in this brother's eyes. He wasn't just spouting nonsense. When he was drinking tea in the tea house just now, he had heard some information. There was only one Emperor Realm Master in Marsh City, and that was the Emperor Realm City Lord. He was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master, so there was really no need for him to be afraid of such a cultivator. No matter who was behind this endless treasures pavilion, it couldn't be more powerful than the City Lord. With his current strength, he could definitely exchange blows with a first-order Emperor Realm Master, not to mention Lu Yen and Xiao Bai. If Xiao Bai used its full strength, it would also be a first-order Emperor Realm Master. It would be fine if the City Lord of Marsh City didn't provoke him, but if he really did, he wouldn't mind turning this city upside down. Lu Xianyun was stunned in place as she looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. She didn't know where Yang Kai got his confidence from. At this moment, she wanted to check Yang Kai's cultivation, but when she swept it with her divine sense, she was shocked to find that the aura in Yang Kai's body was fuzzy. In other words, with her strength, she couldn't detect Yang Kai's depth at all. Lu Xianyun was completely dumbfounded. At that time, when she and Kai Yang had separated, their cultivations were about the same, but after not seeing each other for a few years, she couldn't even detect Kai Yang's cultivation. It was clear how big the gap between the two was. Don't worry, I won't do anything rash, but I still have to help you vent your anger. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Lu Xianyun pursed her red lips, knowing that she couldn't persuade Yang Kai. Feeling touched, she whispered, I came here to sell something, but the price offered by Endless Treasures Pavilion was too low. I didn't want to sell it, but they forced me to. They're going too far. Yang Kai's face darkened as he asked, What are you selling? I'm not sure. It's a spirit flower that I got by accident. Lu Xianyun looked ashamed. She didn't even know what she was selling. She just felt that the price offered by Endless Treasures Pavilion was too low, so she didn't want to sell it. However, she didn't expect that the other party wouldn't return it at all. After she argued with them, they actually attacked her and injured her. What price did they offer? 10,000 low-rank source crystals, Lu Xianyun said softly. Yang Kai nodded and said, Come with me. Saying so, he led Lu Xianyun to Endless Treasures Pavilion. As soon as the two stepped into Endless Treasures Pavilion, the manservant who was busy at the counter immediately greeted them warmly. But when he saw Lu Xianyun following Yang Kai, the polite smile on his face suddenly disappeared and he glared at Lu Xianyun coldly. Why are you here again, slut? The manservant looked like he was only a first-order origin king, but facing a first-order Dao Source Realm Master like Lu Xianyun, he didn't feel the slightest pressure and instead directly cursed her. Obviously, he didn't put Lu Xianyun in his eyes because of his background. After cursing, he smiled contemptuously at Yang Kai and said, You even brought a lover here. It seems you haven't died yet. Asterisk pa. Asterisk as soon as the manservant's voice fell, Yang Kai slapped him. The gap between the manservant's cultivation and Yang Kai's was not small, so how could he avoid this slap? He didn't even see what was going on before he felt a sharp pain in his cheek and immediately flew high into the air. In midair, another series of slapping sounds rang out as Yang Kai continued to slap him. At first glance, this manservant was a bully who looked down on others, calling them slut and lover. So how could Yang Kai give him a good face? A dozen slaps flew out, and even though Kai Yang didn't use much strength, it was enough to make his opponent dizzy. When he fell to the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and all of his teeth were knocked out. As soon as Yang Kai made a move, The cultivator walking on the street in front of the Endless Treasures Pavilion saw it, and all of them suddenly widened their eyes and looked inside in amazement. They thought, "Who is this idiot? How dare he hit people in the Endless Treasures Pavilion? I'm afraid he won't be able to see the sun tomorrow." It was human nature to watch a good show. So many cultivators suddenly appeared in front of the Endless Treasures Pavilion's door, all of them looking inside, wanting to see how Yang Kai and the others would die. Lu Xianyun was also dumbfounded. Chapter 2353. Who dares to cause trouble in my Endless Treasures Pavilion? A roar came from the back hall as the burly bald man who had injured Lu Xianyun before rushed out. His towering body gave off a strong, oppressive aura, and the aura exuding from his body was also extremely ferocious. Seeing this burly man come out, the young servant who had been beaten up seemed to have found his backbone and rushed towards him, his hands covering his cheeks as he called out vaguely, "Deacon Master, you have to uphold justice for this lowly one." As soon as this person came in, he attacked this lowly one indiscriminately. This lowly one's strength is too low to resist, and all of his teeth were knocked out by him. "Look at this! Look at this! This lowly one is so pitiful!" He kept crying, and with the blood flowing from the corners of his mouth, he really looked very miserable. If someone who didn't know the inside story knew about this, they would definitely sympathize with him. However, Yang Kai didn't use much strength, so although his injuries looked miserable, they weren't serious at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so lively. "You dare to act wildly in my Endless Treasures Pavilion? Boy, you don't want to live." The burly bald man stared at Yang Kai with a pair of cheetah-like eyes and shouted fiercely. Turning his gaze, he saw Lu Xianyun standing next to Yang Kai and seemed to understand something, grinning viciously. "I was wondering what was going on. Turns out you found a helper." Saying so, he looked at Yang Kai mockingly and said, "Boy, this king doesn't know what benefits this woman gave you to make you stand up for her. But you made a big mistake by daring to come here." With a wave of his hand, the door of Endless Treasures Pavilion suddenly closed and 4 Dao Source Realm cultivator rushed out from all directions. They surrounded Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun, leaving no room for escape. This unforeseen event happened extremely abruptly. Lu Xianyun's beautiful face paled in an instant, and she couldn't help but lean towards Yang Kai, as if seeking some sense of security. A calming aura lingered at the tip of her nose. Lu Xianyun looked up at Yang Kai and saw his indifferent expression. It was as if the situation in front of him was nothing to him. Influenced by him, Lu Xianyun suddenly calmed down. "They're bullying us with numbers." A playful smile appeared at the corner of Yang Kai's mouth as he looked around. Sweeping with his divine sense, he found that the 4 Dao Source Realm cultivators were all first order, and the burly bald man was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. He didn't know where they got the courage to close. They actually dared to close the door, trying to deceive others and make Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun stay here forever. Hearing Yang Kai's words, the bald man just snorted coldly and looked at Lu Xianyun coldly, saying in a deep voice, "I didn't intend to do anything to you, but since you didn't know how to appreciate my kindness and took the initiative to return, don't blame this king for being ruthless. It just so happens that this king lacks a bed warmer. You're pretty good looking too. Be you?" Lu Xianyun trembled with anger as she gritted her teeth and shouted, "In your dreams! This shameless man not only stole her spirit flower and injured her, but now he even coveted her beauty and wanted her to take the initiative. How could Lu Xianyun tolerate this? She was an overlord in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Although her status was lower in the star boundary, she still had some self-respect. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." The burly bald man was obviously impatient. Seeing Lu Xianyun reject his offer, he waved his hand and said, "Kill the man. Leave the woman. Open your eyes and see where you are. How dare you come here and make trouble?" The four Dao Source Realm cultivators surrounding Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun attacked together, using their secret techniques and bombarding Yang Kai. Murderous intent filled the air. Obviously, they didn't intend to hold back and were ready to kill Yang Kai according to the burly bald man's instructions. Treasure Trove Pavilion had a great background, so what did it matter if they killed a few people? They could only blame this little brat for having eyes but failing to see and daring to make trouble here. But the four soon realized that something was wrong. The moment they moved, the entire space of Treasure Trove Pavilion suddenly became heavy, and an indescribable force filled their surroundings, making them feel as if they had fallen into a swamp, making it difficult for them to move. The four were all Dao Source Realm cultivators, and although they weren't very strong since they had broken through to this realm, they had some understanding of principal strength. They immediately realized that this force was affecting their movements, making them feel as if they were being suppressed by a mountain, making them unable to breathe, and even making it difficult for them to circulate their source chi. Obviously, this was an extremely profound principal strength. The faces of the four changed drastically as they pushed their strength with all their might, trying to break free, but with little success. Yang Kai grinned and shot out a golden blood thread. In an instant, a golden light flickered and shot towards the four. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk after a strange sound, the golden light dissipated, and the principal strength that filled Treasure Trove Pavilion also disappeared at the same time. However, the four Dao Source Realm Masters who attacked Yang Kai stood in place in a daze, not moving at all, as if they had been immobilized, their eyes filled with horror and disbelief. After a short while, a person's body suddenly collapsed, as if he had been cut into countless pieces, scattering on the ground. Blood and broken internal organs flowed all over the ground. Asterisk Walala. Asterisk the other three also shattered, and in an instant, a nauseating smell of blood filled the air. Ah! The bald man obviously didn't expect Yang Kai to be so vicious. He thought that Lu Xianyun was only a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator and that the helpers she found wouldn't be of much use. So he didn't plan to take action himself. But now he knew that he was wrong. Those were four first-order Dao Source Realm cultivators, and it was extremely difficult for Treasure Trove Pavilion to cultivate them, but they were all killed in a single confrontation. How could this level of strength be something he could contend against? The manservant was even worse. He had been standing beside the bald man, trying to intimidate him and wanted to see the scene of Yang Kai being killed to vent his anger. But when he saw that the result was very different from what he expected, his eyes rolled back and he directly fainted. You dare to kill people in Treasure Trove Pavilion? The bald man's face was pale. After realizing that he was definitely not Yang Kai's opponent, his blood turned cold, and he no longer had the arrogance he had just now. What a joke! They want to kill me, so of course I have to kill them. Yang Kai sneered, staring sharply at the bald man, and said coldly, "Now it's your turn." As soon as the bald man heard this, he knew that the situation was not good. He suddenly made a gesture, and his whole body was covered with a layer of red blood light. At the same time, he spat out a mouthful of blood essence. Looking at his posture, it seemed that he had used some kind of blood essence burning mystic technique. His body flew back like an arrow, trying to escape from this place. At the same time, he shouted, "Head shopkeeper, save me. Even if the heavens come, they won't be able to save you." Yang Kai coldly snorted. He clearly stood in place, but in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of the bald man. His whole body pressed up against him, his eyes cold and fierce. The bald man was scared out of his wits. Even with his second-order Dao Source Realm cultivation, he couldn't see how Yang Kai had jumped in front of him. He understood more and more the gap between him and Yang Kai, and his face couldn't help but turn ashen. He hated himself for not investigating Yang Kai's specific cultivation before acting so recklessly. Now that he had completely angered the other party, he was afraid that he would lose his life. "Stop!" A shout suddenly came from behind, followed by a peak Dao Source Realm aura that rushed towards Yang Kai to suppress him. In the next moment, an old man with white hair and a beard appeared in front of Yang Kai. He seemed to have rushed over from the back hall, probably having heard the bald man's cry for help. Before he arrived, the old man had already reached out to grab Yang Kai's head, with the intention of besieging Yang Kai to rescue him. The bald man's face was overjoyed, and he shouted even louder, "Head shopkeeper, save me!" He thought that since the chief shopkeeper had personally come out, he would be safe and sound. The chief shopkeeper was a peak Dao source realm cultivator, and although this young man who came to cause trouble was very strong, he was definitely not an Emperor realm master. This was something he could feel. With head shopkeeper's strength, he would definitely be able to save him. Yang Kai glanced at the old man contemptuously and just waved his hand in the air, sending a solid palm print flying out to meet the old man's palm. At the same time, he stretched out his other hand and gently placed it on the bald man's chest. The bald man's face suddenly changed, and his originally happy mood suddenly turned cold, as he asked in horror, "What are you doing?" Before he finished speaking, he felt a violent surge of source chi rush into his body, as if a sharp blade was cutting into his meridians and wantonly destroying his dantian. The heart-wrenching pain was unbearable to him, and he opened his mouth to cry out in pain. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with a loud sound, Yang Kai's hand and the old man's palm collided. Yang Kai borrowed the force of the collision and lightly retreated, landing beside Lu Xianyun with a calm look on his face. On the other hand, the old man's face couldn't help but change after feeling Yang Kai's power. He changed his hand posture several times before he was able to resolve the force, and after landing on the ground, he staggered back a few steps. With a thud, the bald man landed right at his feet. Cough, cough. The bald man coughed a few times with difficulty, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and then his face turned ashen as he glared at Yang Kai with incomparable resentment. "You dare to cripple my cultivation?" At this moment, his meridians had been destroyed, his dantian had been shattered, and his cultivation had completely dissipated. Although such an injury was not incurable, it was necessary to find some extremely precious pills. Not to mention that these things were impossible to find. Even if they were, he didn't have the ability to buy them. "You dared to injure my junior sister. So what's so strange about crippling your cultivation?" Yang Kai looked at him as if he was an idiot. "Why don't you kill me?" the bald man roared. Yang Kai sneered. "Wouldn't killing you be letting you off too easily?" The bald man's face became even paler. He knew that Yang Kai was right. Killing him would be a relief for him, but crippling his cultivation was the cruelest punishment for any cultivator. Chapter 2354. Sir, how could you be so vicious and merciless? I wonder what my Endless Treasures Pavilion has done to offend you. The head shopkeeper of Endless Treasures Pavilion had a sinister look in his eyes as he gnashed his teeth in fear of Yang Kai's ruthlessness. This young man had killed 4 of his Endless Treasures Pavilion's Dao Source Realm Masters and crippled the bald man's cultivation. His actions were decisive and cruel, so today's matter could not be settled peacefully. However, although Yang Kai was strong, he was not afraid. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a snake in its own territory. In this small piece of land in Marsh City, anyone would have to give some face to his Endless Treasures Pavilion. You have not offended me, but you have offended my junior sister. Yang Kai looked at the shopkeeper coldly, the corners of his mouth rising as he continued. Don't say you didn't know anything about this matter. Hand over that thing, or else your fate will be the same as his. As Yang Kai spoke, he pointed at the burly bald man. The head shopkeeper's face changed. He originally wanted to deal with Yang Kai for a while and delay until reinforcements arrived. As long as reinforcements arrived, Yang Kai would pay back 100-fold for what he had done to Endless Treasures Pavilion. However, he did not expect that Yang Kai would not give him the chance at all. From what he heard, he did not want to give him any time to breathe. Sir, do you know what kind of place my Endless Treasures Pavilion is? Do you know who is behind it? How dare you shout like this? The head shopkeeper had lived for so many years and had a peak Dao source realm cultivation, so it was naturally impossible for him to be intimidated by Yang Kai with just a few words. It seems that you have made your choice. In that case, don't blame this young master for being ruthless. Yang Kai coldly snorted. The head shopkeeper's intentions were so obvious. How could he not see it? However, he had no fear in his heart, so he did not bother to talk nonsense with him. With that said, Yang Kai's figure flickered and directly appeared in front of the old man. Under the influence of his space principles, the surrounding several dozen meters instantly became impregnable and space solidified. The shopkeeper's soul almost left his body, his forehead covered in cold sweat. Even with his strength and eyesight, he couldn't see how Yang Kai had arrived in front of him. Realizing that he had really kicked an iron plate this time, and sensing the condensed space around him, he was aghast as he urged his source chi to retreat while yelling, "The treasure trove pavilion is a property under the name of the city lord's master. If you dare to be presumptuous here, don't even think about leaving Marsh City alive." At this point, he didn't have the leisure to be mystifying anymore. He directly revealed his backer, hoping that Yang Kai would hold back. After all, the master of Marsh City was the most powerful person in the Emperor realm. However, it was out of his expectations. Yang Kai remained unmoved. The old man could see the slightest change in his expression, as if he had expected this. This kid is crazy. The old man was shocked. Knowing that his backer was the city lord's master, he still dared to act so presumptuously. Didn't that mean that he wasn't afraid of the city lord's master at all? It was laughable that he had hoped to use the city lord's master to suppress Yang Kai, but the result was the opposite. The surrounding space was bound. Even someone as strong as the old man couldn't move freely. He only felt that his meridians were blocked and his source chi couldn't flow smoothly. In a hurry, he could only bite the tip of his tongue, spit out a mouthful of blood essence, and summon a pair of golden scissors to cut at Yang Kai. The grade of the golden scissors wasn't low, exuding the energy fluctuations of a Dao source grade high-rank artifact. Moreover, it was unknown what kind of magical power it possessed, but as soon as it was summoned, it cut a crack in the solidified space. The pressure on the old man's body relaxed. The source chi in his meridians finally flowed smoothly, but before he could do anything, a faint golden light bloomed in front of him. He subconsciously raised his head to look at Yang Kai, only to see that Yang Kai's left eye was shining with a golden light, and the pupil of his left eye had turned into a dignified vertical slit, giving off a terrifying power. Facing this eye, the old man couldn't help but panic and feel uneasy. In the next moment, a budding lotus flower bud suddenly shot out violently from the golden vertical stem, and it flashed before vanishing. The old man suddenly stood in place, as if he had been struck by lightning. There was nothing else in his field of vision, as if the only thing left between heaven and earth was the lotus bud. Under his gaze, the white lotus bud quickly bloomed. As the lotus bloomed, the old man's spiritual energy rapidly disappeared, and he felt a pain in his mind, as if 10,000 ants were swallowing him. Not good. This is a soul secret technique. The old man suddenly awoke from his stupor. He wanted to dissolve the young man's divine sense, but he was powerless to do so. The young man's divine sense seemed to be much stronger than his own. This inexplicable lotus secret technique had swallowed up the old man's divine sense in a very short time, causing him to collapse from exhaustion. A burst of intense pain came, and the old man was stimulated by this pain, waking him up abruptly. Looking over, he saw that his arm had been directly cut off, and blood was spurting out from the wound and sprinkling on the ground. The young man's expression was cold as he lightly stretched out his palm and pressed it against his own chest. Recalling the scene of the bald man's encounter when he was observing in the dark, coupled with what Yang Kai had said before, how could he not understand what Yang Kai meant by this action? He really wants to cripple my cultivation. The old man's whole body trembled as he shouted with all his strength. No. If you have something to say, let's talk. This old master can agree to any request you have. *Pung. Yang Kai's palm still pressed down, and the old man's chest seemed to cave in an inch as he spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying back to the counter, landing heavily on the ground. Under this palm, the old man, just like the bald man, had his dantian destroyed by Yang Kai, his meridians shattered, and his cultivation destroyed. You didn't know how to cherish me when I was talking to you, so there's no need for you to say anything now. Yang Kai didn't even glance at the old man, simply reaching out and grabbing the space ring on the severed arm, tossing it to Lu Xianyun as he said, "See if your things are inside." Lu Xianyun caught it subconsciously, but she was obviously still in a daze as she looked at Yang Kai with a blank and shocked face. She couldn't understand how Yang Kai had become so strong in just a few years. The 4 First-Order Dao Source Realm cultivators were instantly killed by him, but the burly bald-headed man and the head shopkeeper were not ordinary Dao Source Realm cultivators. However, the two of them were still as laughable as children in front of Yang Kai. They were beaten to the point where they didn't even have the strength to fight back, and their cultivations were practically crippled in a single exchange. Thinking back to when the two of them were forced to join the Blue Feather sect and relied on Bian Yuqing's wings to survive, Lu Xianyun couldn't believe that they were the same person. "Brother, have you broken through to the Emperor Realm?" Lu Xianyun asked stupidly. "It's still early." Yang Kai smiled faintly. Lu Xianyun was even more shocked. If he was already so ferocious before breaking through to the Emperor Realm, what would happen if Yang Kai broke through to the Emperor Realm? She was an overlord in the territory of the Great Desolate Star and a once-in-a-thousand-years genius. But now, compared with Yang Kai, she found that her cultivation aptitude was so poor. "Is it still here?" Yang Kai asked again. Lu Xianyun hurriedly checked it, and after a short while, she took out a jade box from her space ring and said with a smile, "It's still here." This jade box was the box she had used to store the spirit medicine. She had personally placed a restriction on the jade box, which had yet to be lifted. It seemed that the head shopkeeper of the Endless Treasures Pavilion had not had time to open the jade box after obtaining it. "Leave the ring as well. Take it as compensation from head shopkeeper." Yang Kai smiled slightly and said sarcastically, "Head shopkeeper isn't a stingy person." Hearing this, the head shopkeeper, who had collapsed beside the counter, almost fainted. There were a lot of good things in his ring, including some precious treasures purchased by Endless Treasures Pavilion, some treasures intended to be sold, and some things that were inconvenient to display in public. It was not an exaggeration to say that his space ring was priceless. Now that Yang Kai wanted to snatch his ring, the head shopkeeper felt like his heart was dripping blood. But now that the situation was beyond his control, even if he wanted to resist, he didn't have the strength to do so. This isn't good, is it?" Lu Xianyun had never done such a thing before and couldn't accept it for a while, feeling like her morals and bottom line had been challenged. "There's nothing wrong with it." Yang Kai coldly snorted. "Many of the things in here were taken by force. If they can rob others, why can't they rob others?" "Then, all right." Lu Xianyun happily put away the space ring, no longer feeling any psychological pressure. Thinking about it, if she hadn't coincidentally encountered Yang Kai this time, she would have been robbed. Not only was she robbed, she was also injured. The people of Endless Treasures Pavilion bullied the weak in Marsh City all year round, so they must have done a lot of bad things. There was really no need to feel any pressure about robbing such a person. She could just treat it as upholding justice on behalf of the heavens. "Boy, you have guts. But you are destined to not live past tomorrow. The City Lord's master will not let you go." The head shopkeeper's cultivation was now crippled, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Smashing a broken jar, he glared at Yang Kai with a face full of resentment. While speaking, he spat out a mouthful of blood and grinned viciously. "When the time comes, this old master will eat your flesh bite by bite." Hearing this, Lu Xianyun's expression changed greatly and she said in a trembling voice, "Brother, let's go quickly, otherwise it will be too late. The City Lord of Marsh City is from the Emperor Realm. We can't afford to provoke him." Yang Kai glanced at the old man contemptuously and said, It's fine if that Pangguang doesn't come to provoke me, but if he dares, this young master doesn't mind sending him on his way." The old man was stunned. Pangguang was the city lord of Marsh City and the only one from the Emperor realm. He had thought that Yang Kai would definitely be afraid of Pangguang, but from the tone of his words, it was clear that he didn't put the city lord's master in his eyes at all. What was the background of this boy? He dared to boast so shamelessly. The old man felt that no one would be able to avenge him. In other words, he had been humiliated for nothing and had his cultivation crippled. In the future, he could only struggle at death's door, living a life worse than death. Enraged, the old man spat out another mouthful of blood and his aura became even weaker. "Let's go." Yang Kai turned around, smiled at Lu Xianyun, and led the way out. After opening the door, he found that both sides of the street and even the rooftops across were filled with cultivator, all of them looking in the direction of the treasure trove pavilion. Chapter 2355. When Yang Kai broke into Endless Treasures Pavilion with Lu Xianyun, many people had seen them. These cultivators had nothing to do, so they naturally wanted to watch the show. After that, the door of Endless Treasures Pavilion was closed by the bald man, so no one could see what was going on inside. Although they couldn't see, the violent energy fluctuations and banging sounds coming from inside were not fake. In just a short while, the number of cultivators watching the show had already reached several thousand. At this time, Yang Kai opened the door and walked out, immediately attracting the attention of several thousand pairs of eyes. No one dared to believe their eyes. They all felt that Yang Kai didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, daring to provoke Endless Treasures Pavilion in Marsh City. Wasn't this courting death? Not to mention that the backer of Endless Treasures Pavilion was the city lord's master. The strength of the cultivator in Endless Treasures Pavilion was extremely high. The head shopkeeper was even at the peak of the Tao Source realm. If not for his old age and aging meridians and body, he would definitely have the qualifications to break through to the Emperor realm. And Yang Kai was young, so even if he had some strength, he definitely wouldn't be too strong. They all thought that Yang Kai was destined to suffer a big loss this time. However, the truth shocked everyone. Yang Kai walked out of Endless Treasures Pavilion leisurely. Not only was he unscathed, but his clothes were also unwrinkled. On the contrary, inside Endless Treasures Pavilion, there were several corpses lying everywhere, blood everywhere. The bald man and the head shopkeeper of Endless Treasures Pavilion were even paler, and their auras were weak. At a glance, it was obvious that their cultivations had been crippled. A series of gasps sounded. Many cultivators' eyes finally changed as they looked at Yang Kai, realizing that this young man was probably not to be trifled with. It was very likely that he was also from the Emperor realm. After all, how long had he been in there? A few dozen breaths of time. With his own strength, he had turned Endless Treasures Pavilion into such a mess. If he wasn't from the Emperor realm, how could he have such means? When Yang Kai walked out, the nearby cultivator couldn't help but retreat, their eyes full of fear. Kai Yang coldly swept his eyes around, coldly snorting, no longer paying attention to these people. He just led Lu Xianyun into the tea house across the street and went up to the tea table on the 3rd floor. He ordered a new pot of spirit tea. He had wreaked havoc in the Endless Treasures Pavilion and killed their people. Not only did he not escape, he even went to the tea house across the street to drink tea. This scene made those who were watching the show feel a wave of disbelief. Each and every one of them secretly admired Yang Kai's audacity, and felt that if he wasn't so strong, he wouldn't be afraid of Pangguang. It was the kind of person with a powerful background that could make Pangguang hesitate. However, they were neither relatives nor friends with Yang Kai, so naturally, they were too lazy to care about these things. On the contrary, the Treasure Trove Pavilion, which had opened its doors, aroused the interest of these cultivator. The cultivator who made a living in Marsh City basically treated human life like dirt. He was a valiant person. They didn't care who was right or wrong in this matter. But now that the spirit grasses, miraculous medicines, and rare treasures displayed in the Treasure Trove Pavilion were unguarded, it was a good opportunity to make a move. Although the treasure trove pavilion was an industry under Pangguang's name, people would die for wealth, and birds would die for food. At this time, there would always be some people who were itching to take action. After a moment of silence, a figure suddenly rushed out of the crowd and directly rushed into the treasure trove pavilion, sweeping all the spirit grasses and miraculous medicines placed on the medicine cabinet into his space ring. The others looked over. How could they hold back? They all followed suit. For a time, the number of cultivator who rushed into the treasure trove pavilion to take advantage of the opportunity to rob was as many as carps crossing the river. In a short while, the entire treasure trove pavilion was swept clean, and all the things that were slightly valuable disappeared. When the things were gone, the cultivator also quickly scattered and disappeared. Above the tea house, Yang Kai saw this scene with an indifferent expression, but he had a little understanding of the style of the cultivator in Marsh City. Brother! Lu Xianyun felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. She felt uncomfortable all over and said timidly, "Let's go." It wasn't that she didn't have confidence in Yang Kai's strength, but after all, he had caused such a big mess, and she was the cause of it all. She didn't want to provoke stronger enemies for Yang Kai. No need. Yang Kai smiled and poured her a cup of spirit tea. "It's so chaotic here. Why did you come here?" He was still very curious about Lu Xianyun's experiences over the past few years. After escaping from the Blue Feather sect together, he gave half of his belongings to Lu Xianyun, and the two of them ran away separately. Later, Yang Kai went to Maplewood City and worked hard until now. He didn't expect to meet her on this trip to Marsh City. "I've been here for several years." Lu Xianyun smiled bitterly and briefly recounted her experiences over the past few years. In fact, there wasn't much to say. Since parting with Yang Kai, she had been wandering around the Southern Territory like a headless fly. It wasn't until she came to Marsh City that she settled down. Although Marsh City was chaotic, there were many places nearby that were suitable for her to experience and cultivate. She could find some cultivation resources in those places, and after a few years, although life was difficult, she still managed to break through to the Dao Source Realm. A few days ago, she happened to obtain a spirit flower in a place called the Solitary Void Mountain Range, so she wanted to bring it back to sell some source crystals and buy some source condensing pills. She thought that since Endless Treasures Pavilion was backed by the City Lord's master, it should be a good deal, but she didn't expect that after she took out that spirit flower, the people from Endless Treasures Pavilion would only offer her 10,000 low-rank source crystals. Although Lu Xianyun didn't know what that spirit flower was or what its use was, she instinctively felt that it was definitely worth more than that amount of source crystals. So how could she be willing to sell it? After some reasoning, the other party actually attacked her directly, and Yang Kai knew what happened next. "Brother, this spirit flower is for you? I don't know what it is," Lu Xianyun said as she handed the jade box to Yang Kai. "Let me see." Yang Kai reached out and took it, lifted the seal on the jade box and opened it a little. In an instant, a fragrance escaped from the jade box. When this fragrance entered his nose, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel refreshed, and his entire knowledge sea became much clearer. With a bang, Yang Kai hurriedly closed the jade box with a look of disbelief on his face. Soul-warming lotus. Although he had only opened the jade box a little, his divine sense could clearly see the spirit flower inside. That thing was exactly the same as his soul-warming lotus, but instead of 7 colors, it was pure white. The aura it exuded was also somewhat similar to the soul-warming lotus, as if it was a miniature version of the soul-warming lotus. No. This is not the soul-warming lotus. Rumor has it that the soul-warming lotus is a supreme treasure of heaven and earth, just like the immortal tree. There is only one in the world. Pristine soul, heavenly restoration lotus? Yang Kai suddenly remembered the information recorded in the jade slip left behind by the third disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors, Gong Sun Mu, and immediately recognized what the spirit flower was. This was obviously the legendary Pristine Soul Heavenly Restoration Lotus. Although the Pristine Soul Heavenly Restoration Lotus was not as precious as the Soul-Warming Lotus, it was also a legendary treasure. Like the flesh incarnation fruit, it was also an extinct treasure. With the pristine soul heavenly mending lotus as the main ingredient, the pristine soul heavenly mending pill refined might not have the effect of bringing the dead back to life, but it was able to repair a martial artist's shattered meridians and dantian. It was absolutely an item of great fortune. Just like the bald man and the head shopkeeper of the Endless Treasures Pavilion, although their cultivations were crippled by Yang Kai, if they could take a pristine soul heavenly restoration pill, it would take less than 3 months for their broken meridians and dantian to be repaired. However, this thing only existed in legends, and no one had ever seen it before. The people of the Endless Treasures Pavilion actually wanted to buy the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus for 10,000 low-rank source crystals. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of crazy person they were. A mere 10,000 low-rank source crystals was not even enough to sniff the aura of the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus. The people of the Endless Treasures Pavilion might not have recognized the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus, but they definitely knew that this thing was extraordinary. If they really wanted to buy it, they might not be able to afford it. The effect of the pristine soul heavenly restoration pill was not only to repair meridians and dantian, it also had other miraculous effects. In short, the value of the pristine soul heavenly restoration pill was immeasurable. Yang Kai did not expect Lu Xianyun to have such an opportunity to obtain such a divine object. "Junior sister, do you remember where you obtained the spirit flower?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. "The depths of the solitary void mountain range." Lu Xianyun still felt a trace of fear when she recalled it. "I was chased by a monster beast and fled in a panic. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone there. I heard that the depths of the solitary void mountain range are so deep that even those from the Emperor realm cannot return safely. It was all luck that I was able to return this time. If I asked you to go there again, would you be able to find the right way?" "Go there again?" Lu Xianyun's pretty face was a little pale as she asked doubtfully, "Why would I go there again? It was definitely luck that she was able to return safely last time." If she went there again, Lu Xianyun was not sure if she could come out alive, so she did not know why Yang Kai wanted to take such a risk. Because Yang Kai was about to explain, but before he could finish, he suddenly frowned and looked downstairs. What he saw was a middle-aged man in a luxurious robe standing in front of Endless Treasures Pavilion with a gloomy face. This middle-aged man had an extraordinary temperament and was a master from the Emperor realm. As if he had noticed Yang Kai's gaze, he instantly looked up, his eyes as sharp as an eagle's. "It's Pang Guang." Lu Xianyun also saw the middle-aged man and immediately cried out in panic. Having been in Marsh City for several years, she naturally knew what Pang Guang looked like. Seeing him come here personally, she immediately knew that they were in big trouble. She did not know why Yang Kai was so confident to stay, but a master from the Emperor realm was obviously not someone to be trifled with. On the other side, Pang Guang's figure suddenly flickered and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already on the 3rd floor of the tea house, standing in front of Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun. Lu Xianyun screamed in fright, her face draining of blood. Chapter 2356. "Were you two the ones causing trouble at the Endless Treasures Pavilion just now?" Pang Guang went straight to the point and asked Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun coldly. Apparently, he had found out about the troublemaker's appearances through some unknown means. Lu Xianyun's pretty face turned pale, and she didn't dare answer. She only had a cultivation base in the First Order Dao Source realm and had only recently advanced. Her realm hadn't stabilized yet, so it was natural for her to feel pressured when facing someone from the Emperor realm. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was calm and unperturbed. He only glanced at Pang Guang indifferently. Compared to Qiu Zhe, Pang Guang's aura was undoubtedly stronger. He was obviously stronger than Qiu Zhe, but there was a limit to it. With Yang Kai's current strength and methods, he had nothing to fear. Neither of them answered. Pang Guang immediately became angry. "How dare you not answer my question?" The emperor pressure spread out and filled the entire tea house. causing the cultivators who were still drinking tea in the tea house to change their expressions drastically. The thick, murderous intent seeped into their flesh and bones, causing them to shiver. They secretly cursed Yang Kai for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth, daring to act so presumptuously in front of the city lord and implicating them. Yang Kai waved his hand gently. It was like a sharp sword cutting through the haze in the sky. The emperor's aura enveloping him and Lu Xian Yun instantly dissipated. It was as if the clouds had cleared to reveal a clear sky. Pang Guang was shocked. Only then did he reevaluate Yang Kai. He clearly sensed that Yang Kai only had a cultivation base in the third-order Dao source realm, but he could disperse his emperor's aura with a wave of his hand. What was going on? Although it was just a simple movement, Pang Guang no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai. He realized that the other party dared to sit here so brazenly after causing a ruckus at the Endless Treasures Pavilion. He probably had something to rely on. Did this guy come from some top sect? Otherwise, how could he have such a foundation? He heard that the elite disciples of top sects had the strength to fight above their level. If this young man really came from some big sect, then today's matter would be difficult to handle. For a moment, Pang Guang began to worry about his gains and losses. The properties under his name were turned upside down, and the experts under his command were either dead or injured. If he didn't get a satisfactory explanation from the other party, then where would he put his face? However, if the other party had a powerful background, he might not be able to afford to provoke them. Although Pang Guang was a local tyrant in Marsh City, he was really nothing in the eyes of those top sections. They could just casually send an elder to kill him dozens or even hundreds of times. Just as his mind was spinning rapidly, considering how to resolve today's matter. Just as he was trying not to offend anyone too much and was trying to preserve his reputation, he suddenly sensed that something was wrong. He was shocked and turned his head to look, only to see a middle-aged old man appear beside him at some unknown time. This old man had a head of white hair and was hale and hearty. He wore a gray linen robe. It looked unremarkable. When did this old thing come? Pang Guang's heart was filled with bewilderment. Just now, he had only been thinking about Kai Yang's matter and hadn't noticed when this old man had walked over. Furthermore, this old man's appearance was extremely unfamiliar. He had obviously never seen this person before. Yang Kai was also startled by the old man's sudden appearance. Pang Guang was distracted just now and didn't pay much attention to the old man's appearance, but Yang Kai saw him clearly. This middle-aged old man appeared without any warning, as if he had appeared in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai's heart sank. He quietly released his divine sense to investigate the old man's cultivation, but to his horror, his divine sense was like a stone sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace. This person turned out to be even more powerful than Pang Guang from the Emperor Realm. He was at least a second-order Emperor Realm Master, most likely a third-order Emperor. There's actually such a master in Marsh City? Yang Kai was shocked, but on the surface he glanced at Pang Guang. If these two were on the same side, then this matter would be troublesome. He originally thought that there was only one Pang Guang in Marsh City, so he wasn't afraid at all. But now that an even more powerful old man had appeared, Yang Kai was already thinking about how to safely escape. However, at a glance, Yang Kai felt a lot more at ease because Pang Guang also had a suspicious look on his face. Obviously, he didn't know this middle-aged old man. As a city lord, he actually didn't know that there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers under his jurisdiction. It had to be said that Pang Guang was a failure as a city lord. The middle-aged old man's eyes lit up at this moment, as if he had discovered something of great interest. He smiled at Yang Kai and said, "This old man is Yao Chongjun, the owner of this tea house. How should I address little brother?" He had a kind look on his face, as if he was an approachable senior, but Yang Kai instinctively felt a trace of danger. Before Yang Kai could speak, Pang Guang suddenly snorted coldly and said, "This city lord has something to discuss with this young man. Those who have nothing to do with it withdraw first." He had an arrogant look on his face, as if he didn't put Yao Chongjun in his eyes at all. As soon as these words came out, Yang Kai's expression immediately became strange. But soon, he suddenly understood. He guessed that Pang Guang didn't know the depth of Yao Chongjun's strength. Otherwise, he would never dare to speak like this. Coupled with the fact that he wanted to show off in front of Yang Kai before but failed, and Yao Chongjun didn't even look at him after he appeared, he was probably a little angry out of shame. Yang Kai not putting him in his eyes was one thing, but a mere owner of a tea house under his jurisdiction dared to not put him in his eyes. As a city lord, how could Pang Guang tolerate this? You want this old master to withdraw? Yao Chongjun chuckled meaningfully and looked at Pang Guang with interest. Are you sure? Only then did Pang Guang realize that something was wrong and hurriedly released his divine sense to check Yao Chongjun's cultivation. But it was too late. Before his divine sense could reach Yao Chongjun, the latter had already sent a palm towards Pang Guang and coldly snorted. A trivial first-order Emperor Realm Master dares to be presumptuous in front of this old master? Scram! In the palm, source chi fluctuated, like a vortex of stars, containing great power. With a single palm, the world shook. Pang Guang's expression changed greatly. How could he not know that he had been blind and had provoked someone he shouldn't have? In a panic, he hurriedly retreated and said in horror, "Senior, please forgive me." But no matter how he dodged or defended, the palm still firmly imprinted on his chest. Accompanied by a sound, Pang Guang's entire body flew out like a rag sack, destroying dozens of buildings along the way. He fell to the ground in a sorry state and spat out a mouthful of blood. On the third floor of the Delightful Pleasures tea house, the originally noisy cultivator was dead silent. The eyes of all the cultivator who saw this scene almost popped out of their sockets. Marsh City's city lord, the First Order Emperor Realm Master Pang Guang, was actually sent flying by a palm strike from an elderly man. And this elderly man was actually the owner of the Delightful Pleasures tea house. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have dared to believe it. It turned out that in Marsh City, the true master wasn't the city lord on the surface, but the hidden master of the tea house. To be able to send Pang Guang flying with a single palm strike, just how high was the cultivation of this tea house's owner? Was he a second-order Emperor Realm Master or a third-order Emperor Realm Master? Everyone was shocked to the extreme. Some of them thought back to how they had flipped out in the Delightful Pleasures tea house and deliberately made things difficult for the waiters. In an instant, they felt a chill run down their spines from head to toe, making them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Only now did they know that the Delightful Pleasures tea house was definitely not a place where they could act wildly. With the cultivation of this owner, if he really wanted to take their lives, Pang Guang wouldn't even dare to make a sound. The reason why he ignored them was obviously because he didn't want to. I will never cause trouble here again. Every cultivator secretly swore in their hearts. Now we can talk. After Yao Chongjun sent Pang Guang flying, he smiled slightly and sat opposite Yang Kai. His face was calm and relaxed, as if what happened just now was nothing more than a fly to him. Lu Xianyun was completely dumbfounded. Her face was drained of blood and her teeth were chattering violently. She originally thought that she had only offended Pang Guang, but she didn't expect someone even more powerful to jump out. "Senior, what do you want to talk to me about?" Yang Kai frowned and asked in a deep voice. From the scene of Yao Chongjun's attack just now, this guy was obviously not as gentle as he looked on the surface. Instead, he was a temperamental old monster. Facing this kind of person, how could Yang Kai dare to treat him lightly? As he spoke, Yang Kai put away the jade box in his hand without leaving a trace. But his actions were obviously not able to hide from Yao Chongjun. The owner of the Delightful Pleasures tea house only waved his hand and the box in Yang Kai's hand flew into his palm. Yang Kai's face immediately sank. He knew that Yao Chongjun must have sensed the aura of the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus, which was why he suddenly appeared. This kind of treasure was very useful to any cultivator. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to directly snatch his things. If he had known earlier, Yang Kai would never have opened the restriction on the jade box here. But who would have thought that this tea house was actually hiding an old monster? Yang Kai sighed in his heart and could only secretly hope that Yao Changjun did not know the secret of the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus. Let's talk about this. Yao Changjun grinned meaningfully, with an expression that said, "Don't try to play tricks in front of me." As he spoke, he gently opened the jade box and his expression became extremely solemn, as if he had just obtained a precious treasure. It was as if the thing inside the jade box was extremely important to him. A faint fragrance drifted out from the jade box, and Yao Changjun's eyes flashed with a frightening light as he happily said, "Sure enough, it really is this thing. This old master has waited here for 200 years. At last, my efforts have not been in vain, ha 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 ha." Yang Kai's face instantly sank. Hearing the meaning behind Yao Changjun's words, how could he not know that the other party recognized the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus? Moreover, this old man had concealed his identity and opened a tea house just for this treasure. He had even waited here for more than 200 years. Little brat, tell this old master, where did you get this thing? After confirming that the jade box contained the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus, Yao Changjun suddenly became anxious and no longer had the warmth from before. Instead, his tone was gloomy, as if he would teach Yang Kai a lesson if he dared not answer truthfully. What made Yao Changjun even more uneasy was that this was his biggest weakness right now. Yang Kai seemed to have known this for a long time, so he was not afraid in the slightest and directly used an extremely powerful soul secret technique. Yao Changjun was instantly hit and his knowledge-seized defenses were torn apart. Intense pain came from his head as he clutched his head and cried out, unable to control his source chi. His source chi exploded everywhere. "Let's go!" Yang Kai shouted in a deep voice as he reached out and grabbed the jade box in Yao Changjun's hand, directly taking back the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus. Then, without any delay, he grabbed the stunned Lu Xianyun and teleported away with space principles. Kong. Just as the two left, the Delightful Pleasures tea house collapsed. Yao Changjun's rampaging source chi took the shape of a dragon and tiger and unconsciously bombarded everything around him. The cultivator drinking tea in the tea house was instantly killed or injured, and countless shops on the streets collapsed. A dozen streets away, Pang Guang, who had crawled up in a sorry state, looked over with a pale face and cried out involuntarily, "Third Order Emperor Realm." He had not checked Yao Changjun's specific cultivation before, but now that the other party's source chi had gone berserk, it was clear at a glance how deep his cultivation was. The owner of the Delightful Pleasures tea house was actually a Third Order Emperor Realm Master. Pang Guang suddenly felt uneasy. He was the city lord of Marsh City, yet he did not know that such a top master was hiding in the city he was in charge of. This was enough to make him panic and secretly rejoice that he had not provoked him before. What made Pang Guang even more incredulous was, who in the world could actually hurt Yao Changjun? From his current roar and his current state, it was obvious that his injuries were not light. Could it be that young man? That was impossible. That young man was only in the Third Order Dao Source realm. Even if Yao Changjun stood there and let him hit him, it was impossible for him to be injured. Could it be that Yao Changjun was not the only Third Order Emperor Realm Master in Marsh City? Thinking of this, Pang Guang's face suddenly turned pale and his entire being became suspicious. "Little brat, you dare to sneak attack this old master? You're dead. This old master will never let you go." A roar came from the ruins of the tea house. Yao Changjun's murderous intent surged like a tide. After calming down the pain in his head with great difficulty, he sensed the direction Yang Kai had fled in and immediately chased after him, his figure as fast as lightning. He was a dignified Third Order Emperor Realm Master, yet he was actually injured by Yang Kai's sneak attack. If this news spread out, where would he put his face? He secretly swore that he would catch Yang Kai and let him taste all the tortures in the world to vent the hatred in his heart. In the blink of an eye, Yao Chongjun disappeared. Pang Guang stood in place and pondered for a while with a gloomy face before his figure flickered, and he flew out of the city. From the looks of it, he was going to chase after Yao Chongjun and Yang Kai, but no one knew what he was thinking. Outside the city, Yang Kai was constantly using his space force to travel more than a dozen kilometers in an instant. Lu Xianyun, who was still in his arms, was still in a daze. Yang Kai had actually injured Yao Chongjun, and from the looks of it, he had used his spiritual energy to do so. How was this possible? Everything she saw today had completely overturned her understanding of the world, making her wonder if she was dreaming. Where is the solitary void mountain range? Yang Kai felt the murderous intent behind him closing in and hurriedly asked. Although he was proficient in the Tao of space, if he were to escape with Lu Xianyun, it would take a lot of effort to teleport every time. If this continued, Yao Chongjun would catch up to them sooner or later, and with Yao Chongjun's strength, he would not be able to resist. Right now, he could only go to the solitary void mountain range first and hope to use the terrain there to get rid of Yao Chongjun. Just now, he heard Lu Xianyun say that the depths of the solitary void mountain range were extremely dangerous, and even those from the Emperor realm might not be able to come out alive. Over there. Lu Xianyun heard this and subconsciously pointed in a direction. She had stayed in Marsh City for a few years, so she knew the surrounding environment like the back of her hand. Yang Kai immediately changed direction and flew towards the solitary void mountain range. Brother! Although Lu Xianyun was in Yang Kai's arms, she still felt cold all over because she could clearly feel the murderous intent behind her getting closer and closer. You should run on your own? I've dragged you down this time. I heard him once. Do you think he'll let me go? Yang Kai replied indifferently. Since you call me brother, I can't just ignore you. Don't worry. Running away is my forte. Lu Xianyun saw his insistence and could only purse her red lips, feeling touched in her heart. Speaking of which, when she first met Yang Kai, it could be said that friendship grew after a fight. After that, they did not spend much time together in the Blue Feather sect, but after escaping from the Blue Feather sect, Yang Kai gave her half of the things in his space ring. This time, when they met again, Yang Kai stood up for her at every turn, making her feel warm in this unfamiliar star boundary. Even when they were in the territory of Great Desolate Star, no one had ever treated her so well. After living for so many years, this was the first time she had met someone who could take care of her like this. With their bodies pressed together, Lu Xianyun gradually felt that the murderous intent was no longer as cold as before. Instead, as time passed, her body began to heat up. Panicking, she quickly diverted her attention and asked casually, Brother, is that Yao Chongjun really a third-order Emperor Realm Master? It's the real deal. Then how did you hurt him? Lu Xianyun was puzzled. Logically speaking, with such a huge difference in cultivation, no matter what method Yang Kai used, it should have been impossible for him to hurt Yao Chongjun, but in fact, Yang Kai had done it. Yao Chongjun's painful roar was clearly not fake, because there is a crack in his knowledge sea. Yang Kai said, he must have been seriously injured. Otherwise, with my current cultivation, if I rashly used a soul secret technique to attack him, I would have suffered a backlash. If that happened, even if I didn't die, I would have been crippled. How did you know? Lu Xianyun was shocked by Yang Kai's words. After all, this was too unbelievable. Yang Kai and Yao Chongjun did not know each other before, so how did he know Yao Chongjun's secret? A crack in his knowledge sea was definitely Yao Chongjun's biggest secret. Otherwise, he would not have concealed his identity in High City. He was obviously hiding here because he was afraid that his enemies would come looking for him. Yang Kai smiled slightly. He cares so much about the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus because he wants to repair his knowledge sea. Lu Xianyun suddenly understood. So that spirit flower is called the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus? Brother, you mean that this spirit flower has the effect of repairing one's knowledge sea? A simple pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus naturally does not have this effect. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before explaining to her. If you use this stalk to refine pills, It can be refined into the pristine soul heavenly restoration pill, which can repair broken meridians and dantian. It is extremely useful for those seriously injured cultivators. However, the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus has another name, the twin heavenly restoration lotus. When it appears, it always appears as two stalks, one white and one black. If you can obtain both of them, you can refine the twin heavenly restoration pill, which is an existence of a higher grade than the pristine soul heavenly restoration pill. Not only can it repair a cultivator's broken meridians and dantian, it can also repair one's soul and expand one's knowledge. See Chapter 2358. The Twin Lotus Flower. Lu Xianyun exclaimed, "No wonder you all asked me where I got it. It turns out that you were looking for another heavenly restoration lotus. That means that Yao Chongjun also knows a lot about this twin heavenly restoration lotus. He was able to identify it through its aura, so he must have done some research on it." Yang Kai raised his brow and continued, "And from what he said just now, this solitary void mountain range seems to have produced heavenly restoration lotuses before, which is why he waited here for 200 years. But brother, when I got it, there was only one." Lu Xianyun was puzzled. Although she had obtained the pure white heavenly restoration lotus by accident, she had carefully searched the surroundings after obtaining it and did not find any other valuable spirit medicines. If the twin heavenly restoration lotus was really one black and one white, there was no reason for her to miss it. Maybe someone else took it first, or maybe you were careless. Let's not worry about that for now. We should think of a way to get rid of that old monster. Yang Kai said no more after he finished and carefully checked the surrounding terrain. The solitary void mountain range was an extremely dangerous place near Marsh City. It was also a place that many cultivators liked to train. Because the environment here was quite special, it bred many valuable monster beasts and spirit grasses and spirit medicines. The cultivator who lived in Marsh City often came here in groups to search for cultivation resources. Lu Xianyun had been here many times, so she naturally knew the surrounding terrain like the back of her hand. Under her guidance, the two rushed into the solitary void mountain range in less than an hour. As soon as he stepped into this place, Yang Kai felt a terrifying aura lingering around him, as if it was deep in the solitary void mountain range. What could possibly threaten his existence? And according to Lu Xianyun, she had always been training in the periphery of the solitary void mountain range and never dared to go deep, because the deeper she went, the more dangerous it was. There was once a bold master from the Emperor realm who entered the solitary void mountain range, but never came out. If she had not been chased by a monster beast last time, Lu Xianyun would not have run so deep. Being able to return safely in the end was definitely due to luck. However, correspondingly, the deeper one went, the greater the return the cultivator could obtain. High returns often made some cultivators take risks. Every year, countless cultivators went missing in the solitary void mountain range. However, nothing was absolute. Good things would often appear in the periphery of the solitary void mountain range. There was once a cultivator who found an emperor-grade spirit herb garden within 1,000 kilometers of the periphery of the solitary void mountain range and began to soar. Yang Kai was puzzled. Since there are so many cultivator hunting in the periphery, how could there be anything good left behind? Lu Xianyun said, "I'm not too sure. Anyway, every time I come here it feels different. It seems that every once in a while the landscape here changes greatly. The path we walked on and the things we saw would often disappear and be replaced by other scenes." Is there such a thing? Yang Kai was surprised. As soon as he asked this question, Yang Kai's expression changed and he began to circulate his source qi. He continued to teleport. In an instant, he crossed over 100 kilometers and finally put some distance between him and Yao Chongjun. The Delightful Pleasures Tea House's owner was indeed a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Even though his soul had been severely damaged, his remaining strength was not something Yang Kai could contend with. He was proficient in the Tao of Space, but even with Lu Xianyun, he was still unable to escape from the other party's pursuit. Teleporting consumed a lot of Yang Kai's strength. The suppression of the star boundaries world principles was very strong, so every time he teleported, he had to use a lot of source chi and spiritual energy. Moreover, he had to protect Lu Xianyun from the suppression of the space principles while teleporting, so it was naturally very difficult. However, he had refined a lot of pills in Thousand Leaves sect last time. They came in handy now, so he didn't have to worry about running out of strength in the short term, but it was definitely not a solution in the long run. There were dangers everywhere in the solitary Void Mountain range. Not only were there all kinds of ferocious monster beasts, there were also many natural spirit arrays and restrictions. Yang Kai could release his divine sense while maintaining his demon eye of annihilation, so he could avoid these dangers in advance. On the other hand, Yao Chongjun, who was chasing after them, seemed to be afraid of using his divine sense recklessly, so he often fell into some traps or was besieged by a monster beast. However, with his powerful strength, even if he was besieged by a monster beast or fell into a spirit array, it would only take him a very short time to escape. Yao Chongjun's understanding of the solitary Void Mountain range was much deeper than Yang Kai's. He had stayed here for 200 years, so he naturally wasn't just waiting idly. He would often enter and exit the solitary Void Mountain range himself, hoping to find the twin heavenly restoration lotus. He originally thought that with his powerful strength, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to escape for long, but after chasing for a while, he found that he was wrong. He couldn't close the distance between him and Yang Kai, and every time he used a secret technique to close the distance, Yang Kai would always be able to successfully shake him off. This made him furious, but there was nothing he could do. A cultivator who cultivated the Tao of space was really difficult to catch. Yao Chongjun had fought with such a cultivator before, so he naturally understood this. Moreover, from the way Yang Kai used his space secret technique before, this brat's attainments in the Tao of space were extremely high. Even if it couldn't compare to the person he knew, it was definitely not at a level that someone of his age and cultivation could comprehend. Where did this brat come from? Yao Chongjun couldn't figure it out. Could he really be Li Wu Yi's disciple? In the entire star boundary, Li Wu Yi was the one with the deepest understanding of the Tao of space. This chase lasted for a full 5 days, but Yao Chongjun was still unable to successfully capture Yang Kai. He couldn't help but wonder if he was going to miss out on this opportunity. If it weren't for his soul being injured and his strength not being able to reach its peak, a mere third-order Tao Source Realm cultivator, even if he was proficient in the Tao of space, wouldn't be able to jump around in front of him like this. He could directly lock down the area Yang Kai was in and suppress him with his powerful cultivation, not giving him a chance to even use his Tao of space. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. Just as Yao Chongjun's face was ashen, and he was secretly swearing to himself that once he caught Yang Kai, he would make him die a horrible death. His mind suddenly stirred and he became overjoyed, because he found that Yang Kai had suddenly stopped moving. He didn't know if he had encountered some danger or fallen into some kind of spirit array, but no matter what the reason was, it was good news for Yao Chongjun. Pushing his flight-type artifact with all his might, he quickly moved closer to Yang Kai. "Brother, what's wrong?" A few thousand kilometers away, Lu Xianyun looked at Yang Kai with a puzzled look. Just a moment ago, Kai Yang had suddenly stopped, his expression fluctuating. "I'm so stupid." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and cursed, a look of annoyance on his face. "What is it?" Lu Xianyun didn't know why he would say that. "Wait for me for a while. I'll be right back." As Yang Kai spoke, he put Lu Xianyun down and scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. After finding a suitable location, he quickly rushed over. A moment later, Yang Kai entered the small sealed world bead. In fact, Yang Kai was very surprised that Yao Chongjun could chase after him so persistently, because this person's soul had been severely injured, so it was impossible for him to use his divine sense to lock onto the direction and location of his escape. In fact, during these 5 days of fleeing, Yang Kai hadn't noticed Yao Chongjun's divine sense, but he could still accurately pinpoint his location and even chase after him. One had to know that Yang Kai had used the space divine technique, so with Yao Chongjun's current state, Yang Kai was confident that he could shake him off. But how could he do that? The only explanation was that Yao Chongjun had planted a secret technique or some kind of mark on him or Lu Xianyun, and through this secret technique or mark, Yao Chongjun was able to pinpoint his location. Thinking of this, Yang Kai knew that he had been too careless these past 5 days. If he had noticed it earlier, he might have already left Yao Chongjun behind. Inside the small sealed world bead, Yang Kai's senses were magnified infinitely. He had refined the sealed world bead, so he was the master of this world. Wherever his heart moved, the world force would follow. Even if the small sealed world bead's principles were not perfect, it was still easy for him to detect any abnormalities. Yang Kai mobilized the world force inside the small sealed world bead and searched his body inch by inch. He secretly prayed that things wouldn't be too complicated. It would be best if the secret technique or mark was planted on him. If it was planted on Lu Xianyun, he would have to bring her to the small sealed world bead to check. After 5 breaths, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He reached out and took out the jade box containing the twin heavenly restoration lotus from his space ring, then threw it to Lu Yen, who had rushed over. "There is a master's aura mark on this jade box. Erase it." Lu Yen caught it, but before he could say anything to Yang Kai had already disappeared. Deep in the solitary void mountain range, Lu Xianyun stood alone, looking around at the unfamiliar environment, her heart filled with fear. Yang Kai had just flashed behind a small hill nearby, and for some reason, he had suddenly disappeared without leaving behind even the slightest trace of his aura. This made her worry a little. Even though she knew that Yang Kai wasn't the kind of person who would disregard the life or death of his companions, she still couldn't help but think about it. She wondered if she had dragged Yang Kai down. So he just left her here and didn't care. No, that can't be. Lu Xianyun shook her head. Lu Xianyun shook her head again and again. If Yang Kai was really such a person, he wouldn't have taken her with him back in Blue Feather Sect, nor would he have given her half of the treasures in his space ring. A few days ago, in the Delightful Pleasures tea house, he wouldn't have taken the risk of offending a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Brother must have something important to do. Lu Xianyun comforted herself in her heart. Just as this thought flashed through her mind, Yang Kai's aura suddenly appeared again, and he rushed out from behind the small hill. Brother! Lu Xianyun felt as if a huge stone had been lifted from her heart, and her whole body relaxed. Yang Kai rushed in front of her, and without saying a word, he reached out and hugged her again, using his space force and teleporting away. A moment later, the two were already 1,000 kilometers away. It was only then that Yang Kai suddenly summoned his wooden boat and pulled Lu Xianyun onto it, saying anxiously, "Take off your clothes." Ah! Lu Xianyun heard this and blushed. Chapter 2359. In the middle of nowhere, Yang Kai had suddenly asked her to take off her clothes in a tone that would not allow her to refute. Lu Xianyun was naturally angry and embarrassed, so she couldn't help but think the wrong way. Yang Kai explained, "Yao Chongjun left a mark on the jade box, so he can lock onto our position. I don't know if you have it on your clothes, but we still have to be on guard. Change into a new set of clothes." Hearing his explanation, Lu Xianyun finally understood what Yang Kai meant. She understood that she had misunderstood Yang Kai's intentions, and her face immediately turned pale. She wasn't a shy little girl, and immediately began to undress after knowing the whole story. Not long after, she changed into another set of clothes and burned her original set of clothes to the ground. 3,000 miles away, Yao Chongjun's figure suddenly stopped, his face ashen. Just now, he suddenly noticed that the tracing mark he had planted had disappeared. At that time in the tea house, after he took the jade box from Yang Kai, he directly left a mark on it. It wasn't that he could predict the future, he was just being careful. He had waited for 200 years in Marsh City and finally saw the heavenly restoration lotus. So how could he not be cautious? As it turned out, his caution allowed him to chase after Yang Kai for 5 days without letting go. But just now, the mark suddenly disappeared. How could Yao Chongjun not know that Yang Kai must have found the mark he had planted and erased it? But what he couldn't figure out was how Yang Kai, a trivial third-order Dao source realm, could erase his mark. The gap in strength was not fake. In an instant, Yao Changjun was anxious and angry. He roared to the sky, "Brat! Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, this king will catch you." Although the mark was gone to show him the way, Yao Changjun was still unwilling to give up. The heavenly restoration lotus was not something that could be seen casually. Being able to see it this time was completely due to luck. If he missed this chance, he might never see it again. He secretly swore. No matter what, he had to find Yang Kai, tear him to pieces, and take back the heavenly restoration lotus. In the depths of the solitary void mountain range, Yang Kai's face was ugly. Although he had completely gotten rid of Yao Changjun, Yang Kai found that his situation had not improved because he was actually lost in this damned place. After asking Lu Xianyun, she also said that she did not know how to get out of this place. She had only been in such a deep place once. Last time was completely by luck. The surrounding environment seemed to be carved from the same mold. Suddenly, Kai Yang stopped. He scanned his surroundings with a grave expression. "Senior brother, what's wrong?" Lu Xianyun asked nervously. "Maybe it's just an illusion," Yang Kai muttered to himself. Lu Xianyun gulped and whispered, "Brother, there is a saying in the solitary void mountain range." "What saying?" "Some people say that the solitary void mountain range is alive." Lu Xianyun's pretty face turned pale. "Alive?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "N." Lu Xianyun nodded. The landscape of the solitary void mountain range changes all the time, so there has never been a map of this place. Sometimes the landscape of a certain place changes very quickly. Sometimes the changes are so slow that no one can detect them, but most people think that the solitary void mountain range is alive. Yang Kai frowned and thought for a while before his eyes suddenly lit up. This saying may not be correct, but there is definitely some basis. "What do you mean?" Lu Xianyun looked at Yang Kai in confusion. Yang Kai said, "Junior sister, you have always been active in the periphery of the solitary void mountain range. Do you often find good things?" "Yes," Lu Xianyun replied. "It's not just me. Many people in Marsh City are like this." Yang Kai nodded. Since there are so many people active in the periphery all year round, it stands to reason that the periphery should be barren. Even if there were any good things, they would have been taken away long ago, but you can often find some good things. This is also what I find strange. Lu Xianyun nodded. Lu Xianyun nodded. She had never understood why this was the case. She had come to the solitary void mountain range many times, and except for the few times when she was unlucky and didn't find anything, she would always find something useful in the periphery. But this was obviously not normal. "Brother, you mean?" Yang Kai said. "The solitary void mountain range is always moving. Every once in a while, the earth in the depths will move to the periphery, and the spirit grasses and spirit medicines in the depths will naturally appear in the periphery. That's why there are often good things in the periphery." "How do you know?" Lu Xianyun was extremely surprised. She had lived in the solitary void mountain range for several years, but she had never thought of this. Yang Kai had only been here for a few days, but he had already thought of this. Yang Kai smiled slightly. "It's just a guess. I don't know if it's right or not. But this guess was very likely to be true, because it perfectly explained why good things often appeared in the periphery of the solitary void mountain range. This land was alive, wriggling and rolling at a speed that ordinary people couldn't detect, and when the earth in the depths moved to the periphery, it would naturally bring out the good things. But the cultivator in the solitary void mountain range had a feeling that he didn't know the true face of this place, so he couldn't detect the changes in the solitary void mountain range at all. Asterisk Walala. Asterisk at that moment. The sound of flapping wings suddenly came from all around, and then countless birds in the dense forest took to the air, as if they had been frightened by something. Not only that, the beasts on the ground also began to panic, scurrying around like headless flies. In less than 3 breaths, the entire solitary void mountain range was boiling. "What's going on?" Lu Xianyun's pretty face changed as she asked in surprise. Yang Kai was also puzzled, but in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed, because he saw that the birds that had taken to the sky were all frozen in midair, unable to move forward no matter how they flapped their wings. It was as if there was an invisible force that was restraining them. Among those birds, there was no lack of 11th-order monster beast, and Yang Kai even saw a 12th-order monster beast comparable to the Emperor realm. Just as Yang Kai was feeling suspicious, the ground under his feet suddenly moved rapidly, causing Yang Kai to lose his footing and almost fall to the ground. At the same time, an extremely strong suction force came from deeper in the solitary void mountain range, pulling Yang Kai's body and trying to drag him there. Yang Kai's expression changed drastically, and without any explanation, he directly wrapped Lu Xianyun with his source qi and tried to use the Tao of space to escape. But under the fluctuations of the Tao of space, he was still in place. Sensing with his heart, Yang Kai cried out involuntarily, "The world principles have been shattered." The world principles in this area had been shattered by this change, and he had no way to use the Tao of space to leave this place. And in just a short while, the flow of the ground under his feet became even faster, causing Yang Kai to feel a little dizzy. Lu Xianyun was even worse off, unable to stand steadily and could only hug Yang Kai's waist. The suction force from deeper in the mountain range was even more terrifying, and even with Yang Kai's cultivation, he was unable to resist it. No matter how he urged his source qi to stabilize his body, the birds and beasts were all dragged away by the suction force and disappeared from Yang Kai's sight in the blink of an eye. Many of the weaker birds and beasts even exploded into a bloody mist. For a time, the roars of beasts and the cries of birds filled the air, and the solitary void mountain range became extremely lively. Somewhere 3,000 kilometers away, Yao Chongjun's face was also filled with shock. He desperately urged his Emperor Qi to break free from the shackles of this world, but even with his cultivation, he was unable to do so and could only barely stand in place without being dragged away. The solitary void great maelstrom. Yao Chongjun's face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. Even his rock-hard emperor heart was trembling slightly in fear. Unlike Yang Kai, who had just arrived, and Lu Xianyun, who had lived here for only a short time, Yao Chongjun's research on the solitary void mountain range was extremely thorough. He knew that this damned place usually did not look dangerous, but at certain moments, it could erupt with heavenly Tao power that even the Emperor realm could not resist. At that moment, the solitary void great maelstrom would appear. The solitary void great maelstrom was definitely a natural disaster that would destroy and reshape the solitary void mountain range. Yang Kai's previous guess was correct. The solitary void mountain range was indeed constantly changing, and the terrain was constantly shifting, which was why the cultivator on the periphery could often find some good things. However, this kind of change was actually very slow and would not bring too much danger to the cultivator who came here for experience. Moreover, because the cultivator was inside the solitary void mountain range, they would generally not notice this change, and by the time they noticed it, the terrain would have already changed. However, when the speed of this change reached a certain limit, the entire solitary void mountain range would spin like a crazy top, and in the midst of this rotation, the solitary void mountain range would be reshaped. This was the solitary void great maelstrom. No one knew why the solitary void mountain range was like this. It was the work of heaven and earth, and Yao Chongjun had entered and exited the solitary void mountain range many times without being able to figure out anything. It was just that the solitary void great maelstrom appeared for a very long time, generally appearing once every few hundred to 1,000 years. As far as Yao Chongjun knew, the last time the solitary void great maelstrom appeared was 600 years ago. At that time, the great maelstrom swallowed countless cultivator who entered the solitary void mountain range, and this time would obviously be no exception. And it just so happened that he actually ran into it. Yao Chongjun hated Yang Kai in his heart. He felt that if it weren't for this brat's interference, he would not have taken the risk to enter this place and encounter such a natural disaster that he could not resist. If he was still on the periphery of the solitary void mountain range, He would definitely be able to escape with his powerful cultivation. But in order to chase after Yang Kai, he had gone deep inside. When the great maelstrom appeared, the deeper one went, the more terrifying the suction would be and the more difficult it would be to resist. At this moment, he was only 2,000 kilometers away from the center of the solitary void mountain range, and at this distance, he would not be able to escape. Chapter 2360. If someone could look down at the solitary void mountain range from a high altitude, they would see that the solitary void mountain range was spinning madly like a spinning top. With a certain point as the center, the entire solitary void mountain range was in the shape of a huge funnel. A powerful suction force was coming from the center, affecting all living beings in the solitary void mountain range. Countless birds and beasts were sucked into the funnel-shaped vortex, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. However, even more birds and beasts, as well as the cultivators who came here to train and search for resources, exploded into a bloody mist, not even leaving behind a corpse. Those cultivators who were lucky enough to be active in the periphery were lucky enough to escape this unforeseen event. But when they looked back, everyone's face was pale and their hearts were filled with lingering fear. Many people did not know what was going on, but some people knew that this was the famous solitary void great vortex. The news spread like wildfire, and soon everyone heard about the solitary void great vortex. While they were amazed by the heavenly way of nature, they were full of expectations. Because every time the solitary void great vortex appeared, the entire solitary void mountain range would be reshaped, and some of the precious treasures that were originally in the depths of the solitary void mountain range would flow to the periphery along with the changes in the landscape. In other words, when the solitary void mountain range calmed down, a large number of precious treasures would appear in the periphery. So how could they not be looking forward to this? I seem to have seen City Lord Master enter the depths of the solitary void mountain range before, but I don't know if my eyes are playing tricks on me. Yes, I saw it too. City Lord Master seems to be in a hurry, like he's chasing someone. City Lord Master is in trouble now. I don't know if he can return safely. There's not much hope. The depths of the solitary void mountain range are extremely dangerous. City Lord Master might not be safe even if he entered the Emperor realm. Now that he has encountered the solitary void great vortex, I'm afraid he's done for. Many cultivators gathered in the distance around the periphery of the solitary void mountain range, discussing animatedly. If Pangguang really fell in the solitary void mountain range this time, then the forces in Marsh City would be reshuffled, which was good news for many people. For a moment, some were happy while others were sad. Everyone's mood was extremely complicated. At the same time, deep inside the solitary void mountain range, Yang Kai was protecting Lu Xianyun, struggling to resist the terrifying suction force from the center. His clothes were torn to shreds, his skin was cracked, and he was covered in blood, looking extremely miserable. He didn't know what was going on with the suction force that came from the depths. The more Yang Kai resisted, the more frightening it became. The force added to his body made him feel more and more exhausted. If it weren't for the fact that his physique was quite good, he would have most likely exploded and died just like those living beings. Senior brother, don't worry about me. Escape by yourself. Although Lu Xianyun was also trying to defend herself, but because of Yang Kai's protection, his situation was actually better than Yang Kai's. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai like this, his heart was filled with guilt. He knew that he had dragged Yang Kai down. As she spoke, she tapped her foot and was about to leave Yang Kai. Yang Kai grabbed her hand and slowly shook his head, saying in a deep voice, "Don't worry. I'll tell you when I can't hold on any longer." At this critical moment of life and death, he didn't abandon her. Lu Xianyun's heart was filled with warmth as she was extremely moved. It was easy to share riches and honor, but difficult to share trials and tribulations. It was the easiest time to see a person's heart. Lu Xianyun felt that being able to meet Yang Kai in the star boundary was the greatest fortune of her life. Without a trace, She gave up resisting and revealed a sad smile. "Senior brother, take care of yourself in the future. What are you doing?" Yang Kai's expression changed as he realized what she was doing and hurriedly shouted, "Don't give up. I have other ways." Lu Xianyun slowly shook her head, allowing herself to be dragged along by that terrifying force. Yang Kai became anxious, understanding that Lu Xianyun was determined not to drag him down. Just as he was about to throw her into the sealed world bead regardless of the cost, Lu Xianyun's expression suddenly changed, becoming extremely strange. In the next moment, she cried out, "Brother, don't resist. There won't be any danger if you don't." Hearing what she said, Yang Kai's expression brightened. Looking carefully, he found that Lu Xianyun really wasn't injured in the slightest. Knowing that she wasn't lying, he quickly dispersed his own strength and allowed the terrifying suction force to linger around him. The force that was originally suppressing him and causing great damage to his body disappeared at this moment. Indeed, as Lu Xianyun said, it was fine not to resist this force, but the more one resisted, the more uncomfortable it would be. But who wouldn't resist when faced with such a situation? Of course, they would try their best to escape, and once they did, they wouldn't be far from death. After giving up resistance, the powerful suction force came and Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun were quickly pulled towards the center of the solitary void mountain range. The surging force made Yang Kai feel like a lonely boat in the middle of a stormy sea, in danger of capsizing at any moment. "Brother, look." Lu Xianyun hugged Yang Kai's arm tightly, not minding that her breasts were being squeezed out of shape by Yang Kai's arm as she suddenly cried out in alarm. Yang Kai turned his head to look and his face sank. He found that, in the direction of the suction force, a huge black funnel had appeared in front of him. Near this funnel, the earth was churning and squirming, and countless birds and beasts were being sucked in, their fates unknown. He wanted to release his divine sense to investigate the situation inside, but as soon as his divine sense left his body, it was torn apart, causing a sharp pain in his head, and he didn't dare to act rashly. Lu Xianyun also became more and more nervous, her tender body trembling like a quail without a nest in winter. She didn't know whether she would live or die after being sucked into this vortex. She had only been in the star boundary for a few years, so she was naturally unwilling to die like this. Looking up at Yang Kai, she found that although his face was dignified, there wasn't the slightest trace of panic. Her heart calmed down a lot. She felt that even if she had to die, if she could die together with Kai Yang, it would still be a good thing. Thinking of this, her body relaxed a lot for no reason. "Protect yourself." Yang Kai gently patted Lu Xianyun's back. As soon as he finished speaking, both he and Lu Xianyun were sucked into the vortex. In an instant, a feeling of dizziness spread throughout his body, making him unable to distinguish between north, south, east, and west. The whole world suddenly darkened, and there was no longer any light. Their bodies continued to spin and fall, as if the bottom of the vortex was a bottomless pit, causing them to panic and wonder when they would reach the end. However, what made Yang Kai feel a little relieved was that this kind of fall was not very dangerous. Lu Xianyun hugged him even tighter, her whole body stiff like a block of wood. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly felt a glimmer of light, but under the force of the vortex, he was unable to return to his senses and could not see his surroundings. Pung. With a loud bang, Yang Kai felt intense pain all over his body, as if his whole body was about to shatter, but he was not surprised. Instead, he was overjoyed because at this moment, he felt that he had landed on solid ground. The force of the vortex that had been wrapping around him also disappeared at the same time, leaving only a harsh whistling in his ears. Pung. Something constantly smashed around him, some even covering his body. Smelling it, Yang Kai could tell that it was a mixture of mud and flesh, an extremely unpleasant smell. Yang Kai did not dare to move, lest something unexpected happen, carefully urging his source chi to protect himself and Lu Xianyun, only to find that his source chi was circulating freely and would not cause any backlash from the inexplicable force, causing him to relax a little. Lu Xianyun seemed to have fainted and did not move at all, but from her breathing, it was obvious that she had not suffered any serious injuries. After a full half an hour, the commotion around them gradually subsided. Yang Kai waited for a while, and after confirming that there was no more danger, he pushed his source chi and blasted away the mud and debris that covered him, shooting up into the sky from under a mound. He landed lightly and first checked Lu Xianyun's situation, confirming that she had indeed fainted, then began to take a good look at his surroundings. Yang Kai was dumbfounded by what he saw. He found that he was actually on an island. This island did not occupy a large area, only a few kilometers in radius, and from the color of the soil and some debris on it, it was clear that this island had just been formed. Because the soil here was exactly the same as the soil in the depths of the solitary void mountain range, there were also many pieces of flesh and blood of birds and beasts on the island, giving the whole island a strange dark red color. This island must have been formed because of the changes in the solitary void mountain range. When the vortex-like force rotated, it brought the soil of the solitary void mountain range here and filled up this island. Around the island, there was an endless sea with fierce waves. What shocked Yang Kai even more was that on the surface of the sea, there was a strange scene of waterspouts sucking in water. These waterspouts rose from the surface of the sea and rushed into the sky, connecting the heavens and the earth in an imposing manner. There were countless waterspouts like this on the surface of the sea, some big and some small, but each one exuded an extremely strong suction force, giving off a very dangerous feeling. They were not stationary, but constantly moving. Some were fast, some were slow, and some were fast. The fast waterspouts were as fast as lightning, flashing past Yang Kai's field of vision, bringing with them monstrous waves with astonishing destructive power. Sensing the world energy around him, it was extremely rich. However, Kai Yang felt that the world energy here was different from the world energy of other places. As for what was different, he couldn't tell. What the hell is this place? How did he end up here after coming in from the big vortex in the depths of the solitary void mountain range? It was impossible to say that this was the depths of the solitary void mountain range. After all, this place looked extremely vast, and there was even a vast sea. How could this be the underground of the solitary void mountain range? Could this be a sealed world? Yang Kai was shocked, but the more he thought about it, the more it made sense. When he was swallowed by the vortex, Yang Kai clearly felt traces of space transmission. That huge vortex was most likely the entrance to this sealed world. If this place was a sealed world, then things were troublesome. Where should he go to find the exit in this vast sea? Chapter 2361. Just as Yang Kai was at a loss, a sound suddenly came from not far away, and a figure soared into the sky and landed not far from him. Seeing this person, Yang Kai's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly pulled Lu Xianyun back, putting some distance between them. This person was actually Yao Changjun. When he was swallowed by the vortex earlier, Yang Kai didn't find any trace of Yao Changjun, so he didn't know if he was swallowed first or later. In any case, from the looks of it, he definitely couldn't escape the catastrophe just now and fell into this place as well. Yao Changjun's current state was extremely miserable. His clothes were tattered, his white hair was disheveled, his body was covered in blood, and his aura was somewhat unstable. It was obvious that he had suffered a strong backlash from resisting the suction force earlier. Yang Kai had given up resisting because of Lu Xianyun's reminder. Even though he did not look too good at the moment, he was undoubtedly in a much better state than Yao Changjun. This guy is actually not dead. Yang Kai also admired his powerful cultivation, as expected of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Even if his soul had suffered heavy damage, he would not die so easily. It's you evil beast. Yao Changjun soon discovered Yang Kai's figure, and his face turned cold as murderous intent surged. If it were not for Yang Kai, how could he have taken the risk to chase him into the solitary void mountain range? If he had not chased him into the solitary void mountain range, how could he have encountered the solitary void great maelstrom? Now that he was in this predicament, the culprit behind everything was Yang Kai. Now that he had met his enemy, it was natural that his eyes would turn red. Just as he was about to attack Yang Kai in anger, another soft sound came from not far away and another figure rushed out from the ground. This change surprised both Yang Kai and Yao Changjun. They both looked over. But after seeing the appearance of this person, the two quickly relaxed. Because the third person to appear here was Marsh City's city lord, Pang Guang. Yao Changjun knew that Pang Guang was tailing them, but he was focused on finding Yang Kai, so he did not pay much attention to Pang Guang. The catastrophe of the solitary void mountain range had begun. Naturally, Pang Guang had no power to resist and was also sucked into this place. However, what surprised him was that Pang Guang's condition was much better than his. His whole body was only slightly disheveled, and there was not the slightest injury on him. He was full of energy. "You're all fine." Pang Guang came out and was surprised to see Yang Kai and Yao Changjun confronting each other. Yao Changjun coldly snorted, "What do you want to happen to this old master?" When he saw Pang Guang's expression, he knew that Pang Guang knew how to avoid the devouring power. That was why he was unscathed. On the contrary, it was he who had concealed his identity in Marsh City for 200 years and ended up in such a sorry state. For a moment, he felt a little embarrassed. Having suffered a great loss at Yao Changjun's hands, how could Pang Guang dare to be presumptuous in front of him? He said, "It's great that Senior is fine." This Pang was just asking casually. Yang Kai grinned and said, "City Lord Pang is not kind. You clearly know how to avoid danger, but you didn't tell Senior Yao. You clearly want Senior Yao to die early and reincarnate. Senior Yao, if I were you, I wouldn't be able to bear it and would beat him up to vent my anger." Pang Guang's face sank. Carefully sizing up Yao Changjun, he saw his indifferent expression, unable to show his emotions, so he immediately shouted, "Little brat, don't talk nonsense. I haven't settled accounts with you for killing this king's subordinates and robbing this king's belongings. Senior Yao is a reclusive master, his vision as clear as a torch. How could he allow you to sow discord?" While speaking, he turned to look at Yao Changjun and cupped his fists. "Senior, although I have a grudge with this little brat, it's just a small matter. You are the most important person here. If you want to kill him or cut him up, this junior will only watch the show and will not interfere." Yao Changjun glanced at him indifferently and said slowly, "You've been following this old master all this time. Are you also here to watch the show?" A layer of cold sweat suddenly appeared on Pang Guang's forehead as the corner of his mouth twitched. "Senior misunderstands. This Pang only entered the solitary void mountain range to do one thing. I had no intention of following Senior." Yao Changjun coldly snorted and declined to comment, his expression proud. Although he was also injured when he was swallowed by the Great Vortex, he didn't put either Pang Guang or Yang Kai in his eyes. Earlier, he was injured by Yang Kai in the tea house only because he wasn't on guard enough. However, in his current state, it would be best if he didn't fall out with Pang Guang. After all, he wasn't at his peak, and Pang Guang was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. If they really fought, even if he could kill Pang Guang, he would have to pay a certain price. "Senior, is this the legendary solitary void-sealed world?" Pang Guang saw him not saying anything and felt a little apprehensive, so he quickly changed the subject. "Solitary void-sealed world?" When Yang Kai heard this, he couldn't help but raise his brow. Right now, he wanted to figure out what kind of damned place this was. Unlike Pang Guang and Yao Changjun, he was a newcomer. These two obviously knew some information, so he couldn't help but perk up his ears and listen with great interest. "Since you know, why ask this old master?" Yao Changjun coldly snorted, obviously not liking him. Pang Guang said embarrassedly, "I really didn't expect the solitary void-sealed world to really exist. This Pang has been city lord for hundreds of years, but today, I finally learned something new. What kind of place is the solitary void-sealed world? How do we get out?" Yang Kai quickly asked. Pang Guang's face turned serious as he shouted, "Why are you asking so many questions? Just stay here and wait for death." Yang Kai's face turned black as he said, City Lord Pang, no matter what kind of grudges we had before, we're all on the same boat now. If you have any information, please share it with me. It's not like I killed your father or stole your wife, so why be so stingy? Pang Guang sneered. People who walk different paths cannot work together. This king has nothing to say to you. Let's talk about it again after you've survived Senior Yao's attack. Yang Kai had offended Yao Chongjun, so Pang Guang had long regarded Yang Kai as a dead man in his heart. How could he have the leisure to chat with him? However, after waiting for 200 years, although the heavenly restoration lotus had appeared, his good fortune had been ruined by Yang Kai one after another. The previous one had been snatched away by Yang Kai when he was not paying attention, and the one in front of him was still the same. Yao Chongjun's lungs were about to explode. Ever since he had ascended to the Emperor realm, he had never suffered such a big loss before. Moreover, it was at the hands of a Dao Source realm brat. Looking at the heavenly restoration lotus in Yang Kai's hand and watching him slowly stuff it into his space ring, Yao Chongjun resisted the urge to snatch it away and quickly said, Boy, give the heavenly restoration lotus to this old master and I will let bygones be bygones. This old master can even take you away from here. Hearing this, Pang Guang's eyes lit up and he hurriedly said, Senior Yao, you must take me with you. Yao Chongjun was so angry that he glared at him and roared, If you dare to say another word, this old master will kill you right now. Pang Guang was shocked and did not dare to make a sound. Chapter 2362. Take me out first and we can talk about anything else. Yang Kai smiled at Yao Chongjun. Or, you can tell me how to get out. Brat, you dare to bargain with this old master. Yao Chongjun was furious. Yang Kai said, I'm just afraid that Senior will cheat me. With this old master's status, how could I do such a shameless thing? Yao Chongjun coldly snorted. Yang Kai shook his head. That's hard to say. If Senior doesn't know how to get out, wouldn't I be a fool to hand over the spirit herbs for nothing? Pang Guang immediately shouted. Little bastard. Senior Yao is giving you face by asking you to hand over the spirit herbs, yet you dare not cooperate? You're courting death. Yang Kai and Yao Chongjun both turned their heads and snorted. It's none of your business. Pang Guang's face was burning hot. His attempt at flattery had backfired, causing him to look embarrassed. Yang Kai stared at Yao Chongjun for a while before sneering. It seems that Senior is a clay bodhisattva crossing a river. You can't even protect yourself, yet you still shamelessly boast about taking me out. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. When he saw Yao Chongjun's current expression, he knew that he also didn't know how to get out of this damned place. If Yao Chongjun really had a way to leave, it was not impossible to use the twin heavenly restoration lotus to exchange for it. But the problem was that this old man couldn't even get out himself, so how could he take him with him? Being exposed by Yang Kai, Yao Chongjun was not angry at all and only said lightly, With this old master's cultivation, how can a mere sealed world trap me? This old master will eventually find a way out. Then we'll talk about it when you find a way out. Are you going to hand it over or not? Yao Chongjun had obviously lost his patience. When he asked this question, his old face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. What do you think? Yang Kai had an indifferent expression. Very good. Yao Chongjun took a deep breath. His killing intent had been activated. However, he did not immediately make a move on Yang Kai and instead turned his gaze to Pang Guang. Pang Guang, who was watching a good show, suddenly noticed Yao Chongjun's cold gaze and couldn't help trembling as he said, Senior, scram! Yao Chongjun roared. Otherwise, this old master will kill you too. Their voices converged into a wave that rushed towards Pang Guang like a spear. Pang Guang's entire body shook, and he stumbled back a few steps, his face pale. Senior. I can lend you a hand and help you capture this brat. Pang Guang hurriedly expressed his sincerity. Suddenly falling into this solitary void-sealed world, he really couldn't find any sense of security with his First-Order Emperor realm cultivation. He only wanted to hug Yao Chongjun's thigh, but he didn't expect that the other party wouldn't give him any face or opportunity, telling him to scram. Yao Chongjun coldly snorted. This old man needs your help. If you don't leave now, then don't ever leave. Pang Guang was shocked. Gritting his teeth, he looked at Yang Kai and then at Yao Chongjun. Only then did he stomp his foot and leap up, heading towards the depths of the sea. He didn't know why Yao Chongjun was in such a hurry to drive him away. However, he knew that the other party was really impatient. If she continued to pester him, she would definitely arouse his killing intent. With his cultivation, he had no chance of winning against Yao Chongjun. He could only escape first. Although the sea didn't look peaceful and was instead full of dangers, and he didn't even know which direction to run in, it was still better than staying here and waiting for death, right? In just 10 breaths of time, Pang Guang disappeared. You're in such a hurry to drive Pang Guang away. Are you afraid that he will see that your soul is damaged? Yang Kai looked at Yao Chongjun with a smile and asked lightly. Chapter 2363. On the island, Yao Chongjun's figure moved, disappearing in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the flying Yang Kai, unable to get rid of him. He coldly snorted, casually reaching out to grab Yang Kai. If you had cooperated earlier, this old man might not have taken your life. In other words, it was too late for Yang Kai to beg for mercy. He had been ambushed by Yang Kai once, and had long harbored a grudge in his heart. He viewed this as a great humiliation, so how could he let it go so easily? Bullying others too far is destined to not end well. You forced me to do this. Yang Kai roared through gritted teeth. He did not dodge Yao Chongjun's grab, but instead formed a strange seal with his hands. As soon as the seal was formed, the feeling that made Yao Chongjun tremble in fear appeared again. He was so shocked that his expression changed. He did not dare to hesitate in the slightest as his hands suddenly moved faster, grabbing Yang Kai's shoulder blade. At this moment, Yang Kai's expression suddenly calmed down. His eyes were cold as he said, word by word, Songshuan seal, release! Songshuan seal? What the hell is that? Yao Chongjun's face was blank. He did not understand what Yang Kai was saying, but in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. His eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. At the same time, he let out a strange cry and hurriedly retreated. Boom! With a loud explosion, an indescribable aura suddenly erupted from Yang Kai's dantian. The aura was filled with an extremely dark and evil feeling, as if the world's most brutal and vicious negative emotions had gathered together. Even someone as strong as Yao Chongjun could not help but become dazed. His whole body trembled. The pitch-black aura spread out like a substance. In an instant, it wrapped around Yang Kai. The aura seemed to have a life of its own, constantly flowing around Yang Kai's body, gathering mysterious and profound runes on his skin one after another. Yang Kai's aura rose steadily. The world trembled, the universe collapsed, and the universe was turned upside down. A might that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and the earth sputtered in the void, bursting out in all directions. In a short period of time, Yang Kai had already disappeared without a trace. As far as the eye could see, there was only a pitch-black figure left. The pitch-black figure seemed to be able to swallow everything, and even light couldn't penetrate it in the slightest. Only a pair of scarlet-red eyes, filled with bloody killing intent. Demonic chi! Yao Chongjun's teeth were chattering. He almost bit his tongue as he stared at the scene in front of him in disbelief. With his experience, he could naturally tell that the demonic qi lingering around Yang Kai was demonic qi, and it was not an ordinary demonic qi, but the purest ancient demonic qi. How is this possible? Yao Chongjun couldn't believe his eyes. In his lifetime, he had never seen such a thing. He actually saw the ancient demonic qi. Moreover, it appeared in the body of a cultivator from the third-order Dao source realm. The ancient demonic qi had extremely corrosive and assimilating properties. Even a third-order Emperor Realm Master like him would definitely lose his mind in the shortest amount of time and become a demonic creature if he was enveloped by the ancient demonic qi. How was Yang Kai able to keep his mind clear? How was he able to store such a terrifying demonic qi in his body? Thinking back to what Yang Kai had said before, Yao Chongjun suddenly came to a realization. This brat had used some unknown method to seal the demonic qi in his body, and when he needed to fight an enemy, he could unlock the seal. However, if that was the case, it would be even more difficult to seal the demonic qi again. He wasn't afraid that the demonic qi would really devour his mind. Becoming a demonic creature? No wonder this brat had repeatedly told him not to force him. It turned out that he really did have the strength to fight him. Even if he was a bit opportunistic, he still had the capital to say such big words. Yao Chongjun was so annoyed that he wanted to die. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have forced Yang Kai so much. Now that the brat in front of him was enveloped by the demonic qi, he didn't know if he still had any rationality left. That surging demonic qi and terrifying pressure made Yao Chongjun have no intention of fighting him. Looking carefully at Yang Kai's eyes, he found that although they were red and bloodthirsty, there seemed to be a trace of rationality struggling in them. Yao Chongjun hurriedly said, "Little brother, please wait. This old master has something to say." Hearing this, Yang Kai glanced at him indifferently and said indifferently, "I'll treat whatever you say as farts." Yao Chongjun was furious. If Yang Kai dared to talk to him like this before, he would have definitely slapped him, but now Yang Kai had the capital to say such things. He felt bitter in the depths of his heart as he realized the source of the uneasiness in his heart. His expression kept changing. "My strength seems to have increased." Yang Kai clenched his fists and felt his current state. He was not happy, but worried, because this time, after unlocking the firmament tree's gold and silver seals and releasing the demonic qi of the ancient great demon in his body, he felt that his strength was much stronger than the last time he demonized. This was not because his strength had increased, but because the demonic qi was more compatible with his body. Last time, he was only in the first-order Dao source realm. After demonizing, he fought against the three great emperors and escaped safely. This time, the demonization was even stronger than before. This made Yang Kai a little worried, because the greater the increase in strength after demonization, the more difficult it would be to seal him. If he could not seal him completely, he would really become a demon, lose his mind, and be consigned to eternal damnation. Yao Chongjun did not know that Yang Kai was worried about this. When he heard him say that his strength had increased, he thought that this brat was showing off and immediately became angry. "Brat, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. You and I have fallen into such a predicament, so why fight and kill? Isn't it better to find a way out together? What's more, although you are strong now, you may not be able to kill this old master. This old master is not a pushover." Yang Kai looked at him coldly and snorted. "If you were a real third-order Emperor Realm Master, this young master would not be able to kill you, but you are just a cripple with a damaged soul. How dare you talk nonsense in front of me? Am cripple?" Yao Chongjun's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he flew into a rage out of humiliation. No one had ever dared to talk to him like this. Yang Kai said, "This young master does not have much time. I will take your dog life in 3 moves. Arrogant. This old master wants to see how you can take my life in 3 moves. Yao Chongjun trembled with anger, feeling that he was being looked down upon. Pride welled up in his heart as he swore to himself that he would teach this brat a lesson and let him know that even an old dog had a few teeth. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Yang Kai's expression suddenly froze as he muttered, "Black pupil purgatory, eternal darkness." As soon as he said this, the entire world suddenly turned pitch black, without the slightest trace of light. No matter how hard Yao Changjun tried to use his eyesight, he could not see anything, as if he had suddenly gone blind. Not only was he blinded, even his keen perception as a third-order Emperor Realm Master was suppressed to the limit at this moment. It was impossible for him to go blind for no reason, and it was impossible for the world to turn dark without any warning. The only explanation was that Yang Kai had used some kind of heaven-defying method. Recalling the strange black light in Yang Kai's right eye, Yao Changjun cried out in alarm, "Eye technique!" As soon as the words left his mouth, he broke out in cold sweat because he found that his voice could not be heard. The world he was in seemed to have deprived him of all his senses, making him unable to speak or see. It made him feel as if he had fallen into an abyss of purgatory with no end in sight. There seemed to be something above his head, causing Yao Changjun to look up in shock. When he saw what it was, his whole body suddenly stiffened. In the boundless dark sky, a huge eye stretched across the void, emotionless as it stared coldly at him. That eye seemed to be the eye of heaven, and that pupil seemed to be the eye of earth. Under that huge eye, Yao Changjun suddenly felt a sense of inferiority and insignificance. In an instant, he was disheartened, feeling that his countless years of bitter cultivation were meaningless. In the end, he was still a pile of bones. As soon as this thought appeared, Yao Changjun's entire aura withered as an indescribable death chi lingered around him. At that moment, a stream of light suddenly shot out from the huge eye. This stream of light was shaped like a long saber. Emperor Artifact Soul-Splitting Saber. After being refined by Yang Kai, the soul-splitting saber could be used at will. Although Yang Kai could not display the full power of the soul-splitting saber with his usual cultivation, Yang Kai's current demon transformation was not inferior to a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so the power of the soul-splitting saber's attack was terrifying. What's more, in order to kill Yao Changjun quickly, Yang Kai had even used the Heaven-Severing Slash. The Heaven-Severing Slash was a soul-secret technique that he had learned from Tian Yen in the Divine Ascension Mirror World. When he had nothing to do, he could use his soul to nourish and refine the soul-splitting saber. Once he faced an enemy, the soul-splitting saber's first strike would be extremely powerful. However, this was only limited to the first strike. With an Emperor artifact and a secret technique, even if Yao Changjun was in perfect condition, he might not be able to withstand it, let alone when his soul was already damaged. This saber slashed fiercely into Yao Changjun's knowledge sea, tearing a huge hole in it with unstoppable force. Yao Changjun's knowledge sea was already severely damaged, and now that it was struck by Yang Kai, it was even worse. His third-order Emperor Realm knowledge sea showed faint signs of collapsing. Only then did Yao Changjun recover from his despair. He let out a heart-wrenching cry as a five-colored spear suddenly appeared in his hand. This spear shone brightly and exuded the energy fluctuations of an Emperor artifact. Its power was terrifying. Yao Changjun was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so it was not surprising that he had an Emperor artifact. It would be strange if he did not have one. As he cried out in pain, he frantically poured his Emperor Chi into the five-colored spear. The spear buzzed incessantly before suddenly trembling slightly in his hand and disappearing. In the next moment, the giant eye that stretched between the heavens and the earth was pierced by the spear, and the darkness that sealed the world suddenly shattered. As Yao Changjun fought like a cornered beast, he managed to erupt with terrifying power and break through the Eternal Darkness secret technique. This secret technique was a secret technique unique to the ancient giant demon clan. It was not something that Yang Kai had cultivated and could only be used when he was in his demon transformation state. A crack was torn in the sky by the five-colored spear, and it did not close for a long time. "Brat, you dare hurt me? This old master will kill you." Yao Changjun roared loudly, but his knowledge sea was about to collapse. His entire body trembled as his face twitched and his emperor chi became extremely unstable. Chapter 2364. Yang Kai's right eye was covered in blood, and everything he saw had turned into a golden hue. This was the injury caused by his eye technique being broken. He casually wiped it and coldly snorted, "I'll send you on your way." As his hands opened and closed, a gigantic moon blade took shape. With a slight tremble, it shot towards Yao Chongjun. The moon blade was like the scythe of the god of death, destroying everything in its path. Yao Chongjun, who was in a frenzy, instinctively sensed the approaching danger. Enduring the heart-wrenching pain, he waved his hand and the five-colored spear appeared in his hand again. He took a step forward and flicked it, sending out a five-colored profound light. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk the profound light and the moon blade collided, and the violent energy shock caused the world to change color. The newly formed island, which was a few kilometers in radius, suddenly crumbled and quickly disintegrated. The moon blade disappeared, and behind the five-colored profound light, Yao Chongjun took advantage of the situation to attack, his face filled with unforgettable hatred and the resolve to fight to the death. Yang Kai raised his brow and shouted angrily, "Instead of stubbornly resisting, obediently accept your death." He did not expect Yao Chongjun to be so tenacious even after his knowledge sea had collapsed. It seemed that he had underestimated the ability of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. If Yao Chongjun was really unharmed, even if he released the seal on the demonic chi, he would not be his opponent. A master who had cultivated to this level was indeed not simple. "Hammer, come!" Yang Kai reached out and grabbed at the void, and a pitch-black war hammer suddenly appeared in his hand. The demonic war hammer. This demonic war hammer was originally the weapon of the ancient great demon, and it had been sealed under the 18 springs outside Maplewood City. It was filled with extremely terrifying demonic chi. After Yang Kai collected it, he threw it into the sealed world bead for his embodiment to refine. Even someone as strong as Yang Kai did not dare to covet it, for fear that its demonic chi would trigger the seal in his body. But now was the perfect time to use it. With the warhammer in hand, Yang Kai had a strange feeling. This demonic warhammer seemed to have come alive. After he held it in his hand, it gave off clear fluctuations of excitement and joy, forming a perfect resonance with the demon chi in his body. Yang Kai didn't need to refine it to be able to wield it like an extension of his arm. The hammer was in his hand. Yang Kai seemed to be able to see the scene of the ancient giant devil fighting the ancient supreme experts all by himself. That scene of flesh and blood flying everywhere, the heavens and earth collapsing. One after another, the ancient supreme experts died under the hammer, their bodies and Tao vanishing. The ancient giant devil towered over the heavens, his killing intent surging as he looked down at the world. "I'm the only one." Yang Kai, who had been agitated by the influence of demonic chi, calmed down inexplicably. For a moment, he felt as if he was the only one in the world. On the other side, Yao Chongjun, who was aggressively rushing over, was as laughable as an ant. He stared at his opponent with contempt and slowly raised the warhammer in his hand. An inexplicable trace of the laws of heaven and earth began to stir. Yao Chongjun's expression suddenly changed. His face was bloodless. He had no idea what had happened to Yang Kai. He only saw him suddenly take out a warhammer-like artifact, and then his entire demeanor and temperament changed. He seemed to see an unattainable mountain in front of him. No matter how hard he tried, he could not see the scenery behind this mountain. He suddenly panicked. He wanted to retreat, but the arrow on the bowstring had to be released. The chi in his body was already rioting. If he retreated now, there was no need for Yang Kai to act. His Tao heart would collapse in an instant. A faint murderous intent lingered on his body, and as he approached, the murderous intent became stronger and clearer. It was almost tangible, cutting his skin painfully. I'll die. I'll definitely die. This thought inexplicably popped up in Yao Chongjun's mind. His mind was in chaos, and his knowledge sea, which was already on the verge of collapse, could no longer be maintained. Ah! Yao Chongjun roared madly. Even if I die, this old master will drag you down with him. As soon as he finished speaking, he poured all his strength into the five-colored spear. His body was wrapped in a five-colored light, and his aura was like a rainbow. There was no longer any hesitation from before. Instead, he became resolute. This blow actually erupted with his peak strength. Yao Chongjun's originally flustered and turbid eyes also bloomed with a dazzling light at this moment. Yang Kai's face was expressionless as he smashed down with his hammer. The crazy murderous intent condensed into a hammer intent that rushed towards Yao Chongjun. A loud noise rang out, and above this nameless sea, a pitch-black light burst out, as if it was devouring the heaven-devouring great emperor. At the same time, another five-colored light bloomed at the same time, competing with the pitch-black light. The two different colored lights confronted each other and collided. For a moment, the sea surged and the already collapsed island was shaken into powder, dissipating without a trace. The nearby waterspouts were also hit by the huge aftermath and collapsed. Within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers, tsunamis surged, and countless fish and monster beasts living in the sea turned into white light and disappeared. At the center of the collision, a crater several hundred meters deep appeared on the sea surface. The water in the crater seemed to have evaporated in an instant. The stalemate lasted for less than 10 breaths of time before the pitch-black light suddenly burst out and swallowed up the five-colored light. Why, damn heavens! This old master refuses to accept this. A roar resounded through the sky, and an unwilling voice echoed. The pitch-black and five-colored light that filled the world disappeared, and the huge crater on the sea surface was gradually filled with seawater. Heavy rain poured down, and only the remaining energy fluctuations between the heavens and earth showed that a great battle had just taken place here. Yao Chongjun was nowhere to be seen, and so was Yang Kai. Only a longan-sized bead was left, slowly sinking into the depths of the sea. Inside the small sealed world, Yang Kai rushed to the medicine garden at the first moment. His whole body was as black as ink, with indescribable demon crests crawling all over his body. Lu Yen rushed over at the same time, but after seeing Yang Kai's situation, she was so scared that she immediately fled. It wasn't that she didn't dare to stay here, but that she couldn't. Although Yang Kai was barely able to preserve a trace of his consciousness, who knew how long this consciousness would last? She would only cause trouble for Yang Kai if she stayed here. Next to the medicine garden, Yang Kai sat cross-legged with difficulty. With a slight thought, he began to strip the golden and silver sealing power from the firmament tree. The last time he was demonized, he used the sealing power of the firmament tree to seal the demonic chi. It had been more than 2 years since then, and logically speaking, it was impossible for the firmament tree's sealing power to grow so quickly. However, there was a large amount of heavy earth below the medicine garden, and there were also 5 earth vein pearls. 1 year of growth here was equivalent to 100 years of growth outside. In other words, the firmament tree now had 200 years of sealing power, which should be enough to seal the demonic chi. Under Yang Kai's control, the golden and silver powers were slowly stripped from the firmament tree, and then flowed to Yang Kai's body, immersing into the dantian, suppressing and sealing the violent demonic chi. In any case, Kai Yang had experienced this once before, so this time he was quite familiar with it. As time passed, more and more of the demonic chi was sealed, and Yang Kai slowly got rid of the effects of demonization and gradually recovered his consciousness. 3 days later, as the last trace of the sealing power was drawn into his body, the demonic chi was finally sealed without a trace left. Yang Kai let out a long sigh of relief. He was really afraid that something would go wrong during the sealing stage. The power obtained from unsealing the demonic chi this time was undoubtedly much stronger than before. Fortunately, the sealing power of the firmament tree had also become stronger, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. After solving the hidden danger of the demonic qi, Yang Kai began to check his injuries. In the battle with Yao Chongjun, it seemed that he had the absolute advantage and even finished him off in a few moves after demonization, but Yao Chongjun's final counterattack still caused him a lot of damage. The other party was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, and if his knowledge sea had not been broken, how could he have killed him so easily? Who knew how many bones in his body were broken, and the blood on the surface of his body had dried up at this moment, as if he was wearing a layer of blood. What made Yang Kai sad the most was that his meridians were somewhat damaged. Fortunately, there was the immortal tree in the medicine garden. In terms of healing power, even the twin lotuses were not as effective as the immortal tree. Not to mention, his own recovery ability was extremely strong, so he did not need other medicines. Half a day later, Yang Kai was full of energy again. He shook off the blood on his body and changed into a new set of clothes. Recalling the battle with Yao Chongjun, Yang Kai could not help but feel a little anxious. This time, he was able to use the demonic qi to kill Yao Chongjun, but what about the next time? The next time he unsealed the demonic qi, it would not be something that could be sealed with just 200 years of sealing power. It might take 300 years, 400 years, or even more. In other words, the demonic qi would have to grow in the medicine garden for 3 or 4 years before it would have enough sealing power for Yang Kai to undo the seal. After such a long time, who knew if he would encounter a powerful enemy? It would be great if he could get his hands on Supreme Divine Water. Supreme Divine Water was a creation of heaven and earth. It could quickly ripen all kinds of spirit plants without any side effects. A drop of Supreme Divine Water could definitely allow the demonic qi to obtain hundreds or thousands of years of sealing power. Unfortunately, Supreme Divine Water was too precious. Yang Kai had only seen it once in the Flowing Time Temple, and it was obtained by Murong Xiao in the end. That was something left behind by the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. He did not know if there was still any Supreme Divine Water in the star boundary. Yang Kai secretly made up his mind that in the next 34 years, he would never be able to undo the demonic qi seal again, unless he could find Supreme Divine Water to ripen the demonic qi in advance. Thinking of this, his thoughts suddenly became clear, and he felt refreshed. He transplanted the 2 heavenly restoration lotuses he had obtained one after the other into the medicine garden, then clapped his hands and stood up. Although the pure white heavenly restoration lotus had been plucked by Lu Xianyun for a long time, because it was well preserved, its medicinal efficacy had not faded, and its foundation had not been damaged. Planted in the medicine garden and covered by the vitality of the immortal tree, it would definitely come back to life. The value of the twin lotus flower was extremely high. Yang Kai had no use for it now, so he naturally did not bother to refine the twin heavenly restoration pill. Chapter 2365. After dealing with this, Yang Kai released his divine sense. In the next moment, his figure flickered and appeared in front of the embodiment, Lu Yen, and the others. "Master, are you okay?" As soon as Lu Yen saw Yang Kai appear, she asked with joy. A few days ago, when she noticed that Yang Kai had entered the small sealed world, she went to check on Yang Kai's situation, but she didn't want to see the scene of Yang Kai being affected by the demonic qi, so she had been worried for the past few days. Even the embodiment and Hua Qingxi were worried. At this moment, seeing how lively Yang Kai was, how could they not know that he had solved the problem of the demonic qi? I've been resurrected. Yang Kai grinned. Hua Qingxi said seriously, "Are you sure there are no sequelae? You can't be careless." "Don't worry, Sister Hua." As Yang Kai spoke, he suddenly took out something from his space ring and handed it to Hua Qingxi. "This is for you." Hua Qingxi took it suspiciously, but then her pretty face changed as she cried out involuntarily, "An emperor artifact?" What Yang Kai gave her was the 5-colored spear that Yao Chongjun used before. After the decisive battle, Yang Kai snatched this emperor artifact and Yao Chongjun's space ring before entering the small sealed world. Lu Yen already had the Annihilation Thunder bead, and Hua Qingxi had always been loyal to Yang Kai, so this five-colored spear could naturally be given to her to use. Although an emperor artifact is powerful, the most important thing for a cultivator is their own foundation. Sister Hua, you shouldn't neglect the essentials. Yang Kai said faintly. Hua Qingxi played with the five-colored spear. With an expression of fondness, she nodded and said, I know. Do I need you to teach me? Smiling mischievously, Kai Yang rubbed his nose. Yang Kai hadn't had time to check Yao Chongjun's space ring yet, so when he took it out, he found that there were quite a few good things inside. There were hundreds of millions of source crystals, and more than half of them were mid-grade and high-grade. Yao Chongjun was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. To have so much wealth was within Kai Yang's expectations. With his cultivation, how could he be a pauper? In addition to source crystals, there were also a large number of spirit pills, herbs, and artifacts, but none of them were Emperor artifacts. After checking a little, Yang Kai suddenly remembered something and asked in surprise, Where is Lu Xianyun? Previously, when Lu Xianyun was unconscious, Yang Kai threw her into the sealed world bead to avoid accidentally injuring her during his fight with Yao Chongjun. At this moment, he was nowhere to be seen. Lu Yen said, I put her in the attic. She has already woken up, but she seems to be confused about her situation. You didn't explain anything to her? No. Lu Yen shook his head. Forget explaining. He didn't even let Lu Xianyun see her face. I'll go take a look. As Yang Kai spoke, he disappeared from where he stood. In the attic, Lu Xianyun's expression was dignified. Her beautiful eyes were full of confusion. When she woke up earlier, she found herself in this loft. She didn't know where this place was. She looked around and found that there was no danger nearby. There was also no trace of anyone. However, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth here was a bit too rich. Lu Xianyun had never seen a place with world energy density comparable to this place. With such rich world energy, it was definitely a holy land for cultivation. She didn't even need to circulate her secret art. The surrounding world energy was constantly flowing into her body. If she could cultivate here for a long time, it wouldn't take long for her to break through her shackles and advance to the second-order Dao Source realm. However, she wanted to figure out where she was, so she wasn't in the mood to cultivate. Yang Kai was clearly recovering his source qi, so why did he suddenly spit out blood? As if he had suffered a serious injury? There weren't any enemies nearby. The world energy here is strange, we can't absorb it. The more we absorb, the easier it is for something to happen. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and stretched out his hand to wipe the blood from his mouth. Chapter 2366. How can this be? Lu Xianyun asked in shock. I don't know. Yang Kai was also confused and shook his head. There's something wrong with this sealed world. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never encountered world energy that he couldn't absorb. The world energy in this solitary void-sealed world was mixed with some unknown substance. The more he absorbed, the more damage it would cause to his foundation. In the long run, his meridians would definitely shatter and he would lose his cultivation. Fortunately, Yang Kai only cultivated for half an hour before stopping. Then what should we do? Lu Xianyun was completely flustered. If they couldn't absorb the world energy here, then she and Yang Kai would be exhausted sooner or later. Forget about finding a way out, it was very likely that they wouldn't even be able to leave this sea. In the end, they would only die from exhaustion. This situation was like a table full of delicacies in front of a starving person. Although they looked beautiful, they were highly toxic. If they ate, they would be poisoned to death, but if they didn't, they would starve to death. It's okay, I have a way. Yang Kai didn't panic and directly took out the sealed world bead and handed it to Lu Xianyun. Take this, I'll go in and recover. As he spoke, he had already entered the sealed world bead. Before Lu Xianyun had time to say anything, Yang Kai disappeared. She stared at the sealed world bead in her hand in a daze, then thought of the loft she had lived in before and the tranquil world around her. Lu Xianyun vaguely realized something, and her pretty face couldn't help changing in shock. A moment later, she hurriedly put away the sealed world bead and carefully hid it. Only then did she concentrate on controlling the wooden boat to avoid the waterspouts and move forward. An hour later, Yang Kai reappeared. He wasn't as weak as before. At this moment, his complexion was rosy and he had obviously recovered. Lu Xianyun didn't say anything and just nodded lightly at him before returning the sealed world bead to him. She could cultivate to the Third Order Origin King realm in the territory of the Great Desolate Star and become an overlord. Obviously, she was a smart person. Naturally, she knew what to ask and what not to ask. Yang Kai entrusted the sealed world bead to her for safekeeping. Undoubtedly, he trusted her very much. As for the mysteries of this sealed world bead, she was well aware of them. Days passed by. Every 2 or 3 days, Yang Kai would enter the sealed world bead to recover. After he recovered, he would control of the wooden boat. During this period, Lu Xianyun had also entered the small sealed world twice due to Zhang Yuan's lack of strength. But she was quite obedient. In and out, he never asked anything. A month passed in the blink of an eye, but Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun were still floating above the sea, with no trace of land in sight. This sea seemed to be truly boundless, with no end in sight. On this day, Yang Kai returned from the small sealed world. Lu Xianyun's surprised voice sounded, "Senior brother, we seem to have found something. What's wrong?" Yang Kai was overjoyed and hurriedly asked. Lu Xianyun pointed ahead and said, "Look, the density of the waterspouts has decreased a lot. The further we go, the fewer there are." Yang Kai took a closer look and found that it was indeed as she said. The waterspouts that filled the sea had decreased a lot. This discovery made Yang Kai's eyes light up. Although there was still no sign of land, at least the surrounding scenery had finally changed. Before, Kai Yang had been wondering if he had gotten lost, or if he had been walking in circles in a certain place. Now, it seemed that he was not lost, nor was he going in circles. The sea was really, really big. This discovery made Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun's eyes light up. They spared no effort in driving the wooden boat forward. With the passage of time, the waterspouts around him became fewer and fewer, until they finally disappeared completely. This made Yang Kai certain that he was flying in the right direction. If he continued to move forward, he might be able to obtain some unexpected gains. 3 days later, Yang Kai, who was steering the wooden boat, suddenly had a change in his expression. He focused his vision and looked in a certain direction. In the next moment, his face lit up and he patted Lu Xianyun's shoulder. "Junior sister, there's a boat." Lu Xianyun was resting with her eyes closed. She did not dare to meditate casually in this damned place. So when Yang Kai spoke, she woke up. She stood up and looked in the direction Yang Kai pointed. Sure enough, she saw a small black dot in the distance. As for that little black dot, it was actually a large ship. Lu Xianyun could not help but get excited. She turned to look at Yang Kai and found that he was also beaming with joy. The two of them had been in this damned place for more than a month and had been wandering the sea. At this moment, they finally saw a boat. The joy they felt was indescribable. If there was a boat, it meant there were people, and if there were people, they could ask where this place was and where to go. Hastily, Kai Yang increased the speed of the wooden boat and went straight to meet the big ship. As the distance closed, the appearance of the big boat gradually became clear. This was a very large ship and a high-grade artifact at that. This made Yang Kai extremely shocked because refining such an artifact would definitely take a lot of energy and financial resources. He did not know how the cultivator who lived in this damned place managed to do it. When the wooden boat flew over, the people on the boat who were responsible for keeping watch obviously noticed it. Before Yang Kai could approach, more than a dozen people appeared on the deck. These people stood there in a scattered manner, looking towards Yang Kai. They seemed to be extremely curious about his arrival, constantly pointing and whispering. Not long after, Yang Kai arrived not far in front of the boat. Looking around, he saw more than a dozen people. Regardless of whether they were men or women, all of them had strong auras and were staring at him with vigilance. What surprised Yang Kai even more was that most of these people were actually Dao Source Realm cultivators. How did they maintain their cultivation in this damned place? After all, the world energy here could not be absorbed, and living here for a long time would definitely cause one's cultivation to regress. Although these dozen or so people seemed to be lacking in qi, which was obviously because they had not been cultivating properly, they had indeed maintained their cultivation. Among the dozen or so people, the leader was a woman. This woman had a fiery figure, and she was extremely well endowed. It was quiet, and this room seemed to be supported by some kind of spirit array, but he didn't know what use it had. "Will we live here from now on?" Yang Kai asked. The woman glanced at him and said lightly, "You're thinking too much." Yang Kai's face turned black. He felt that this woman was really strange. If they didn't want to live here, why did she bring them here? Chapter 2367. If you want to stay here, it's 1,000 source crystals per day, the woman continued. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Didn't we already pay for the ticket? Although he was not short of source crystals right now, he still couldn't agree with this woman's approach. Charging for a room was really too greedy. The ticket is the ticket, the room fee is the room fee. If there's a free room, why don't you stay? What's the difference? Yang Kai couldn't understand. Why were there fees and free rooms on this ship? The room in front of him didn't look very good, so why was there a fee? The woman explained, "There is a special spirit purifying array in this room that can purify the neutralizing force of the solitary void-sealed world. Although its grade is not very high, it can still be used for cultivation." It can be used for cultivation? Yang Kai's heart shook as he finally understood why the cultivator on this ship could maintain his cultivation. It turned out that it was because of this spirit-purifying array. He had cultivated in this world once before, so he naturally knew what kind of damage the mysterious force that filled the world would cause to the cultivator when it entered his body. It turned out that this mysterious force was called neutralizing force. The woman's short sentence allowed Yang Kai to understand a lot of things. In that case, it was understandable that this room would charge a fee. The spirit-purifying array set up in the room had purified the strange neutralizing power, so the cultivators in this room could absorb the world energy without restraint. However, Yang Kai soon discovered that something was wrong, because the world energy in this room was extremely thin, far from comparable to the world energy outside. It seemed that this spirit-purifying array was not omnipotent. While purifying the neutralizing force, it also hindered the flow of world energy. Cultivating in such an environment, although one would not suffer the pain of neutralizing force, it was impossible to maintain one's cultivation. One could only slow down the speed at which one's cultivation retreated, unless there were other methods to restore source qi, such as source crystals. No wonder all the cultivator on this ship had insufficient auras, even though they were Dao Source Realm cultivators. But according to Yang Kai's observation, they couldn't display their full strength at all. "Do you want to stay or not?" the woman asked impatiently when she saw Yang Kai daydreaming. "Yes, of course." Yang Kai hurriedly nodded his head. Even though this spirit-purifying array wasn't of a high grade and the room wasn't very good, it was still better than nothing. In any case, he didn't lack source crystals. After killing Yao Chongjun, the source crystals he had harvested from his spatial ring numbered in the hundreds of millions. "I'll pay a month's rent first. When the time comes, I'll give you a refund if you overpaid or you underpaid." The woman stretched out her hand toward Yang Kai. Yang Kai had no objections and directly took out 40,000 source crystals and handed them to the woman. The woman quickly put the source crystals into her space ring and warned, Don't run around if there's nothing important. We came out on a mission this time. Once we're done, we'll bring you back to Clear Sky Island. Yang Kai nodded. Got it. Only then did the woman turn and walk out. When she reached the door, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. He turned to look at Yang Kai and said, "Are you curious why I brought you to this room to collect spirit stones?" Yang Kai was startled, not understanding what she meant by asking this. The woman snorted and didn't continue speaking. Instead, she stretched out her hand to Yang Kai and said, "Give me another piece of spirit stone and I'll tell you why." The veins on Yang Kai's forehead bulged. Ling Yinchin stopped and asked in a deep voice. The man on the left scratched his head and said, "Although they didn't say anything, they definitely have the same idea. As long as Big Sister Ling gives the order, we'll rush over and capture them right now." Bullshit. Ling Yinchin shouted angrily, spitting saliva all over the scarred man's face. "Put away the greed in your hearts and don't cause trouble for me." The scarred man wiped his face with an embarrassed expression and cried, "Big Sister Ling, if you have something to say, just say it, don't spit at me." Ling Yinchin coldly snorted, "How about I throw you into the sea to calm down?" The scarred man was startled and hurriedly waved his hand. "That's not necessary." Ling Yinchin took a deep breath and said, "That man is not to be trifled with. Since you know that they are newcomers, you should also know that everyone who has just arrived here is not to be trifled with. They are not like us. After living here for a long time, our cultivation has regressed and we can't use our full strength. That man's cultivation is in the third order Tao source realm. Who on this ship is his opponent? If we really fight with him, at least a few of us will die. Are you willing to see that happen?" The two men looked at each other and calmed down a lot, slowly shaking their heads. Ling Yinchin said, "The first rule of survival in the solitary void-sealed world is to not engage in meaningless battles. You have to remember this, the source chi you consume is not easy to replenish." "Yes." The two men seemed to be very obedient to Ling Yinchin and responded seriously after hearing her words. "What's more, we still have a mission to complete this time. Don't worry, after we complete the mission, everyone will get source crystals and cultivation resources." As Ling Yinchin spoke, she took off the space ring on her hand and handed it to the scarred man. "I just received 40,000 source crystals from that man. Take this and share it with everyone. Everyone should get quite a bit." 40,000. The two men were overjoyed when they heard this, as if 40,000 source crystals was a shocking amount of wealth to them. This kind of thing was simply unimaginable outside. Any Tao source realm cultivator would not put 40,000 low-rank source crystals in their eyes. But in the solitary void-sealed world, source crystals were a rare commodity. Cultivators lived here all year round, so they naturally consumed source crystals. But there were no source crystal mines here, so they could not make ends meet in the long run. Only some cultivator who had fallen into this place would bring source crystals with them. However, there were not many cultivator who fell into this place every year, and the amount of source crystals they brought with them was even more uncertain. How could it be enough for the hundreds of thousands of people in Clear Sky City? 40,000 source crystals was really a huge sum of money for the cultivator on this ship. But Ling Yinchin did not hesitate to take it all out and share it with everyone. This was why she, a woman, could subdue the entire ship and make them listen to her orders. Ling Yinchin never hid anything, and this kind of character was enough to earn the respect of everyone. Tell the brothers not to have any ideas about those two, and don't reveal their origins when we return to Clear Sky City. If you want source crystals, get them from them through proper means. This mission will take a lot of time, so if you use the right method, you may be able to get some source crystals. Ling Yinchin warned them again. Ling Yinchin couldn't help but remind him again. She was well aware of what kind of people her subordinates were. Understood, Big Sister Ling. The two men were overjoyed when they heard this and immediately rushed to the cabin after exchanging a glance. Not long after, the scarred man returned the ring to Ling Yinchin, saying, "Big Sister Ling, I left you 10,000 source crystals. The rest will be shared equally with everyone." Heh. Everyone wants to thank Big Sister Ling for her tip. Ling Yinchin snorted, "I'll thank the heavens if they don't cause trouble for me." No, absolutely not," the scarred man replied with a straight face. Chapter 2368. Yang Kai sat in the room for a while before there was a knock on the door. Lu Xianyun glanced at him, and after getting his signal, she opened the door. The scarred man they had seen on the deck before appeared at the door with a flattering smile. Nodding and bowing to Lu Xianyun, "Hello, 2 guests. I hope I didn't disturb your peace?" Lu Xianyun asked. "What's the matter?" The scarred man smiled and said, "Big Sister ordered this little one to see if the 2 guests need anything. If there is anything you need, please don't hesitate to ask. We will try our best to satisfy you." Lu Xianyun was at a loss, not knowing why this guy was so attentive. As the saying goes, one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. This made her a little vigilant. After all, she and Yang Kai were new here and didn't know much about the specific situation here, so naturally they had to be more careful. The scarred man said again, "This is some food prepared by our brothers for the 2 of you. There is nothing to serve on the ship, so I hope the 2 of you don't mind." Only then did Lu Xianyun notice that he was holding a tray in his hand. On the tray were 2 plates of side dishes and a jug of wine. She didn't know what kind of beast meat the side dishes were, but they smelled very fragrant. "Is he going to poison us?" Lu Xianyun's expression suddenly became strange. She wanted to refuse, but since the other party took the initiative to deliver it, it seemed a little inappropriate to refuse. In desperation, she could only look back at Yang Kai and ask for his opinion. "Come in and talk." Yang Kai didn't seem to care. Hearing this, the scarred man suddenly showed a happy expression. He said, "Sorry to disturb you." Only then did Lu Xianyun move away. She let the scarred man enter the room. The latter put the tray on the table and looked at Yang Kai eagerly. The flattering smile on his face never disappeared. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Is this food free or charged?" The scarred man smiled and scratched his head. "This is a little gift prepared by our brothers for the 2 of you. Naturally, there is no charge, but friend, you know." Lu Xianyun snorted, displeasure written all over her face. He felt that the people on this ship were all money grubbers. They actually had the nerve to charge for these 2 unknown side dishes and a pot of old wine that looked very inferior. She couldn't be bothered to look at it even if it was placed outside for her to eat. Yang Kai asked thoughtfully, "Is it difficult to obtain source crystals here?" The scarred man's face suddenly turned bitter. "Friend, if you live here for a long time, you will know that source crystals are the most precious thing here. If not, how could he be so thick-skinned as to come to Yang Kai to get source crystals?" "You can't get source crystals here?" Lu Xianyun asked suspiciously. The scarred man said, "You can't get it. This solitary void-sealed world is filled with disruption force everywhere. Once source crystals, which are pure energy, are exposed to disruption force, they will be destroyed. That's why there's no source crystal mine in this damned place. It's also because of this that the world energy in the solitary void-sealed world is so rich." Lu Xianyun had also seen the scene of the source crystal disappearing quickly, so she heard the scarred man's words. After hearing the scarred man's words, she naturally understood a lot. The disgust in her heart towards the cultivator on this ship also subsided a little. She now understood why they were all so greedy. The scarred man sighed. "The source crystals in the solitary void-sealed world are all brought in by the cultivator outside. Don't even think about finding any in this sealed world." Yang Kai nodded. It was just as he had guessed. When he saw the source crystal disappear, Yang Kai had a vague guess. Now, with the scarred man's explanation, he immediately understood that his guess was right. In this damned place, source crystals were really precious things. What's your name? Yang Kai asked. The scarred man quickly said, Jiao Yi. Big sister calls me Old Jiao. You two can call me whatever you want. Brother Jiao, sit down. I have something to ask you. Yang Kai gestured as he took out a bag of source crystals from his space ring, placed it on the table, and pushed it in front of him. Jiao Yi's eyes immediately lit up, like a hungry ghost seeing food. He dragged the bag in front of him, opened it, and was almost blinded by the brilliance of the source crystals. He quickly put them into his space ring and said cheerfully, Friend, feel free to ask. This old Jiao can even tell you the color of my underwear. Bah! Lu Xianyun spat, her face slightly red. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, To be honest, junior sister and I have just arrived here and know nothing about this place. So? Jiao said, We already knew this. Who in the solitary void-sealed world dares to take out source crystals outside? Just by looking at your actions, friend, we can tell that you're not familiar with the rules here. He was naturally referring to Yang Kai wanting to trade with Ling Yinqin on the deck earlier. Yang Kai also understood that he must have been exposed, so there was no need to hide. In any case, the other party wanted source crystals, so he might as well use them to open a path and inquire about some information. Jiao sighed and said, As long as you live here for a year or so, you'll know how precious source crystals are. Old Jiao, let me give you a piece of advice. No matter how many source crystals you have, you must use them sparingly, otherwise you'll run out one day. Back in the day, old Jiao had a few million source crystals on him and was considered a rich man. But now, He had a pained look on his face, as if he regretted squandering too much in the past. How long has Brother Jiao been here? This question seemed to have touched Jiao Yi's sore spot. He picked up the inferior wine, poured himself a glass, and drank it in one gulp before wiping his mouth and saying, I haven't counted carefully, but it should be 60 to 70 years, right? 60 to 70 years? Lu Xianyun's pretty face instantly paled. Jiao Yi glanced at her and said, That's nothing. Some people have been trapped here for hundreds or even thousands of years. Is there no way out here? Lu Xianyun asked. Jiao Yi frowned and said, I'm not sure. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. Old Jiao's strength is low, but even if there is a way out, it won't be so easy. Otherwise, those old monsters in Clear Sky City would have left long ago. Why would they stay here and suffer? Yang Kai said, Brother Jiao also came in from the Solitary Void Mountain Range? Solitary Void Mountain Range? If you want to live on Clear Sky Island, the spirit purifying array is essential, so gray feather coral is very popular. At this point, Jiao Yi's expression changed. Are you two interested in joining us? If you are, I can talk to Big Sister. I'm sure she won't refuse. As for the split, it'll be the same as us. You get what you put in. Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun were both newcomers, and their strength was still at its peak. Especially Yang Kai, who was the third-order Dao Source Realm. If they could rope him in, they would definitely be able to return with a fruitful trip. Chapter 2369. Jiao Yi tried his best to persuade. We accidentally discovered that patch of gray feather coral 5 years ago, but there was a sea beast guarding it at that time, so we haven't been able to obtain it. But according to Big Sister's observation, that sea beast's lifespan is running out, so it must be dead by now. In other words, that patch of gray feather coral can be mined at will. After this trip, we won't have to go out to sea for at least a year. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and said, Junior sister and I won't participate in this matter. He didn't lack source crystals at all, so naturally he didn't want to mine that gray feather coral. No matter what Jiao Yi said, he wouldn't be tempted. Jiao Yi saw this and didn't insist, only thinking that Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun should live here for a few more years to understand the value of the gray feather coral. At that time, There would be no need for him to persuade them as they would take the initiative to join. By the way, how long will it take for you to return from this trip? Yang Kai asked. Jiao Yi said, about 3 days from our destination and 2 to 3 days to mine. As for the return trip, it will take at least a month before we can return to Clear Sky Island. So long. Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. Jiao Yi smiled bitterly. The resources around Clear Sky Island are almost all mined, so if we want good things, we can only go farther. The risk is proportional to the benefit. Yang Kai nodded. Then I wish you success. When Jiao Yi heard him say this, he tactfully stood up and said, then I won't disturb the two of you. If the two of you still need anything, just come and find me. Good. Jiao Yi walked to the door. Suddenly he said, right, when you two go to Clear Sky City in the future, you must first find a way to apply for an identity token, otherwise you won't be able to enter the city. However, applying for an identity token will expose your identity as newcomers. Do you want me to talk to Big Sister and ask her to think of a way? Although we aren't attached to any force, Big Sister's connections are quite good. She has a lot of connections, so maybe she can get it done. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before nodding. Thank you, Brother Jiao. Jiao Yi smiled. I'll let you know if there's any news. After Jiao Yi left, Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. This damn place could trap even a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so it was obvious that their chances of escaping were slim. Moreover, Jiao Yi's group obviously didn't know how to leave this place. He couldn't get any information from them. The only thing he could do now was to go to Clear Sky Island and make further plans. After sailing for 3 to 5 days, the ship suddenly stopped. Yang Kai released his telepathic thoughts and found that all the cultivator on the ship were standing on the deck, rubbing their palms together. He was full of drive. It seemed that they had arrived at their destination and were preparing to enter the sea to collect the gray feather coral. Yang Kai didn't pay attention to them. Instead, it was Jiao Yi who came over and asked Yang Kai again if he wanted to go with them. After being politely rejected by Yang Kai, Jiao Yi did not pester him further. After a short while, most of the people on the ship jumped off the deck and disappeared into the sea. It seemed that it was just as Jiao Yi had said before. The powerful sea beast guarding the gray feather coral in the depths of the sea had died. Ling Yinchin and the others went very smoothly. There were cultivators constantly drilling in and out of the sea, and everyone looked very excited. For days later, when all the cultivators returned from the sea, no one else went into the sea. Yang Kai didn't pay too much attention to their movements, but occasionally, he could hear some of their conversations. There was a vast sea outside, and the environment of the solitary void-sealed world was so strange. He didn't know if Zhang Ruoxi could break through if he took her outside. Even if he took her outside, where would she break through? Beside Zhang Ruoxi, Hua Qingxi and Lu Yan were standing there with solemn expressions. Noticing his arrival, the two women hurried over. How long has this been going on? Yang Kai asked. It has just begun. Hua Qingxi replied, but looking at this girl's appearance, I'm afraid she can't be suppressed. If she forcibly suppresses it, it will only damage her foundation. Master, what should we do now? Lu Yan was completely at a loss. They both knew about Yang Kai's current situation, so they really couldn't think of a good way to solve Zhang Ruoxi's current situation. Keep an eye on her for a while, I'll think of a way, Yang Kai said and immediately left the sealed world bead. Zhang Ruoxi had just realized the opportunity to break through, so she could probably hold on for a while longer, but she definitely couldn't hold on for too long. He had to find a solution before the time limit was up. Inside the room, Yang Kai appeared again and rushed out. Lu Xianyun was confused. She didn't know what Yang Kai was going to do in such a hurry, so she quickly stood up and followed him out. Inside the cabin, Ling Yinchin was meditating and cultivating. It was really beyond her expectations to have such a big harvest on this trip out to sea. After returning, she wouldn't have to come out for at least 2 to 3 years, so she was in a relatively good mood. Just as she was thinking about which great force to sell the gray feather coral to when she returned, the door was suddenly slammed open with a bang. Ling Yinchin turned pale with fright and jumped up from her spot, yelling, "Who's there?" She was the boss of this ship, so no crew member would dare to rush in without warning her. So Ling Yinchin's first reaction was that she had encountered an enemy. But after seeing the face of the person who came in, Ling Yinchin immediately gritted her teeth and said, "What are you doing?" She was furious and secretly rejoiced that she hadn't been comprehending any secret art or secret technique just now. Otherwise, wouldn't all her efforts have been for naught after being interrupted by Yang Kai? This person had been very well behaved since arriving on the ship. Ling Yinchin originally thought that he was a good person, but now, she found him to be extremely repulsive. Yang Kai also knew that he was being rude, but this was related to Zhang Ruoxi's life and future, so he could only cup his fists and say, "Big Sister Ling, right? I have some urgent matters to attend to, so please forgive me." He had heard Ling Yinchin's name from the crew members' conversations. "What's wrong?" A burst of exclamations came from the corridor. Obviously, the noise of Yang Kai slamming the door had attracted the crew members. When everyone saw Yang Kai standing at the door and Ling Yinchin's angry face, they were all shocked. Jiao Yi stood in the crowd and blinked, saying in amazement, "Brother Yang, why did you slam into our big sister's door? Brat, could it be that you covet big sister's beauty and want to use force? What? How could such a thing happen? Damn it! Damn it! Brat, you're courting death. You're not satisfied with having a junior sister and actually have ideas about big sister? See if I don't cripple you today." The group of people clamored and the scene suddenly became very lively. Yang Kai's face darkened and he hurriedly cupped his fists to Ling Yinchin. "This one really has an urgent matter. Please forgive me." Big Sister Ling, Ling Yinchin gritted her teeth and glared at Yang Kai. Although she was still angry in her heart, seeing that his expression didn't seem to be fake, she coldly snorted and said, "What's so urgent that you don't even know how to knock on the door? Didn't your master teach you etiquette?" Yang Kai was reprimanded, but he didn't dare to talk back and could only say, "I just want to ask Big Sister Ling, what should I do if I want to break through outside?" "Break through?" Ling Yinchin heard this and her expression changed. "Break through to a great realm?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. As soon as these words came out, Ling Yinchin's mind buzzed and her face filled with shock. She thought that Yang Kai was about to break through. Yang Kai was in the third order Dao Source Realm, so if he broke through, wouldn't that mean he would become an Emperor Realm Master? Chapter 2370. There were only a few emperors on Clear Sky Island. Ling Yinchin never thought that a random person she met on the way would have the potential to break through to the Emperor Realm. Once this Yang Kai broke through to the Emperor Realm, he would definitely be able to occupy a seat on Clear Sky Island and even shelter them. But only those who had lived in the solitary void-sealed world for a long time would know that this place was simply a cultivator's grave. The cultivator who lived here would be lucky if their cultivation didn't regress with the passage of time. Even if they were lucky enough to find an opportunity to break through, there were very few who succeeded. Ling Yinchin had seen too many people fail to break through in this damned place, losing their cultivation and becoming crippled. So, after the initial shock, Ling Yinchin looked at Yang Kai sympathetically. She could see that Yang Kai wasn't very old. Being able to reach the third order Dao Source Realm was enough to show that his aptitude wasn't bad. In the outside world, he should be a young talent of some sect, a rising star. In time, he might be able to glimpse the mysteries of the Emperor Realm. But here, the possibility of failure was very high. Yang Kai looked anxious. He didn't know why Ling Yinchin was looking at him with sympathy. Seeing that she didn't answer for a long time, he asked again, "Big Sister Ling, do you have a good plan? Do you really want to break through?" Ling Yinchin couldn't bear it and suggested, "If you aren't confident, I suggest you sever your cultivation and don't break through in the solitary void-sealed world. Yang Kai was stunned and asked subconsciously, "Why?" Jiao Yi said, "Brother Yang, the solitary void-sealed world isn't a suitable place for breaking through. You also know that this world is filled with infinite disruption force. 90% of those who dare to break through here fail. Big Sister is thinking for you." Yang Kai was really shocked this time. He had thought that this place wasn't a good place to break through, but he didn't expect it to be so serious. Right now, Zhang Ruoxi's aura was unstable and couldn't be suppressed at all. If she severed her cultivation like Ling Yinqin said, then Zhang Ruoxi would never be able to break through to the Dao Source realm. They could only remain in the Origin King realm for the rest of their lives. Because this was the end of one's own martial path, there were no pills that could cure it. The other crew members also looked at Yang Kai sympathetically, as if they felt that he had encountered a great misfortune. As for the matter of him crashing into Ling Yinqin's door, he didn't hold it against him anymore. It was simply too cruel to haggle over such trivial matters with a person whose martial path was about to come to an end. Yang Kai only hesitated for a moment before his expression hardened. "Big Sister Ling, please give me some pointers." Seeing how insistent he was, Ling Yinqin knew that it was useless to dissuade him, so she could only say, "I have a high-grade spirit purifying array here. Perhaps I can lend you a hand." There were a total of 4 grades of spirit purifying array: low, intermediate, high, and peak. While chatting with Jiao Yi over the past few days, Yang Kai learned that the spirit purifying array set up in these rooms on the ship was of a low level. This was because the higher the grade of a spirit purifying array, the more expensive it was. The price of a higher grade was almost 10 times more expensive. Ling Yinqin and her group were considered the lowest level of cultivator in the solitary void-sealed world, so they didn't have the financial resources to hire someone to set up a more powerful spirit purifying array. Yang Kai also didn't expect her to have a high-grade spirit purifying array. The higher the grade of the spirit purifying array, the better the effect it would have on the cultivator. The spirit purifying array was like a net. While it filtered out the neutralizing force between heaven and earth, it also blocked the flow of world spirit chi. Therefore, no matter how dense the world spirit chi was, wherever the spirit purifying array was set up, the world spirit chi would be relatively thin. The higher the grade of the spirit purifying array, the less it hindered the flow of world energy. The denser the world energy, the better the effect of a cultivator's cultivation would be. Yang Kai was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Many thanks, Big Sister Ling." Hearing that Ling Yinqin was going to take out the high-grade spirit purifying array, the crew members couldn't help but change their expressions. Jiao Yi even whispered, "Big Sister, that spirit purifying array." Ling Yinqin interrupted him and took out a set of array flags and foundations from her space ring, handing them to Yang Kai. "If you really can't do it, don't force yourself." She also stuffed a jade slip into Yang Kai's hands and continued, "This is the method to set up the array. It's very simple, you'll understand once you take a closer look." "I'll remember it." Yang Kai nodded seriously. Although he didn't know the origins of this high-grade spirit purifying array, he could tell from the crew's expressions that this thing was extremely precious to Ling Yinqin. Otherwise, she wouldn't have never used it before. But as far as Yang Kai knew, Ling Yinqin's room only had a low-grade spirit purifying array. He didn't know the story behind this high-grade spirit purifying array, but he secretly decided to compensate Ling Yinqin after this matter was settled. "I'll have to trouble Big Sister Ling again. Are there any islands nearby?" Yang Kai asked. Ling Yinqin raised her head and said to a cultivator with a full beard, "Give me the sea map." The cultivator immediately took out a piece of animal skin from his space ring and spread it out in front of Ling Yinqin. Yang Kai also leaned over to take a look, but he couldn't quite understand it. Ling Yinqin's gaze swept over the sea map for a while before she reached out and pointed at a location, saying in a deep voice, 500 kilometers to the southeast, there is a small island." Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered and he disappeared. Everyone was startled, and even Ling Yinchin's beautiful face paled. No one understood how Yang Kai left. Although she knew that Yang Kai was a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, she didn't expect him to be so strong. Just based on the superb method of disappearing just now, Ling Yinchin couldn't spy on Yang Kai at all. If such a person wanted to kill her, she wouldn't be able to defend herself at all. For a moment, Ling Yinchin secretly rejoiced that she didn't let the crew provoke Yang Kai. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. Brother, he is breaking through to the Emperor realm? This approach seems stupid, but who could criticize it? Now you should know how precious that spirit-purifying array is to Big Sister, right? Jiao Yi gritted his teeth. If your brother destroys that spirit-purifying array, this old Jiao will be the first to not let him off. Although Jiao Yi and Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun had been chatting happily these days and had even obtained a lot of source crystals from Yang Kai, when it came to the high-grade spirit-purifying array, he still firmly stood on Ling Yinchin's side. After venting his anger, Jiao Yi said with some annoyance, "I'm sorry. This old Jiao has a bad temper. I shouldn't have said this to you, but I don't know if your brother will be able to return safely." "It's fine. I understand brother Jiao's feelings." Lu Xianyun waved her hand. She couldn't help fantasizing that if Yang Kai left something for her, no matter how valuable it was, she would definitely treasure it. Previously, she had said that Yang Kai's chances of breaking through were very low, but now it seemed that he really did have some confidence. However, what puzzled Ling Yinchin was that the power of this heavenly manifestation was a little off, because it obviously felt a little smaller. Although Ling Yinchin had never seen a cultivator break through to the Emperor realm, it obviously shouldn't be this small. In another room, Lu Xianyun was also looking out the window with a worried and nervous expression, but she didn't dare to rush over to take a look. She could only put her hands together and kneel on the ground, praying devoutly to the heavens. At the same time, 10,000 kilometers away on the sea, there was also a ship sailing slowly. Although it was 10,000 kilometers away, the people on the ship still noticed the heavenly manifestation. A moment later, the ship suddenly changed its direction and sailed in the direction of the small island. It was obvious that it was here to investigate. Above the island, dark clouds were as thick as mountains, and thunder rumbled incessantly. Suddenly, a heavenly manifestation blasted towards the island from the sky. Looking at its trajectory, it seemed to be about to fall on Zhang Ruoxi's head. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, but he resisted the urge to help. Hong Long. There was a loud noise as the heavenly manifestation blasted directly into the island. The spirit-purifying array that Yang Kai had set up on the island suddenly collapsed, and the array flags hidden around it were damaged. At the same time, the light that shrouded the island disappeared. This high-grade spirit-purifying array was destroyed just like that. Before the heavenly manifestation could fall on Zhang Ruoxi's head, her delicate body shook, and a huge phantom suddenly appeared behind her. Yang Kai's eyes widened as he stared at it. It wasn't the first time he had seen this phantom. Back in the Four Seasons realm, it had appeared when Zhang Ruoxi broke through to a great realm, but Yang Kai never knew what this phantom was. He only guessed that it had a lot to do with Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline power. Now, looking at it again, the phantom was even more solid than the last time. What made Yang Kai feel strange was that he couldn't see it clearly. He only knew that this phantom was a huge woman, 20 to 30 meters tall, even bigger than Xiao Xiao after his transformation. She held a giant sword in both hands, her head reached the sky, and her feet touched the ground, giving off a strong visual impact. Although she was huge, this woman was definitely not ugly. She was like a stunning beauty that had been magnified countless times. No matter which part of her body it was, she was perfect and flawless. She was like Zhang Ruoxi's guardian, suddenly appearing behind Zhang Ruoxi. She was valiant and heroic, as if even if there were thousands of soldiers and horses, she would still be able to stop them. When the heavenly manifestation blasted down and fell into her body, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, not causing the slightest ripple. In the next moment, the phantom raised her head, stared at the sky, opened her mouth and gently inhaled. The power gathered in the sky was directly sucked into her mouth, and in just 3 breaths, the dark sky became clear again, and the sea returned to its calm state. Even though he had seen it once, Yang Kai was still shocked and speechless for a long time. When a cultivator broke through to a great realm, it was common sense to be baptized by heavenly manifestation. No one could avoid it. If one could withstand it, they could peek into the mysteries of the next realm. If not, they would either die or be crippled. Yang Kai had been like this for so many years, but compared to Zhang Ruoxi's breakthrough, Yang Kai felt that his breakthrough was simply too weak. It was on a completely different level. Just as his thoughts were running wild, the huge phantom flashed into Zhang Ruoxi's body. In the next moment, the aura of the Tao Source Realm spread out from Zhang Ruoxi's body. Her bones creaked as the power in her body surged fiercely. Yang Kai was secretly anxious. He didn't know if there was a problem with the phantom swallowing the heavenly manifestation. After all, the world energy in this world was full of infinite disruption force. When the phantom swallowed the power of the heaven-devouring great emperor, it must have also swallowed the disruption force. He carefully observed Zhang Ruoxi's reaction and secretly decided to bring her into the sealed world bead if there was anything wrong. But no matter how he looked, Zhang Ruoxi didn't show any expression of discomfort. Instead, she had a happy expression, as if she was happy about her breakthrough. She was still sitting there, forming seals with her hands. This made Yang Kai confused. He couldn't understand the situation. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.